see what I got. When I reach the top, I'm never giving up the slack. Game wide open, and no one can take a shot. What is 60 seconds? That ain't shit when you be wrecking. Voice ammunition and my mind is a weapon. Said that I wasn't, but a nigga couldn't help it. The kid legendary, I'm a living legend. Trapping like the 90s, never ride with the skill. Pull up on a nigga with a couple of the meals. Shit so strong, get high from the smell. Who the competition? They gon' have to wear the L. Big brother Lucha.
All right. We back. Drop those fire emojis in the chat, man. Let's get the energies up a little bit. Let's get the likes up a little bit, though. You know what I'm saying?
This is interesting, Bab. Interesting conversation.
It's just a deep conversation. I don't mean to be rude to nobody if it seems like I'm being rude. I'm just passionate in my conversation. Y'all know my charisma is through the roof sometimes. But I stand on what I stand on, though. I haven't heard any benefits of mixing, though. Now, I don't shame people who do mix, okay? I'm just saying, is it a benefit and is it a positive? Is it a negative? You know what I'm saying? So that's what the conversation is ultimately about. You see what I'm saying?
You know what? Back in the 70s, when I was a young girl, I mean, I was an elementary girl too. Do you know, like in the 70s and the 60s, do you know that race mixing they thought was beneficial? A lot of our women and men had that mindset, Bab. They thought if they dated a white guy that they would have a better life, be able to live a better life, and vice versa for the men. Do you know that? That was some real shit. That was their mindsets when you seen black and white couples in the 70s and the 60s.
That's a lie.
No, seriously, Bab. I'm telling you the God's truth. There are literally black women, okay, I'm using modern day words, who thought like that. They thought if they dated a white guy that they would have a better life. And the same thing with the black guy. I'm serious.
Man, that might be a northern coon mindset, but I ain't never that niggas don't think like down south.
You know what? Oftentimes when I was young, like in the 80s, when you seen
I know a lot of northern places don't think like that I've been to. Hell, some of the most segregated places I've seen in 2000 in this era has been in the Northeast.
I shit you not. When I was like a teenager in the 80s, when you seen a black guy that's an adult with a white woman, they would always say, oh, he's just dating with her because that bitch could get credit cards and she white. I'm serious. That used to be arguments. Oh, he only with her because she could get a credit card and get him a rental. They thought that being with a white woman would benefit them. And the same thing with a black woman.
Nah, you putting that on women in general in the 70s.
I'm saying men and women in the 80s. They used, here in the North, they used
that's a faulty perspective about people.
They used to get teased for shit like that.
I am not lying. Some of the most powerful black couples,
all right,
black businesses was booming during the 70s.
I'm talking about what they used to say. As
the perspective was to build a black family structure in the house in the 70s. That's where that conversation came from.
All right, you and I are from different eras, and I'm telling you,
I've researched it. I've lived with people.
No, you better ask your mama. Oftentimes,
listen, I live with people that's from the era before you and the era that's of your era. I know exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm telling you that when I was younger, when you seen a black guy with a white girl,
a white man or a woman with the opposite race, that's having a better lifestyle. That's having a better life. That's what.
That was the argument.
People thought like that in the 70s.
As a woman coming up in the 80s. Now, I was an adult by the time we got to like 86. I was 21 years old. And when you seen here in the North, when you seen a black guy with a white woman, they would tease him and say, oh, he only with her so he can get a rental or he can get a credit card. And the same thing with a black woman. I'm telling you that this is what motherfuckers said in my day, in my time. They thought like that. Oh, the only reason why he with her is because he could get this. He just
I'm
using that
pretty
white
sure some
woman.
people from your era in the chat
All
that
right.
totally disagree.
Okay.
So you
All right.
can't say that that's the perspective of our people in the
Well,
movie.
we need to get some Gen
That's
Z people
real
up here.
shit,
All
you
right,
know,
get
that
some
way.
Gen Z people up here and ask them, wasn't that something that was often said when there was a black guy with a white girl or a black woman with a white guy in our hoods? They would say that arrogantly. Say that to them. Oh, you only with that bitch because you want to get a credit card or you get a rental, you just
Or
using
she a
her.
freak, or she a freak. I heard those things
They will
before.
always say that in
Yeah,
my
I
era.
have heard. I have heard those things though. I thought you were saying something else about the other perspective. But go ahead. No, I agree with that though.
Chief Kakumbo, he's my era, and he's telling you because that's how their mindset was back then. And now y'all millennials, things
But
are
earlier you
different. They
said when you
thought.
seen you said earlier when black people say you said that's them having a, we thought like, shoot, they have a better life or some shit, like I forget how you worded it.
No, the
That's what I
way
was saying. I disagree.
no, the reason why I said that, Bap, is because I said there are women and men who have been hurt by their own community, and what happens is sometimes they get into situations where they meet someone outside their race, and it happens to be their life mate. And that's true.
Hey,
I'm
block
not
that
saying
dude in my chat. Block that dude in my chat. Name the promoter. Block his
I'm
ass.
not saying
Moderators, what is y'all doing?
I'm not saying all situations end up like that, but I'm saying in a lot of cases they end up with somebody of the other race and they begin to hate their own race. Haven't you heard of that?
Oh yeah, I believe
Okay.
that's one of the negativities of race mixing as well. So I mean, yeah, definitely heard of that.
Our eras are
That would be a
different, Bat.
negative side to race mixing, not a positive.
Right. Correct.
So my only question is, what is the positives of race mixing? That's all.
What is a positive? Where you have a mulatto child where they understand both sides of the table. But
Thank you in smoke chat, y'all. The promoter, he in smoke chat.
Where they understand both sides of the table, where you have a mulatto child that understand both sides of the fence. Where you have that would be considered positive, right?
Not really.
Oh.
It's just him choosing one side. Because in that same scenario, let's say it's two twin mulattoes. One might choose one side, one might choose another side. Ain't no positives in mixing though. You see what I'm saying? So him choosing black wouldn't be a positive.
Okay. So that's the ultimate question. What are the positive? Is there any positivity?
Yeah, I can give you a list of positive reasons why you should mix with your own people, though. You see how that works? I can give you a list of reasons of why you should mix with your own people. I can't give you positivity of why you should mix with any other race. Do you understand? That's the issue.
Yes.
Well, I would say what's positive about mixing with other races is that you have less of the other race after you mix with them.
And you have less of your own race. So now it becomes a lose-lose. So it ain't even a positive. Too many, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, so I get that. That's if you putting other races on equal standings with niggas, and I don't. By no means whatsoever, and any other race be on equal standings with niggas, even when it comes to mixing.
Me neither. So if you mix with something weaker, then your genetics just became weaker. So that proves my point even more.
I get it.
You see what I'm saying, Smoke?
Yeah, I would say that if you keep mixing with other races, but that one shot in the dark, you ain't making nothing weak.
Shit me. You just made your generation. You just split your
Now,
generation in half with a
you take
mixed
a half a
gene
nigga.
that's weak.
You take
So
a half,
now you half of a strong race, according to Smoke, and you half of a weak race, wired with a strong one and wired with a weak one. That could be some turmoil, usually cause issues and conflict in legions. So if one of them wants you to pledge allegiance to one side, now he has to pick a side in most points, or don't pick a side and get outcast by the both. You see what I'm saying? That he's supposed to be leading to. So there really is no positive.
Which side is a half nigga gonna lean toward?
It can be either one.
From what you have experienced over your lifespan, which side would a half nigga lean toward?
Well, according to history and how some of these mixed breeds was in allegiance to their pale skin side, I'm gonna say that they lean more towards their side based off of the ramifications of where we at now today.
Okay, well,
us getting our land and getting out of power, we didn't get our white people just didn't come over and brutally do shit to us. And I think Smoke agreed to that. But what we do understand is that they got in power. How? We can look at the mulatto positive, the situation that came through it.
I think it depends on if they have more of their white European features in history. It proves that they gear towards their white European side and don't want to acknowledge their dark skin side.
Not necessarily.
That's true. Most
you got people like Richard Allen, who was mixed, Absalom Jones, who was mixed. They pledged allegiance to both sides. They was for motivating me. See, this is the thing about a mulatto when they can pledge allegiance to the opposite side. They can always rally up niggas to be persuaded too. And we've seen that throughout history as well.
No, I think you missed my point.
A lot of people think that other people ISIS.
You missed my point. You missed my point. Back in the 30s, in the 20s, and 1930s, 1920s, 1800s, those people that had more of their white European features geared more of their European side. They went more with their European side. They did not want to be acknowledged as being a Negro.
I'm gonna tell y'all one of the hidden Jews. I'm gonna tell y'all one of the hidden Jews in this movie that just recently came out. I don't even watch movies, right? I haven't watched a movie in a long time. It's probably the first movie I watched in like over half a year. I watched this movie called Sinners, right? And it got a hidden Jew. You know who let the beast in ultimately? Those was metaphors in that shit.
Yeah, but it was
the mixed person who did it.
No, it was a full-blood nigga guarding the door. The mixed one was the one that got bit first, and he let her in.
Nuh-uh. The fat dude that was guarding the door, he didn't let the mixed girl in. I mean, he did let the mixed girl in, but he wasn't bit by the snake at that time. I mean, he wasn't bit at that point. You see what I'm saying? He wasn't bit when he was going that door, and he let that mixed girl in.
Bad.
Yeah, but he still let her in.
Did you? I know you seen the movie Imitation of Life. That's the movie that's proving my point. That's the movie that proved. That's the movie that proved my point of what I was talking about. The movie Imitation of Life. She did not want to be known that she was colored. Imitation of Life. In those days, they did that.
Yeah, but what's the positive in that, though?
There is no positive in that at all.
We looking for. I think Smoke was trying to look for a positive in this conversation of race mixing.
I'm saying mixed children lean more toward procreating with black people, with niggas.
Are you sure about that?
I mean, I got living examples that we can use today, like Hawk School.
Okay.
And I know other mixed.
What about Andrew Tate?
Oh, that's
I don't know,
no,
but see, I
because
don't
if
really.
you look at
Come on,
what's
man.
that guy that
Yeah, how you
sings?
gonna get in my?
Hold on,
How you
Lysandra.
gonna
Hold
get in the
on, hold
middle of
on.
my
Let me
shit?
smoke
Oh
chop you up
boy.
real quick. What about Andrew Tate?
I don't know that nigga, man. I don't know that nigga. I ain't never talked to that nigga.
Oh yeah. I mean, you ain't never talked to goddamn a lot of motherfuckers that you can see and verify that
No,
we
I'm
see
just
that
saying,
they
all the
allegiance
mixed
to,
niggas that I know go towards niggas. I don't
because you
know any. I
you
don't know.
surrounded by niggas. So virtually anybody that's gonna be there is gonna have allegiance towards niggas. Now, if
What
you
I'm
was to
saying.
find yourself in a neutral zone where you splitting between both sides, you would then see the factors that a lot of mulattoes lean towards the mixture side as well.
I
You
know.
ever heard of?
I'm not in contest with a lot. I'm saying most. Right. That's the
I
limb I'm
got
standing
personal
on.
witnesses.
That
I got
most.
personal people that I know. I ain't gonna say a lot, but I know personal people that I know that's mixed that lean towards their white side for sure.
Come on, man. You
My
saying the
sister,
majority of the
bro.
mixed people you know? You saying
Listen,
the
my little sister.
majority?
Listen, small. I'm gonna give this is I'm gonna give a personal conversation. My little sister is mixed. Okay, smoke. She's so much of allegiance towards pale skins. She's moved to Europe.
Nah, that's crazy.
And discommunicated all contact with any of her Negro family members.
Ooh, I know a positive.
And this is my sister. Okay.
Okay, now, besides your sister, name one other mixed kid that did that.
My cousin
That you
Trey.
know.
My cousin Trey. His name is Deep Waters, and he actually been in the chat before.
And he mixed, and he like white people more.
He's mixed, and his baby mama is mixed. I mean, it's white.
Wait a minute. No, hold on.
That's where his allegiance is. That's where we talking about genetic mixing too. Let's keep in context. Smoke.
I'm talking about just leaning towards one side or the other.
When we say allegiance, we're talking about mixing as well. So once you mix, that's right. You picking. That's you. So my little cousin Trey, for example, another one. He's mixed. My cousin, my uncle Teddy is his motherfucking daddy, right? His mama Stacy. He mixed. His baby mama is white. I give you more examples, bro. And you know some. You might know more mixed that lean towards black in your physique.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know one mixed individual that went white. Not one that I've ever known or been introduced to. Not one. They all fuck with niggas. Every last one of them.
So are you under the impression that all mixed people allegiance is towards niggas? Is that what you're?
No, I'm under the impression that most mixed kids fuck with niggas. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, no.
I know not all. Because I know not all non-mixed niggas fuck with niggas. So of course I ain't gonna say all.
Right.
So I'm saying in that respect that if niggas start to mix and most of the children go back nigga, then we getting more niggas out of that deal. I relinquish the flow.
Now name some mixed people that has did positivity for your peoples on a global scale or in a large scale. Go ahead, Smoke.
You say name a mixed person that
is majority. Since they allegiance is majority for you, what is the positivity that they have brought? Because you just being majority for niggas ain't a positivity to you. It's a positive to them. You got culture, you got swag, you got a lot of shit that come with you just being who you are. Whether you mix or not, all races flock to you, whether they're mixed or not. So benefiting and leeching off and being attached to black people is not a benefit to black people. Maybe to the mulatto in that case.
Okay, so I'm not.
So now, what is the positivity of mixing in general? That's my question. What is the positivity for black people? What do you get adding to your preserving to your lineage? Like, what is the benefit? What is the positivity? Go ahead. Because now I'm with you. This majority do lean towards niggas. But majority of the culture in America do as well, though. And they're not even mixed. So that's not and void. I feel like
you have the ability to hide your lineage in a white motherfucker, so that they get that.
No. This is smoke. This
hey,
is
hold
smoke
on.
to
Y'all
answer.
mute up. Me and Smoke chopping. I'm gonna let y'all
Yeah.
get it in though, because I want to hear your perspective, Big Dog.
That's smoke. No. That's for smoke.
Me and Smoke chopping it up because because I feel like Smoke playing devil's advocate, trying to find and you know perspective. He can critically analyze this shit. He's looking for a positivity in race mixing.
Yeah, well, the only thing I'm inclined to
and let's be honest, Smoke, you struggling with finding a positivity. I can give you a list of them. I can give you a list.
I got one.
I can give you a list of tomorrow of positivities of mixing with your own people. I can give you a list of positivities.
The only thing I can truly say is positive for it is that you get more niggas out the deal. Because I can't say for absolute. Because I can't say
you get half niggas.
Right. So every 2 mixed people, you get a whole nigga. But look, what I'm saying is, right, look, right, you get a whole nigga and a 0, whatever the other mix was.
But for every every two mixed ones, you get a white one as well. You see, you can't say that if for every 2 you get a nigga without saying you're gonna get a white one too. You see what I'm saying?
No, so it's not, you're not gonna get a white one. You're not. I would say for every 5 mixes, you might get a white one. Right, that's what I'm saying. And for every 5, you might get a white one. All depend on what the children
lean to. If it's 50-50, how you gonna say two mix make a nigga, but 2 mix don't make a white? How's that matter?
Because the way I figure this is, the children is gonna decide how that turns out.
No, I see what you're saying. You're saying majority gonna lean towards where the niggas at anyway.
Right. So eventually you're gonna get back to a nigga, right? Less white people is what I'm saying. Or whatever race niggas mixing with. Because niggas tend.
And that's theoretical though. And I do disagree with you. I believe that I can find on a political scale or in a large scale speaking for our people, I can find more mixed people that's speaking on behalf of our people that's not speaking for the positivity of our people.
Well, yeah, I can find more niggas, pure niggas, speaking bad about niggas than any other race speak bad about themselves. So that's just a peculiar disposition.
Well, yeah, maybe so. Maybe
right,
so.
It's just a peculiar.
Sometimes we are, you know, it's an expression that we use, probably that no other culture use. We are our own biggest criticizers. You feel me? And I believe that may be even sometimes the case. So, you know, we just have a different rhythm. Sometimes we're a little more accountable than other people. So, yeah, we can't go off of that. You see what I'm saying? Because you just said that other people are weaker than us. They're not like us. We're the stronger out the bunch. So what we do is stronger, whether we talk about ourselves publicly or not. That's stronger, right?
Mm-hmm.
What they do.
Hell yeah, Dad.
Let's do an investigation. Can we do an investigation?
Yes, sir.
Out of all the historical figures that we know had mixed spouses, can we find that their progeny went black or white and do the statistical analysis based on that? Like Frederick Douglass, he had a white bitch. Okay. What did his progeny end up being? Did they go back white or did they go back black?
Well, when he got with white chicks, he couldn't amalgamate like the dude Astro that was up here talking. So his mixing, well, he's not mixing, he's just lusting with white women at that point. And I'm not here to argue anyone lust.
He couldn't amalgamate.
But Smoke, I want to ask you this. Hold on, Grateful. I want to ask you this. Out of all the mixed people that we know historically, figures, name one that did something positive for your people as the niggas. And I can name 10 of them that did something negative to the niggas. But go ahead, Smoke. I want you to name one that did something positive.
All right, let me see who was mixed. Who they said was mixed. I'm trying to think.
Malcolm X. How you?
I don't think Malcolm X was mixed. I think both his parents was niggas.
Yeah,
his mama was
No, both of his parents was niggas. No,
no,
Malcolm X is out the question.
his mama was white. His mama's mama was white, and his mom came from that white woman, so it makes her.
Well, in this case, we're talking about full like a mulatto. We ain't talking about somebody that's 75, like 111 truth searcher. You see what I'm saying? So we're talking about somebody that's 50-50. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm trying to
And
think
she
of one.
wants somebody up to date right now, in present.
Like a literal mixed person. Like you're mixed. You're 50-50.
Yeah.
Malcolm is a literal mixed person. His mama white and his daddy black. So
No, Malcolm X mama was not
Malcolm
white.
X daddy not no damn white, man.
yes,
Pull that up right now, Epic. Come on now. I'm gonna get to you in a second. I'm gonna give you enough time to pull that up. I'm gonna get to you in a second, Epic. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna get back to smoke, but I'm gonna give you enough chance to pull that up, though.
All right, they showed that even in the movie.
His mama was mixed. She wasn't white.
Oh, well, when I said white, I'm talking about from my perspective as to family lineage. She came from a white mama, so she white.
His mama got a black parent.
Yeah, maybe her dad, but she came from a white woman.
So listen, we're talking about somebody that's 50-50. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Not somebody that's 75.
Okay.
Black, like 111 truth searcher. I just gave you another example. You see what I'm saying? I'm talking about like a Barack Obama. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I got you.
All right, come on, Smoke. Back to you. Let's go. You should have found at least one mixed nigga within the conversation that I just had with Epic, nigga.
Yeah, I'm looking for a mixed nigga.
Most of the ones I know. You're hard pressed.
Yeah, most of the ones I know is like,
don't strain your brain.
No, I'm not. I'm looking for a nigga that was actually half and half. I'm trying to find one. I'm trying to find one that was actually just black and white, down the middle. That we can use as a barometer. I'm finding niggas who like grandmama white and granddad or some shit like that. Which already suggests that they lineage chose a nigga. You feel me? Even just looking for one with a bad report is leading me to a lot of mixed people going back nigga. I said it first. Hold on. I just want to find one that didn't, the one that just was mixed on the world stage. Just one.
One that did something positive. But I can find a ton that was mixed that did something negative, bro. There's tons of them in history, bro.
All right, come on. You go first then, because I'm having trouble finding one.
All right.
No, Dap, don't let him off that loosely. Let him find it first.
Okay, hold on. Frederick Douglass, an influential abolitionist, orator, writer, and statesman who was born to an enslaved mother and a white father. That's one. Booker T. Washington. I don't know. Booker T. was a sellout. I ain't gonna use him.
You don't think Frederick Douglass was neither?
I ain't never known him to be accused as a sellout. Shit. He might have been. I don't know. All right, we got The Rock. He won a couple of belts for the WWE.
Man, that nigga Northwest Islander, cuz. Come on, cuz.
What about Alicia Keys? What about Alicia Keys? What about Alicia Keys?
You reached
what about Alicia Keys
in the bag, boy.
Hold on.
Nigga, everybody know Frederick Douglass the biggest sellout. This nigga smoke crazy.
Frederick Douglass was an abolitionist. He was trying to get you niggas. He was trying to get you to free you niggas' mind. He was trying to get you niggas to free your mind.
You might as well say black Quaker, my nigga. You might as well say black Quaker. You might as well then later on say black Masons.
It ain't that many of them, bro. It just ain't that many of them. I don't see a lot of them. You got Frederick Douglass, Booker T, Alexandra Dumas. You know, that's that French nigga. I don't know this Mary Seacole. I don't know who the fuck she is. Joseph Baloney. I don't know who the fuck he is. Barack Obama. Now we know that nigga wasn't no
Barack Obama is Northwest Pacific Islander. He ain't even us.
Okay, Tiger Woods.
Okay, boom. You found one. Boom. But we was talking about historical figures that did something positive for our people. That nigga just play golf. But I know where you going with this. You trying though. You are really trying, Smoke. You are. We was talking about historically.
Okay,
and Tiger Woods, I will give you Tiger Woods is half and half. But he ain't do shit for our people, bro. Come on now. They traded him in the Dave Chappelle show, nigga. They traded Tiger Woods.
Well, I'm standing on Frederick Douglass because he was the influential abolitionist.
Hey, somebody get Chief Cool out the chat, man. Block his ass, man. We don't want none of these whole ass trolls in my chat, bro. Come on, moderators. No troll, no holes in my chat.
Now, all right, I'm gonna have to get Mulatto up here for this because he know all about the mixed people.
No, Smoke, you got this. Baptist challenging your ass. Then pull it out.
It's just a quick sparring. I wouldn't want to spar with nobody else but Smoke. And really, it wasn't a spar. He just playing devil's advocate because he don't agree with race mixing. And he knows it ain't no positive. He was just trying to reach for one for those that do have that perspective, just for our conversation's sake.
Mm-hmm. And that's a great conversation because Smoke, when you think about an aspect of say a mulatto, do you want us to bring up, right? Do they have our best interest in heart? Are they really for us, Smoke?
Like I said, it's niggas that ain't for us. So I don't even know if that's the point. Unless it can be quantified that every time somebody mix, that them niggas is sellouts, then I can go with that. But it's too many niggas that sell out and ain't mixed with a goddamn thing. I think it's more pure niggas that sell out than it is mulatto niggas that sell out.
Okay, I hear you, and that could be a qualification, right? That could be something that we see. But for me, I think personally, for me, I think niggas just sell out because they want to be something, right? They want to be seen, they want to be heard type niggas. That's the sell. That's how they sell themselves out because they want to be that, but they really not that. So I'm gonna ask you and Bap, as we are, and we come across these, these lands on this internet aspect or this wave, right?
Nah, look, I'll be back. I gotta go pick my folks up from work, but it'll be like 20 minutes.
All right, go ahead, do your thing. But
Okay,
over
so
and
Bap,
on,
for you.
listen, I don't judge anybody for who they do. I just want to make that clear. I've said it several times. I just want to make it clear for those that's coming in. I just want to talk about the ramifications of it. Is it a positive or is it a negative to our people? Obviously, I'm standing with that. It's a negative.
And I'm with you when you say it's a negative. And the reason why I agree with you when they say it's a negative is that from my personal experience, I think people want to just downplay other persons, right?
Yeah, I said I don't judge you that you mix. I just told y'all little motherfuckers I got mixed siblings.
Who just cut you? Who just said something to you?
Nobody. Kelly Green mix. That's my sister though. Shout out to Kelly Green. You see where I'm coming from. But you gotta see where I'm coming from, Kelly.
I just think that listen, it doesn't matter what you are, it's your perspective. And what your perspective is and how you're portraying it amongst the people. So how you bless us with your talking points, how you bless us or what you say and you convey is what you give off, right? So if you're for us, then be for us. If you're not that, don't come amongst something that you're not in agreement with. Because we don't have to have an argument. Just don't be in that space.
For y'all race mixers, if y'all want to come and hit the panel and tell me what's a positivity from it. But go ahead, y'all got the flow. Wild Savage, you still on here? Epic, you got the flow, gang.
Yeah, I'm here, man. Hey, me, I think as it pertains to genetic survival, if you will, or your survival, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I got the video on my page as well that I posted. It was a short where dude was asking the white girl, black guys or white guys, and she said black guys, and he asked her why, and she broke it down and said because black guys have melanin, and I know in order for my children to survive on this planet, they need melanin in their skin, and that's her way of being able to leave, her legacy, being able that her children were able to survive. And I've been saying this that we keep thinking this got something to do with love, maybe in our mind. I mean, that's okay, but to so-called white women like her who have that perspective, it's a detriment to you because for one, you don't even know. You think it's about love, but to her, it's about survival. And when that misunderstanding is there, without for one at least trying to have the conversation, and two, comprehend and understand it, you move forward on a faulty premise. And you don't even know if you're being used for your genetic material, your melanin or whatever like that. You don't know that because you sprung off the pussy and you think that white woman did woo this, woo that. And so you sprung. But that don't negate the truth. That's why I think it's a negative, because you're essentially knocking out people. I wouldn't say knocking out people out the box, but what you're doing is you're furthering their lineage, not yours like you think you are, especially if you ain't married to her. You know what I'm saying? We keep thinking just because we go out and have these children and the fact that the children are born is what binds two families. No, that's not what binds the two families, because you two may have a mixed child together, but that side of that father or mother, the mother and the father side, they're not blood related. There is no relation there. The only relation is between the mother and the father who made that child. So this illusion of everybody being one happy family just because this so-called black man went and had a baby with this so-called black woman, now we all family. No, that's not so. That's not true at all. And that ultimately can be the issue. It draws the wedge in between our people when it comes to this perspective. But that's just my opinion. I yield.
Now, was you were speaking from a perspective of a pale woman?
Hey, shout out to my sister Sharice, man, in the building. Hit the link. Come talk to me. J. Cole has a white mom. Yeah, that's true. He is mixed.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of mixed people. Yeah.
No, Sharice.
I got a mixed sister. We talking about one that did something positive for the benefit of our people historically. So that's what we're talking about. I can name a bunch of mixed people here. I got 2 siblings, brothers and a sister that's mixed.
I don't have siblings, but I have an auntie. My aunt Shirley. She was a pale woman, and she lived her life as a pale woman, and she never wanted to mix because she grew. I mean, of course,
he became a state trooper like last month.
Yeah.
Like, he just became a state trooper. Just made it through trooper school and all that shit.
So, Bap, I have an aunt. She's going now, but when she was this was in the 50s. She never wanted to have anything to do with my grandmother or my grandfather.
Kelly Green, tall, dark, and handsome, wasn't a phrase that was applied to Negro men. It was applied to Italian men. Go look it up. And it's mostly white women that said it when they talking about a white man. Go look at it. All the historical references they're not talking about Negroes. But yeah.
So, can I ask you about what brought up this conversation?
Earlier, I heard them going back and forth, and I heard that Dulcinea had an African husband, And I was just wanting to chop it up with her about that conversation and stuff, and in general, since it was public and stuff.
So shit, where's Dulcinea at?
I think she's still over there on Root Channel.
Because we definitely need her here. Because listen, because they also came at me too. My man is from Guyana. And if y'all know any history about Guyana, y'all do know that the American folks are the one that flooded Guyana. I don't know if y'all know that true history when it comes to that. That's Guyana is very Americanized. That is not a place that they're Spaniard. Okay? Those folks that are in Guyana are from fucking America. Grandparents, great grandparents, that's what they are. So when y'all equate them to be like, oh my gosh, they're a Spaniard, they're this, they're not.
Well, we got
Right? Huh?
yeah, and that's why I've always said one's nativity not is not contingent upon birthplace, because you could be an American by blood and be born somewhere else. That means
Yeah, that's not what we talking about, Sharice. Yeah, he good, but he ain't did shit for our people on the large scale. But I fought with J. Cole though. You know what I'm saying? I always been a J. Cole fan since I was a shorty. You feel me? But nah.
Yeah, I like it. I like his music.
But I'm being like, this is a deep conversation, and these are the conversations sometimes that need to get had. They're a little uncomfortable for people, but fuck, that's what we do though. We have these conversations.
We should have these conversations.
And I feel like I don't care. Like I said, I'm gonna say it once again, I don't give a fuck who y'all niggas be dealing with. I'm just talking about the ramifications. You see what I'm saying? And I haven't heard one positivity yet from race mixing. Not one.
And someone, because y'all know y'all fucking follow us, go tell Dulcinea we need her to fuck over here on Bab's channel.
Yeah, calm down.
Have this fucking
We do definitely need her over here. We do need her over here though, for sure.
We do. So y'all motherfuckers go get Dulcinea and tell her to fucking come the fuck over here.
I don't want to make it seem like we having a show about pretty much her.
No, it's not about no. It's not about her.
Grateful. Hold on. I just want to make it clear.
My bad.
You good, sis. You good. I don't want to make it seem like we, you know what I'm saying? Because I want her. I figure she'd have already been in the chat. We're almost 2 hours in. You feel me? So I would love to get her perspective on it and get, we do these words on the street. I put one person on the panel. I asked them a lot of the questions. Some of them are uncomfortable. Some of them are rapid. Some of them may be even what we would call hot seat questions. And we let her clear the air, and we give our perspective as well. You know what I'm saying? So if y'all haven't seen my official word on the streets, I got like 20 of them on this channel. They lit. I got Smoke on the hot seat one-on-one with some serious questions and stuff that was going around. Big Dog, I think I did one with Big Dog. Didn't I do one with you? It's a hot seat, ain't it, Big Dog? Tell him.
Nigga, you didn't put Supreme on that bitch. Like, listen, we know
I think
you
I put Supreme.
You did.
You did. Don't look at it. I even put Sonetta on the channel. He even came on word on the streets. I questioned him.
You did. You
asked him about fucking trannies and him being gay, because these are the things that we see about him in the community. It gets deep, bro. We ask the serious questions that people may not want to ask.
And that's how come I appreciate you, little big bro. Because guess what?
I think they've been around. I should put his. I think I want to put him in a word on the street. Just chop it up, ask him a couple questions pertaining to the conversation. I think that'll be lit.
I think you should do it, and I know you should do it, because guess what? People are afraid to get into the aspect. I'm gonna say it, and Grateful is saying it. They don't want to get to the fruity looty aspects. You know what I'm talking about? I'm gonna say it that way. They don't want to get to the fruity looty, but motherfuckers be talking fruity looty a lot, right? So, Bap, who better to do it than you? Because you're very. I'm gonna give you your flowers right now. You're very gracious, right? You have this understanding that you can understand the other aspect of narratives of people and how they see things, and you're the one to do it. So goddamn it, BAP, the BAP the BAP News,
Hey, I'm gonna tell
always
you something.
here.
I'm gonna tell you something. It's something that I gotta work on hard. Is to critically analyze everything, even sometimes my perspective, which I often do, even live with you guys. We got to get out of this thing that's called in-group biasness, and it comes with anyone who dedicate their time to a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, hey, certified, you funny as hell. Bring your country ass up here, nigga.
Well, BAP, I'm gonna say this to you: you're able to do it, and
Hey,
that's
I
because
guess
I've always loved you.
you
I
gonna
love
say,
you. I mean, I don't love you more than I love A1, but you know, I'm
it's
just
all
saying.
good. That's my big brother. It was, that's big
You know,
brother.
listen, I love him. Anyway, um, but no, you're definitely the one to do it, and I commemorate you, and I know that you're gonna go far. I listen. I really do know you're going to go far because you understand the context of the people, the way we think, how we're triggered, how we're bothered. And I like the fact that you
Yeah, a
stay
lot of y'all
calm.
get
I like the
paid
fact that
for
you
it.
stay calm through this shit. Your
Yeah,
common, your commonality through all of this shit is what helps a lot of people. And they don't see that shit. I do. My little big bro, my little big cousin. You have this calmness about yourself. That means you have studied yourself well, Bab. I know that you calmed yourself down enough to study us. You understand what I'm talking about?
right.
So I appreciate that grace that you've given yourself. So big up to you. And I'm gonna be the fuck quiet. But I'm gonna just tell you right now. I'm giving you your flowers right now, young bro. You are gonna make it big. Okay? You got this in the bag.
Nah, bro, chill out. Chill out, Sanchi. She talking about Dulcinea, gang. You tripping. You bogus as hell, gang. Sanchi, bring your country ass up here, nigga. You always in the chat talking shit. This nigga Sanchi, bruh. This nigga ain't shit. Hey, MP Lucky, come up here, cause you a mixed breed, fam. Bring your ass up here. Always, of course, we gotta get the mixed people perspective. I don't know what the fuck he mixed with though, but let's start there. You know, but hey,
Hold up, these niggas ain't jumping up because these niggas they jump up any other time. Y'all niggas afraid cause BAP on this bitch? Y'all afraid of the Bapitins? Where y'all niggas at? Y'all got a lot to talk. So now the Bapitins in the building. Y'all niggas ain't stepping the fuck up.
you why? That's just
Huh?
more of a conversation. You know what I'm saying? It ain't no
Nah,
debate.
nigga. Any other time, these niggas be jumping up. Bom, bom. They be jumping, jumping, jumping. The Baptins in the building. Where y'all niggas at? Y'all afraid of the Baptins? Y'all don't want to be baptized by this nigga? Huh? You don't want your head in the water, nigga? Or
Hey,
bitches?
right,
Wherever they come from.
right, Mo, you funny as hell. Y'all some funny ass niggas in the chat, bruh. I swear to God, y'all crazy.
No, niggas ain't crashing out. Oh, Baps in the building. Niggas is afraid for real. So hold up. Hit the jump. Come up, niggas. Come up, mentions. Minions. Come the fuck up. Where y'all
I'm
at
just saying
now?
though, cause
Oh,
y'all be
the
like, yeah.
Bap. They afraid of you, nigga. They afraid, nigga. They don't want to get baptized. Niggas don't want to be baptized. You don't want back to put you in the water and sink your ass in. Ha 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 ha.
Grateful funny as shit. Uh, Shout out to everybody that's in the building though. But listen though, man, y'all niggas talking about these other races. Y'all see what they be doing? Just be throwing random motherfucking spices in. Ain't washed their hand. He washing his hand with the water. Man, y'all niggas be wild. That's that holy hand soup. You don't be eating that? Come on, y'all niggas be eating that. Sister Betty.
What's up, Bab?
What you got going on?
I was just listening to everybody.
Oh, what my man
Hey,
Willie at?
Sister Becky, can
Huh?
you agree with me? Niggas afraid they don't want to be baptized. Niggas be coming up all day. Niggas be online all day. Then he come to Baptist. Niggas don't want to get
Lord.
baptized. Niggas don't want to be baptized. Y'all talk shit all day, every day. Then he come to Baptist.
Hey, but listen, no, I'm just pointing out some facts.
It's your auntie, babe.
Hey, hey, Sister Betty, you like the Asians, right? Yeah,
Huh?
go and get you a little Asian. Let them fry you up a bamboo bat. Huh? Yeah, you said you was hungry. Yeah, you said you want a little Asian. Yeah, a nigga gonna give you a flying rat.
Just because I said that I like them don't mean that I eat all the food they eat.
You gonna be submissive and do what he say.
No, that ain't the kind.
Yeah, Sister Betty,
Nah. Nah, I ain't eating that. I fry his ass some chicken, and that's just gonna be it.
Nah, you don't eat that, nigga. He eat bat only, nigga, with soy sauce. See, you already ain't being submissive. You turn into a Shanae now. You back talking, you gonna do what you want to do. See, you already going against the grain. See, already. See,
But
see.
this conversation was pretty deep, but I think it was unfair too. I think it was unfair a little bit.
Okay, tell me why.
Well, everybody gave great input.
Yeah, they did.
I think a lot of all of us had a different understanding of the question. I think that in a little later on, you made it a bit more clear.
Well,
you and Smoke together. It took you and Smoke to make it more clear to me of what you was trying to figure out, like what is positive.
I feel like it was clear. The relationship part of the conversation is vague. The main point of the conversation I want to have was with Dulcinea, but she haven't came in yet. So, but off of that, we was going to stimulate off of a couple factors that I want to have. But listen, this is y'all like this crazy. Y'all like this, Sister Betty?
No, I ain't say I like rats. I said I like Asians. I ain't say I like rats.
Oh, stop, my bad. These are Africans. Come on.
Oh, wait. See now, you didn't ask the question. There's races that I won't date. I know that. There's races of people that I won't date of other cultures. That should have been a question you asked. Like, I will never date an African.
My question that I want to ask. That's the question you want to ask. Nigga, I asked it what I wanted to ask, and then I felt like, it was a very precise question.
It was a good question that you asked. It was interesting.
Now look, Dulcinea, don't tell me, come on now. Big Indian business. We better not be getting fed no motherfucking fufu and rat.
I wouldn't date no African.
Don't come on now. See, that's what happens. See, your grandmama wouldn't approve of this. Your grandmama didn't make this. See, y'all mixing up cultures and shit. Now you beefing with your grandmama and shit. Nobody want your ass to come around. See? What's up, Lucky?
Oh boy, it's trouble now.
What you say?
What'd you say, fam?
Hey man, you gotta turn my mic up, man. I'm on the iPhone 12. It's
Now
the burner phone.
your mic up, bro. I'm gonna turn it back up.
Okay, man, cause it's the burner phone, Jack. You gotta understand me. But what's up, man? Hey, man, word on the street, man. Word on the street. The Indians and the Aboriginals ain't fucking with each other. What's going on, man?
The Aboriginal Indians ain't fucking with you.
They ain't fucking with you. They ain't. What's going on? What's the beef, bro? I've been.
Oh no, they love me, nigga. Everybody love me. You ain't heard one nigga say they don't fuck with me. Who said they don't fuck with me?
No, not that. No, not you. Nigga been going at Supreme. I've been
That's
sitting back
done.
watching,
Now
man.
listen. That they was having their issues, but that's done. I talked to Chief. I talked to Wild Savage. That shit done.
Oh, you playing bit mediator? That what you were doing?
No, just like we
mitigation,
men, bro.
mitigation.
We got big Aboriginal Indian business to do. You feel me? So at the same time, when I rock with some brothers and I know the mission, sometimes we be getting and roadblocks, and sometimes nigga gotta, you know what I'm saying? Here go a shortcut, boom. We just get back on the path. You feel me? Ain't nothing small thing to a giant, my nigga.
Okay, well, I'm just peeping back looking.
You know, sometimes it's turmoils. You feel me, my nigga? It happens. You feel me?
Hey, look, all I'm saying is the trap jumping right now. I don't know what y'all boy got going, but that's
the trap jumping though for sure. But I don't know what's going on though. I'm out the loop. Maybe you know more than me though. What been happening? What you see?
Listen, let me put you on speed. You could just put it off on. Oh man, it's your Pan African cousin. He was tripping. He don't know what he talking about. But
well,
hey,
we got
man,
people over that's gonna check you and see if you lying too. But go ahead.
So niggas was going at Chief, Supreme John, and your boy A1, calling them boys pseudo. A1 pulled up today and addressed all the, you know what I'm saying? He dressed a little shit. You feel me? So word on the street is, you know, it's a little coalition, and they trying to divide and conquer. That was the exact words that I believe Sister Betty used. You know, I was low key finna do a reaction video on some Poetic Flacco shit. But I was like, man, I'ma chill. I ain't gonna do too much. You know. But man, I've been watching.
Wait, what you talking about? Divide and
No,
conquer,
Sister
Sister
Becky,
Betty.
You come up with what I'm
capping.
talking about. Come on, don't do
Hold
that.
on,
Sister
Grateful.
Becky,
Hold
you
on,
ain't
Grateful.
no. He was capping. Sister Becky, you didn't have nothing to do with none of this shit.
Hold on,
Oh,
Grateful.
okay, yeah. Don't put me in nothing.
No. When you was the other day, when you was like, it's some people trying to cause a divide and conquer in the community and stuff. Remember you said that?
Oh yeah, well there is. I thought y'all said today. I said that.
No. He was talking about his in the past when we did it.
I'm just giving a synopsis of what's been going. That's just what's been going. That's all.
Oh no, that's regular though, fam. People disagree, man. But you know, I thought I set the record straight yesterday. If you didn't see that bill yesterday, go check it out. We set the record straight. But it's all love though, fam. You feel me?
So if you set the record straight, you can let the record reflect real quick what it is.
Everything.
Okay, no doubt. So why Dosey at the top of the conversation did? Ain't she an Indian?
Yeah, she Indian for sure. She ain't in no bad spot or nothing. It's just some questions we want to ask. There was some stuff that came about in conversation. So it just sparked another conversation over this side. You see what I'm saying? And I was hoping that maybe Dosey could indulge in on the conversation with us. But my brother Wild Savage up here with us, and I know they solid. So
yeah, Wild Savage down there be trying to speak for her with his looking ass. But
damn. Well, sometimes y'all be trying to go at the women when the men be up there with the same perspectives, but y'all fail to go with them. So sometimes I understand when the brothers do that. You see what I'm saying? But I understand what y'all saying too, though. It is a verbal combat and it is unisex. That means women can get involved. That means women can get involved as well. Men and women can get involved in combat as well. Nobody's going to get physically hurt. So everybody's in level playing grounds when it comes to that.
I always say, if you don't want to engage, then just don't engage.
So I understand both perspectives, though. I'm able to look at shit from both perspectives. Benny!
What's going on, Bap? How you doing, bro? Peace to everybody out there.
I can't call it Kool-Aid.
Well,
But
Latoya, And well
Excuse
to
me.
hey, and wellness to the baptism. Okay, you're in the baptism aspect. So when you come in here, understand this is a baptism.
Hey, it's only two things I ain't seen before. What you smoking on over there, Benny?
Some jet fuel.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, yeah.
Root words. Come on the panel. I noticed you didn't come on the panel. We know your perspectives, but come on.
Nah,
Let's
this
see.
a cool. This a cool topic, man.
Yeah, it's a decent little topic. Shout out to everybody that was indulging in on the conversation that happened earlier on. I don't know if it was Smoke or Rootworth's channel, but I was watching it earlier. I was listening to it. Root, nigga, you scary, bro.
His phone still fucked up.
Nigga, Root words, you just showed me like $400 in ones the other day. Nigga, go buy a little phone, my nigga. Go buy you a little phone. Get you a little Android Galaxy 6, and you in the
Hey,
game, nephew.
hey, go get him a chirp or something, bro. A little burnout.
Big dog Philly OG, what you doing, man? You ain't talked to your motherfucking nephew since you been up here, nigga. What's going on? You fucking with the mixing? You cool with it?
You already know the answer to that, Bat. What's good, Bat? Shout out to my nigga Bat.
Yeah.
Everybody on the panel, Sister Bethy, uh, Lysandra,
Come on,
Grateful,
Ru.
and
You a
everybody
big
in the
Hey,
chat,
fan.
man.
big
Power to
dog.
the motherfucking people, man.
Ru.
Y'all know I'm
Wellness, Philly.
y'all know
Wellness
I'm
Hey,
to you
truly
and your
Mr.
family.
hey, Ru, you've been one of the biggest conversations that get brought up when it comes to mixing. You feel what I'm saying? Because you spoke about your white baby mama, your open mixed son, and stuff like that. So come on up. Are you perfectly engaged? Engaged. And I love to hear your perspective. Of course, I'm gonna give you my stance and pushback. And even Benny Jones can even speak to being set in pro sale to being a mixed racer as well.
Nah, shit. I
Hey,
want to. I like
hey,
shit like
Bat,
this.
real quick. Y'all didn't talk about the aspect of mixed children, their mentality, and
Oh, we
and
didn't even get to
also
that part yet.
how a lot
We
of them is they self hate, don't want to be black.
Hey,
Y'all didn't
listen,
go into
hold
none of
on,
that.
big dog. You gotta say some of this. I'll be saving some of this for a debate, big dog. You gotta kick back. I'll be saving some of this. You understand? Let's go though, Benny Jones. You got the flow.
Nah, nah. Uh,
Now I'm
at
just
the,
gonna say, you know,
nah,
uh,
go ahead.
a lot of mixed children are confused. Their psyche ain't the greatest because they're torn between both worlds, and one of the worlds is not positive. You know what I mean? So a lot of them are lost with the mentality because they're torn between black and flag on the plate, black and white. I've seen a lot of it. They don't know who they want to be, if they want to be on the nigger side or if they want to be on the Caucasian side. A lot of confusion. That's
Hey,
what I
chill
see with
out,
mixed
Ospa.
kids. But you got it.
Nah, Ospa bogus as hell. His ass gotta chill. You knew what I was trying to say, Gary. Chill out. Uh, go ahead, Benny. You got it, bro. Use a race mixer.
No, go ahead. No, it's an interesting topic because, like you and Smoke was saying, I've seen both sides of that coin, bro. Like most mixed people I know, they mess with niggas more than the white side, and vice versa. Yet, me personally, I love women, period, bro. It ain't got nothing to do with no color or none of the shit that we deal
I
with,
mean, you
bro.
should, and that's for another conversation if you
No, no, no,
didn't.
no, no, real. But I'm saying that to say, at the end of the day, my lady, she Mexican. It ain't that, you know, I chose her over a sister or like nothing like
But
that.
you did
At
though.
no, at the end of the day, when I met her, I wasn't messing with nobody. Shit, I wasn't trying to mess with nobody.
And so
Any
you
chick I
chose her over a sister. I mean, it's just the fact. You're not with a sister. You with a Mexican. That means you chose a Mexican over a sister. That's the fact.
no, because at the end of the day, like I said, it wasn't nothing like I was on a hunt just for a Mexican woman.
I
That's
mean,
not
whether
true.
you was on it or not, you chose one, and you chose it. Whoever you chose in this case, it happened to be over the black woman in this case because it's not a black woman, so or Aboriginal woman in this case. So you literally chose.
And that's but just like it, it has
Your mic messing up, bro. Get some. Go back. Turn your Wi-Fi off right quick, gang. Turn your Wi-Fi off. Turn your Wi-Fi off because you getting farther and farther away from the crib. You gotta turn that motherfucking Wi-Fi off. Oh, hold on. Let me give Sanchi a wrench in the chat. Hold on, because
all right.
Sanchi over there getting blicked the fuck out. Let me get my nigga. Go ahead. You got the flow though, gang.
Yeah, but no, like just like Big Dog was half-ass saying about the bullshit with the kids. My daughter mixed. She only 8, but because of a lot of shit that affect us in general, that shit has the trickle
It's
down
only
effect.
half-assed because you couldn't understand it, but basically I was stating facts. That
No,
how
no,
I
no.
feel I
I get
mentally
what you're saying,
functioning
Big Dog.
because of it.
No,
But you got
no,
it, brother.
no. You right in what you said. I'm just saying, people in general, at times we don't get shit. But what I was explaining, my daughter tell me conversations about that at school, like, oh, this girl asked me why is my hair curly the way it is, or this, that, and the third. And I explained it to her because at the end of the day, that's my job as her dad to do it. Number one, but second, if a person chooses anything outside their race, whatever their perspective is on it, bro, my daughter knows she's part Indian and whatever her mama is. She knows my background. She know her mama background. She know, in a sense, she knows what goes on. Like when it comes to her homework in school, I tell her the history I know, shit that I've researched
I know.
myself,
I
shit that I
mean,
picked
listen,
up
it's
with
all
y'all.
love. No, that's all
No,
good. What's the
no,
benefit
yeah.
of you race mixing?
I don't. Honestly, I can't answer that because I don't look at it in that aspect. Shit, it is what it is to me. Like I can't tell this man because he got a white woman, he a piece of shit because that's who he chose. That's what happened.
Well, in
Same
your
thing.
case, it would be a contradiction because you won't be able to say that because you know what I mean. You will fall in that same line. You see what I'm
No, that
saying? So
I have no dog in that fight. That's why I can't
yeah,
say
that's what I'm
nothing.
saying. You wouldn't have no dog. It
Yeah,
will go. It will go for both of y'all. That's what I'm saying. So
no,
what
because
I'm saying is, when it comes to preserving your lineage of who you are, just like who you, the man that you are because your parents preserved that lineage and their parents preserved that lineage. You mixing does not preserve that lineage.
in a sense, I get what you're saying. I
Thank
get what you're
you.
saying, but at the end of the day, it do
Oh my,
because my when it comes to my daughter, that's her mama only child. So my blood as well as hers is strong as fuck in her. It ain't gonna be no bleaching that out quick fast like we know how shit happen. Second, she my child. I know what her genes like. I ain't going nowhere. I live forever. I'm who I am. You know, niggas don't die, we multiply. Somebody said that shit earlier on there. But straight up, it ain't like a motherfucker spreading themselves around to everybody in the whole fucking world type shit. Yeah, niggas do that shit. But for me, like I said, I don't look at it like that. Whoever a motherfucker choose, that's their prerogative. Shit, the niggas I see with sisters, shit, I salute them too. Like, bro, got him one. Especially if she got
listen,
something
I don't
upstairs.
knock nobody or what they do. I don't care. I know several people, so that's not the issue. The point is, what is the ramification? Is there a benefit, or is there a positive aspect of race mixing, or is it a negative impact on race mixing? That's yeah, man. That's where we at with this conversation. And I say it's a negative. So if you not able to say or see, then that's cool. But back to what you said earlier, you said I didn't choose no Mexican woman over no black woman, but that's literally what you did, though. I just want you to know that. Hey, Kelly Green, how the hell you know I gave you a wrench, nigga? Hey, Kelly Green, nigga, stop playing with me. You said that you couldn't see. How the fuck did you see that you got a wrench? See, I'm watching your ass, Kelly.
And I choose a sister every time. Fuck that. Even if shit get hard,
Shout out to
I'm
my
not
sister
going to the
Kelly
other
Green.
race. I'm staying with a sister 100% of the time. Y'all got it.
Yo, I gotta speak on this. Yo, what's good, Al? Yo, I've been in Tennessee, nigga. I get back home. You heard me? Probably in about a week. You heard me? But peace to
That's
the
not
guys.
real.
Peace to the
I
sister
don't
on the
I
panel.
don't live in Tennessee though, cause I ain't lived in Tennessee in a while though. That's what
Man,
I'm
I'm
saying.
out here. I'm out here. I'm building a Marriott out here. Fucking. But I'm almost done with this shit. Yo, these. I thought. I thought white people was racist, nigga. East Indians, well, Hindustans. I hate calling them East Indians. Them Hindustan motherfuckers from what they call East India, bro. Them niggas is racist. Like yo, they don't like nobody, nigga. Like if you don't look like them, they ain't fucking with you. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, let's get to it. Have you wronged in the motherfucker? And I'm about to tell you why, nigga.
Go ahead. Talk to me.
I got a little cousin named Derek, and I thought Derek didn't. I thought Derek didn't like black women. He always date white girls, right? Or like Cubans and shit like that. Come to find out, it was just that most sisters consider Derek lame. He was a black woman now, you know what I'm saying? But during his whole life, like high school, middle school, you know what I'm saying? Derek was a nerd, you know what I'm saying? Like, he was lame. My little cousin was lame, you know what I'm saying? But the only women who didn't find him lame was women that wasn't sisters. And he
So
always want. I asked Derek, I said, "Yo, why you don't want a black woman anyway?" He was like, "It's not that I don't want a black woman." He was like, "But if you put it like that, my mom is the reason I don't like black women. But it ain't that I don't like them; they just don't like me." He was like, "Nigga, I like Ashley." He went to naming the girls he liked, but they
listen
just
though,
didn't like him.
no. I want to dialogue with you.
Go ahead.
The reason that we just heard something similar to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's coming from a scorn point of view. So he's
Nah, he with a sister now. His old lady now is a sister.
counting that into his perspective of how he see women. So he's already looking at it from an altered lens. He brought up that he don't like black women because of his mother, and which is the case sometimes. I'm not saying it ain't. You see what I'm saying? But
Yeah, but he with a sister right now.
But now listen,
Yeah.
let's just say all that's true. Let's just say all that's true. Okay.
Yeah.
What is the benefit of it?
The benefit of it is and I'm about to answer this question, and this is 100% real. The black race is deleted without the black man. Even though we know we're not black, I'm just using black as a general term. Without it, we the only motherfuckers that's important. The reason I say that is because we could take any one of these bitches and make and recreate our whole fucking. They all come from us in the first place, my nigga. You see, they all come from us. That's why originally they all call us God. God is all us on one accord. And Ab, I know you study, so I know you know that. All our people on one accord, nigga, that's God. We pray to ourselves in our own nature in which we come from. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, for me to tell a brother, you got to fight for a peaceful household when you already got a peaceful household. Now, granted, I'm talking this shit. Yes, my wife is a sister. She at the house. You know what I'm saying? That's the. But at the same time, the same way I love my wife, I also love my best friend, who's a Cuban woman.
Hey, I'm gonna just say this. I'm gonna stop you because I let you go for a minute and a half.
Go
And
ahead.
you still didn't answer my question. I'm not the feelings enforcement, and I don't care about people's feelings and who they want to love and lust
You
after.
asked what's the benefit
You
of
see what I'm saying? What
interracial.
is the benefit of you race mixing? What is the benefit to your lineage in preserving who you are? Go ahead.
All right. Now, as far as that, when you say what's the benefit of race mixing, most brothers who doing that, I'm answering the question. Most brothers who dating out of race ain't dating saying I specifically want this. That's just the relationship that they wind up in. But as far as if you saying aboriginal families as far as one culture, there is no benefit to it unless you specifically teach your children our side of the culture. You see what I'm saying? I can't sit up here and say that there is a major benefit to it unless the father is there in the life, because the difference between dating, this the only difference between dating a sister and dating other women. If
Listen,
you
what I'm
need
saying
if
is,
you have children, check it out. Just give me 10 seconds.
I'm
If you
wanting
have
you to
children,
answer the damn question, fam. That's all. That's all, fam.
well, no, I
You be
I
giving
just
me,
answered it.
you
There
be
is no benefit to it.
giving me scenarios and then link that to other.
There ain't
I'm giving
Ab,
it.
I
I'm
just
giving
told
it
you
my,
there ain't no benefit to it.
once again, I don't judge people for who they are. I just want to deal with the ramifications of when people mix. Is it a benefit of
Yeah,
preserving your
Ab, it ain't no
ethnicity?
benefit to it.
So I just want to know if it is a benefit, say yes, and then give me the benefit. I don't want to hear these
No, it ain't
scenarios
no.
about this feeling and falling in love and it was
Nah,
scorned
nah, 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 nah.
hold on, and was a
Yeah,
dweeb
go
in
ahead.
school and all that shit. Because I know a lot of lame niggas that was in school, straight nerds that did fine, was married, did what they did, and with black women and whatever the case may be. So I
Yeah,
don't know what the hell y'all talking
but
about.
Ab, I gotta say this though. When I look at my communities, like when I go from state to state, my nigga, there ain't no fucking benefit in dealing with no specific woman. Because if that's the case,
That's a
black
lie.
men
That's
ain't. Hold on, I'm about to check. I'm about to check you on this shit now. Black men, we have not been running our neighborhoods. Our sisters have,
there you
and they've
go.
been the
Boom.
worst. Check it.
Hold
I
on.
love my black
Hold
women,
on.
my nigga,
Hold on.
but they've been
There
the
you
worst
go. There
motherfucking
you
things
go.
that happen to us. This is just the truth,
Listen,
nigga. That's the white
every,
man's
listen,
biggest weapon against us is our own sisters.
but hold on. Let me get my point out. That's why I knew you were going to do it. And I killed this talking point earlier. Every time y'all try to talk about the ramifications of us dealing with our own people, you guys bring up the negativity of black males. That shows a biasness. But guess what, though? I can give you perfect
Nah,
reasons of
you ignore when I brought up the positive. You
hold
ignored the
on,
positive.
hold on. I need you to listen because there's multiple reasons of why it's a benefit for you to mix with your peoples of your ethnicity and of your stock to preserve your ethnicity, your race, and your stock. If you add something, you take away. And if it's takeaway, it's not building. That's just simple math. The math gonna add. So when you get into the ramifications of the black man doing this and the black man doing that, that's a biased standpoint. It goes both ways. You see what I'm saying? And it still doesn't give credit. It still wouldn't be considered a negative. You see what I'm saying? On the preserving of your lineage. It would just be maybe turmoil of some interest within the communication within the relationship. But they could be non-communicating, still amalgamating. That's not doing anything uh, negative to the lineage. Like that's like you can't get around that. So what we're talking about is the benefits and the ramifications of race mixing. You niggas is race traders. But go ahead.
All right, now, once again, all my children is for black women, and my wife is black. But at the same time, I understand.
It ain't for you. It ain't for you. Yeah. You know what I'm
But
saying?
check this out. This is the negative part of having
Go ahead.
children.
Go ahead. Tell me the negative part of being with your peoples. Go ahead. Explain.
No, 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 no. I told you the
Go ahead.
negative part of.
Tell me the
Check it.
negative part of amalgamating with your people. Go ahead.
Check it. I was about to say because I don't think you heard me when you asked me what was the benefits of dating outside or having children or race mixing pretty much. I said it ain't no fucking benefit. You know what I'm saying? The negative part of dealing with other women is if I have a child with a black woman,
Okay,
my
then. So
culture.
you're not answering my question then. So you give me another
Nah,
scenario.
you asked me what's the benefit of it. I'm
just
telling you it ain't
conceded.
none.
I just want to make sure you conceded that it ain't no what.
There is no benefit because you gotta look. I look at
Go
all
ahead.
women as women. I
You
look
have
at it
no
like we create our own. We the men, my brother. We could take any woman and recreate ourselves over and over and over again.
No, you don't. No,
We
you don't.
create the
No, you
sisters
don't.
come from
No, you
us. We
don't.
don't come from the sisters, my nigga.
That's a religious perspective, usually coming from the
That's
Christianity
scientific. That's
Abrahamic faith.
scientifically proven. That's scientifically proven. A woman carry a child. She don't create it.
Guess you won't ever.
We carry life in our nuts. We carry life in our nuts. That's real.
That's
I'm
true.
not just talking out my ass, man. That's
That's
real. What I'm
That's
saying is, I don't look at it.
Bro,
There is no benefit.
hold on.
Go
Let's
ahead.
just be real. The shit that you
Peace,
talk about
brother,
that comes
peace.
from your scrotum is what we call sperm. It actually comes and formulates from the brain, and the women brain actually has the same function to produce it as well. That's a whole nother scientific conversation for you. No, you see what I'm saying? So, but what we know for a fact is that the woman definitely carries the child for sure, physically, observably, and scientifically. Okay,
Peace back. Peace back.
go ahead, big brother. No enemies of the public, big brother. Not sure you already know the vibes, gang. You got the flow.
Wellness,
I
Nasia.
beg,
Wellness to
peace,
you.
peace, peace. How you doing, sis? I beg to differ with
Peace,
the
brother.
men
Hey,
carrying
Akeem,
the
you ain't
life.
gotta be a chatty
The
patty
woman,
from the chat. Come hit the link. It's room up here.
the woman carries the life. The
Come
man
say it with your
fertilizes.
chest, brother.
The man is a fertilizer. That's why she's called fertile. The woman carried the life. Wherever seeds in a woman, she have that when she starts to menstruate. That's scientific facts.
Right, it takes two
Men
to
don't
tango
carry
for
the
sure.
life. Men
It
don't
takes
carry the
two to
life.
tango.
Men fertilize it. It's a fertilization. That's why she's called fertile. Life is not in us, but we can't bring life in this world without the agent of a man and a woman. They both got to come together.
Right.
So we need to get up off that. We carry life and they don't. We both carry the
If
life.
what y'all
But we
saying
can't
is
bring
true,
the
then this
life
wouldn't be a
we can't bring the
conversation.
life in the world without each other.
If what y'all saying is
Hey,
true,
you
then this
gotta
wouldn't be
realize,
a
brother,
conversation.
enemy. Hold on. You gotta realize, brother, enemy's public. He's coming from a religious perspective, gang.
Nah, listen to what y'all just said. And I'm telling y'all that if what this brother just said is true, then race dating wouldn't be a conversation. Because if the woman carries the life and the man is putting seed into that woman, all life come from her in the first place. Us dating outside our race wouldn't matter. If what y'all say is true,
those two are not
that's the
synonymous.
bottom line.
One have
I
No,
mean,
nothing to
no,
do with
that's the truth. I'm using your own logic against you. If
I'ma
you
just
tell
say
me
it
that the
takes
woman
two to
creates
tango,
life,
man. Listen, it just takes
I
two
didn't
to
say
tango.
anything about
You gotta go
create. I
deep.
didn't say I said nothing about create. You dealing with
I
creation.
said that we create life in our nuts, and you said I was 100% wrong. The woman carries life. That's what you said. She carries. I said we create, and she carried the
You
life
said
we put
create.
inside of
I
her.
didn't use the word create.
You said carry.
You didn't
I
put the
used the
life
word
inside of
create.
her. The
I
life is
said we
already
create life
inside.
out of our nuts.
Hold on, truthful troll. One at a time. Calm down. Everybody
No,
just
Go ahead.
no, sir.
down. This is
We
a
don't,
good conversation.
we don't create a life. Can you do that without her? That's the question. And
Go
can
ahead,
she do
truthful
that
troll.
without you? That's the other question.
Let
You
them
can't.
cook.
Once
brother.
again, we create the life that she carries. All right.
No,
Now,
sir.
the question that Aboriginal Power is asking, he's literally asking this: what is the benefit of us as brothers putting life in women of different races? Because women carry the life that you put inside of her. They
Brother,
don't
a
create
woman
it.
can
We
have a
do.
child from any man. Any man go inside a woman, regardless of what the ethnicity, a child would be the result. So what you're saying makes no sense.
It does make perfect sense. That's why I said we carry our own nation inside our nuts. What I'm telling you is if we carry our own nation inside of our nuts, any woman I put a child in, that's
Man,
still the same nation as us.
bro.
That is the same. That's the same. That's the same. That's the
Hey,
same seed.
Hey, we're gonna revisit the army in the nuts conversation in a second. We gonna move on. King Kong, what's the word, guy?
Yo, what's up? Y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Look good, ain't shit. No, I was saying what? Because you was like, you said woman can produce sperm. That shit was like, what?
Yeah, you
That's
can look
why
it
I
up.
said what?
Just Google it, man. Just don't take my
I
word for
did. I
it. It's
did.
Google,
I
y'all
did.
friend.
I did.
What it say?
I did. It said in rare cases, women with certain genetic conditions may produce sperm-like cells, but these cells are not functional and cannot fertilize an egg. You
Right.
heard me? Y'all can hear me?
Right. Yeah, I heard you.
Yeah, but it said no. Typically, women do not produce. Well, we know this, but it said no. Women do not typically produce sperm. Sperm is a male reproductive cell that is produced in the testes. Women have ovaries, which produce eggs, not sperm. That's what it says when you look it up. But that's like basic biology.
Okay.
That's exactly what I was saying. If you have a woman if you have a woman that's not fertile, she's not going to have a child. So the agent of a man and a woman have to come together for a child to be as a result.
Right. So there shouldn't really be no argument about the motherfuckers need each other to reproduce ultimately. For real, for real.
Exactly.
I get what bro's saying as far as like men carrying a life, like actual organism that evolved, but it can't or that organism can't come about without the woman. So it's like we need one another. It can't be one without the other. Like both play a crucial role.
Indeed.
But yeah, what was the bro saying about people mixing? I don't look at people like if they got like I got a homie that got a wife that's white, and that same homie a couple years ago, this was before the pandemic hit. He was I'm in Philly, so they had like a rally for Black Lives Matter and shit. So this is when shit was heating up real crazy then, and he was fighting cops because these cops was mishandling this black woman. He was fighting the cops, physically fighting 5 cops. His wife is white though, so I'm not gonna say he a traitor because I know when it come to his people, he's still willing to lay down on behalf of his people. He's an athletic director at a school. He worked with black youth. He worked with black boys and shit like that. He's a
Oh yeah,
coach
it's
of a
a lot
team.
of mixed motherfuckers, and it's a lot of black motherfuckers that go with white people that's trying to do their best to involve in the community and stuff like that. But we're talking about the ramification of mixing race.
Right. I get your sentiment. Like a nigga like me, or I'm pretty sure a lot of brothers on the panel, they wouldn't do it. Like my girl's a black woman. Like I'm pretty sure a lot of niggas on the panel, girls is black. There's some niggas
And
in
the
the
question
community, girls
is it
not.
a positivity race mixing?
Uh, the only positive thing I can say that come from it is that somebody has a family. They has a family and they able to have a child and they love their child and their family. That woman or man gave the opposite person a child. That's it's always the positive when somebody has a family, in my opinion. A
No, we're
healthy
talking
one.
about what would be the positivity as far as preserving your lineage.
As far as, but I mean, I don't know. It depends on the individual and
Yeah,
their
right.
reasoning for mixing. Like if a nigga mix, because I know people who be like, I know a couple of shorties that'll say, "Oh, I want to mix because I don't like the state that black men is in. I would rather they literally doing it for the reason
Yeah,
you
so they're
saying,
coming
like they
from
just a
scorn.
bullshit reason.
Most of them are
Yeah,
coming from a scorn perspective,
yeah.
but that wouldn't be a positivity though.
No, that's not like that. That wouldn't be positive. That's why I said it depends on the individual.
What
That's
is
some
the
bullshit.
that's what I'm trying to say. What is the positivity of race mixing when it comes as far as preserving your race and lineage?
Yeah, I was saying like the only positive it would be is if somebody gets a family. Yeah, I mean, it's subjective, however you're looking at it.
Just getting a family doesn't preserve your lineage. Depends on who you see what I'm trying to ask.
Yeah, if you have a family, your lineage is preserved because you reproduce. It might not be 100% what you wanted to be, but you reproduce nonetheless. It's nothing
Yeah,
wrong with that.
but you taking away from your preserving your lineage.
And it's in a sense, yeah. I'm not
No, it
saying you're
ain't in the
wrong.
sense you're definitely taking away from it. Once you mix, you take away. Now it's 50-50. You mix again, it's 75-25. You mix again, it's zero.
Right. But they would have to keep
So
doing it.
it's taken away. It's simple math. It's not no adding to it.
Yeah, but that's subjective. That's how you that's a personal view you have. It's cool.
No,
That's a view.
it,
I
only
agree with you
only
in the
only
view
way
because
it
I
will be
got
a
a sister.
subject. It's not a subjective view. It will only not be a positive if you just don't give a fuck about your lineage or preserving it. Then if you don't give a fuck, then that's cool.
Yeah, but then
But that needs to
not
also
all
be
people with
stated,
mixed
though.
kids,
You
not
see what
not
I'm
all
saying?
people
That
with
also
mixed
needs
kids
to be
don't care about their
stated if
lineage.
y'all don't give a fuck about preserving your lineage and your race. That also needs to be stated. You see
Yeah,
what I'm saying? If that's the case, then now we got a different conversation.
yeah, that's a fucked up individual if that's the case.
But
If they
that's
on
the
that
case with a
timeline.
lot of people, though. They're just not saying it. You see what I'm saying?
I'm no, I'm
Because
not
when
gonna
you
say
get
that.
into the
There's no
benefits of it, because when you get into the benefits of it, it's only subtraction. Now, and that's a
I'm not
negative.
gonna say that.
So, but if you're gonna say it doesn't matter or it depends on the way you look at it, that means that depends on the way you looked at if you need to preserve your lineage.
No, I say it depends on the individual. Like if the individual if his or her reasoning is saying like I don't want to have people who look like me in my bloodline, and that's purposely the reasoning, then that's a fucked up reason. It's an
Right.
ignorant ass reason. But if a person just like, yo, I've found love with this person, it just so happened to be this person. Ain't nobody else showing up, ain't nobody else appreciating my presence
Yeah,
or nothing like
I'm
that,
not even
man or
talking about their
woman, then
feelings and nothing like that because I'm not even judging people who lust or love whoever they want to love. We're just talking about the ramifications of you mixing your race.
bro,
Is
I
it a
don't know.
positive
I
or
mean,
is it
it's
a negative? You see what I'm saying?
a
Is
nigga
it a
like me or a
positive
nigga
or
like
is it a
you,
negative?
we
You
not
see
gonna
what
do it.
I'm saying? I say it's a negative, and I gave a list of reasons why throughout this live stream.
Yeah, but it's still a subjective thing because people won't do it
Well,
regardless. I'm
if
not
it's
gonna
subjective,
ostracize
give
them.
me a positive. That's what I'm saying. I'm still waiting for a positive. Nobody came on here and failed to give me a positive.
Oh, nigga, if that's what you want, I'll give you a fucking positive right
I
now.
said the positive, but you said that wasn't a good enough answer for you. So that's why I'm saying
Oh,
it's
as far
subjective
as
and it depends on
preserving
the
the race,
individual.
you just having a family doesn't have nothing to do with you preserving the race. So I mean, yeah, that's positive as far as feelings. You know what I'm saying? But that's not what we're talking about.
Is not having a child
Yeah,
preserving
I
the
mean
race?
that's outside of your race.
No, just not having one at all. Because if the person didn't, all right, say my man that's married to the white girl, whatever, say he just did not have a child at all, how would his race be preserved?
It wouldn't be preserved at all.
So that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying it's subjective. He
No,
still has a
that's a
family.
subjective. That's a subjective angle. So let's use a better scenario. He got a
All
white
angles are
woman.
subjective.
He got a white woman, or he got a black woman. Obviously, he chose the white woman over the black woman. But if he
No, he
was to
didn't
choose,
have no black
but
woman. He wanted a black woman. That's what he wanted.
well, he just
But
didn't get one.
there weren't
Get
none
one.
that there
I
weren't
don't
none
know
that fucked
why.
with him. There
We
weren't
can't
any
make
that
up
fucked with him.
excuses. So see, this is the thing. People make up excuses of why people are choosing other races over their own.
I'm
You
not
see
making
what I'm
up an
saying?
excuse. It's not my situation.
Oh, I was a nerd. I
I'm
know
telling you his
tons of nerds.
experience.
Oh, I was a nerd. I know tons of nerds that was motherfucking with black people. That's with black women. Been with them for some time now. Married kids, all kind of kids. Tons of kids.
I didn't interject that
So,
he was a nerd or nothing. I didn't say that.
well,
That wasn't in
I'm
my
referring
talking
to
point.
Truthful Troll earlier when he gave
Oh
that
yeah,
synopsis.
yeah.
But
Yo,
In his
and
case, he
keep in
just
mind,
didn't.
Aboriginal power, I've never, once again, when you ask what's the benefits of it, this is the benefit. We are, if we not at the forefront of our communities,
see,
then
listen, every time you start giving a synopsis, go ahead, but go ahead.
I'm not giving a synopsis. What
I'm
I'm saying
listening to
is
you. Listen
the
to you.
benefit is that I'd rather deal with the brother. I could go to war with a brother on side of me that's not miserable in his household. Now, as far as a race, it don't benefit us at all. But it does benefit me for my own brother to be happy in who he chose. Even though you said that's emotional, I'm telling you, nigga, the only benefit is emotional. That's the only benefit is an emotional benefit. As far as us, there is no benefit to it. You see what I'm saying? The only benefit is an emotional benefit. So then it turns into Yo, is your brother happy? Yeah. All right then. Take a coke and smile and shut the fuck up. It is what it is. But if you want because when you take a woman of another race, at the end of the day, Aboriginal power is right, y'all. You're saying fuck your sisters because you didn't pick one to marry one. But at the same time, on the other hand, those brothers didn't, or some of those brothers, because you got some Uncle Times out there that think having a different race is gonna get them further in life. Fuck those niggas. I ain't talking about that. At the
Can't
same
make
time,
excuses of why you're not with one. See, that's the late, not accountability. You see what I'm
nigga,
saying?
my wife is black as a motherfucker. But I'm speaking on, you know what I'm saying? I'm speaking on, I done dated Puerto Rican chicks and Cuban chicks. Nigga, when I was dealing with them, I wasn't, and I would have put a baby in any one of them motherfuckers. I wasn't thinking about sisters when I was dealing with them. I wasn't thinking about fuck the black woman. You know what I'm saying? Nah. This motherfucker fine. She feeling me. That's what I'm rocking with. You see
Man,
what I'm,
listen,
that's the most
I'll let
fucking
you,
thing. And you know that, yeah?
I'll let you start talking at 9:07. I promise you. Still, I mean 9:05. You didn't answer the question, bro.
I did answer the question, Ab. I told you there is no
All right, watch
benefit
this.
other
Watch this.
than
If
an
you
emotional benefit.
watch this. I'm gonna ask the chat, and they real. Chat, did y'all hear any positive or benefits from race mixing according to my brother Truthful Troll? Y'all put it in the chat for me. Y'all. But go ahead.
But yo, I'm answering the question. The only benefit is to that individual.
Y'all being disingenuous to the question and the benefits. Like it ain't none. But to say it ain't no benefits in preserving your ethnicity and your lineage by mixing with your own people is just the dumbest shit I've heard and ever.
Nah, I literally told you there is no benefit in dating outside of your race other
No, I'm
than
talking
listen.
That's what I'm talking about. You said that it ain't no benefit. You said it ain't no benefits in dating your own people as well. I said that's
No,
the dumbest shit.
no. That's not what the fuck I said. I said
Oh,
there
okay.
is no benefit in dating outside of your race other than your own emotions and feelings. How you feel personally. Okay, that brother married that Puerto Rican woman because she make him happy. Now, if you asking me what's the benefits of our race, nigga, there is none in that. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, the only benefit is that, yo, our brother happy, my nigga. Let him be happy. Go to the wedding. Support your brother. That's what he chose. You see, that's the only benefit is that individual's emotional benefit. That's it.
Nigga, we're talking about preserving your fucking lineage and
I
your
just
ethnicity.
told you
We're not
there is
talking
no
about your
benefit.
goddamn feelings,
I
nigga.
answered your question. I told you there is none, my
Okay,
nigga.
so anything
There ain't
else
none.
after that is fine and void. I don't want to give a fuck about no benefits to your feelings.
I told you as far as your own race, but then again, me and you look at race as a difference. You look at our race as if we need our sisters when
I
we
gave
created our
you
sisters.
I gave
They
you
come from us. We don't fucking come from them.
I gave you three
What
different
this nigga just
components.
say? Do you
I
know
said
We
your
don't come
race.
from our
I said
sisters. They
your
come
race,
from us,
your
my nigga.
lineage. I said your race, your lineage, and your ethnicity. That's literally what I said. So you can use any one of those if you want. So it's not hard, bro. I
Your
always give
ethnicity is your bloodline, man. Your bloodline.
Hey, I power.
If you put
Bill,
your
These the
you
type of niggas
realize
you let in the
whatever
community.
mixing your bloodline, that's not a benefit to it. That's you proving my point even more. Keep going.
you carry your own bloodline, my nigga. A woman cannot. A woman
Hold on.
cannot.
Man, these the niggas you
Hold
let
on.
in that power.
Hold on, let me let Root Words talk, man, because you nigga, you ain't making no damn sense. What's up,
Salute
Rudy?
to the panel. I power smoke. Everybody else salute. Hope y'all's day going all right.
What's up,
Hey,
you
man,
race
these the niggas you let in the community.
Chill out,
Man, he
man.
finally said that humans come from man. Tell him to explain that at power. I want to hear this shit.
Nah, we talking about you race mixing, nigga.
Okay, you right. I'm just wondering how man impregnated itself.
I don't know nothing about all that.
I'm black. LeBron James is black. LeBron James is a Philistine. Those niggas is born with 6 fingers and toes. You will never see a member of
Yeah,
my family
chill
with
it out,
6
bro.
and
Chill it
toes,
out.
nigga. So nah, hold
Bro,
on. I'm
chill it out.
this here is
Hey,
I'm
hold
giving
on,
y'all a
bro.
Bro,
perfect
don't change the
example.
subject up.
Hold
Don't
on, bro.
change the subject up, bro. You plainly.
Hold on. We trying to be real, bro. Like, come on. This is a serious conversation. We've been real. We ain't been too much jokes. You talking about Palestine, giant Nephilim, six finger, LeBron James? Come on, cuz we going too far.
No, I'm giving an example. Aboriginal. My
Power.
family don't have
Would you
6
please
fingers and
ask him
toes.
how
Some of
man
these
made
niggas in the
children,
chat.
bro? He said
Ask
all
anybody in
children
the
come from him.
yo.
Bro,
Ask
how does
anybody
man
in
get
the chat if they
how
got
does
6
man
fingers
get
and toes.
pregnant, bro?
And
Bro,
guess
how
what?
does man get pregnant?
Hold on, Truth Patrol. You using old Bible quotes to identify LeBron
No,
James.
man, niggas born with 6 toes and fingers to this day.
Nigga, you heard that in the Bible, my nigga. You gotta
My
cut it
nigga,
out.
I'm from Homer,
Power, why you
Louisiana.
defending this nigga talking about, bro, men got pregnant, homie?
Nigga, I never said men got pregnant, nigga.
Bro,
I
you
said men
said
create life, nigga.
you said man made women. That's saying man got pregnant.
No, nigga, we the original creator, my nigga. Bottom line,
That's
nigga.
saying that we got pregnant, nigga.
No, the fuck that's not, nigga.
Then how do children get here?
Listen, life is deeper than you physically think. I'm gonna say that one more time. Life is
Come
deeper
on,
than
that
you
power, man. This
physically
nigga
think,
talking
my
about man
nigga.
got pregnant or was playing with semen or some shit, bro. There's no other way out of that shit, bro. What the fuck you mean, brother?
Life is deeper than you physically think, my nigga. Like I said, the essence of the black man is the energy, is what y'all niggas call energy of the universe. For all you niggas,
Bro.
that energy of the hold on. Let me answer this nigga's question. That energy of the universe formed itself, and when it gave itself a physical form, it looked like us, or what you would call a black man, and that is the original creator of every fucking thing in all of existence.
Bro, where do
If I
all
gotta
black
keep it
men
clean,
come from, bro?
I'm asking you a simple
I
question.
No,
Where do
man.
all black men come from?
just literally explained it. I literally just
man.
explained that the
Man,
essence
okay,
of
I
the
just want to, okay, since you
universe.
explained it, and you said that, go ahead, Smoke Signal, my fault, brother.
Yeah, man, because y'all gonna take us down a whole different trajectory with
Ah, man, now they are, my fault,
the
Smoke.
spiritual energy shit, bro. We're not trying to get into spiritual energy because then he's gonna be talking about with all that shit. There ain't no such thing as race mixing, and I just want to stay specific.
Nah, they saying that it ain't no such thing.
Bro.
They saying it ain't no such thing as race mixing by saying that the woman is the creator of the child. Which is, if that's the
Man,
case,
this
then
shit is
why is this even
crazy,
a
Smoke
conversation?
Signal. That's these
Look, bro.
Hebrews over here talking about things come out of man's mouth, my nigga.
I never said nothing about Hebrew. I never even brought up the
Bro,
Bible.
to have
Y'all
a
did.
child, bro, you gotta impregnate something, bro. All black
I
men, you
understand
said,
that.
don't cut me off this time. Don't cut me off.
Nah,
You just said
hold
black man.
up.
You
You
just
said
said,
who?
no, you hold up, you weird. Just let me land my
Nah,
plane.
hold up.
You said
Hold
that.
up.
Come
What
on,
you just
Alpha.
said?
Tell him when he's done
Hold
telling,
up.
let me talk. Go ahead, bro.
You just proved my point. You said
Power,
I
hold
gotta
the
do
fuck
what
up,
to
man. This
have a
nigga just
child.
can't keep telling me to hold on. Let's get some decorum. Tell him after he done, let me talk.
Nah, I'm just saying.
It ain't
You
that
just
hard. Go ahead,
answered
bro.
my point. You said
Bro, you
I
got me
gotta
fucked up,
impregnate some.
nigga. You ain't gonna just over talk me and you a whacked out ass Hebrew.
Who got
Nigga,
it?
don't tell
I
me to
never
hold
even
on if I
brought up
ain't gonna get no
Hebrew or
control
the
over here,
Bible.
nigga.
But
I'll run shit,
nigga,
nigga. Fuck you, nigga. Get some control about your little weird ass self. You mad because you said
nigga,
everything comes from man. That's what all you Hebrews do. That's saying you gay, my nigga.
Who said that I was?
That's
Who said
saying
that I
you
was Hebrew?
gay if everything comes from men, my nigga.
Second, my nigga, you just said that
My
in order
nigga,
to
I
have
got
a
a gay
child.
co-host, my
Hold
nigga.
on. Let me
Nigga,
tell you
I
what you just said.
understand what gay is
You
like,
just,
bro. You just said everything come out
nigga,
of man, my nigga. That's
nigga,
gay
you
when it ain't
just
no
said
female. And bro, you ain't even let me
you
land
just
my plane,
said.
so fuck it, I'm gonna overtalk you, my nigga. You the one who
Nah,
said
land your
everything
plane, my
come
nigga.
from
I'ma
man.
shut up. I'ma
Bro,
shut up.
man and women need to come together to create child because the energy comes out of man's penis. Can you rebut that?
You just said that in order to have a child, I have to impregnate a woman. Is that right or wrong?
Yes, all black men comes out of a woman's stomach. All. Like you said, all black men, this is what
Well,
you said. You said all black men are the creators. I said all black men come out of a woman's stomach.
I said that all black men are the essence of the creation itself, which is a fact. Now, my
What is
point
the
to you is
creation, a
that,
female or a male?
all right, go on, get another drink. Yep. What you said, brother?
What is it, a female or a male?
What
Don't
you
be letting
mean?
anybody come in here and say anything, bro.
No, you said
Anything.
what is the
All creation
creation?
only can come through Sister Bethy. She the only, I'll cuss her ass out next week. But she's the only creator up here, bro. Her and Lysandra, my God.
My nigga, I'm gonna say this again. That is a carrier of what was created. Nigga, does the bread come from the shelf or the oven? Because the last time I checked,
Bread do not come from a shelf or oven. Bread comes
Mhm.
from wheat that is put in the ground.
I understand that, my nigga. What I'm saying is, who makes the child? You just said that
Bro,
I have to
okay.
get a woman
Smoke
pregnant.
signal is totally
I
right,
have
man.
to
I swear to
impregnate
God,
a
man.
woman.
Smoke signal, you right, my nigga.
I
I
have to
swear, man. That shit
impregnate
is
the
crazy.
woman, my nigga.
The
You
smoke signal
niggas
right.
is
I
the
done took the conversation
you
somewhere
niggas
else.
is
But I ain't start this shit. This nigga talking about everything come from man. And y'all niggas just gonna let this shit slide.
I didn't say everything come from man. That's
You
bullshit.
did
A
so
woman
say
has
the
a
shit. You
job.
still saying the shit.
Listen,
You just trying to
the
change it up
woman's
in different
job is
ways.
just listen.
Bro,
The
if you're
woman's
not
job
gonna
is
say
just as
everything comes
important.
from women, bro,
The
if you're not
woman's
gonna
job.
say
I
everything comes
refuse
from
to say
women,
that, my nigga.
I'm saying everything comes from women and Mother Nature. All.
Who
You're saying
created
it
Mother
different, so
Nature?
you're saying shit come from man.
No, Mother Nature is a job. You do realize there's a reason that nature and nurture sound
Bro,
similar, right?
quit running your
You,
motherfucking mouth. You plainly said shit come from a man. I'm saying shit come from a woman. You gay,
I
my
said
nigga.
that I said that the original creator is a man, my nigga.
I'm gonna holler at
That's
y'all,
the
bro.
original
He
creation.
said the original creator is a
I ain't
man.
on
But
that.
back to the subject. My fault for coming up here changing the subject. That's crazy. Y'all let niggas come up here talking about the original creator is a man.
How is that crazy, my nigga?
Especially Sister Becky and Lysandra. Y'all should be set tripping up here.
My nigga, if that's the case, right? Why is all right? So why is it important? Who's more important, the woman or the man? Let me ask you
The
this.
woman,
Let me
she
see if
carries
you
a
real.
child for 9 months.
So the woman is more important than the man, right?
She carries the child for 9 months. Now, can you rebut
All
me and
right.
tell me in the first 9
Let
months
me
why the
let me
man,
ask you this.
bro,
Let
why
me
do
ask
we
you
gotta
this.
argue, my nigga?
We not
Like,
because
motherfucker, you a powder or something, nigga?
because argument
Okay, now let's practice.
argument
You
brings
go
about
and tell me
success,
when
my
you
nigga.
done. You go and then tell me when your weird ass is done so I can go. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, fine. Argument is the main power of success. You have to argue in order to achieve success. Now, besides that, since you say that the woman is more important, when you subtract the man, well, nigga, apparently we have been subtracted. And look at our communities, nigga. I was raised by my grandparents, nigga. My
Man, do
grandpa
you
was
hear this
98
weird
years
ass
old, my
nigga going
nigga.
through some shit and he
Let me
going away from birth, bro? Now he's talking about his grandparents and how his life is and fucking man success,
no.
bro. What is, bro?
Listen.
Hey, Smoke Signal, go ahead, bro. You got the last, hey, bro. You got the last words over. Let's talk about something else after you done. After your last sentence, trilogy, whatever the fuck you say, my
I'm
nigga.
having a
Let's move on,
conversation.
bro. Bro, you won't even have a
Yo, all
respectful
right,
conversation.
I'm gonna do that, my nigga. But nigga, I'm having a conversation with you. All you doing is
No,
calling me
you're not. You've
dumbasses and
never had
shit,
a
and you not
conversation on here,
rebutting my
bro.
point,
Bro, you
my
a
nigga. So check
Hebrew,
this
my
out.
nigga. All y'all do
Check
is
this out.
argue, my nigga, cause y'all fake as fuck, nigga.
All right, I'll take that. That's cool. Let me ask y'all niggas
Nigga,
one
y'all
thing.
is,
How
nigga,
come?
shit. The
All
whole
right, I'm
bunch of
gonna
you
ask you
weird
this
ass
question.
niggas.
I'm gonna ask
No,
you
bro,
this
just tell
question.
me when you
How
done so we
come?
can get back to another subject. I'm putting my mic on
Okay,
you. Just land your
I'm gonna
plane on
say
this
this to
subject,
you.
bro.
I'm gonna say this to
Weird.
you and every nigga in the chat. How come when our people was at our strongest, this so-called the black woman is the top of our household and all this other shit, when we were successful, those brothers never thought no dumb shit like that, man. You niggas is led and ran by pussy. And we the only niggas that do that. It's impossible. Nigga, look at y'all communities. The black woman been in charge for the last since the fucking 70s. And look what
Nobody's
the
saying that,
fuck
but you.
done happened to us. Get the fuck
Nobody's
out of
saying
here,
that, but
man.
you don't want saying that.
As a black father, you are the most important motherfucker in your household. To all you young brothers with children, don't let these niggas tell you that a bitch is more important than you, nigga. You the father. You a black man, my nigga. You are daddy, nigga. At the end of the day, that's your wife. That's your son. That's your fucking daughter, my nigga.
Hey
You
man,
the head of the household. You wake up.
bro.
Can
You
I just
provide.
rebut him
You
one
handle
little
business.
time?
Now your woman is your queen. Hold on, nigga. Your
Hold
woman
on,
is
bro.
your queen, nigga. That's your
You
wife.
got to, come
All
on,
due
man.
respect.
Get out that pulpit, my nigga. Get out the
Right.
pulpit, my nigga.
He on
You
it
don't want to
strong.
hear the whole sermon. You can't be saying all this shit and think you don't get addressed, bro. Now you said something real pivotal. Can I ask you a question about it, bro? Yes or no?
Go ahead.
You
Go ahead.
said the woman been leading the community since the 70s. You stand on that, bro?
Yes, and I meant that.
Okay, brother. How did she get that leadership position?
The white man.
Wait a minute. How?
Yeah, the government. The
Hold
motherfuckers
on.
started.
Wait
They
a minute.
started taking assistance.
Hold on. Let
Go
me work
ahead.
this mathematics.
Nigga, you know the
Let me
answer to
work
this
this.
shit. Don't act
Let
like
me
what
work.
I'm saying ain't
Let me
fucking
work
wrong.
the math out, bro. Let me work the math out, bro. Okay.
Smoke signal, so I can't fight the fight with the nigga?
No, I just want to address
Nah,
because you didn't
hand
address.
ain't been brother.
You
I'm
not
So you
listening.
gonna keep me out my fight and you gonna take over the
no because you're not addressing the dumb shit he said. He said black women been leading the community since the 70s. All right, that's what he said.
Yep.
I asked him how did they get that leadership position. He said they got it from the white man. How
Yeah.
did the white man get the leadership position over the black woman that he can pass it to her without no word or without no interference, without no acknowledgement of the man, of the black man? How did that happen, bro? How did the black man get bypassed? How did that happen, bro?
It's called government assistance, my brother. If I gotta school you on this shit, and if you niggas is gonna sit y'all asses on this panel and act like what I'm saying ain't real shit, then I don't know what to tell y'all.
You know how
But
I know it ain't real? You know how I know it ain't real?
how
Because
the
of the
fuck it
black
ain't real
man.
when niggas done lived through it?
I'm gonna tell
Niggas
you
done
it ain't
lived
real.
through it, my
I'm
nigga.
gonna tell you it ain't real, bro. If the black man was honoring his responsibility, how would government assistance even have a chance to relinquish his
Hold on. Look,
his
I'm not trying to ignore
Hey,
y'all. Give me like
hey,
5 minutes.
hey,
I gotta leave
yeah
right quick and come right back.
yeah you better
But I'm
come
not
back.
running, my nigga. I'll be
Yeah,
right
you
back.
better
I'm
come
still
back.
listening to y'all.
You better
you
come
better
back.
run, my
Yeah,
nigga. You getting
damn
cooked.
right. I'm gonna beat you up with
Nah,
that.
I'm
Black
listening,
woman.
my nigga. I'm not
I'm gonna
going
beat.
nowhere. I'm still listening to
Come
y'all.
on,
I just
it's
gotta get
cool.
off right quick.
Yeah, just listen. Just
But nigga,
listen, nigga.
I'll be right back, nigga.
Just
I'm
listen,
gonna
bro.
answer your question,
Just
but nigga,
listen, bro. Stop telling me you gonna answer and just listen, my nigga. God damn. My bad. When you come back, tell me how the nigga got bypassed from the white man to the black woman when it come to control. You niggas can't just be saying
Only way
anything,
they
no
got
goddamn.
past the man because the man
Right.
wasn't doing shit.
The bingo. See, that's what he ain't gonna want.
See?
That's what he's never gonna want to acknowledge. And if niggas wasn't doing shit, then somebody gotta step up to the
But
plate.
what I'm saying is that's being disingenuous to the conversation. Like we
I
gotta be
know,
real when we have these
I
conversations, man.
know, I know, I know, Bap. That's why I asked him those specific questions. Because if you saying black women is leading the community, but the man's supposed to, then nigga, how did the black woman get that position?
Facts.
Yeah, you can't explain that no other
Hey,
way. But a nigga's
smoke
derelict
IG.
on his duties, or you got to say that niggas never ran it in the first place. Either which way,
Boom.
right? Either which way,
Either
that
way,
none of
go up
that,
against them.
none of that's gonna support your narrative. I relinquish
Right.
the flow.
Nah, that's an easy man. That's an easy drop kick, bro.
I leave out this grocery store smoke. I got an answer for you. A possibility.
Hey, we still living here though, but man, we on smokes, man. Hey, I think this is a good conversation to piggyback off of. You can change your title too, Smoke, I think. Let me see.
I'm gonna have to drop the link too, ain't it? Okay, hold on. Let me get it. Let me get the link real quick for y'all.
I can share it if you want me to, gang.
All right. Can you pin it?
Oh no, you gotta pin it on your YouTube. Because you can only pin it from your YouTube. I wish I could pin it from StreamYards. It'd be a lot easier.
No, you just drop it. I'll pin it.
It's in there.
All right.
Yeah, they're gonna probably update that here soon. To give full access. The co-host. Let me put him up here in this rifle spot. Hold on. There you go.
Damn, it ain't let me pin.
You got to.
I just came from the YouTube side. Hold on, let me try.
Are you looking at my channel or are you looking at your channel?
It's my channel, but it ain't let me pin. Let me see.
Nah, ain't no way. You can pin my comment, bro. Matter of fact, that's your shit. It's showing your name.
I know, but it's not letting me pin for some reason. Let me see what's
Man, I
going
just
on.
came in from that nigga Smoke Link. Don't let that nigga lie to you, man.
What you talking about, bro? Man, let me pin this link. I'm gonna get dead on your ass. No Diddy.
Y'all know Smoke old, man. His
Yeah,
old
get
like
on this monkey ass, messy little bitch.
This nigga Super is unhinged as a troll. He might be my favorite troll all time. I swear.
There you go. I was pushing the wrong button. My bad.
old like, hey bro, this nigga old as hell, man. I
I
digress.
just see my chief the other day. I said, "You old motherfucker, nigga, do this, do that." He was like, "Nigga, chill out. You drunk."
That nigga Smoke at that age when he need a manager. He need an assistant for a
I
daily.
told Smoke everything he know about these damn computer streams. By the next year or two, he gonna be a motherfucking online web stream expert.
Hey, he probably asked all his younger nieces and shit like, hey,
Hey,
tell me how
Smoke, do you want a new background? I can create you a new background. Give me an idea that you want. I create it while we on the thing right now.
Okay, but the
I don't like that new cloud shit. It make me dizzy. When
the
I look at
StreamYard
that
still
shit,
yours though, AP.
No,
it's
it ain't.
still your StreamYard.
Nah, this your StreamYard.
No, it's yours.
No,
Everything in the back is yours.
Oh, hold on. Let me switch it around to your side. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. There you go. Boom.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, that little hurricane shit that make me dizzy
hold on.
when I
Do you
look
want a
at
new
it.
background though? You want a custom made background go?
I mean, if you feel like fidgeting around with it, it's cool. But let me ask this dude a question real quick.
Go ahead. You got him. Cook this cookie.
Gluten free. Who is gluten free? Gluten free. Because Cass be having all these crazy ass.
Hold on. Let me tell you. I'll tell you exactly.
That's
who it
Wolf,
is.
dumbass.
Nah, that's Brown
okay.
Wolf. That's Brown Wolf.
Y'all niggas with these crazy ass names, bro. Y'all be killing me. All right, I'm good. Hold on. Wait a minute. I got a special request before we get back to it. Shout out to 111 Truth Searcher.
That's my cousin.
Everybody go and get y'all some concessions while y'all play this special request.
Bring me my shoes, give me my hat. I've got to look my very best in my brand new slacks. Bring my umbrella in case it starts to rain. I'm going to my baby's house and straighten out the whole thing. Please hurry, driver, don't make me late. I got to get to my baby's house so we can communicate. Oh, hurry, driver, don't make me late. I just can't wait to see my baby's pretty face. You see, she heard a story that wasn't true. And if she leaves me, I don't know what I'm gonna do. There's always somebody willing to break up a good love affair. That's why I don't have any time. I don't have no time to spare. So hurry, driver, don't make me late. I got to get to my baby's house so we can communicate. Please, hurry, driver, don't make me late. I just can't wait to see my baby's pretty face. You see, oh, you see, I know my so-called friend is gonna be there. He made plans to run his fingers through her pretty hair. I know the phone been off the hook. I know she's got everything he likes, even her pretty looks. So hurry, driver, don't make me late. I've got to see my baby so we can communicate. She heard a story that wasn't true, and if she leaves me, I don't know what I'm gonna do. So, hurry, driver, don't make me late. I just can't wait to see my baby's pretty face. So, hurry, 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 don't make me late. I've got to see my baby's face. Ooh, don't make me late. I've got to see my baby so we can talk and communicate. No, I'm sorry.
All right, we back, niggas. Oh, them niggas really did go get some concessions, huh? All right, I shoot from the hip for a minute.
Man, that was so soothing, man. It just calmed me down.
Nice music, bro.
Nah, real shit. That was a good ass jam.
Truth Patrol, he popped back up, but he left again. I think that nigga going to get some statistical data. Cause I'm finna beat him up with that goofy ass talking point.
He went to get another cup of Douce.
Man, black women been running the community since the 70s. Nigga, how they get control, nigga? That's all I want to know. How they get control? If that's your position.
It's called pussy.
Power of the
They
people.
got that good pussy. They can control a nigga.
Yeah, it might be some validity to that. I don't know.
Hey, Smoke. You're hard when you're soft, and you're soft when you're hard.
Pause.
I think you hit me with that hole in the wall logic, but I'm a fact check that, my nigga.
Yeah, when that thing, when it's up, man, you'll go for anything. She can get almost anything up out of it. But once once you
I think
release,
he raised.
What if that's the case? Then niggas ain't never had the control then. So what are you talking about? Still no way out. There's still no way out of that position, no matter how you look at it.
Yeah, don't even worry about control. Fuck it.
I mean, but did the United States government give the baby to the mother automatically? And did they?
Hell, she was gonna take it anyway.
No, it's always been mama's baby daddy's maybe. So I don't think the government had nothing to do with that.
And then they wouldn't let the man live in the house. Back in the day, the woman couldn't have no man living in the house if she was getting welfare benefits.
Well, they just couldn't get caught in there. There were plenty of niggas in the motherfucking Section 8.
Oh God, yeah, you know that. And they would, run when the state would come. Before the state didn't have to call you. They just show up at your house, and then they made it a law that they got to make an appointment.
Yeah. I mean, the women that's in my family, can't nobody run them. Couple of my aunties done shot my uncles before, so this submissive female image that has never been a reality in my life. That niggas was running and telling women, man, them old ladies carry pistols. I don't know where they get this image from. Leave it to Beaver or some shit. Man, you can't
No,
tell
you a
these
Texas
old
nigga.
ladies shit.
No,
I
you a
can take you
Texas
to the
nigga, boy.
hood tomorrow. They the most shit talking people on the planet.
What you say, Kaz? What's the word?
Hey, bro, I'm getting paid on TikTok, bro. I just looked at my
I
account,
see
got
you jumping, cuz I see you.
25.
Shut your
Look,
broke ass up, nigga. How much money you done made on
it
TikTok?
it was only $25, right? But I didn't know I had it
I'm
in
finna
there.
go strike your channel and get that
See,
bitch taken down, nigga.
this is the work of a homosexual. This is what a homosexual
I'm
will do.
finna go tear that
This is what a
motherfucker down,
homosexual
nigga. I'ma
dick
report
in the
you.
booty ass
I'ma
nigga
do
would
all
do.
kind of shit.
No, look, I've been cussing y'all niggas
Don't
out
be
on
bringing
there.
your little punk ass over here bragging about $25, nigga.
Look, no, because motherfuckers, I didn't know I had money, so
I
people
know,
can
cause
send
you
you
used to
gifts or
being
whatever. You
broke.
feel me?
Shut your dumb ass up, nigga.
So I went off on some FBA niggas, right? And somebody
I
kept
don't give
giving
a
me
damn. Go off
electric.
and
It's these little things they give you, like
take a
electricity.
bath, nigga. Use soap this time.
How you your TikTok channel?
You say what?
How did you monetize your TikTok channel? How you do that?
Well, people can just automatically like one thing you got to do is be consistent. Like, say for instance, at first you start doing like 2 or 3 like just TikToks
Slow down,
that
bro. You
you know what I'm saying.
excited.
You can
Slow
show.
down. Slow down.
Okay, so you can show like you go on there and smoke signal, right? And then they want you to like post content. So what you can do, you can do a screenshot of like, say for instance, the American Indian cigar statue, right? And you can just type in and post a history on there, or you can post that same picture and speak over it, right? Because they show you how to set that up, and it only can take like a couple minutes, a minute, however long you want to do it. You feel me? And then that's how you build your views up. So I built my view. I only got like 2,000 followers. But once you get to 500 followers, you can go live, bro. Once you go live, that's how people are able to send you gifts and different things on there. So I don't like do my own, and I'm not doing my own stuff. You feel me? I'm not doing my
Okay,
own.
hold on, man. Before you take us all
Go
across the
ahead.
cosmos, you saying that you can get enough gifts and you be monetized and you ain't got to do
Yeah,
shit else?
people just send you gifts. Yeah.
Duh, nigga, bro, y'all niggas late, man. Somebody need to get smoke sign smoke, man. You need a manager smoke. Hey,
Yeah,
Cass, sign
Smoke
smoke real quick,
Smoke
man.
got too much potential. I told Smoke, I'm like, bro, go over there and at least do 2 shows. Like, keep this, but you can
I
send
don't.
everybody.
Yeah, I don't
Go ahead.
like TikTok. I don't like TikTok. It's too strict.
But you got to learn how to work. You can make as many pages as you want. That's why people have a bunch of pages. And the reason they strict because it's easier to get money on there than it is over here. My boy, look, my little young dog and his wife is living in Thailand right now because they making so much money off of TikTok, bro. They got the hell up out the country and dipped and moved to Thailand, dog. Ground pool and everything. I ain't believe it either until I just looked at my account. Like, I just been cussing niggas out. I got $25.
Yeah, Cass, but you do be going in over there. You got a little cachet over there. I be watching.
Yeah, but you could build it up. See, Smoke already. The thing is with Smoke and Bap, they already got followings. They already got followings, so it's easy to transfer. And you can make as many. If people get to saying, you'll learn the catchphrases, what and what not to say. And then when people do start cussing and all that, you get
Won't
people
you
to you say
take it step by step and tell us how to monetize on TikTok,
you
sir?
don't have to. This is what I'm saying, bro. Like you don't. I mean, there's other ways to monetize. Like if you selling, reselling stuff for
You want
people,
nigga to
right?
step
But
Well,
by
you can
just tell
go
step.
us
over there.
one way, bro, with
You
just
want
I'm
nigga to
content.
I'm
step
saying that people
by
gonna send you the
step.
gifts
Look at that.
automatically, bro. They're going to send you. I don't even got my bank information set up on there yet, and I just got $25 sitting from cussing niggas out. That's it. All it is cuss people out, flirted with a couple chicks because the little chicks, the bras
No,
over there.
Cass, he ain't lying. He lying to y'all. Cass really be over there flirting with the pseudo female. But I ain't gonna lie, I've been over there too, man. I
Lucky,
see you
won't
on
you
the
tell us
female
how to
account.
monetize on TikTok, please?
I'm learning from Kaz. What you talking about?
Bro, I barely know what the hell I'm
Man, kill
doing.
yourself. If you got to learn anything from Cass,
Bro, I've been taking my cues on TikTok from Kaz. He'll tell you, bro. I've been tapping in with him.
Yeah, me and Cujo over there, OHF. You got P. Y'all don't see PNF over here, over here on YouTube no more because
how do
it's
you receive gifts?
they
Yeah,
just
hey,
send
you
it
know,
to you. It's
hey,
automatically at the
hey,
bottom.
PNF
Go ahead.
jumping over there, low key. He got a little motion over there with his little ankle
Oh,
out.
they got like
Yeah.
a super chat button or something.
Well, it's just at the bottom. The gifts you gonna automatically see them, and you got it'll be a 50 cent gift. It could be $1 gift. Somebody can send $10, 100. They got the different like little things. They like little emojis or whatever. But you gotta have your personal stuff like set up over there so you can send it or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So people would be looked up like, yeah, I looked up and I had like $800 to
Smoke,
my
are you
account.
interested in monetizing your TikTok channel?
You ain't gotta monetize it like over here, bro. That's what I'm
Nigga
telling
Smoke
you.
said he heard Mon and he says that money. Yeah, I'm interested. Fuck wrong with you?
That's why them niggas is going live. Them niggas going live every day. Look, the whole FBA thing is popping over there because this is what they do. They get niggas mad. They put up some in some title that get Africans or somebody mad. People go up there and now they got like 100, 200, 300 views. And out of the
Bro,
300 views,
it's
they can send them
social
a gift.
media. We know how social media works. How do you
Bro, you just how
monetize,
you gonna ask a
nigga?
nigga then when he start breaking it down, you start talking. Shut up.
Yeah, that's why I'm telling them. Like, nigga, it's easy. All you just have to send a gift. Tell everybody when
Man,
you're
this nigga
talking
is excited
with and
about
smoke. Look,
$25. I'm trying to
because
get
you
him to
get it's people
calm
that's telling
down.
me I didn't know I had the money. It's people that's telling me like, oh, and these people opposition as far as debating or whatnot. They're like, nigga, I had like $800-900 in my account. Like I just let it stack up. But you can get more. Like Smoke already
Man,
got
get that
followers.
money out of there and give your mama her rent money, nigga.
I'm just saying, bro. Like it's
Yeah,
easier.
I got more subscribers on TikTok than I got on YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the videos, they show you how to set it up. Everybody go download CapCut, or if you don't
Oh,
want to
you
download
tripping,
CapCut,
Smoke.
just
Hey, bro, you can share your screen from the phone, ain't it?
yeah, he can share the screen from the phone. He can have
Yeah,
what
y'all
Darvid,
tripping, bro.
the one dude I debate, Darvid, he have his Twitter set up, he have his TikTok set up, and he had YouTube set up, and he'd be going live from all three. Like he'd have a couple of his screen. He might have his phone on, and then have his computer on or whatever. But he can go live on both and can respond to both. I mean, as if somebody want to do it. But if you just want to go on TikTok certain days, like somebody made, you like, oh shit, Wednesdays we'd be over there, whatever. And people be running it all
So
night, bro.
I thought the only way you can monetize on TikTok, you gotta be selling one of them old crazy ass products that you be seeing all them niggas over there trying to
No,
sell.
no, they gonna
Ashwagandha
gift
and all
you.
that old crazy shit.
They gonna gift you, and then if somebody acting up on your stuff, you hurry up and drop them, and then you have people tap your screen. So you tell if somebody like say something triggering, right? Or somebody trying to flag your page, say, hey, everybody tap the screen. They go just tap the screen and they send these hearts out. And when they send the hearts out, it's like alerting the page that everything good with the page, so it don't immediately get taken down. They took OHF live down this morning. But you can make as many pages as you want though, bro. Like that's the trick bag to it. Do about 5 pages. You go down, people gonna find you because you already in the algorithm.
Yeah, I'll look into it. I'll look into it.
Bro, that's dog. That one Indian dude. What is that nigga name, bro? Earth Speaks and all.
They got a black European British nigga he be trying to go up over there.
Look like he on drugs, but he getting paid. He look like he about to bug out. Hey, how you doing?
Yeah,
How much niggas be getting per stream?
it ain't a per string thing. It's like you gotta get your hustle on. He's gotta see that bread. But a lot of times it's a different world over there. That's all I'm saying. I noticed it. Like niggas
Lucky
just
you ought to be a millionaire by next year.
Yeah, that's where I started off at. I
I'm gonna
started
be a
off on
millionaire by the
I
time I'm
started off
31. That's what I
on
told my girl too.
yeah, I started off on TikTok. That's why I got so many followers over there, but I'll never be over there though. I was just over there doing the COVID shit. After that, I just
Yeah,
cause
Smoke,
they
you need a good manager. I told the Aboriginals 3 years ago they all need good managers, but they just want to fight a nigga. But it's all good. Y'all boys get monetized one day, man. I'm gonna try to get my own little shit popping. But it ain't gonna be about y'all. I just like to argue with y'all niggas when I get tired.
We know this part of your therapy, man.
Oh, that's what I accuse y'all of. This is what this whole thing. Y'all need to start paying the niggas in the chat who be having to listen to this bullshit, Smoke. Cause y'all really be airing out y'all grievances about y'all past and all the traumas y'all been through. Nigga, we ain't got no
It's
licenses
called
for this
trauma
shit.
porn.
We ain't got
We
no
are
licenses to be listening to.
monetizing our traumas.
We ain't got no licenses to be listening to this shit. You feel me? I ain't got no license to be telling the nigga, oh
yeah,
man.
but that only happened when
Why the
niggas.
fuck is
Right.
you here,
That only
nigga?
happened.
Now
That
hold
only
up. This is
happened
the question, nigga.
when
If that's the case, nigga, why the fuck is you here?
Man.
What the fuck is you here for then?
Oh shit.
Grateful. It's part of
Oh
his
shit.
hold on, let me
grateful. It's part
explain.
of his
Hold on.
therapy.
This for
See the hat
everybody
got
who asked why niggas come over. This is for everybody who asked why the opposition comes over here. They come over here to get beat the fuck up. Why y'all keep asking that? That's the only reason they come here. That's why I ain't here. To get beat the fuck up. That's it.
That's all TikTok get. Folks get beat up. They love the abuse over there, but they like, well, at least I'm gonna get paid for it.
And Cass,
It's
nigga, you
trauma
love her
porn.
too.
It's just like
Hold up.
watching
I
porn.
kind of
We
agree
watch
because
each
Cass,
other's
guess what?
trauma.
Cass, here you go again,
Here's
Cass.
a
You
fine
you
example
have
of
returned,
trauma
nigga.
that we
You
enjoy.
motherfucker love the fuck out
I
of
ain't
us,
gonna lie, I
nigga.
do not
You
enjoy this
love
here
to look
trauma.
on this. You love to
I'd
lick
rather
on
watch
them. You
Jeremiah
love to
than
lick
this. This
on
hurt
us,
my
nigga.
soul. Go ahead, Gray.
You love the liquor ship. You love how graceful we are. You love how beautiful we are. You love how we talk shit the way we do. You love everything about this bitch, nigga. And you
I
know we
mean,
the truth.
y'all my people. Like we still are the
Ah,
same people. At the end of the day, we just gotta.
nigga, you love it, bitch. Say you love it, Cass.
Hey, look,
Tell me. Tell me no,
I had
no, Cass. No, Cass. Tell me right now. Say how much you love
Hey,
it,
Cash, she remind me of my Uncle Lee. You feel me?
Cass.
That nigga be
Tell
drunk
me
all the
how much you
time.
love
That
it,
nigga
Hey,
be stealing
thank
from
you,
Cass.
Bab.
Walmart. He like
That
58.
other shit
Cass.
made me dizzy when I looked at that shit.
hey,
Cass.
Man, my
look,
uncle,
y'all. If
he
I
No,
can
like
find,
Cass.
58, still stealing from
Hey,
Walmart.
Cass. Tell me how much you love it. I want to hear it right now.
what type of
Tell me. No,
is
everybody be
turning
quiet.
into?
Cass. Cass.
Grateful.
No, Cass. Tell me how much you love it.
What was that?
Grateful. Put your shirt back on.
Look at that. Calm down.
My shit is off, nigga.
I
My
know this
titty
kid.
out, nigga. My titty is out. Cass. Tell me how much you love it.
She already done got freaked out over that other panel. Come on, Grateful.
Don't do
Look,
it,
We ain't trying to turn you out
Lucky.
tonight, but we
Don't
need to
do
relax.
it.
Hey, Lucky, don't play with me, nigga. I
hey,
was never
grateful. If
freaked
I'm
out
gonna,
We
nowhere
ain't
if I'm
trying
else.
to
gonna,
turn
if
you out
I'm gonna
tonight.
Cass.
fight,
Grateful, relax.
Cass. Tell me how much you love it, nigga.
I'm just saying, we ain't
Tell
trying to
me.
turn you out
Don't
tonight,
do it.
Grateful. Relax.
Don't do it,
Cass.
Lucky.
Cass.
Somebody
Tell me
just
how
what?
much
said,
you
nah,
love it.
she
I
want to do
like,
this
look,
regardless. We got to get
I
this
like
off
Cass.
our
fighting, but
chest.
I want to get paid.
Cass. Tell me how much the fuck you love it, nigga. Lucky, I'm gonna get
What's
to you
up,
later.
grateful?
So tell me how much you love it.
Say it,
Huh?
I
Cash.
like
Say
fighting,
it.
grateful.
Say
I
it, Cash. Say it.
Cass. How much you love it? Huh? How much you
Tell
love to lick
Grateful
on
how
it,
First
much
of
you
nigga?
all, hey,
love it.
look, this
Tell me how
nigga
much you love it, my
was
guy.
responding after
Come
like,
Hey
on,
oh,
turn that
man,
Say
down,
it,
young
hey
nigga.
Cash.
Yeah, you
man,
trying to avoid it because
hey
niggas is
bro,
bothering. Cause you really
hey
want to
bro.
tell me,
Please
Cass,
tell her something.
how much
Tell her
you love
something, my
it?
nigga. Tell her something, bro. Tell her something, my nigga, so we can get past this.
look, I
Tell
like
her,
fighting,
Cash.
grateful, and I
Say
want to
you
get paid.
love it.
That's what I'm saying. That's
Cass,
what I'm saying.
no, no, listen to me, Cass. Cass,
Oh,
can you
she put
listen to
on the
me now?
bedroom voice for you. Cash, say it.
How much you
Uh
love it?
huh.
Huh? What you want, Cass?
What you
How much
want
do
is
you want
I
it?
love it.
crazy.
That's what you want me to
Cash.
say. I love it. I love fighting.
You love it. You
Hey,
love it,
Smoke, what you
right?
mean? What you want is the
Cash, you
question.
You
love
Yeah,
it.
so
yes, I do.
you so fucking appreciate it, right? Huh? You love
Yes,
This
it
is
and you
sick.
appreciate it, huh? Cass.
appreciative about fighting and beating up
And
on
you love it.
Aboriginals.
And
Yes,
you
Grateful for to
love
get
it.
off on you, Cash.
She said you want it, right? Hey, what she said?
Damn, Cash, you can't handle being seduced, my nigga. Come on, bro. You gotta stand up in the
man.
paint, bro. Say something, my nigga. You
I don't
all
know if this is a
Saying, man.
seduction or
normal
what.
pound ass nigga, man.
I think it's another S word. It's not seduction though.
Cass ain't never been talked to like that by a woman.
Cass about to file an SA lawsuit on his
He
ass.
he used to
Nah,
women
I got a
saying,
whole other
"Ugh,
side of
stop,
me.
go away."
Hey, on you.
No.
Hey, shout
Oh,
out
oh,
to the
damn, he ready
Black
to capture
Warrior
Grateful like a
female.
Dragon Ball.
Cass, you used to women saying, "Ugh, stop, no, go away."
That nigga Cass said I got a whole nother side. He got a Pokeball out. He ready to capture Grateful ass.
Nah, I'm used to
Get
women
him,
say, do
Grace.
it again, Cass.
Show him what a real woman
I'm
do.
used to,
You
brother.
better
Get
relax,
him,
Grateful.
Grace.
He gonna
That's what
put
I
you in that
mean.
Pan African Pokeball. You better relax.
Cass, you ain't never had a
Hey,
woman
Cash,
with
you
her
wasn't
shirt
ready
off
for
Nah,
that,
saying,
did?
Jury.
Hey, Cash, you
"Tell me
wasn't ready
how
for
you
that.
love it."
You wasn't ready for that, nigga. Nigga, when a woman want what she want,
that,
nigga, she gonna go get what she get.
We know
Damn,
I'm a real woman,
Cash.
motherfucker.
Hey, Cash. Grateful
Oh,
made you forget
hold
about
up.
your.
look,
She made you forget about your monetization. You forgot she was Pan African and everything. You got
hey,
stuck,
Grateful
my
say,
nigga. How
nigga,
that
I like
happen,
you.
bro?
She said,
Thought
I
you had
like
more
you, nigga, and I
fortitude
want
than
you.
them. Come on,
hey, look,
man.
I'm telling Aboriginal women and the FBA women, when it come down to, especially when I be over, start getting real freaky, man. In the daytime, in the morning, they
Nah,
like,
that's
I
right.
would
That's why I say this nigga
beat
Cass ain't
you.
keeping it real. He be over there fucking with the hoes. He ain't keeping it real. I seen the
They
nigga. He
start
be over
cussing me
there.
out, calling me names, and then beat you. I want to. Since you think you a slave, I'm
Cass,
gonna
you
beat
don't
you
know
like a
what to do
slave.
with a real
Oh,
woman. You used to
I've been
dealing with
learning,
rubber
Cass. I've been
dolls,
taking notes
nigga.
ever since.
Hey, super
uh-huh.
grateful.
That's what all the
Grateful for to
hoes
make that
say. I
nigga.
want.
Grateful for to make that nigga go get some moccasins. Ooh, shook it down.
I be over there. Hey, look, I be over there. I be like, damn, this nigga got all the
That
females over
that
there. It
nigga
be like
gonna have
straight
a
female
war
shit.
bonnet on tomorrow.
It be rooms. It be like
Hey, they,
75 people in there,
hey,
all
well, I ain't
females.
wearing no damn war bonnet. I was already in a Moorish health food store today. There was all type of Black European books and what's that? That Roxy
Bro, you
Powell.
can't buy shit with that $25, man. Wait, save it up, brother.
I got one of them Black European
That
books in the
nigga went
Moorish
to shop for
enclosure.
Moorish books with
Posted
his
on.
$25. Chill out. Yeah.
See, man, nigga
No,
got
they had a health food
Hey,
store. They
them.
had a little health food
Hey,
store.
man.
They
Every time I
sold
go on
Moorish books.
TikTok though, every time I go on TikTok, I be scrolling and shit. Them Indians over there shining, bro. You niggas might have to go back to YouTube.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie,
No,
bro.
it's an
They
Indian.
had word over there.
All
So,
they do is
Cash,
block you if you really start
hold up.
debunking them, but then you'll catch them.
Hey, Cash,
But then that's why the
Cash,
Native Americans trying to
can you
sue
talk to
y'all.
me?
Look, hold
Hey,
on,
Cash, hold
hold
up.
on.
No, Cash, can you talk to
Great,
me? No. Can you talk to me?
wait a minute,
No, no.
hold on. We'll
Can
talk
you
in
talk to
private.
me? No. Can you talk to
Grateful,
Grateful.
me?
we'll talk in private. Hey, hold up, Grateful.
No.
Hey, now
Can
just
you talk
wait
to
on it.
me, Cash?
Just
Look,
wait on it,
grateful,
Grateful. He gonna put you
grateful.
No.
down.
Hold
Just
up.
wait
I'm
on
not
it.
talking to nobody
The
but
Native
Cash.
Americans want
Cash,
to
can
sue
you talk
y'all
to
because
me?
y'all shot.
Hold up.
We
No,
gonna put
Cash,
you
can
down,
you
Grateful.
talk
Just
to
wait on it.
me? I'm asking for you to talk to me. I want you to
What's
talk
up?
to me. So how are you doing today?
Where's your husband at, Grateful?
No, I'm
Think he
talking to
still
you.
got
How
it,
are you
Cass.
doing today?
I'm good. I'm trying to put
No. I'm asking
see
you a
my brother
question. How are
get
you
me.
doing
I'm
today?
good. I'm good.
So you doing
I'm
well?
doing pretty good.
So
Yeah,
you
I'm
doing
doing well.
pretty good, or are you well?
Yeah,
So
I'm
you
I'm doing
well?
doing pretty good.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm well. All is
You're
well,
well.
as
So
the
as in what?
See, listen, hey, grateful. I'm gonna be honest. He's not gonna give you any sexual attention because he like boy butt. He like man
oh
butt.
my god, this homosexual
You knew that was coming. It
sexual
was
from
coming pretty
Tennessee.
quick. You knew he wasn't on the panel. He ain't said nothing.
Hey, Graceful, ask him
So
like on
all
Boys
he's
in the
thinking
Hood.
about is
Can you
man on
drive
man.
stick?
What you can think about. His first thought was booty. Man, your first thought, nigga.
Yeah, when I see a man constantly running and ignoring a lady in front of him, uh, Yeah, man, that's what it gives. It gives you don't like
Oh, that's
women.
what we
And,
classifying
and I
grateful.
and I think if I
No,
put the
sir.
opposite
That's
thing
why.
in front, if I could find somebody else like a man to do that in front of you, you'll be more intrigued with the conversation.
I know
So
we ain't classifying grateful as no
Sir,
eligible bachelorette.
you sound you
yeah,
and
she's definitely
Steve
an
Johnson
eligible
both sound alike.
bachelorette for those of her age,
Steve
which
Johnson.
King Cass is up there in his 40s.
Oh,
So
Cass, they got you fucked up, gang. We ain't doing that.
No, grateful is a panther.
Yeah, right. I got all them Aboriginal bras over there on TikTok. Think about it. Think about it. What are you talking about, man? What you
see,
talking
Yes,
about,
don't
bro?
get some of that
Listen,
cougar, boy.
he couldn't even handle me, and I am a panther, nigga. I am.
Ooh, get
I
some of that panther,
will.
nigga.
I am. I am. And you see how much that motherfucker was running away from me? He ran away from my voice. He ran away from me just even trying to
Grateful, I
attempt
have you
something.
turned every which way but loose,
No.
Grateful. You know that?
Oh
You
no,
know
baby.
that.
Don't
Ooh,
try it
hold
now,
Yeah,
on,
you know
nigga.
man.
that.
Don't try it now, nigga. You was afraid, nigga. You
All
was
right,
afraid.
y'all
You
No,
was
gone.
I'm doing
running.
Y'all
wild shit though.
gone.
That's why.
Y'all gone exchange numbers real quick. But look, lucky, lucky. We looked into that Alexander Falcon Crest ass nigga you brought up the other day, and it ain't look so good for you, bro. You hit us with a good shot since then nobody ever heard about that nigga. But we looked into him, bro. What you my nigga absolutely pulled up? He did a thorough investigation into the subject matter. Yeah, that shit is lacking, bro. Yeah, so I think you have to come again with somebody else. What you got to say about that? Oh, okay. So he conveniently having some audio issues. Ain't that about him? All right, y'all can continue flirting.
Smoke. I do not flirt with something that like flexing their ass. Okay. So I'm not a flighterist with an
Hey,
asses.
check.
You know what I mean? So, Cass, I was
Good.
really fucking with you, but let's get to the shit, right? Let's get
Mike
to the
check.
business. So no, let's get to the business. Cass,
Hold
Look at
on,
you're
We
here,
hear you,
Lisandro.
bro.
currently
We
Hold
hear
up.
you.
you're
We
hold
hear
on,
you.
let's get to the business.
Hold
Wait
up,
for the shit
Cass,
back
Lisandro.
off now.
huh?
Hold up, Lisandro.
What? Get to
Yeah,
the
so
business though. If you don't
I'm
say some shit, it better be real, nigga.
ma'am, mute up.
Nah,
What you
I don't
said,
have to meet
Smoke?
up, nigga. Talk some real shit. If you ain't talking no real shit and you ain't to the business, nigga, I'm
Hell
about to push
yeah.
your ass the fuck off.
Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. What you said, Smoke?
Is that Lucky? Oh, he's a bum. Lucky, get your bum ass the fuck up out of here, nigga.
Hell
You
yeah. What
too.
you said,
You
Smoke?
too. Nigga, y'all niggas is Pan Africans, but y'all stay wanting to be with us. So, nigga, what side you on, nigga? Where you at with this shit, nigga? Cause you are so very much of a slave narrative. You're very much not understanding what our people gave us. You're very not with none of the shit that we is our
Hell yeah.
lineage, what
Hell yeah.
our verbiage, what our folks told us this shit, nigga. We've lived this shit. Like, nigga, I've lived this, nigga. I am the experience, right? I'm the one has been walking this talk and talking this walk all of my 50 plus days, nigga. So how the fuck is you, as a little young nigga, gonna tell me what the fuck it is, right? Over here. Nigga, if you don't agree, nigga, why the fuck is you here, nigga? If you don't agree, nigga, why the fuck is you over here with us trying to fucking tell us what the fuck it ain't? Nigga,
Cause
why?
cause we like fight. We like fighting. We like fighting.
So
No,
Smoke,
nigga,
what you
y'all
had
just like
asked
us.
my
Also,
good
also, Cancer Lucky, y'all like us.
hold up.
Y'all
No,
like us.
I'm just trying to figure out what Smoke
No. So y'all like
my good
us. Y'all
7
very
Eleven
much.
shade wearing
So
brother said.
y'all are in tune with us. That's what y'all saying. Like y'all just like the fact that y'all know that y'all wrong. That's what y'all saying. That you know that you're
Y'all not
wrong.
the only niggas that I talk to right
And
now. I'm gonna be
So
honest with
hold up,
y'all.
y'all know that
I do
so y'all,
participate in
so
Twitter
you know
Spaces.
you're wrong. So you
So
know you're
just so you know,
wrong.
and I
So hold
do
up.
participate
So
on TikTok. So
y'all basically saying y'all like
you
to get
niggas
beat
are
the
not
fuck
the
up.
only people we
So
interact
hold
with.
up.
Yeah.
Y'all
Shoot,
basically
bro.
fucking saying y'all like to get beat the fuck up on. You like to
Ooh,
get punched in your face every
ooh,
fucking day. So Lucky,
ooh,
you like to get punched in your face. Cass, you like to get
ooh.
punched in your fucking face, and y'all like that shit.
See,
Y'all like
this
to
Top,
is
get beat the fuck up
Hey,
see, we
on.
dude.
we couldn't have
Y'all like to get beat the fuck up
Grateful
on.
on
I told
TikTok.
you,
She didn't
Grateful,
get
we
to.
not trying to turn you out tonight.
Yeah,
Grateful trying to
Cass.
get
I
flipped.
know.
We not on that tonight, Grateful.
She trying to
Nigga,
get flipped,
y'all are
smacking her,
basically
flipping,
saying
rub it
y'all
down
like
type
to get
action.
fucking
Yeah,
beat
man,
up
we
on.
ain't on that tonight,
Y'all
Grateful.
niggas are saying y'all like to get
You
beat
get
the
what
fuck
you
up on.
want.
So
Grateful want
Cass, you like
live
to
on
get
some
punched in
gang
your
shit,
face.
man. Go on out
Lucky,
of here,
you
Grateful.
like to get punched in your face. Y'all like that shit. So guess what, niggas?
Go on out of here,
I'll
lady.
punch you in your eye, nigga. Come on, you wanna suck on the titty, nigga? I got a titty
Ah,
for
Hey, look,
you.
this what you doing, man.
hey,
Get her
Grateful
ass
out here
out of
like
here.
Marcus. Marcus.
Huh? So Cass, can you wanna suck on the
Get
titty,
this
nigga?
drunk hoe out of here.
You wanna
Pull,
suck on the
hey,
titty, nigga?
pull them out for the audience. If you don't be on that type of time, pull them on out.
Well, nigga, y'all like to get beat up, nigga. You like to get sucked on. So I got a titty for you, huh? You want? Cause mama trying to help you, nigga. Mama here trying to help you, bitch ass nigga. Cause you need a titty, but that maybe carry your weight, nigga. Maybe use some milk, nigga. You need milk, nigga. That's a titty, nigga. I'm gonna give you milk, nigga. To carry your ass the fuck over, nigga. Cause y'all niggas is over here knowing you wrong, but you need help. So I'm gonna give you some milk, nigga. Here go a titty, bitch. He go a titty, bitch. What else you got? What else you got, bitches? Here go my titty for you bitches. I
That
got a
titty
whole
got
titty,
vodka
bitch.
in it. Don't give it to the baby.
Hey, Super, these niggas need a titty, nigga. They keep coming back. They want to be punished. The Punisher. They want to be punished. Oh, they keep coming back to be punished.
They
Make that
gluttony
make
for
sense.
pain.
Make that make sense that these niggas keep coming back to be punished. They keep coming back over and over and over again to be punished. If you are what you know, and you
Grateful
know
y'all
your shit
into
is
that S
grateful,
and M shit.
if they know, but they know it's proper and it's right, why the fuck is you over here trying to fucking combat what it is that we are acknowledging and that we know because we live it, we walk it, this is what we fucking do. Why the fuck is you here? Huh? Make that shit make sense. That means that you're diabolical, you're psychotic for real in your own mindset, you're walking through life, you're fucking chastising yourself, not us, motherfuckers. You're not harming us, you're harming yourself. This is a whole community that is on a straight understanding of self and what we are. But you are putting yourself over here. And you think you can tell us that we're unwrong? We're not right with us? No, nigga, you're unright with you. Because you place yourself here.
One titty got
Lucky
vodka,
and
one got
and Cass,
tequila.
the fuck. You placed yourself the fuck here. So make it make the fuck sense. Where we're wrong, bitches. So I'm gonna give you a titty, nigga. My titty is for you.
Give him
You
the
need to suck.
tequila titty.
You
He
need
need
you
a
need
shot
a
of
you need,
tequila.
I'm going to be circumference. I'm circumference. Here's my titty, nigga. You need to suck on something. You need a relief to maybe gradually help you get to a place. So I need to milk you to carry you to understanding, bitch.
All right, I done had enough of the eat the root titty talk. It's enough of the eat the root titty talk. God damn. Only so much cosmic titty talk I can handle in one motherfucking city. Unless you gonna flash them motherfuckers, which we know you ain't gonna. So yeah, chill out for a second. Gather your composure. Take another shot, whatever it is you gotta do.
Hey,
And the
what up?
rest
I
of
see.
y'all.
Cosmic titties is diabolical.
I see Nada C in the audience too. I told him to monetize up, go over on TikTok.
Yeah, I
Facts,
don't know.
bro.
Mac,
You've been trying to
he's
tell us
kind
how to
of
monetize for the
Mac
longest, and you
outside
ain't never
right
got
now,
to
man.
it.
But I think he gonna boss. He outside right now. But I think he already got the monetization. He just playing with it. He enjoying life right now. Shout out to that boy Nat, man. I know that boy. He with the fam and shit. It's nice out. You know, niggas don't want to be arguing with y'all all day.
Stop lying, Lucky.
Why do you think you would have to argue with us? We over here seeking and telling the truth. Why would you argue with that, brother?
Brother, you just
Make it
said
make
Dr.
sense.
Alexander Falconbridge. There was some hoes, and you had absolutely on the case, brother. Come on now. Let's start there.
What's the
Everything.
absolute he pull up? He looked into it, bro. I didn't have
Okay.
time, but he looked into it. He came
That's
back. He came back with a nice little report, but I can't remember
sure.
everything he said.
For sure. That's a fact. Okay.
But I catch up
Brother,
with him. Matter of fact, I'm gonna make sure I get his email next time he pull up for
no doubt.
situations like this.
So, so I do have some questions, all right? You feel me? Because a lot of shit been going on. So I'm just gonna get back to the information because I feel like we got enough other spaces without it, right? So let's say we just let the African verse Indian shit go, and we just strictly got on verifiable information and critiquing each other's sources about shit. Do you think we can have a better one-on-one, or do you think that Pan African versus Indian keep everything going? That's my question for you.
Okay, so here's the issue with the Pan African versus American paradigm. Right? It's gonna always be adverse or oppositional because one group is saying the people identified as niggas always been here, and the other group is saying ain't no motherfucking way you niggas been here. You niggas came from Africa. So yeah, there's gonna always be conflict right there, man.
So let me say this,
That's
right?
unavoidable, my nigga.
So let me say this, right? So speaking of viral moment hiker, right? So it's some niggas, right? Shout out to them niggas, right? They named nickname Viral Way. He like on the West Coast. He like a medium big type podcaster type nigga, and he believed that black people was already here, right? And he done said it on No Jumper. He done said it multiple times on the podcast that the Mayans was black people.
Who was that? Who was on No Jumper and said, I've been watching all No Jumper
The
all
nigga
day.
Viral Way, and I fuck with them. I watched the Viral Way podcast outside of that. You feel me? Like I fuck with them boys. I
You know
done.
Pan African Strikes Back over there too on
Right, yeah, Brandon over there. Brandon fuck with he fuck with Viral Way. They be over there together.
Come
They
on,
all
man.
be
Fuck
homies.
all those family reunion. Get back to what you were saying about the dude, bro. Come on.
Yeah, so he fucked with the whole concept, but he more on some all black people was everywhere type of shit, right? And that's what most people, if they'll fall for that. You feel me? And I don't fault them for that because I was in that group. You see what I'm saying? But it's just when niggas push that anti-African, that's when we come over here and we got to beat y'all up. That's all. So every time
No,
we're gonna
nigga,
beat y'all
hold
up.
on,
That's all.
but
We
see,
just
that's
gonna
the
beat
common
y'all up.
narrative. That's the common narrative that I always have to dispute.
Yeah.
Niggas are not anti-African, and they have never been anti-African.
Man,
You
niggas
know
just put
we, you
rats on the
know.
stick and was
Well,
talking
you should
about
hear them
Dorothy
niggas on
husband. Stop
TikTok.
that.
Hold on, no,
Them niggas
no,
on TikTok
no,
sound crazy as hell.
no.
Who you
The,
telling?
I'm
Nah,
telling you,
y'all
I'm gonna
niggas
tell
don't
you, I'm gonna
comprehend.
tell you what you pro-African niggas issue is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all are under the impression that y'all can go about making niggas African, right? With no substantive evidence to the contrary, just the historical narrative, right? You African because we said you African. And niggas ain't going for that. So Africa gets caught up in the mix of that. But really the issue we having is with niggas who've been conditioned to believe they African without any substantial proof. Just
All
the
right.
historical narrative. That's all y'all got. And we ain't
But
going for
see,
that.
so on the side note, I just want to let y'all know, right? I want all the Aboriginals to go sub up to the Viral Way podcast. He's he basically
Man, fuck
Aboriginal.
that podcast.
He
This the
fuck with
motherfucking
y'all.
smoke show,
Go
nigga.
show that boy some love. You see what I'm saying? Cause he platforming y'all.
We ain't got no love for that,
He said
nigga.
on No Jumper,
Ain't no
which is one of
love
the
on
biggest platforms in
YouTube,
hip
nigga.
hop. He said the Mayans is black people. He said they've been on like 3 episodes and was arguing a nigga down for like 15 minutes on it.
Man, who gives a
So
fuck? Tell that nigga
y'all,
to come
y'all need
over
to
here and
tap in
chop
with
that
that boy
shit
and show
up.
that brother some love and like and follow that nigga. That's the very least y'all could do.
Man,
You
fuck
know what I'm
that
saying?
nigga.
Man, we've
And
been
that's
showing
coming
y'all
from a
niggas.
Pan African.
We've been showing y'all niggas saying niggas been over here the whole time. Y'all just don't like those type of presentations. Them type of presentations offend you niggas.
Nah.
Y'all always try to
Hey
make
Cass, brother,
you
you love
niggas.
them type of presentations, don't you? I know you seen the old school, the originator. You know what
How
I'm
that
saying?
nigga
I
gonna
know
throw
you
you
seen
under
all
the
of this.
bus and say Cash love it? Nigga, you love it too, Lucky.
That's why I just told y'all I was in that group. Nigga, I used to fuck with that nigga Anoko Rashidi, bro. All that shit was fire to me when it first came out. You
I'm gonna tell
tripping,
you
bro.
another problem we be having with y'all niggas, right? Anytime the American Negro comes up in any source and it just says Africa loosely, to y'all, that's absolute concrete proof that niggas is from Africa. But it doesn't really confirm our suspicions. Right? Just
Hey,
says
I just noticed Job Bricks was on here. Boy, that boy got whooped up on by them Pan African women up there, man. He cussed everybody
Yeah,
out.
put hands and feet on that boy.
Hey, yeah, I brought up Lucky,
I
and I
promise
told him
you
about
they
how
didn't.
Lucky beat
Hey,
him up in the debate.
hold on. Fresh note. You was the
Say it ain't
in
so,
that
Job
live that
Breaks.
day.
Yeah, I was Uncle Leroy Hoodoo Corner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah. I kicked their ass in that live, bro. What are you talking about? Stop it.
Oh hell no, bro. You
Stop it.
tripping.
Say it ain't
They
so,
had the
Job Breaks.
they had the you know they had the mute me, keep muting me, all that type of shit. I was kicking their ass. I was kicking their ass with hella sources. They was pulling up AI shit.
He said with
Stop
hella
it.
sources, you hear him?
Well, no,
Job
the
Breaks.
only way the
Is
hold up,
that
the
true?
only way we would know it's true if you able to bring up the actual footage right now for us to see it. Because we for us, for me, I ain't see it. Super ain't
you
see it. Smoke
can't
ain't see
bring
it.
a live from TikTok though. You gotta be there.
Oh,
Yeah, but I ain't
so
gonna
we
lie. I just
don't know.
screenshotted a couple
Okay,
lives,
so with
brother.
that,
I'm
Yeah,
going
yeah.
through
So
my
for
they
that,
thought
wasn't
process
so
now.
them
so
people wasn't talking
Lucky
about
and
nothing.
Cass,
They
we don't
wasn't
know
even
it to
no
be
real
true,
pan
nigga. If you ain't
Africans.
Hey,
got no footage, nigga,
Job
They
just
Breaks,
wasn't
pull
I
up
even
the
no
got
real
true
one
shit,
pan
nigga.
question. This
Africans in
gonna
there.
tell the truth. Job Breaks, this gonna tell the truth. Did you start cursing them out?
You said that I start cursing them out.
Yeah.
I ain't cursed them out, but I told one of the women because she kept muting me. I told her to you know that
I
day.
don't know. What you say? You lost, Job Breaks. Whenever they get you out of your composure and make you
Hey
do
man, he
something you
told
don't
that
want
whole.
to
I mean,
do,
I'm not that. I'm
you
sorry. He told that
lose.
female the SMD, man. Keep it real, Job Bricks.
Yeah. SMD. Yeah,
I was
that's
in the
what
Ah,
I
chat.
you
told her.
Keep
lost,
it real,
Job
Job
Bricks.
Bricks.
You lost, bro.
Hey,
You
that nigga
can't say
Cass sent me that.
somebody.
He said, "Hey man, Job Bricks over there getting beat up." I say, "Damn, no, for real." I had to go
Of
tap
course
in
Look,
not.
real
man,
quick.
Of course
I
not.
already know how they go. Anytime you on a Pan-African platform, you gonna lose just because it's their platform. Yeah, he probably didn't lose. He probably
Yeah,
didn't lose a
nah.
battle. He probably didn't lose the battle of the information, but just because
Yeah,
he's in the
no,
wrong territory, they gonna always
yeah,
claim the victory.
Hey, that's
yeah,
good spirits. That's good
This
spirits,
what
y'all.
happened.
Good.
Nah, listen. This what happened. I ain't lose nothing. I start pulling out receipts, and they start pulling out Google. You know how like when you Google something and then the AI thing right there, whatever the case may be. That's all they start pulling out. And then what they start saying is, are you? They start asking questions like, are you a archaeologist? Like that type of stuff. Like they wasn't putting out no information or whatever. So you're saying you're
Man, they
smarter than the
sourced up on that good
archaeologist?
brother, man.
That type of stuff.
He
They
fought a
wasn't.
valiant fight, but he ain't had no
But
sources.
Job Bricks, let me give you a little
Yo,
advice. It's a battle of
Superman,
the intellect, bro. And if they get you away
Superman,
from your intellect and make you go to cussing,
Superman. Stop speaking on
you
something you
lose,
know nothing
bro.
about. Bro, stop speaking on stuff you don't know nothing about, please. If you don't
Nigga,
know
I'm a
nothing about
troll.
something,
I
be
know
quiet.
all about it.
Be quiet. Okay? Just be
I
quiet. You
know
don't know what you're
all
talking about.
about it,
You
nigga.
speaking
Hey,
about
super.
something you don't know
That's
nothing
why that
about.
nigga named Super. See, he's a super troll. Super.
Yeah, super troll ass
No,
nigga. He
I'm
just
just
talking
saying,
to
once
talk.
you get out of your intellect and get into your emotions, you lose
I
the
never got out of
intellectual
my
battle,
intellect.
bro.
I never got out of my intellect. What are you talking about?
Cuz,
Man,
come on, be
suck it.
quiet,
If you
cuz.
tell
I'm
somebody
ignorant.
to suck
Look,
your
I'm an
thing,
ignorant.
bro, you
Look,
out of
I'm an
there.
ignorant ass intellectual nigga.
And he was
That's
out of there
me.
before he even
The hell
said it,
is you talking
super.
about?
He was going up. That's why they kept muting him.
I'm saying
Nah,
I'm a ignorant intellectual ass nigga. That's me. Fuck are you talking about? I'm not
I
no
know. Well,
politically
yeah, I
correct
know.
ass nigga.
Yeah, I know how it go. I done beat the Pan Africans up in their own backyard plenty of times, but they gonna always say, "Oh man, you lumped that nigga up after they throw you all off the panel and shit." So you ain't
Man,
really
that
even
nigga
there.
smoke.
Yeah, you ain't even
That
really
nigga
there to
smoke.
defend yourself no more.
Nah,
That
it's
And I
nigga
didn't beat up
Pan
smoke
not
on.
a
Africans.
Man, that
coincidence.
nigga
Look,
smoke
I
on
didn't beat
injured
up.
reserve,
I didn't
man.
beat up
look.
not a coincidence in this backyard. Man, that whole panel get beat up when I
Look, it's
go over
some
there.
Pan Africans who
Man,
bring
Smoke, you
it.
been
They
on
wasn't
IR for
bringing
like
shit.
9 weeks now, man. We ain't seen you on the Pan African panel in 9 weeks. You been on IR, man. It's about time.
That's
For, it's
cause
about time. You on
that's
the
cause
PUP
African,
list, man. The
look,
PUP
bro.
African,
unable to take you off the
African,
list, man.
African.
You
Hold on.
on
I
the
gotta put her in the
PUP
back because
list
she will
right
not
now.
stop once she gets started. And look, bro. Look, you can't say that, my nigga. All right? Because not only have I beat up not a coincidence several times, even though y'all still talking about I lost that shit about my own damn genealogy, which is goofy as fuck. Uh, yeah, I even beat y'all up on y'all own narrative, that African shit. Beat y'all up on all that shit. And I don't even use sources to do it. Because I know y'all shit some bullshit. I take y'all own sources and use them motherfuckers against y'all. Not
So,
just
brother,
you,
why
though.
is you? So, brother, why is you outsourcing the David Falcon all the way to or Alexander Falcon Bridge to another nigga? Why is you outsourcing that, gang? That's not.
Because he
You should
said he
kept
want
that
the
in house.
volunteer to look into that, bro. He want the volunteer to look into it. So,
Yeah.
Sound like when they come beat you over the head and you know it's a gut punch.
Just wait to
You,
absolutely get out of
you
church,
sound
nigga.
like you
He
Yo,
trying
on
to
yo,
your
pay
ass.
another nigga to do the hit. Like what type of nigga
yo,
that
the
is?
Brent,
Like man,
yo, the
no,
don't
nigga,
Brent.
handle your own
you
work.
brought up somebody that we
Hell, you
never
don't
heard
handle your
of
own
before,
work,
nigga.
gang.
We can't, bro. If you bring a nigga we never heard of before, ain't no way we can do an investigation in 20 minutes, bro. Come on,
Hey
man.
mulatto, I
Yeah.
think I'm finna have to join the mulatto move. I gotta be a pan mulatto because the Pan Africans don't fuck with a nigga who mix, I guess. So I guess I gotta join the mulatto association.
Damn, you been fighting that hard, they
Hey,
finna
but
kick
that's
you out the
why.
court because you got a little chain in your blood.
Hey, that's why
Yeah,
Dose
they
is so
said no. They
cold. She
told no.
cold
This
with
is
the
what they said.
research on the fly.
They said you
That's why
gotta
she
be
be
80.
kicking these niggas in the
They said
ass.
you gotta be 80%, and I'm only 73. So I'm out of the threshold.
Damn, Pan Africans.
Yeah, I'm out of
Y'all
the
losing a good
threshold.
fighter now. Y'all ain't gonna be left with number King Cashes.
It's all good. Shout out
It's
to the
over.
Pan Africans though. I'm still pro Africa though. You see what I'm saying? I'm still pro Africa. But I guess I gotta be
What's that? What, Lucky? What does that even mean to
I
be
gotta
So
be a
he's
proactive?
still
mulatto
pro
activist.
dummy. He just ain't
I
a
gotta
playing
be a
out. He's
I
still
gotta
dummy
be a
to you. He
mulatto
just ain't a
Nah,
playing out.
Lucky,
activist.
for real. What does that mean,
It mean that
pro-African?
they
What does
think
that
that,
mean?
it mean that they think that white men invented boats. That's what it mean.
I want him to answer, Job Bricks. When I get on your ass, then you be ready to
Hey, bro,
go.
be quiet, bro.
It's coming,
Be
Job Bricks.
quiet,
I
bro.
got you. It's
Be
coming.
quiet.
I'm gonna test your shit to
Be
see if you can be the
quiet.
friend.
Be
He
quiet.
told him to be quiet.
Like I said,
Hey,
they think
what?
that white
Come
men
on,
invented
Lucky.
boats.
What does
I'm
that
not
mean to
talking to
be
you. I'm not answering your
pro-African?
question.
I'm
I
pro
just told
African
you.
as it. What's up? What's up, Jabber? Get your shit off. You ain't gonna stop.
Yeah, what I said was it just mean that y'all think that white men invented boats. But go ahead.
No, that ain't what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is I'm pro Africa as in at the liberation of Africa. I'm for that. You feel me? Ibrahim Toure. Shout out to that brother. Anybody who's fighting for liberation on their homeland and trying to stop neo-colonialism and neo-imperialism,
This is
I
why we
stand with
call
that.
you niggas fake.
I
And
stand
this
with
is
that.
why we call you niggas fake.
But
This
I'm
is
over
why.
here.
That man ain't fighting for no goddamn independence of no motherfucking Africa. He jumping from one white man dick to the next white man dick. The
Man,
fuck is
here
you
y'all
talking
go.
about? He ain't standing up for no goddamn Africa. He trading a colonizer for a colonizer. Shut the fuck up. This is why we don't respect y'all.
There you go. So yeah, so that's my That's a part of my mission statement right there. So yeah, I stand with I'm a black American first, but I'm pro-black worldwide type shit. That's all. But I guess I gotta be I'm pro mulatto first now, apparently. I gotta stick to my mixed looking skin first and then be pro-black outside of that, I guess. So I'm learning though. I'm working on me, as Party Next Door would say.
Hey, bro, do you think that the Aboriginal Australians, do you think they was African?
I think that 75,000 to 100,000 years ago they left from Africa. Based on the evidence, they could have came from the
Nah,
Sahel
bro, I'm
region
just saying.
already.
I
Listen,
mean,
listen, listen. They
okay,
have
look.
mixes of Denisovan in them, so they could have long ago been a part of that region that sunk, that came back up, that used to be connected to Africa, but that is the Sahel region. But it's a part of Australia and India and all that. They could, I don't know what it is 2 million years ago, bro. That's too long ago.
Where
What
y'all
I
getting
know
it from,
is
bro?
they
Where y'all
came
be
from
getting it
Africa
from?
based on evidence.
But where y'all be getting it from? Scientific reviews and shit.
You get it from
So
it's a multidisciplinary sector, right? Y'all niggas say it as cross reference, but it's multidisciplinary fields, right?
But let me
So
ask
we
you a
look.
question. Let
Go
me ask
ahead.
you a question. Is that what the Dravidians is saying? Stop giving me that
Yeah,
multi-ethnical.
yeah.
nah,
Absolutely.
Is the
so you
Dravidians
don't
saying?
think they African? You don't think
The-
they
yes,
African?
yes. So the
You do
Dravidians
think
say
they?
exactly that. The Dravidians say that there was a land that sunk, which was a part of Australia and India. It was all one, but it's parts of it sunk and created them islands and shit. And they
Okay.
say, go ahead.
Smoke.
All right. So
Pull up
look. Oh, pause. Oh,
Dravidian.
chill.
Hold up.
So look.
No. Smoke.
So look, right?
Pull up
I could
the
be pro-black
definition
Oh, wait,
of
wait.
and be
Hold on.
whoever I
Dravidian.
want. What
Chill.
is you
No,
talking about?
no. Because we want factual,
I
actual
told you I
facts.
got to be pro mulatto first. How we gonna make more mulattoes? What's wrong with you?
No.
Hostile
Smoke.
22.
So
Pull
What's
you
up
wrong with you?
believe
Hostile
Dravidian.
you
22.
believe in
I gotta
a
protect
theory.
my race.
Oh,
Look at
yeah.
that.
Look. So you
Pull up
believe
Dravidian.
everything that was connected to Africa means it's Africa. That basically. So it don't matter if a land is something else. You're gonna call anything connected to Africa Africa. That's basically what you're saying. It can't be
Nah,
the
brother.
other land mass. It got to be Africa. That's what you're saying.
Not at all, brother. I don't connect anything to Africa. That's why I just said it's a complete possibility that they could come from the Sahel, which sunk thousands and thousands of years ago. But I don't have no evidence on that.
I
I was
got
one
you.
of the first
So
niggas
you
on the Aboriginal panel to say there is a such thing as a multi-regional theory that I used to believe in 2022. So 2021 actually. So you got to chill, bro.
okay. So based on your answer, what I'm getting is that you don't believe they Africans. You just have a theory in your mind of something that you can't prove that could connect them to Africa. But based on everything that you can prove, they're not African. That's what you're saying.
No, on everything I can prove they're African, and I have a theory. I had a theory at that particular moment that they could be born from a population outside because they had DNA that developed outside that had no populations in Africa with that DNA, which was the Denisovan. I was hip on that shit a long time ago. So my calculations back when I was pseudo, I was like, oh, that must mean they came from over there, and then you see what I'm saying, and I was building all of that shit up. But I grow because I
This
learned the
nigga's
information.
lost. Nigga,
If you
you
was
just
19
cross-landed
and you
shit.
28 and you know the same shit and you stupid, then you should know some more shit by then, right?
Lucky.
If I'm 19 and I know
What are
something,
you?
then by the
Hold
time
on,
I'm
hold on,
28,
hold
I
on,
know some
nigga.
other
You're
shit.
how, nigga?
That means I
No,
did the
nigga.
right thing. I'm not gonna
You're
stay the same. What's wrong with y'all?
Lucky.
What's the proof they
Lucky,
African?
right
What
now.
proof do you got they African?
Thank
Like
you.
what's connecting them to Africa?
So, brother, archaeology, linguistics, the anthropology, and the DNA. That's why I say it's multidisciplinary. It's not just one thing. The records, we got firsthand accounts, people writing about them coming back and forth. We got the DNA, people dying in the ground back then. They digging them up and saying, yo, this person that's in the grave that's been in the ground from this person on is related to somebody around here today. All that shit is relevant because it ties into what y'all call cross-referencing. But
So,
what it's
nigga,
really
Lucky, your grandfather. No, matter of fact,
hold on, go ahead, Grateful,
your
because
great. No,
I
hold up,
gotta
nigga.
start this.
Your say sixth grandfather. Where is
Which
he
I
buried
get.
at? No, your sixth grandfather. The
Yes,
sixth.
ma'am.
The sixth, nigga. Where he buried at?
So my sixth great grandfather on my mother's father's side, he's
Where's
buried in
he
South.
buried at? No, nigga, I don't want no story, nigga.
He's buried
Where
in
the fuck
South
is he buried?
Carolina. He's buried in South
Okay.
Carolina. So
Okay.
and
So
then
All right,
my
man.
hold
Come
on,
mother's
on, man.
okay, so hold up,
No, let
my
them
Paul.
get back
mother's
to their
mother's
fight.
hold up.
Let them get
My
back to their
mother's
Dravidian fight. Come on, bro.
oh, I'm about to give it to him. My mother's six. He
Nah, we
was
don't want to
also
talk
born in
about.
South
Nah, we don't want
Carolina
to talk
as
about.
well. Griffin.
Nah, get
I
back to
can
the
speak to some of
Dravidians,
the
bro.
first
Come on,
Africans
my
that was
nigga.
transported to South
Focus, Lucky.
Carolina.
Focus.
Go ahead,
Get
though.
back to the Dravidians. We're not talking about that shit Gray was talking about.
I'm just letting you know I'm from the first
Man, come on,
Africans to ever
bro.
make it in South
Come on,
Carolina.
man.
Go ahead.
We walking you down from that first claim.
He running from Job Bricks.
I'm waiting on this conversation. I gave Grateful the flow because I'm a good Samaritan.
Well, no,
You
nigga, because
ran behind a
I
skirt,
was
nigga.
really
Get
on
back to
the
the
video
fight.
too. No, listen, I was
I
really
ran
on
behind a
that
fro,
the
man. It
video
was a
shit
fro.
too. Yo, you said the veteran. Nigga, do
Javon.
you know what that means?
Nah,
Job
Smoke
Bricks,
is
that
Do
just
you
nigga
know
being
what that
scared of you,
means?
derogatory.
bro.
Smoke is
When
just being
nigga, when you
derogatory.
said that, go ahead. Da,
Listen, and it's the whole thing about
da,
the Yakubian shit. The Yakubian is just the pseudo way to explain the
not the
phenotype map.
Kubian. Smoke,
It says the
bring
listen,
that
listen,
nigga
listen,
back to
listen,
where
listen,
he
listen,
need to
listen.
go to.
That shit says the exact same thing the science says.
Jarvillian, nigga.
It just claims that it's made in
Jarvillian.
a lab.
Jarvillian, nigga.
They say
So
that
go
the
back
white
there,
man
nigga.
come from
That's
a
Dracula.
splice
Nigga,
of the
and for
Indian
y'all
man that was
don't know what the
grafted, that
fuck that
used to
is,
be white, that
actually
was
it's Dracula,
originally
bitch.
brown, and he was brown in
Oh,
Asia.
but
All that
hold
is
up.
because that's the
Y'all
phenotype
studious,
map.
right? It's
Go ahead.
Dracula. It's
Go
that
ahead.
Dravidian shit is
I'm just
Dracula.
saying,
But go ahead,
all
nigga.
of that Yakubian
Y'all niggas
shit.
act like y'all know what y'all talking about. Go ahead
I'm
with
gonna
that.
let you
Come
get it
on,
out because I
nigga.
want to say this. I do want to
You
make
want to
this
know what
point. Go
Dracula
ahead.
is, nigga? Go ahead.
I'm
Y'all,
saying
y'all,
all this.
y'all
You just
studious,
told me to
right?
go ahead.
Y'all know what y'all fuck y'all.
So all
Go
this,
ahead,
all that
man.
shit comes back to the Yakubian shit, and that's all trying to make sense of the phenotype map. That's why they say
Fact.
the Asiatic created the white races based off of grafting in the lab. All that is following the phenotype map. That's what it's doing, but it's trying to explain it from a pseudo level. So niggas don't even know the science that they be trying to misrepresent. But I've been doing this, bro. I used to be a pseudo.
Bro, let's just talk about
You
the
you
stuff.
you talk.
Let's not talk about what people don't know and what they don't know. Like, let's just talk about, you know
That's
what I'm
what you
saying,
do
stuff
good,
like that.
John Bridge. Don't get upset, brother. Just follow the bag work. Gotta
You said
stay
what?
swift. Keep it going.
What you say?
He done already got beat up on TikTok. He done already got
Yo,
beat up
bro,
on
Yeah,
TikTok.
just
stop
stay
making
swift.
up
Just stay
shit,
swift, John
bro.
Briggs. Just stay swift. Keep going.
Like, stop making up. What is wrong with you clowns, bro?
Listen, bro,
Come
just
on,
stay
dog.
swift, bro. You good.
Nah,
Keep going.
absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. But back to what we was talking about though, right? So if they aboriginals to that land, what made them African? What definitive proof made them African?
They're aboriginals to the land of Africa. You just said it, right?
No. I didn't say they was aboriginal to the land of Africa. I said they was aboriginal to the land of Australia.
Okay. So based off of the evidence that they have, there's no evidence of people being there before those people have arrived. And when I say arrived, that means there is evidence of them migrating there. There's evidence of people coming from a different place to there and it being the same people that you're talking about. So that's why. If there was no evidence of them walking from somewhere else and riding on boats from somewhere else, then I wouldn't say that. Gotta stay
Okay,
swift.
so you don't. Okay, cool. So
Thanks.
you think the same about how you think about Australia? You think that's what happened with it in America as well? You think that America was once unoccupied as well?
I'm saying, brother, I gotta go based off of what we can find on verifiable evidence and categorically, that's
Yeah.
what the evidence would lead you to believe.
I mean, it don't lead you to believe that. The evidence don't lead you to believe that, but it depends on what type of evidence you're looking into. Are you familiar with the peer review process?
I'm very familiar with it, brother.
Okay, cool. So, what's your thoughts on the peer review process? Is it the end all be all? Do you put your primary faith in it? Not saying that you don't cross reference and all other stuff. I'm not discounting that part. But what I'm asking you is about the peer review process. Is it flawed? Is that process flawed to you, or you feel as though that process is not flawed?
So it was two questions you asked. Let me answer the first one.
Okay.
Is it the end all be all? I would say yes. Is it flawed? I would say yes, because we are humans and we are flawed, and it's a capitalist society. So if niggas is trying to get the money, they're gonna follow the money, just like on social media. Niggas is gonna talk about what's gonna get them views. So if niggas is only going where the money at or where they can get funded, now we gotta have a question about morality and if certain niggas need to be in the field instead of complaining. But peer review is the end all be all. If you're not gonna get reviewed by your peers, I don't want to hear what you're saying, because you're not trying to get vetted, nigga. And I don't let niggas in my personal life lie to me. Why would I let a nigga online say some shit I can't vet? Stop that.
Okay, cool. So it can't be both, right? Even though you're saying it's both, it can't be both. It can't be flawed and the end all be all. You see what I'm saying? Because like you said, people follow the money. So when you have these peer review processes, you can have them all bought and sold. Right or wrong?
Wrong.
Come
You
on,
can have
bro.
them influenced. You cannot have them bought
Yeah,
and sold. What
bro.
we have here is
What is
we have a
influence and
problem.
broader soul? Is that not the same thing? Come on,
It's
bro.
not, brother. It's
Oh
not.
my
What we have a
God.
problem is a lack of representation, a lack of understanding, and a lack of participation. If niggas are not participating and not funding stuff and they complaining, then what are we doing? The whole point of this stuff is the simple stuff. You got to go and put out action. That's why niggas been voting Democrat, because liberals don't do shit either. So they just fall in line with the liberals and don't do shit. But I think we finna get the liberals in motion and the left gonna move, and we're gonna see how it go. But right now, the blacks is acting like liberals, and we just need to get back to our leftists. We're not liberals. You see what I'm saying? We've been co-opted to run around and get on the titty of the white man and act like we MAGA. We got to get off that, y'all. I
Hold
digress.
on, bro. How we get over here, bro? Damn. How we get over here? What
Man, I'm
happened?
on. Man, listen,
How
bro.
we get how we get
Bro.
to the
You gotta
political
stay
talk?
swift. What you mean? How we got over here? You gotta stay swift. Keep going.
It's
That's what
called
I'm
the
saying. How we get to
Gish
the political
Gallop.
talk? We speaking about peer review. Are you connecting the peer review with politics? Is that what you're doing?
I'm
I'm confused.
connecting
How
peer review. Yes, brother. Politics, all of this stuff. I'm showing you that all this stuff correlates. If you can't understand how your mental state and how you interact in different channels of life, it goes to other levels and other industries and other fucking places in your life. If you can't comprehensively read and
bro, I'm
comprehensively
asking,
understand
bro,
yourself,
stop.
you can't
Bro,
fucking vote either, nigga. What's wrong with you?
bro, I got you. Listen, look, I'm with you. What I'm saying is, I'm just trying to stay. We trying to stay on topic, right? So I'm not saying that it ain't connected. We're speaking about peer review and it being the end
Well,
all be all. And I
I'm politically lean as well, brother. So you got
no, no,
I'm building
we
myself
could
out
talk
to
politically too. I got you.
yeah.
Look, that's cool. We can have that conversation. I'm not dismissing that conversation. But what we're speaking about peer review, and I'm trying to get you to understand because you said they can't be bought. That's what you said, right? But you said they can be influenced,
They can
right?
be influenced, brother. Yeah.
Exactly. So look, so we have a major theory on hand, and that theory is called the Charles Darwin outer Africa theory. Can you agree with me that he created the outer Africa theory? It started with him, correct?
Not at all, brother. Charles Darwin
Okay.
and you're just tripping,
Who
brother.
name somebody who posed that all life started in Africa prior to Charles Darwin. Name them.
I'm gonna pull it up, bro.
Yeah, pull it up because he's the first person
Oh,
to
this is
present
what I
that
want to say. This is what
theory
I want
to
to
the
see.
world, right?
I
But
feel you,
you know
right?
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You could pull it up in the meantime. We can finish talking while you pulling it up, right? So
So
so based on
this
what
is
I'm saying is he presented that, right? So and also he presented the what evolution theory as well. You feel what I'm saying? And mainstream science has been trying to maintain that as being the status quo, regardless of new information. So, for example, remember in 2020 when it was in the height of the pandemic and all that, right? And you remember they had something on Instagram and Facebook called fact checkers, right? And these fact checkers were literally biased. They were so biased that the dude Mark Zuckerberg even said that they was biased and they was trying to pay them off and this, that, and the third, and basically to carry out a specific narrative, especially around those Pope things, right? So If you think that there was no fact checking going on back then, you'll be wrong, especially when it comes to carrying a specific narrative, right? And this specific narrative is what? The out of Africa theory.
That's great. So
All life originated
let
in
me present the
Africa.
pushback because you've been building for a little minute. So what I'm
Yeah, go
saying, that's
ahead.
great. That's great to have skepticism. I don't never
Go
want
ahead.
to discount anybody's skepticism. We need all the skepticism, bro. I have skepticism as well, right?
Yes, sir.
But what you dealt with was systemic corruption, just like in other countries they deal with. That's why I'm like these corporate democratic thugs, they had to get up out the way because they basically are nothing but mouthpieces for big corporations at this point from around the world. They letting all types of people buy land and basically create companies and take their money back, and they live in the American dream and living in the other country. It's all kind of shit that's going on, but it's not just a liberal conservative thing I'm watching. It's on both sides of the aisle. It's the politicians in cahoots with big government, running with the big corporations, all walking in one. So that's what I'm really focused on, right? But the whole time is the skepticism don't provide enough evidence to dispute the facts.
I
If we
got you,
got
but that's what I'm
people
saying. But we
writing,
could walk.
what I'm
Let's
saying.
walk.
Hold
Let's
up.
walk.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what
Walk
I'm
with
saying.
me.
Hold up.
Go
Wait.
ahead.
Because I just let you go. Listen to what I'm saying. Because if we start from a thesis of this person is lying, it's on us to provide and walk down the evidence. And once we don't, we gotta go with what a nigga said, bro.
I got you. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not speaking. I'm not having this conversation. Like
But
I
let's
said,
go
when
and
we have
kill that African
conversations,
theory with
let
one line.
let's go.
You
Let's
hear
go
me?
back and
Hold on,
let's
hold
have
on.
a conversation. Let's just have a conversation. Don't speak about if a nigga don't provide this or if a nigga, like, don't speak from that standpoint as if you're assuming that a person is
But
just
we black, we gotta make
skeptical.
analogies.
Hold
I'm
on,
about
wait,
to
wait,
mute
wait,
up,
wait.
bro. I'm
Oh,
gonna mute up. My
listen.
fault, bro. I
Yeah,
got
yeah,
you.
yeah. Don't speak from a standpoint of skepticism to where if you feel like I'm being skeptical about something, but you feel like I'm not going to provide anything to back that skepticism. I'm always going to provide something to back that skepticism. I'm not just going to speak about the skepticism and do nothing about it. So, for example, we have in history, that's why I was telling you about the whole fact checkers thing. The same way they had fact checkers back then and they was canceling people and this, that, and the third, if you said a specific thing, that's the same biasness that's in science. Because the narrative is out of Africa because Charles Darwin is held as this, you know, originator of something and this, that, and the third, even though what he proposed was just a theory. And like I said, you're not going to find anybody else in history that proposed that the world originated in Africa prior to Charles Darwin introducing it to the world on a mass scale. You're not going to find that at all. And why is that important? That's important because every archaeologist who came after him, they were not looking objectively. They were looking subjectively to back what he said. You see what I'm saying? So there was biasness in that, and they will receive funding
Okay,
for
bro. Let
that.
me just
Hold on, wait. Let me say one more thing. Let me say my last thing because you remember we was talking about skepticism, right? We have a lady named Virginia Steele McIntyre. I highly recommend all y'all look her up. Virginia Steele McIntyre. She was a victim of what we will call cancel culture because she discovered something that counteracted the out of Africa theory, and she discovered some stuff in America that predated what they were saying, the people being originated in Africa, and because of that she lost all her funding and they tried to cancel her. See what I'm saying? But go ahead.
All right. So to answer your question, like I said, Charles Darwin, he did not create the out of Africa theory, bro. Out of Africa theory was proposed that humans originated way before him, right? So that's first and foremost. So you're like what you doing is when you start from that position and you saying that people have no other basis, so they're not looking in other places. There was an out of Europe theory. There was an out of Asia theory. Every day, people that's in them different regions try to produce that evidence to try to prove that. Just recently, up into 2012, there was a out of Asia theory that was trying to get proven. They were trying to say they evolved from Homo erectus, bro. So what I'm hold up, bro. I was muted for a long time. So what I'm saying is these theories have been around for a little minute. it's not just out of Africa popping up with Charles Darwin. Anybody can type that in. I can if Smoke want to share my screen. All you gotta do is type in did Charles Darwin create out of Africa theory? It will literally say no, he did not, and it will run this shit down. So there was out of Europe, there's out of Asia, there's out of Africa. All these things have been proposed, but it's based upon the evidence at the time, bro. So if you ain't got no evidence, then you got to keep going.
Bro,
To find your evidence, just find your evidence, bro.
what are
That's
you
all I'm
talking,
saying.
What
Go
are you?
ahead.
First and foremost, I gave evidence, right? The first thing you asked for evidence for was my skepticism, right? I gave evidence for my skepticism, right? When I mentioned the lady Virginia Steen McIntyre, that's who I mentioned, right? Who got outcast back in the time and canceled back in the time and lost all her funding because she discovered things in America that predated the out of Africa Charles Darwin theory. So she got ostracized by her peers, right? That's proof of what I was saying when you was talking about the skepticism and when we was talking about peer review and how they can be biased to a specific narrative. Secondly, you're doing it again. Listen, bro, talk directly because the going around talking is you basically trying to move around what I'm telling you. We're not mentioning the outer Asia theory. We're not mentioning the outer Europe theory. We're not mentioning none of that. What we're mentioning is who was the first person to present the out of Africa theory to the world. That was Charles Darwin, and nobody did it before him in his book, Descent of Men. Okay? So that was the mainstream proposal that life begin in Africa. And you cannot and what I asked you
So
to do was
hold up, bro.
I asked you to
Hold up, bro.
find. Go ahead.
So what I'm telling you is that you're wrong. First of all, you have no evidence that out of Africa is wrong, brother. First of all, but what I'm telling you is that he did not create out of Africa.
Yes,
And
we
at the
do.
and at
Yes,
the
the fuck
current,
we do.
that's fine,
Homo
Section.
sapien
Just
does
wait, brother
not
Section.
exist. Homo
So
sapien
the
ain't
current,
never been existed. Now, nigga, don't talk over me. You said ain't no goddamn
I'm
evidence. I'm
trying to
providing
answer,
you with the
brother. You
motherfucking
talking about
evidence.
talking over? You
Homo
started talking
sapien
over me,
does
brother.
not
But I'm not
exist.
gonna yell
There
and
is no
scream.
true type
You still
specimen
gonna try to
for
hear my
Homo
answer out,
sapien.
Saxon.
So how
If
can
you
you
was
prove
right, you wouldn't be
anything
yelling and
evolved
screaming.
in the Homo
You just let
sapien
me
when
finish, but you
lion
got a
made
simple.
up
You was
Homo
speaking
fucking
to me. It was a
sapien
back and
and
forth
then they made him
conversation.
the Homo sapien
When you
when he
talking about
died,
Homo
nigga.
sapien, you just need to mute up. So the current out of Africa theory is actually the out of Africa 2 model, right? That's what everybody that's
And
arguing this.
And
I'm
before
talking
I
to
get
John
through
Bricks right
talking with
now.
this dumb ass shit this nigga playing up here, all them fucking theories he brought up out of age and all of them are still fucking out of Africa theory.
So the
That's the
out of
only reason why you
Africa.
know
So
about
what
them.
we
That's the only
so what we
reason why you
dealing with.
fucking know about them. Let's stop playing these whole ass
What we
games.
dealing
When
with
somebody
now.
actually contradict that
It's all
weak
right.
ass
I'm
theory,
still gonna
they get
get it out.
canceled like this man
Lord
just
have
said.
speed.
Now let's back to y'all conversation.
So the out of Africa that we're dealing with right now is the out of Africa 2 model. So he did not create nothing, and he is a part of the out of 2 model. He based all this stuff off of evidence that was already based on stuff that was already worked on. And do you know what this stuff is based on to even be arguing against this stuff, brother? I don't want to give you the answers before, so I'm gonna ask you, do you even know what's based on this stuff to even argue
Hey,
against it?
bro.
Because
Hey, bro.
you don't
I
have
can't
nothing to
believe.
say
Hold
the
on, wait.
contrary.
Hold on, wait. I can't believe that I just told you that he was the first person to start the out of Africa theory, right? I just said that multiple times, and you have yet to name a person prior to him to bring it to the world. So until you name a person, don't start. That's what I said. You like to go around and loop the loop. No. Stay direct in what's being said. I said he's the first person to present the out of Africa theory to the world. You have yet to dispute that. All you've talked about was model tools and Googling, was he the first? No. Literally name a person who did it before him. Because every person you're going to name, I can't wait till you name them so I can debunk them. Because yes, some people did speak about Ethiopia and things of that nature, but that wasn't their theory though. So when we speak about the theory of everything coming from out of Africa, he was the first to present it. So once you start naming names, then we're going to debunk the names that you name. So go ahead.
So, bro, you just said exactly what I said to you. There were people previous to this that had this same information. First, it started with something like an out of Asia. Then, the more evidence that came out, somebody was like, "Well, it's actually evidence that they're from Africa." And then Charles Darwin made a composite of all of this information and wrote something called The Descent of Man. And when he wrote that, he synthesized all the previous information before him, that which was that information that came out that was debunking what was to be known as the out of Europe theory and the out of Asia theory, because they used to say that this shit came from a different place, bro. This shit is, I said this already, bro. So you trying to argue like semantics and shit. I'm telling you, he did not it's not an original thought from him. He wrote The Descent of Man, and it popularized, and this is known as the Out of Africa 2 model. But can you refute what he's saying, bro? That's the question I'm asking you.
See, look. This the thing, right? See, you like to move and jump and dance. No, let's stick to the facts first, and then we can move forward. We can't move forward until we stick to the facts. What you just said once again was, I heard a bunch of Europe, I heard a bunch of Asia, and then I heard a bunch of Africa too. You keep saying the same thing, but that has nothing to do with the fact of what I'm telling you, that Charles Darwin was the first person to introduce the out of Africa theory to the world. Right? Why is we even talking about this?
So if you're trying to say he made it popular, nigga, then cool. He made it popular.
Hold on, wait.
That's
Pause.
fine.
Hold on, wait.
You trying to say he made it popular,
no,
nigga?
Wait. Look. Listen, bro. Listen. Right?
I'm asking you, bro, because you keep talking, bro, and we clearly got a disconnect. Are you trying to say he's made it the most popular?
Bro,
because yes, I'm not arguing that. He's made it popular, nigga, but he did not originate.
Oh my god, bro.
So that's what I'm saying, bro. You clearly not understanding what I'm saying to you, bro.
No,
I'm
that's
telling
not what you were saying.
He is the most popular. He made it popular, bro. He synthesized it. I literally broke it down for you. So just listen, bro, because you're not saying, you're not listening to what I'm saying, and you're trying to argue some straw man shit.
I'm not, bro. I'm not
made it. No, bro. Yes, you are.
Bro, no, I'm not at all. First and foremost,
he made it popular because he synthesized the previous work before him, debunking other shit, bro.
Who presented the Model 1?
Nigga, type, bro. All right, bro.
Who presented the Model 1?
Show my screen, bro.
Like, who presented the Model 1, bro? That's it. Since this is the Model 2, who presented the Model 1 then? Please. Because you're talking, like I said, you keep talking about Model 2. You keep talking about Europe and Asia, bro. I'm not talking about that. The reason why I'm talking to you about Charles Darwin, because you need to know who your OG is, nigga. That's why. You see what I'm saying? Because I gotta take you to the origins of your mindset so we could break that shit down.
You see what I'm saying? Listen, bro.
That's what it is. I gotta take you to the origins of why you think the way you think.
I'm listening to you.
No, okay.
You have an ulterior motive rather than listening to the conversation. You're trying to prove that this person is somehow a bad guy, but you haven't got to that evidence yet. Meanwhile, I'm telling you, he absolutely made it famous. And did you debunk it?
Bro,
if you're not going to debunk it or tell me why this person's a bad guy, why are you bringing this up? Let me speak. Come on.
Let me speak.
The whole point is, hold up, Ja Brick. Listen to what I'm saying to you, Ja Brick. The whole point is, if you cannot refute the evidence, or you do not have some damning evidence on the person who provided the evidence, why are you presenting a contrary position?
Because I'm gonna tell you why. Let me tell you why. See, that's what I'm saying. See, you want to change the narrative, and I'm gonna make sure you never change the narrative. So everybody that's listening, watch how he's trying to change the narrative of what's happening. We start talking about peer review, right? That's what this conversation was about. So I'm not presenting this to make him a bad person, even though he was a bad person. That's not what. Don't try to make that the narrative of why I'm presenting Charles Darwin. That's not the narrative why. The reason why I'm presenting the narrative why is to show you a paper trail of biasness throughout science that wanted to keep that theory alive, right? So when I show you the evidence of all the people that was contrary to what he found, that found things way older than what he found in other areas of the world, America, right? and all of those things were shot down. I'm telling you why these things were shot down due to the narrative of everybody wanting to keep up and uphold the outer Africa theory. That's why
No.
I'm
So
saying the
again,
things that I'm saying.
brother,
I'm not saying
that's
the
why I
things.
said I'm
Listen,
asking you to provide some evidence because again, I told you very simply there were things before the out of Africa. Out of Africa was not something they wanted to stand on. They were on the out of Europe theory, and then the out of Asia theory, and then back to the out of Europe theory, and then some nigga came along and was like, bro, all the evidence is saying it's from Africa, bro. Do you not see this person and this person findings? And that's how this shit keeps elevating. And then along comes Darwin saying this person is correct. So again, bro, you saying all of this stuff based upon a foundation of non-logical statements. The whole thing is a
oh my
fallacy.
God,
Listen to
bro.
all of
Oh
the
my
whole thing
God.
is a fallacy, brother.
Yo,
You
bro,
acting
could
like
you
people
talk,
have
bro? I
not
don't,
been to this
bro,
whole day trying to debunk
bro.
different
I'm not,
theories.
bro.
Niggas
Listen,
are
listen.
not standing on the
I'm not,
African theory. Hold up, bro.
Man,
Let me
come
finish
on,
what I'm
Lucky.
saying, bro. Because I was muting up when you
Damn,
be. I don't
man.
never cut
Stop
you off.
wiggling, bro.
The
You gotta
nigga
step
said,
slide on this nigga,
no,
Job
bro.
Bricks. You gotta step slide on this nigga. You
The
gotta
nigga
cut him off.
said all this shit is based off of the niggas not wanting to look into some shit. They look into this shit. That's how they found out of Africa. It used to be out of Asia, nigga. So what I'm telling you is they're not gonna refute some evidence they find that's gonna make that nigga famous. It's gonna make that nigga famous. Why would he not say, hey, yo, I found some brand new evidence. Give me the money to keep looking on this. And the person who funded it gonna become a gazillionaire because he funded the nigga who found some shit ain't nobody fucking know about. You don't know how economics work, bro. I digress. And shut my screen.
bro. Listen, bro. Look. You can't get away with that shit like you get away with these other niggas. I'm not one of them.
Man,
Listen
you
to what
gotta
I'm
stay
telling you.
swift.
Oh,
Show my
wait.
screen.
Pause. Oh, wait. Pause. Right. This what I need you to stop doing. Stop saying, yo, you don't know economics. You don't know this. You don't like stop. I'm not speaking on what you know and you don't know. We just having a conversation.
Oh
Present
my
what needs to be
god.
presented. Stop trying
Ay
to
ay
create
ay.
narratives at the narrative
Get
at the
out, get
narrative.
out your
That,
pum
that's all
pum,
you do.
buddy.
All
Come
you
on,
do,
bro.
look, bro, listen. All you're doing is creating narratives at the narratives. You don't know this and you don't know that. And you don't even know what you're talking about because you're trying to do, bro, stop it. No, we talking about information and we're talking about following a yellow brick road to get to what we talking about right now. We're not talking, I'm not trying to say, yo, you don't know this, bro. You don't know how to do research. You don't know this. Bro, stop all that so we can have a real conversation. Because all of that extra shit is derailing our conversation when we speaking about specific
Bro,
things. Okay?
listen.
I need you to
Bro, I'm
understand
not
that.
gonna stop my bureaucratic approach. I'm gonna
Oh
keep
my
pushing
God.
on you with this bureaucratic shit, bro. I don't care
That's
what you feel
ducking
how I'm
smoke.
coming, bro.
You're
Get
ducking
your
smoke
scholarship
by
up,
doing
bro.
that though. Because
You not gonna
keep it on
listen,
the
bro. Then
information.
get
Keep it on
educated,
the
bro. I'm not
information,
worried
bro.
about that. Listen, bro, you worried
Oh
about
my
my
God.
presentation because you're
Bro.
not a bureaucrat or you don't have the
Bro, no, it ain't
ideology that
about
could go
that.
back
It's
and forth with
those
what I'm
are
saying, bro.
strategies, bro.
You just
Listen,
are
you're trying to
online
create, you're
regurgitating
trying to do,
YouTube scholars.
bro,
So
bro,
listen,
bro,
bro, I'm not on that with you, bro. I'm on the
bro.
information. You brought some shit up and you
You're
still have
not.
not refuted it,
You're
brother.
not. You're
Bro, I've
not on
asked
the
you one
information.
question. You've asked me 5 million. Answer my one question. Stop asking me 5 million. Can you refute the out of Africa theory with some evidence, bro? Why are you answering and asking a million questions I ain't asked you, nigga?
Bro, like I said, stop all the extra
You ain't
side
gonna do
talking
it.
and let's get to the information.
You
Stop
ain't
all
gonna
the
do it.
extra side talking and let's get to the information. Now, like I said, I already presented it. See if you could comprehend what I'm saying. You so caught up in what you saying, you don't even comprehend. I already mentioned Virginia Steen McIntyre. I literally mentioned Virginia Steen McIntyre. Okay. Are you familiar with who Virginia Steen McIntyre is? I doubt you are because they don't want you to be familiar with her because she challenges the narrative of the outer Africa theory and she challenged it so bad that they literally made her lose her funding because of it. Okay? So when you talking about prove the out of Africa theory,
Okay,
she
bro. Listen
literally
to me,
proved. Hold
bro.
on,
Hold
wait,
up.
pause. Listen,
Listen.
listen,
Oh
listen.
my
Nah.
god.
Listen. Now you listen now because you saying, yo, present this, present that. I
And you
literally mentioned
haven't.
Virginia Steen, bro. I literally mentioned Virginia Steen McIntyre, okay? I literally mentioned her and how she found findings in Mexico that predated the bones they found in Africa that backed the outer Africa theory. Literally, and this was in what year was this? This was let me get the year when she found it, bro. This was early. This was early. This was early in the because the outer Africa theory ain't started in the 1800s. Prior to the 1800s, nobody was talking that outer Africa shit at all. At all. The shit didn't exist. And you have yet to prove or show me someone that's predating that at all. Still to this day, you still haven't proved that one thing, right? Charles Darwin created the outer Africa theory. Prove me wrong. You cannot do that.
So I'm waiting for
You
Smoke
cannot
to
do
share
that.
my screen. You made a claim, but you have not. First of all, I told you he did not. I asked for Smoke to share my screen. And on top of that, not only is you wrong, I asked you a question. You've asked me 5 million, brother. You're basic. You're not smarter than a fifth grader. And that's why you keep asking questions and ducking doing the Bap Shuffle. So, while Charles Darwin didn't explicitly formate the out of Africa theory, in its modern detailed form, he did propose that humans originated likely from ancestors, likely originated on that continent. This idea was based on observations. This is a key component here because niggas ask for names and dates and all dumb shit, but they act like they don't hear what I'm fucking saying. This idea was based on observations from his own research and the works of others. The works of others, like Thomas Huxley, on the anatomically similarities between humans and apes. And there was others again. This is so simple. A nigga would take 1 or 2 seconds and just talk about this. I asked to share screen 30 minutes ago. But I'm saying you wasting time. What are you gonna do to refute what the fucking premise is? You asking about a nigga and you not saying if he's a negative a source, and you not saying if his source is invalid. You just talking and talking and talking. So I'm waiting for you to present something that's contrary to the out of Africa, as opposed to questions and questions and questions. Because I ain't got enough bill for your questions, John Briggs.
1980s, 1990s. Job Briggs.
Okay. So now, are you familiar with the guy Raymond Dart?
So the nigga just gonna refuse my questions. Gonna act like I ain't got
What do you,
shit on the screen. Ain't gonna address what I said and ask
Matter of fact, I ain't
another
gonna ask you no
question.
questions. Let me cook. Be quiet.
Stop
Be quiet.
running, bro.
Be
I'm not
quiet.
finna
Be
listen
quiet.
to
Be
you
quiet.
keep
Let me
running,
cook.
bro.
Let me cook. Let me cook.
You
Let
need
me
to
cook.
address what I'm
First and
saying, bro.
foremost,
Ain't no
wait.
let you
Pause. Let me
cook.
cook. Let me cook. First and foremost, you just literally named. Would you just say Huxley? Thomas Huxley? Thomas Huxley has nothing to do with an out of Africa theory. What the hell is you talking about, bro? You're not even comprehending what you're reading your goddamn self. Thomas Huxley is synonymous with the chimp shit that bro was talking about, not the out of Africa theory shit that he was talking about. It's two things that he proposed. He proposed the out of Africa theory, and then he also proposed the chimpanzee evolved from ape shit. Those are two separate things. So when so what you're reading right now is you're reading what he proposed in general and what he got his specific information from different people about his whole theory in total.
No,
But
bro.
when we talk,
You want to
hold
know
on,
what
wait, pause.
you want to know what Huxley actually said? No, bro, because Huxley wrote something,
Paul,
and he
yeah,
wrote something that is called Man's Place in Nature, bro. You can find it in 1863. Don't make me put it on the screen, bro. He
First
literally
and foremost,
compared humans and apes, bro. So they
oh
share
my
a common
God.
ancestry in Africa, bro.
Oh my God.
Do you
bro.
know? Do you
Oh
no?
my
Listen,
God,
bro, because
bro.
you lying, bro.
Nah, bro.
It's
No,
called
because
A
you
Man's
lying.
Place in
Because
Nature,
you
bro.
because you
It was
lying.
published.
Because you,
Listen to what I'm saying to you, bro.
I just
It's
let you
called A
talk,
Man's Place in Nature. It was published in 1863,
bro.
bro.
You gonna let me
And he
talk? Is you
said
gonna let me talk, bro?
humans and apes shared a common ancestor in Africa, nigga.
Are you gonna let me talk? Yes or no?
Bro,
are you gonna let me talk?
Do
Yes or
you
no?
understand humans ever? This nigga Huxley literally said in A Man's Place of Nature in 1863, he said humans and apes shared a common ancestor in Africa, bro. Can you refute these
Well,
niggas?
that ain't nobody we should take serious then.
I'm just telling, because he brought this nigga up. I wasn't even talking about this shit. He brought this random ass shit up and he getting slapped around the corner.
First and
So go
foremost, I'm
ahead.
not getting slapped. First and foremost,
Man,
I'm
you
not
gotta
getting
stay
slapped around
swift,
the
brother.
corner
You
at all.
getting
What the
slapped
fuck are you
around the
talking
corner.
about, bro? Stop it. Stop it. Now back to what I'm saying. So after Charles Darwin created this outer Africa theory that we're talking about right now, what came after that? What came after that was Raymond Thart. What did Raymond Thart do? Raymond Thart, if you look up Raymond Thart, the person that discovered those fossils, right? To back the out of Africa theory, right? Remember, I told you it's a biasness. You have to follow the yellow brick road. So once Charles Darwin presented the out of Africa theory, now what start happening? What start happening is a bunch of different archaeologists started to come out the woodwork and started to try to find things in Africa to back what he was saying. One of the people to do that was Raymond Thart, right?
Who is Raymond Thart? What and what year are you talking about, brother? Because
Bro,
everything you said, you're literally just talking and talking and talking. I've had the luxury of sharing my screen. And I've already debunked one thing you said. So you
you didn't
talking
debunk
and
nothing I
talking and
said. You
talking,
didn't,
but
you
you're
didn't
not
debunk
staying
nothing I
swift.
said. You didn't,
So
you
put a
didn't debunk
timeline to
anything I
this,
said.
brother.
You
You
didn't,
talking
you
and
didn't
talking
debunk
and
anything that
talking,
I
and I'm
said.
asking you for
What are you
dates,
talking
good
about?
dude.
You didn't debunk
My
anything I
brother.
said.
Yes,
What
I
you
did.
talking
So
about?
again,
No, you didn't.
Raymond
No, you didn't.
Thorpe.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you
Raymond
didn't. You
Thorpe,
didn't debunk
brother.
anything I said.
Raymond
Raymond Thart,
Thorpe.
like I
Follow
said,
the
Raymond
streamline
Thart.
conversation. Who and where and when? Because
Raymond
you
Thart.
saying names and you
Be
don't have
quiet.
no
Be quiet. Be
dates.
quiet. Be quiet.
You
Be
don't have
quiet.
no
Be quiet. Be
chronology.
quiet.
Go ahead.
Let me finish talking. Like I said.
No,
Okay.
no, 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 no,
So
no.
let
You
me
need to
fit,
answer to the
bro.
chronology,
Stop
bro. Who is this nigga, bro? Before I cook you,
stop interjecting
bro.
me,
You
bro.
need to put the dates on, bro.
Stop
No,
interjecting
ain't
me,
no
my brother. Stop
interjection, bro.
interjecting.
What? Come
You
on, bro.
are.
Smoke.
Let me
This is
finish
why I say your
talking.
aboriginals can't
Let
fight,
me
bro.
finish, bro. Let
You
me
wasn't even
finish
talking. It
talking.
was my turn,
No,
bro.
it wasn't. No, it was not. I
You was
never got
literally
in,
done,
bro.
and
What,
I said to
bro?
you,
No, I was
"Who is
not done. What are
Raymond
you
Thorpe?"
talking,
Because you
bro?
have
I
not put no
never, bro. Since
chronology
you
on
said
it.
what you said, I never got finished to talk. I'm speaking about Raymond Thought. I never got finished to talk about that, bro.
If you
What are you
don't
talking
put a
about? You're
chronology on it, my nigga, I'm
interjecting me,
finna keep
bro.
going.
I spoke about Raymond Thought in the middle of me
Put a
speaking about
date.
Raymond Thought.
Put
You
a
said, "Yo,
date
who's
on
Raymond
Raymond
Thought?"
Thorpe,
In the
bro.
middle, bro. We can't have a
Just put a
conversation if we
date
gonna
on a
get,
nigga. Come on, you lousy.
bro. We can't have a conversation
Bro,
if
just
in the
put a
middle of me
date on
talking,
him,
you keep,
bro.
bro.
All
When
you
you
gotta
talk, I'll
do
let you
is,
talk, bro. When
brother,
you
no,
talk, I'll
you
let
didn't.
you,
You literally
when you,
didn't, brother.
when
I'm
you talk,
about
I'll
to
let you
mute
talk,
up.
bro.
Just
How the
put a
hell we gonna,
date on this
bro?
nigga,
How the
bro.
hell we gonna have a conversation if you keep interjecting, bro?
Brother, we can't have a
Let me say
conversation if
what
I
I
don't know
need to
what
say.
if I don't
Every
know if you're
time I'm
talking about
trying,
the 1600s, bro.
bro, listen. Every time I'm trying to cook, you try to interject. Please don't interject me. Please
Brother,
don't
I don't
interject
know
me.
if you're talking about the 16 or the 1700s. I'm asking for dates. I'm not
Okay,
asking for a
I'm
million different
speaking,
things. I'm asking
bro.
you for Raymond Thorpe, and when in the hell is you talking about this shit, nigga? And you can keep going. You acting like
I'm
I'm asking you to do a
speaking,
million things, nigga. What's the date?
bro.
You
I
don't have it.
mentioned Raymond
You just
Thorpe, bro.
talking, bro. You're
Listen,
regurgitating.
bro.
Who is
Bro.
Raymond Thorpe and
I'm,
what's the date?
bro. Listen to me. I
Exactly.
mentioned Raymond, bro. Shut the fuck up, god damn, bro.
Exactly.
What the
Bro, give me
fuck?
the
I
date. I'm finna
mentioned
mute
Raymond.
up. Just give me the
Be quiet.
date.
Be quiet.
If you don't
I
give me the
mentioned Raymond Thorpe. Bro, be quiet, bro. Like all these extra, like, bro, I told you, keep it on the information. You always doing this. Like, stop with all the tactics and all that. Like, bro, let's just have a conversation, bro. Stop with all the extra shit, the interjecting and this, the that, and the third, bro. None of that shit gonna make you right. The only thing gonna make you right is the information, my nigga. That's it. That's all. So as I'm speaking about Raymond Thorpe, right? You literally interjected me in the middle of me speaking about Raymond Thorpe. All the questions that you asking about Raymond Thorpe, I'm about to get to, but I'm gonna get to it if you keep interjecting, bro. Stop it. Now, like I said, back to what I'm saying. Okay. Now, what I'm saying is Charles Darwin created this Audi Africa narrative, right? After that, you had a bunch of archaeologists coming after him, trying to find fossils and bones and things of that nature in Africa to back it, to confirm the theory. As in what? As in specifically looking in a location of Africa only to back this theory. That's what's happening. So now we speaking about now we speaking about Raymond Thart, right? Raymond Thart is an archaeologist, right? And he was involved in finding the first fossil of an extinct hominid to do what? To back the Charles Darwin. See, Charles Darwin, his theory wasn't backed off of finding nothing. This shit was just a theory. After him, later on came the archaeologists to find, and Raymond Tharp was one of the first archaeologists to back it. And if you look into Raymond Tharp, you will know that Raymond Tharp was a big fan of Charles Darwin. I'm telling you this to tell you what? I'm telling you this to show that it's a specific biasness that's happening in science with peer reviews to keep this lie going. Everybody who speaks on the opposition of that, they become exiled, like the archaeologist that I spoke about earlier, the woman, Virginia Sting McIntyre. She found findings in Mexico that predated the hominid that Raymond Thornton them found, right? And these and what she found wasn't hominids on top of that. So if the oldest shit they're finding over here are hominid monkey type shit, and she's finding actual human beings in America, that becomes problematic. You understand what I'm saying? That right there becomes problematic. So what happened to now you won't put that on, you won't put Virginia Sting McIntyre on the screen. You won't do that. Why? Because that's going to counteract your narrative. So what I'm trying to tell you is there's a specific biasness going on in science that's trying to keep the outer Africa theory alive, even though there's many archaeologists who found findings in America that predated her. For example, right? You have a skull being found in South America 1.5 million years ago. 1.5 million years ago. It's called the Buenos Aires skull. My nigga, found in South America. I already know y'all know about Lucy found in South America, but we ain't even talking about that right now. We're talking about the Buenos Aires skull found in South America, right? Then what happened to the brothers that found that skull? They got ostracized once again, right? Every time somebody, and what's the problem? And why is that a problem? The problem with that is because y'all timeline ain't adding up. Y'all timeline
Bro,
is
let me
what,
know when I can speak, bro. I
300,000
just been
years,
quiet for
bro.
4 minutes straight.
Be quiet, bro. Let
Bro,
me
it's been
finish talking.
4 minutes, bro. You
Bro,
have not
let me
said
finish
nothing,
talking,
bro.
bro. Let me finish talking. Let me finish. You say I don't bring nothing, so I'm presenting all my shit. Then talk after I present all my shit. Point blank, period. Okay? Cool. So then you have the Buenos Aires skull found in South America that was found 1.5 million years ago of a Homo sapien. Y'all talking about monkeys, hominids. We talking about humans in America. You see what I'm saying? So there's plenty of evidence to show that it was life in America that predated the life and the findings they had in Africa. So what did they do to all of those people who discovered those things? They ostracized them. Now go ahead.
Mic check, bro. I just want to make sure I can be heard. He had 5.5 minutes uninterrupted.
Bro, talk about the information.
Ain't no need for
Stop
you
with
to
the
jump off the
dumb
mic,
shit, bro.
bro.
Go
I didn't come
ahead.
on, bro. You had five
I
and
told you
five and a
stop
half
the bro. Keep it
uninterrupted. You
information.
shouldn't
Keep it
even be
information,
talking,
please.
gang.
Keep it information.
You shouldn't even
Like
be
all that
talking,
other shit,
gang.
bro. Go ahead,
You
go.
got 5.5 uninterrupted and you still talking, gang.
And I talked
Do you
about
need more? I'm
information.
finna mute up, gang. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. Go ahead, bro. Unmute and talk about the information. Stop the whole this nigga did this. Like, bro, stop all that. It's just a distraction. Stop it. Let's talk about what we're talking about, bro.
You done, brother? Am I good to go?
Nah, man, hold up, man. You gotta let him cry. You beating him up, bro. You gotta let him. Can't beat a nigga up and then don't expect him to cry. Let him cry a little bit. Go ahead, bro. Your time ticking, nigga, whether you want to be quiet with it or not, motherfucker. Shit ain't indefinite, nigga.
As I'm going, what's going on? Am I clear?
Go on, stop, nigga. Go on. Start off
All
with
right,
your
bet.
tears.
So, all right, bet. So let's address the last thing he brought up. So I hate when niggas talk about hoaxes. He don't want to source nothing, right? He brought up something talking about it was 1.5 million years old. Nothing he's saying can be verified. So what he actually brought up, I'm already hip to it because I seen it back in the G. It's called some extra Roman shit. It's called Diplothromo plantisis. It's a fossil homonym named by Florento Amingio that was largely discredited. Okay, very simply, it was largely discredited. Right? Simple. He was a paleontologist. He proposed that this was a transitional fossil between apes and humans. It was not what this brother said. I'm just breaking this down to you to show that what he said, he don't even know what he's talking about. It was not even what he said was a human. This was a transitional fossil that was an ape, mixed human hybrid, whatever the fuck this nigga was claiming, that they refuted and said it was discredited in Argentina. Simple. Okay, however, his claim were met with strong criticism, particularly by this brother that looks very ethnically German by his name, okay, or whatever that is, who argued that the fossil remains were either of a modern human or not a human at all. This is simply off the cuff, but I already knew about this from a long ass time ago. So again, we can pull this up from back in the G when I was tapping into this, because I told y'all niggas I've been doing this shit since 2015. I was into all this goofy shit. This is what this nigga is trying to quote, but this shit is debunked, bro. So I'm gonna provide evidence that this nigga don't know how to do it. This is what this nigga's trying to quote y'all. I'm gonna show y'all how this is debunked. If I get enough time, because I know a nigga finna cut and do all this goofy shit. This is what this nigga is talking about right here, y'all. I'm finna show you how. First of all, I just corrupted this nigga logic, talking about they was modern humans, and this nigga was arguing they was a fucking transitional fossil. So the human origins in this new world. This is what this nigga was doing. Prehistoric archaeological finds in America. Prehistorical, nigga. This is what this nigga was trying to profess. Okay. Let's try to build some understanding and let's gain some understanding around this bit. So the paper analyzes the early development of the prehistoric archaeology as a scientific discipline in Argentina. We're talking about 1880 to 1910, focusing on one of its most important topics, Paleolithic and Tertiary man, right? If we got to look up tertiary, we can do that, but we know we talking about Paleolithic, all right? So around 1900, the question of proving the great antiquity of humans in South America turned. Listen to what this is. This is not the proposed the providing of what this nigga said, trying to prove out of Africa. He
on, man.
was trying to prove
hey, bro, let me try to dress up the source.
Great antiquity of humans in South America. You liar. Okay, he turned around and proposed that the Argentina was the cradle of human race, right? Where Paleolithic man became a more recent species. This is what he was doing, right? It was not no human, it was a fucking transitional fossil. So let's keep going and reading and understand. He's talking about Patagonia and the bottom of the world, and that's why this nigga is fascinated with Aboriginals in Australia and talking about Patagonia. Come on, brother, I'm a hip. You gotta stay swift. So the appearance and disappearance of Argentinian frontrunners of humans, widely discussed on the international scene, were deeply connected with eventual consolidation of prehistoric archaeology. This is what this was. This is what this brother proposed, right? This is what he's trying to say, but he didn't even give you the name for it.
That didn't make no sense. Read that again.
So I'm gonna back out, right?
Read that again,
let me show
bro.
y'all this shit is easily debunked, bro.
You hear me? Read
Because
that
what
again.
this nigga saying is ridiculous.
Come on, bro. Hey, man, read that again, my
the
nigga.
nigga already been debunked.
Oh shit, he got selective hearing. Hey, bro, can you read that again?
I know that bitch seen me hit the backspace. Hold up, bro. You gotta excuse. I got a nigga machine, so that bit a little raggedy.
Mic check.
We hear you.
Let's go right to this right here, right? Let's chop right up in there, bro. Cause these niggas wasting time.
That nigga don't hear you.
Lucky, can you hear me? If you can hear me, say yes.
Transition that bit. Okay, bet.
He can't hear me.
This article examines the works
Nah, he can
of
hear
the
you. He don't want
Argentinian
to hear
national, and I
you.
hate
And
to have to
I don't
keep
know how
teaching
much
y'all.
time he thinks
Like
he
that's why I
can
say,
Man,
bro,
do.
Josh
smoke.
beating
Every
the
time
shit
you
out of him
start
right
panning, I need
now.
a segment
He
of
need
that.
to hear
He in
somebody
his
I need
because
my own
dream,
segment.
you
fully doing
swinging
what
at the
he had
goddamn
on
So
air
this,
before he
right
put
now.
this on.
so this article examines the works of
Yeah,
the
he
nigga that I
just
just talked
talk.
about, and a German
He
zoologist.
think he
Right?
cooking
I
too.
Time's
knew the name
up.
I seen was a
Five
German
This
minutes
though.
nigga
up.
You feel
tripping.
Five
me?
minutes up.
He
But
tripping.
Because what the fuck is you
there's
talking
another
about?
German, and it's concerning the origins of the classifications of human races and development of human
Man,
cultures.
this
Damn, that
nigga
nigga
beat
So
his
they
been
shit
worried
muted.
about
up.
the classifications of human races. That's what they focused on. They didn't find no fucking human over here. So again, I want to keep reiterating that's the first point that I'm debunking in his initial statement.
Hey, bro, do me a favor. Do me a favor.
This
Go back to
research
what you
is
just. Yo, bro,
primarily
hello, you hear me? Yo,
found on
yo,
an analysis of letters
He don't hear.
exchanged
He don't hear
between
Smoke,
somebody
throw
two
else
his
in there.
ass
scholars.
in the back. He
yo,
can
yo,
hear us.
yo,
He
yo.
think this his motherfucking show. What the fuck going on? He didn't even
Man,
fully
this
read through
shit.
what he had. He was too busy throwing insults. I couldn't even understand what he had on the screen before he put that on. He's like doing a
No,
good job trying to convince
the
himself
whole,
that what he's saying makes
the
sense, but
whole,
it don't.
the whole issue is that if they found hominid or human, whatever the fuck, the shit was found. But the whole point is what they dating it to. See, they never mentioned that the dating. They never mentioned that. They just said, "Oh, we discrediting the bones," right? But they ain't saying why they
And another thing
discrediting.
too. Look, smoke. Another thing too. I named the bonus area skull. He did not look up the bonus area skull. He looked up a hominid and said it ain't a hut, bro. I said the bonus area skull. That's a human skull that they found 1.5 million years ago. He did not bring up the. He brought up a hominid that they found and start talking about some hominid that he brought up with the word. I don't even know what hominid that is. I wasn't talking about that. I'm talking about the bonus area skull. What the hell is you
Yeah.
talking about, bro? I said the bonus every skull. You brought up some other shit that ain't had nothing to do with that, and then you specifically read the same biasness that I just was telling y'all niggas about, right? We just was talking about the biasness of every time somebody found some shit in America, they tried to debunk it, and he didn't even pull up the right falsehood. The falsehood I mentioned was the bonus every skull.
Right.
That was
Right.
a human skull.
Yeah. Buenos Aires. Buenos Aires.
Yeah,
Yeah.
This nigga trying to finesse his way through his own challenge, debunking himself, trying to change what you said in the first place, pull up some
exactly.
shit, not read through it, throw insults, like really, and
That's
then
what I'm
act
saying.
like
Like,
he
stick
can't
to
hear
the
the whole.
info. Stick to the
All
info.
right,
Like what's
Like,
really
let
going
me
on?
let me. Oh, there you go. He came back. All right.
And
yeah, bring
then
him
the
back in.
party Reed beat him
Let
up.
me
Then
let me
the
holler
party
at
he
him right
chooses
there.
to read beats him up though. This the stupid part about it. The party he chooses to read beats him up.
Yeah,
Right.
let me holler at him real quick. Hey, bro. Yeah, you couldn't hear, so I put you in the back. Your audio was jacked up. I don't know if you could hear, but it seemed it was apparent that you couldn't hear nobody on the panel.
Damn, bro, you put
And
me in the bite, bro. What happened, bro? You put me in the bite,
cause nigga, you couldn't hear. You couldn't hear us, bro. We were trying to
bro.
talk to
Hold
you.
up, hold up,
Hold
wait,
on,
wait,
hold
wait, wait.
on, my
Hold up.
nigga. Hold on. This how
Smoke,
you got
wait,
put in the
smoke,
back
hold up,
the
smoke.
first time. The first time you got put in the back because you was non-responsive, nigga. Now be responsive this time,
Hold
right?
up, smoke.
Not
Listen, bro.
only,
Listen.
not only were you non-responsive, you pulled up the wrong argument, bro. The man said something about a skull. You pulled up a hominid, right? Why did you do that,
Brother,
brother? That was the secret.
brother.
Hold on, brother. Let me ask you a question. Why did you do that, brother? That was deceitful. Why did you do? Why didn't you pull up the skull that he mentioned?
Hey, bro. Hey, smoke. You been watching my TikToks, brother.
No, I don't watch TikTok. I told you I don't go
Nah,
over
brother. What you using that word deceitful for, brother? I'm on to
because
you,
it's a
smoke.
word, nigga. Come on,
No,
bro.
I'm on to you,
All
smoke.
right, come on, man.
I'm
Come
on
on,
to
man.
you,
Why,
smoke.
brother? Why did you bring up that bullshit instead of the bonies, whatever skull?
Brother, that's what I brought up. That's
This
No,
exactly
nigga
what I
hold
said
brought
on.
up.
Wait a
it's funny.
minute. Hold
You
on.
did not.
Let me ask you one thing. I got to make sure we're on the right page. I got to make sure we're on the same page. Did you hear the brother Ja Briggs mention that thing that you pulled up? Because if you was trying to debunk his claim, you did not pull up what his claim was.
Brother, Ja Briggs, where was that skull found?
You said what?
Where
What
was
was
this?
the skull called?
Brother,
What was the skull
wait. I
called?
asked you a
What was
question
the
and you
skull?
said what?
What was the skull called?
Brother, I just asked you. Come on, brother. You can't
Bro,
answer my
bro, bro.
question
What
with
was
a
the skull
question, bro.
called? What was the skull
This is
called?
why he put me in the back, bro.
What was
Answer
the
my
skull
question. I'm
called?
not finna keep doing this with you,
Bro,
bro.
nah, don't
Where
bro. What was the
was it
skull called?
found?
Where was the skull called?
Bro, where was it found?
Bro, you're doing
I
it again.
literally
You're being,
asked
bro,
Smoke,
you're
bro.
being deceitful. Bro, you're
Smoke,
being
brother.
deceitful again.
If
Bro,
your
bro, you're
panelists don't
being
want to smoke,
deceitful.
tell me,
You're
bro.
being
You're gonna have to
deceitful,
keep
bro.
putting me in
Oh,
the
wait,
back. If
pause,
you
pause, pause,
literally
pause,
ask me,
pause.
and I
Nah,
ask a
nah,
nigga a
nah.
question, he start his shit with a
Bro,
question, bro.
bro, bro,
Bro,
bro,
get
bro,
out of here with that
bro,
fake
bro,
ass
bro.
passive aggressive
Stop
shit, bro.
being deceitful.
Where
Stop being
are
deceitful,
where's your
bro.
skull from,
Stop
bro?
being. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about
I'm
right now.
asking you a
What was the
question.
skull called?
Bro,
What
you're
was the
getting
skull
cooked right now,
called?
bro. I just gave you
What
the
was the skull
actual
called?
skull.
And why did you bring up something that ain't have nothing to do with the skull?
Where is your skull found, brother?
Why did you bring up something that ain't have nothing to do with the skull?
It's the exact same skull. Where is
No, it
your
is not. No, it is not.
where
No, it
is
is
your
not.
skull found?
You did not pull up the bonus area skull because the
Where
bonus
is
area
your
skull
skull
is
found?
is human. It's human.
It's hey bro, come on, bro. This is what I'm saying to you, bro. You out of your league. The Buenos
Nah,
Aires
you out of your
skull.
league, bro,
Hey,
bro,
smoke
bro,
signal. Hey, bro. He
bro.
asked me. This is why I say, bro. Why do you do this? Stop talking or put me in the back. Stop asking me questions and then talking over me with lies. You fake ass niggas. The Diplo, whatever I just read, the Diplothomo plantisis is the Buenos Aires skull that
No,
was
it is
found in
not. No, it is
Argentina,
not. No, it is
bro.
not. Don't.
Refute it,
It
bro.
is not.
Refute it.
It is not.
Refute it.
Bro, how you do this share screen shit, bro? I gotta be on a
Refute it.
laptop, right?
You
I gotta be on a
fucking
laptop to
tripping,
do
Yeah,
that
bro.
you
shit.
What's
got to
wrong
be
with
on the
you, bro?
computer. I came
Buenos
up to
Aires
bring
is
back that
literally in
article that
Argentina.
he
You
didn't hear
sound
you about,
silly,
Smoke.
gang.
Nah, you sound silly. Fuck is you talk? The bonus area skull is a human skull. You pulled up what? A hominid. What are we talking about here? What are we
I
talking
pulled up
about here?
something that was debunked, something that was scrutinized,
Bro,
something that they
bro,
don't even think is real.
first and foremost, this shows you, be quiet. This shows you that you don't have comprehension skills. And I'm starting to notice this now. You see what
Bro, I
I'm saying?
just cooked you on 3 levels, bro.
He said, first and
Yeah,
foremost, this
you
is
a
what you
little late on
literally
that.
just
We've
said.
been noticing he didn't have
Bro,
comprehension skills, but
bro,
go ahead.
bro. Yeah, now
Bro, this
I'm
nigga
starting to
talking
peep
about
it now.
Buenos Aires,
I'm
and that's
starting to peep,
Argentina. Smoke signal.
I'm
That's
starting to
why when
peep
I
he don't
asked
have
him where did the
comprehension
skull
skills.
be found, he didn't answer, bro.
I'm
Think
starting
about it,
to
Smoke.
see
You
he don't
didn't
have
answer
comprehension
because it was
skills. Okay,
Argentina,
let's
because
talk
it's the
about it.
same
Let's
skull.
bro, let me
He's
talk, bro.
fucking
You
dumb.
bro, you do a bunch of tactics. You don't know how to just your information don't hold on shit. So you do a bunch of
Brother, I
tactics.
share my screen 3 times.
You like doing
Where's your
tactics, my nigga.
screen?
First and foremost, I mentioned the bonus area skull. The bonus area skull is a human skull. Secondly,
No,
why
it's
the
not.
fuck is you hold on, wait, let me finish talking. Secondly, why are you mentioning you brought something up that was debunked? It was not debunked. First and foremost, I just told you literally when I presented the information, you literally said what I said when I first presented the information. That shows that you were just listening to respond. You wasn't listening to comprehend what I was saying.
No, sinner,
I
please share my
literally, wait,
screen.
pause. I literally said when I first started the argument, we talked about peer review, right? What when we talked about peer review, I told you that anything that debunked the outer Africa theory, right? They was trying to discredit it. So by you sitting here and saying, yo, you named something that was debunked. No, it wasn't debunked. The problem is the biased people who wanted to carry on the outer Africa theory tried to discredit the findings. That's not debunking it, that's discrediting the findings. And they discredited the findings with speculation, not proof. They discredited the findings with speculation, not proof. And if you was reading through the document that you was reading through, you would have seen that. It was based off speculation, not proof. What are you talking about? It was based off speculation, not proof.
Smoke, share my screen, bro.
So one, share the screen, bro. So one, you named the wrong shit. You talked about a hominid instead of the bonus area skull that I mentioned that was a human skull that was found. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, well, he ran. He ran. He didn't want to deal with the skull. What that you got right there, Dulce?
Damn, I
It's the
gotta be on a
article you
computer
wanted
next
him to
time.
read again.
I gotta be on a computer next time.
The one that he pulled up about the hominid.
Yep, in America that he just read that first couple sentence, then took it off the screen.
You remember where it was when I told him to go
Human
back?
origins in the New World.
You remember where it was when
Yeah.
I told him to go back?
Well, that part I don't know where he actually was reading from. It says the question proving the great antiquity of humans in South America turned into a proposal that Argentina was the cradle of the human race, where the Paleolithic man became more recent specimen than its remote ancestors in Pampas and Patagonia. The appearance and disappearance of the Argentinian forerunners of humans, widely discussed in international scene, were deeply connected with eventual consolidation of prehistoric archaeology and paleoanthropology as scientific disciplines. Go ahead and make it bigger. So it says that as a scientific discipline, prehistoric archaeology emerged linked to the problem of the antiquity of man, that is, the occurrence of human artifacts and bones in geological strata containing evidence of life conditions different from those of
Hold on,
modern
wait a minute. Hold
times.
on. Go
By
back.
the
Go back a
18th,
little bit. Go back a little bit. I think I heard something. Go back a little bit.
okay. That at starting from as scientific discipline or the cradle of human race.
Let me see. Yeah, from scientific discipline.
As a scientific discipline, prehistoric archaeology emerged linked to the problem of the antiquity of man, that is, the occurrence of human artifacts and bones in geological strata containing evidence of life conditions different from those of modern times. By the 1860s, the coexistence of humans and extinct animals in the Pleistocene was becoming generally accepted by many scientists in Europe. Cohen and Hublin in 1989, Grayson 1983, Meltzer in 1983, and Van Riper in 1993. While in the Old World, the Paleolithic was accepted as equivalent to the Quaternary man in the Americas. This was controversial. There, there it was argued that the Paleolithic existed until early modern times, so that the long geological scale of Europe was irrelevant, and that those humans should simply be called pre-Columbian men. The great antiquity of humans was accepted independently from the idea of human evolution. Laurent, 1989 through 1993. For those who accepted the place of humankind in the animal kingdom and its dependence of laws of evolution, prehistoric archaeology became related to the search of human ancestors on different continents. Some thought the ancestral forms could be found in European territory strata, Richard 1991. Others identified the cradle of humanity in East Indies or on Asian mainland land. For example, Borneo, Java, and Sumatra, home of the orangutans and gibbons, provided potential sources of evidence for the evolution of anthropod apes. Strat 2002. Early in the 20th century, the Italo-Argentinian paleo or no paleontologist Flortina Armengino 1854 through 1911 proposed the cradle of humanity had been instead found in the pampas of South America. Regino's date of birth became a contested
Wait a
issue
minute,
in the
hold on. Wait a minute, hold on. You said they said what about the cradle of humanity?
They said that he said the cradle of humanity had been instead found in the pampas of southern South America.
Whose source this is again?
This was Lucky's source.
Oh, look, you gonna have to explain that, bro. You gonna have to explain.
Lucky, you back? Do you want to explain it? Am I missing the point of where you pulled it up? Should I scroll down?
I don't think he knew that was gonna be in there. You want to give us a thorough breakdown of? He don't want no smoke. He said in the chat he on the panel, but in the chat he said he don't want no smoke. Ain't that about it, bitch? What we doing?
Right. So also what it sounds like, because from the beginning of it in the introduction, what it sounds like, yeah, what it sounds like is they're finding human like bones and fossils and archaeology
Hold
that
on. I know
is
niggas need to
closer
ask me a
to.
question and just talk over a nigga.
Oh, I thought you said you didn't want smoke. Sorry. Where
I
did you
wasn't
want to
talking
go?
to you. I was talking to Nami. She trying to block me in the chat. I said I don't want no smoke from Namaste. She can do her thing.
And
I'm
you
on the
on the
panel
panel, and I still can block you. Don't be
that's
trying to
what
call me out, nigga.
that's what I'm saying. I just said I don't want no smoke from Namaste. I won't smoke from Dosane, but you know what I'm saying? That's what I said. But if you gonna block me from the
You
chat
can get
and
some
do all
smoke.
Well,
this,
get to the
then we
The
can't
fight,
even
line
link
is
nigga.
up.
I ain't never
Because
join
scared.
the
ain't nothing
party.
but a G thing.
There's
We
a
can turn
line
up in
around
this
the
bit. What you want to
corner.
do, though? Hey,
Go
what
ahead
you
and
want to do,
wait
dog?
at the
What you
back
want
of
to
the
do?
line, Lucky.
No, I'm trying to. He asked nigga a question. It was you
Get to
presented
the
a
fight,
source,
nigga.
and then you tell me wait in the back of the line. Like you feel me? I fuck with y'all though. Y'all cool. You feel me to a certain
No,
Man,
no,
extent.
no.
come
You
on
can
with
talk
the
about
fight.
yourself.
Stop
To a
all that
certain
You can
extent,
say
I
you
fuck
want to
with y'all
smoke
to a
with
certain
me.
extent. But go ahead.
All that motherfucker trying to hype yourself up. Swing, nigga, swing.
You talking about hype percent? Because I've been putting in heavy work. Cause that's why you keep
Bro,
coming
get
off the
to
mute
the
and stuff,
fight,
nigga.
nigga.
Hey, I need you to get some Beijing, cuz before you tell me what to do. Your hairline way in the back. But
All
go
right, well,
ahead.
let me ask you a question then, Lucky. Is this the same source you had a while ago?
Most definitely.
Okay, why is it talking about the cradle of humanity in the deep south of South America, bro? Did you know that was in there?
Yes, brother. I told this man that this was what his source was. He's arguing me down. I thought I was communicating, but I guess I got put in the back because you said I couldn't hear niggas. This is his source. The Buenos Aires skull is a misnomer. The actual name of it is what I typed in. It's called a Diplothermoplantisis or whatever. It was found in Buenos Aires. They tried to say it was from 1.5 million years ago. I don't know why this nigga. That's why I say he's regurgitating something that he
Okay,
heard.
hold on.
Listen to what I'm saying, Smoke. Hold up before you keep reading, because I just got here.
No, we ain't finna do no more reading. We good on the reading right now.
All right, so let me say what I'm saying then.
No, hold on, bro. Hold on, I can't call. You said too much.
Go ahead, bro.
You're trying to say too much, then we ain't gonna be able to address all of it. All right? I know them tactics, my nigga. No, we gotta give.
No, bro, I'm trying to get
Hold
my
on,
shit
bro.
off, bro.
It's cool. We gotta give some of this shit a breakdown while it's fresh on our goddamn mind.
You must have been talking. You know, I know what it is. You've been talking to Aboriginal power. Go ahead, bro.
Gonna be all right. This
He
gonna be
done
an
got
honorable
his
death.
callers from the uppers. Go ahead, bro.
This is gonna be an honorable death for you. Okay,
you got it.
honorable.
I know it. You got your call from the
Honorable.
uppers. I get it.
If
Go
you
ahead.
hold yourself to honor, it's gonna be honorable.
Nah, Smoke. I fuck with your dollar store glasses
Let me
wearing
ask
ass. I
you.
fuck with you.
Let me ask you a question, bro. Let me ask you a question, bro. If you don't mind.
Most definitely. Go ahead.
Thank you. How was it discredited, brother? Can we talk about that? How was it discredited?
So I'm on the Xfinity outside, brother. So every time you went to say your subject, I lost it. So how is it what?
How was the Buenos Aires skull discredited? Don't tell me that it was discredited. I want you to tell me how it was discredited, brother. Go ahead.
So, brother, they tested it, they looked at it, and they determined that it was not a human fossil.
How did they make that determination, brother?
They tested it against other at the time. What they had was cranial measurements. That's what I highlighted that. I thought I was talking. I know you had seen me when I highlighted that shit. They was basing all this on cranial measurements in the soil they was finding. So, like I said in this article, they was trying to prove a transitional fossil, which is not a human, right? It's some Lucy type shit. So they was trying to find Lucy over here, right? That's what they was trying to do, Smoke. And that's why he was talking about 1.5 million years, but he was not connecting that I already put that together because I've been here before because I was a pseudo in 2015.
Hold on.
Wrong answer.
Brother, was it a skull or was it not a skull?
It was not a skull, brother.
What was it, brother?
Brother, it was not a
Wrong answer.
It was not. It was determined to be not human. And if anybody can pull up showing,
hold on.
Damn, I ain't even get my
lying again.
Hold on.
It's five niggas. I can't even finish my sentence, bro.
Hold on, bro.
Y'all think y'all winning like that?
Hold on. Now you're saying that it wasn't a human, it was a hominid. But I'm still asking you, whether it was human or whether it was hominid, was it a skull?
Brother, it was not a human or a hominid. That's what I'm telling you.
I'm not. That's not what I'm asking you, brother. It's not. Listen, was it a skull?
It was a skull of an ape.
What? Okay, so all right. What kind of ape did they determine that the skull was, brother?
Brother, I don't know. I could literally figure it out in 2 seconds.
Does anybody know? Does anybody know? The people who found it. Hold on. The people who discredited it from the other dude who said it was human. You said they tested it and came back that it wasn't a hominid, it wasn't a human, it was an ape. For them to make that determination that it was an ape, shouldn't they know what type of motherfucking ape it was?
Nigga, they did. I said I'm coming off the top of the hip. I'm
no,
telling you,
coming off the top of the hip.
Bro,
you got all these words.
Apply pressure.
You got this whole source right here. You got a whole source. But you want to go from your hip?
You gotta breathe. I know you're learning.
Hold on. If you're gonna go from the hip, why even bring up a source, bro? You ain't gotta bring up no source to go from the hip.
Because you didn't know what that source was for. You just talking and yelling because you screaming because you learned from your predecessors.
Brother, you just informed me.
You just still talking while I'm talking. I brought that source up.
You just informed me.
You don't know what you're doing.
The source was to debunk the bonus Aries skull being human. Yes or no?
That was to debunk it being human. Correct.
Right. So now that confirms that I understand what the source was for. So we ain't got to.
Okay, then. Hold on. Wait. Smoke, brother. Come on, bro. Because now you just got.
Wait a minute. Let me tell you why I'm using this line of questioning. Let me tell you why I'm using this line of questioning. Right? Because if someone
can you refute it?
Let me give you an allegory, brother. It's gonna be all right. The deaf, remember I told you
can't even refute it.
Brother. Remember I said all you gotta do is honor the deaf and it'll be honorable. Just honor it. It's gonna be all right. It's not the first time, brother. It's not the first time, brother.
Yo, bro. Why you, bro? Look, listen.
You used to be better than this, Smoke.
Hey, bro, listen, right?
You getting a little rusty.
Listen, bro. The only reason why it was discredited was because it contradicted the Charles Darwin theory, right? They said that it lacked a dating method. And the craziest thing they said of how to debunk it is they said that because you know when they do the archaeologists, they find and they date things based off the layers, right? They said that the skull was modern but sunk into an older layer, right? And scientific biasness, that's it.
You can take it down, those.
And scientific biasness, that's it. Who tested what? Name the names. Who tested what? Name the names. Let's get to it.
No, he's right. Listen.
Do we have a picture of said skull anywhere?
Oh, bro, come on, bro. It's two niggas talking. So, yes, I gave you the name. It was a German.
He's wrong of what he said. It's why he said it's wrong. But I got what they said about it being wrong.
No, bro. Hold up. I just pulled it up.
We'll get to it in a minute, but let them
and I gave the name because yes, he was correct about the initial thing. I'm so fried. It was a human, but they were saying it was modern. That's what Alex was saying. The German ass name I couldn't pronounce.
So it was a human now,
bro. It wasn't the German nigga.
Shit. You see
Look,
what I'm
now,
saying?
now when I'm talking, a nigga talking.
Go ahead.
You see how I
Go ahead.
go? Come on with that goofy shit. So again, the nigga name was Alice. He had like a H name. It was some goofy shit. I said it was German when I was
No,
reading.
I know. Yeah,
That's
yeah. The
fine, but
All
you don't
right,
have to
y'all
come
Smithsonian
off the
finished.
mute.
Institute.
That
I
So
know
was
what
it's
you're talking
fun.
about. Go
no.
ahead.
Double,
There's no
double
need for you to come
Dutch.
off of the mute.
Double,
Niggas,
double Dutch.
it's amazing when niggas come off the mute while I'm talking, but don't nobody else do it for them or they get put in the back.
It's
Bitch ass
amazing when
nigga.
you be up this
Get
motherfucker
off
double
that
dutch and we
bitch ass
catching
shit.
you, and it's funny because like you just switched up your whole
It
motherfucking
showed
narrative.
no
You asked a
choice.
human. At first it
Nah,
wasn't a
bro.
human, it was 8, nigga. That was 3 sentences ago, nigga.
It showed simply that the archaic human trace was not available for them to try to be saying it was 1.5 million years ago, bro. That was what the nigga said. That was the whole situation, and they had evidence to prove it, bro. So
No, they did not, bro. You just, bro. Look,
go
what you
ahead,
just
bro,
broke
because I
down,
don't
and
cut
you
niggas
talking
off.
about
So
Alice.
please give your evidence. I'm not finna cut you off,
You
and don't cut
you
me
talking
off.
about all this hard liquor, right? That's what you talking about, Alice hard liquor, correct? Hello. Yeah. So basically what you saying, bro, stop it. First and foremost, you said it wasn't human. Now you're saying it's human. Bro, get your shit together, bro. This is why I say some people, when you're debating them, they're just debating to respond. Listen to what's being said because every detail matter. You did not tell us of anybody who tested anything against what this man discovered. The only thing they did was, like I said before, I said all of this already. We didn't even have to do the research. What I said happened, literally happened. You did a whole bunch of 360 just to get back to what I said happened happening. I told you what they did was it contradicted the Charles Darwin outer Africa theory. Because it contradicted that, they debunked it off speculation. I'm gonna give you an example of what that means. That means this can't be true because humans was only 300,000 years ago. So this can't be true. That's what they use to discredit it. They basically used their baseline of what they thought history was, and anything that went against that had to be fake or make believe. You understand what I'm saying? That's what happened. Nobody tested nothing. Nobody tested nothing to debunk what he was saying. And listen to what you just said. You also just said, bro, they said it wasn't no technology to test this. It wasn't no bro, that's not the if it wasn't nothing to test, then what the hell was they testing it with then?
You never heard me
Like,
say that. Why are you lying? What did you?
what are you talking about?
Where did you just make that up from?
You said
Where
what?
do you TikTok Aboriginals just be making shit up on the panel?
You see
You
what I'm
know we
saying? You
have a
want an
replay
Why
insult
button
don't
over
you
instead of
here.
get
tell
to
us,
the information.
Lucky?
You do
Why
Tap
know
that
don't
we
you
have
card.
a
tell us,
replay
Lucky,
button
what
over
they
here, bro. You
used
can't
to
just
test
say
it?
dumb shit. We can replay it and know I didn't say that.
Why don't you tell us what they used to age the a skull to debunk what Argemino was saying? What did they use? What technique did they use to age the skull?
So Dosey, I gave you the actual person who debunked it. Let's pull him up and let him tell it. I'm not that person. So
I
if
just
you
told
can't,
you.
What's his
hey
name?
bro, it's amazing how I'm talking and nobody
Alice
can talk.
Hardlicker.
But then
Alice
when
Hardlicker.
everybody talking, I gotta be quiet. So then when I stop being quiet, I get put in the back. Y'all
Now
act like I'm being
I'm
Stop
just
belligerent.
I'm just
crying.
telling the
God
I'm gonna
answers
do what
that
damn,
you
y'all
that
you
you
a
do.
supposed to
whiny
I'm
tell
gonna
me.
ass
do what y'all
nigga.
do. I'm gonna just do what y'all do and don't put me in the back. That's what
Stop
I'm saying.
whining, nigga.
Just
You
let
a
me do what
whiny
y'all do
ass
and don't put
nigga.
me in the back. Cause y'all be acting like bitches and want to put
Stop
me in the back.
crying and fight,
Right.
nigga.
Because the nigga who be crying. You just stay on the sideline. You ain't never been in a fight in your life. So again, when the US anthropologists did their analysis, they debunked this. Can you debunk the US anthropologists, bro? I
Bro.
gave you the
Are
name
you
for the
saying
nigga.
it's
You
the
have
Alice
not
same
refuted it,
Alex? It's
bro.
Let me
Alex.
I don't
Alice
even want to keep
Hardlicker.
yelling because the neighbors, the neighbors
ALES.
can hear me, bro. I stay in a nice area. Can you please refute this, bro?
Bro,
I'm
bro,
tired of
bro,
yelling at
bro,
you.
And then
bro,
his
bro.
last
They're
name,
asking for
Jawbreak.
people. Let's give it to them. What, like, stop with all the extra, bro.
I'm
They're
tired
asking
of
for
yelling with
names.
you,
Let's
bro.
examine the names. That's it. All the don't nobody care about your crying story, bro. Let's get the person was Alice Hardlicker. ALESHRDLICKA of the Smithsonian Institute. And that he was a anthropologist of the 20th century, right? And he believed this was his personal belief. He believes that no humans existed in the Americas before the 10,000 and 15,000 year ago mark. That's what's his personal belief, right? And because the foundings contradicted the outer Africa Bering Strait migration model, they automatically dismissed it.
Well,
That
can I
was
speak
that
now?
those
Because
was the
nobody cut
things
you
that
off.
he was standing on.
That's
Those was
crazy.
the thing that he was
So
standing on, and he created a narrative that the person who found it misread it, and like I told y'all before, and he said that the skull was modern, but for some reason it was in a older layer, which would have made it more ancient than what it was. Those was his excuses. It was no real standing to what he,
not at all.
he
Not at all.
concluded.
Are you ready?
Wait a minute, hold on. Let me get
Can
this
I
straight.
can I
Hold on,
answer,
hold on.
bro?
Wait
Come
a
on,
minute.
these niggas is
I'm,
trash. Go
I'm
ahead, bro.
trying to
On this
process what
trash
he
ass
just
shit.
said. Hold on, bro. I'm trying to process it. He's saying that a modern bone was found in ancient strata. That what you said?
No, that's what
No,
he's.
no, I'm asking him. I'm asking him.
Oh my
He
god,
just said.
bro. Go ahead, bro. Niggas want to act like they want to smoke, but there's when niggas stand up here
Oh
and
my
Tariq
God,
Nasheed.
bro! What you say, Smoke? This nigga.
Are you saying that they claimed that the bone, the skull, was modern, but it was found in ancient strata? That what you just said?
It was found in an older layer. So basically, based on the layers, they can date how old things was, right? So they found this bone in I think either 2 million or 1.5 million year layer. That's where they found the skull at, right? But they're trying to say, oh, it just fell down there though. See what I'm saying?
Wait a minute, hold on.
Can
That's
I
cool.
go now? Can
No,
I
wait a
answer
minute,
now?
that's cool. Now, I just want
No,
this. I
because
just
that's
want this
wrong.
confirmed. I want this confirmed.
That's not
Did they?
confirmed. I'm trying to
Hold
talk.
on, brother. I'm just gonna ask him a question about what he just said. Did they test the level, the strata, to confirm whether or not something could have haphazardly fell in it? Did they test it? Huh? Did they test the strata to determine whether or not? Hold on, bro. Calm down, my nigga.
I'm saying the nigga got crickets.
Jabrick.
He got to unmute.
Come on, man. Answer the question, man.
All right, maybe his phone rang or something.
All right, can I go then? Can I go?
I'll ask him when he come back.
Can I go then?
Go ahead.
All right, they did
I got
not
questions.
test.
Hey, but just know.
They did. All right, Smoke. I
Hold
can
on,
go.
look, bro. I just want you to know before you get started that I got questions for you too, my nigga. I'm not gonna let you preach no sermon, bro.
Hey,
Go ahead. Go ahead, my nigga.
Come on, bro.
You ain't trying to get baptized, bro. Go ahead.
Come on, Smoke. You're not doing a good. You're not because you rusty.
Go ahead.
No,
bro.
they didn't test it. No, they did not test it.
They didn't. Hold on. Wait a minute. What didn't they test? What did they not test?
Oh my goodness. You come on, bro.
I want to know what they didn't test, nigga. You said they didn't test it. What is the it that was not tested?
Bro, they did not date it at all. They
did not date what, bro? You come saying it. What wasn't dated?
Bro, it's amazing. If I said 3 words, they did not date it, and you cut me off.
What is the it that they did not date?
Get information like that.
Why would you say it? Why, hold on. Why would you say it when you just could have said what it was that wasn't tested? What wasn't tested, brother?
Brother, the date was not tested.
The date of what?
The date of the finding. They found something out. Hold up. All right, stop asking questions and let me give you an understanding of what's going on.
Of what?
I'm trying. If you niggas shut up, you can listen. They found a skull, right? They found it underground. And when they found it underground, they said, hey, this skull is lower than 6 feet. 6 feet was what you know as like modern or basic or dumb shit like that. So they was like, yo, this is 10 feet underground. This is older than modern. and they slapped some arbitrary date on it of 1.5 million. When it was actually tested, they determined none of that shit was relevant to nothing, bro. So go ahead and refute what I'm saying.
Here go my question, brother. Here go my question. How do something that only supposed to be 6 feet end up 10 feet? How, brother? Right? If a modern skull can't make it to 10 feet because it's modern and there's no way it can get that deep, how is it that deep?
To say no way is silly. So they wrote on it, brother. So Alex, so can you pull up his brother? Because he wrote about it. He was not the only one who refuted it, right? What I'm telling you is that the skull was not only associated with the surrounding sediments, but he was trying to make other erroneous claims with it, bro. He was trying to claim that it was the literal missing link between humans and apes. But go ahead.
We're gonna pull it up, bro.
Please pull it up. Because this was the missing link. This he was evolution guy. So bang with bruh. Stand on evolution with bruh.
Okay, so we finding an evolutionary skull at 2 to 1.5 million years ago. Would that or would that not debunk out of Africa, brother?
Brother, if they found a skull from 1.5, that would most certainly debunk the out of Africa.
So if they found a skull at 10 feet deep, wouldn't that match those particular time references, brother? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so what is the depth for that time reference?
So
we're gonna fact check you. We're gonna fact check you.
Can you pull up the dude? Because I'm not an archaeologist. He gave his findings. He explained it. All the shit is lined out, bro. It's not even.
Is this it? The early man in America?
Dosey, did you type in Alice H?
That's him, bro.
That's him on the top. I'm asking, is it this document, the early man in America? Okay.
That's it. He can't run no more. Let me read.
I'm just asking for the actual document itself. That's all I'm asking for.
Early Man in America by Alice Hartlicker, curator of the Division of Physical Anthropology, United States National Museum. Hey, Lucky, let me ask you a question real quick. Yeah?
Man, I'm chilling. I got about 6 minutes, then my girl said I gotta go take a shower, then I'll be back.
Man, you really ain't got enough time to get beat up, or to finish getting beat up.
Well, I ain't got enough time to smoke this J, but I'm still finna spark it. Go ahead.
Let me ask you this question before you
Big Rick and Dougie Fresh.
Right, before you have to go do your hygiene. Do you respect the United States National Museum? Yes or no?
One more time, bro. I'm laughing at Juice in the chat. This nigga think I ain't got a girl. Everybody know I got a white girl with a big old booty. Go ahead.
You deflecting, brother. You finna have all the time with your girl you need, brother. To answer that question.
Go ahead, bro. What you said? Ask the question again.
Do you respect the United States National Museum? Is that a reputable establishment in your opinion? Yes or no?
It's most certainly a reputable establishment.
All right, let's get into it then. That's all I need to know. At the request of the editor of this journal, the writer here presents in a brief form the essential data concerning skeletal and to some extent also other remains attributed to geological ancient man on the American continent, more particularly in South America, and the conclusions reached by him and his associates after prolonged and unprejudiced research into the subject as to the true age and anthropological significance of these specimens. Between the years of 1899 and 1907, the writer carried out a series of inquiries on the various skeletal remains which suggested or were attributed to ancient man in North America. The studies resulted in a number of publications. In, let me see what they say. Culminating, go back up. Yeah. Culminating in a memoir comprehending the whole subject, which appeared as Bulletin 33 of the Bureau of American Ethnology. The results of the investigations seemed at first to lend support to the theory of considerable antiquity for some of the remains presented as evidence, as, for example, the two low skulls discovered at Trenton, New Jersey. Subsequent researches, however, cleared up most of the uncertain points, and the entire inquiry seemed to establish the fact that thus far no human bones have come to light in North America representing other than the Indian type of man, which we have mainly weighty reasons to regard as relatively modern in this part of the world. The details of the above work are sufficiently well known as easily referred to, and as no further specimens for which geological antiquity is claimed have been brought forth since the publication of the above mentioned report. The territory north of Panama need not be further dealt with in this place. More interesting and much more complex conditions than those in regard to early man in North America have arisen in South America. In the latter continent, skeletal remains of man, which came to be regarded as of geological antiquity, have been what that is I can't pronounce that word. Since the 40s of the past century, and by the end of the last decade, had multiplied to such an extent it had become so important as to call for the closest attention on the part of anthropologists. Moreover, frequent reports were made of finds of fossil animal bones, charred, striated, perforated, or broken by human agency in the far past, of burnt earth and scurrilous, whatever Latin word that is, showing human activities deep in the Pompeian times. And we were even told of whole cultures represented by numerous archaeological objects belonging to the quarter, whatever, I can't pronounce that, or even the tertiary. Finally, the scientific world was startled by an announcement of remains of not merely a number of distinct ancient species of man, but also of several human precursors supposed to be connected somewhere in the Eocene with the little South American primates of that period. You're starting to develop a picture here, Lucky? Huh? Lucky. Oh, maybe he had to go take a shower. All right.
Lucky gone. Kick it. Lucky gone. He got body. Kick him off the panel if he's still up here.
All right, you can take it down. You can take it down. Can we
Yeah,
get a
but
fan
basically it was getting to what John Brick said, because they've never mentioned any kind of carbon dating, which is going to be the most what they use most as far as the tool to date things. Then there's like some other dating that they use as far as with water resistant, but they, as John Bricks already said, it was found on a layer that would be old, but somehow they're saying that it fell there.
And we understand by physics, there's no way a modern bone could fall to the depth of antiquity. Can we all agree on that?
Agreed.
Lucky, you got some explaining to do. I relinquish the flow.
You gonna have some explaining if you don't kick his ass off of there like I told you to do.
I want this nigga to be clear and present so he can answer up for himself. He made all these outlandish ass claims, called Job
He
Bricks
already
pseudo.
got body. He already got body. That's why he quiet. He trying to act like he doing something important. He just don't got nothing else to say.
Yeah, but if I kick him off, then he gonna be like, I tried to come back. Nah, them scary ass niggas kicked me off.
Tell him to get in line with the rest of the haters. Kick his ass off of here. Who next? Who else got the smoke? Cause Ja bodied him already. Bye, Lucky. Have a good night with your boo thing.
You cold, Nami. You cold.
laTe, what's up with you?
What's going on, there?
We just bone collected and body snatching at the moment. That's it.
Okay. I thought I'd stop in and see what y'all was doing. So what's the
We got
subject? What's the subject?
it. Ain't no subject now. We just ran through some ancient findings.
Okay. Well, how about the Sir Isaac Newton, who was the president of the Royal Society?
I never heard of him.
Yeah, that's who responsible for all history and teachings and Royal Society. That's who developed all the supposed to be facts of today's modern time. So Sir Isaac Newton is the one who said they told us as we was coming up he discovered gravity. Remember when the apple supposed to have dropped out of the tree on his head and the man said it was gravity?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that rendition.
Yeah, all
You
that's lies. All that's lies. He was the president of the Royal Society.
who was?
But
Who was?
Isaac Newton. Isaac Newton
Wait a
wasn't
minute.
no.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Well, I want to make sure I got this straight. So you saying not only was he the president, but he was also a member? Know what you saying?
He was the president. Yeah. He was a member also. Like Elon Musk is a member today. Today of
And you
the
saying
Royal
that the
Society.
apple falling out the tree uh storyline is completely fabricated? Know what you saying?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, now let me ask you this. Are you saying that they are crediting Isaac Newton with the theory of gravity based off that story? Or are you saying that he made it up? Or did somebody make it up to throw Isaac Newton under the bus? What's your opinion on that?
Someone made it up to throw us off of the line of truth. That's
All
my
right.
opinion.
And what would that truth be?
That Sir Isaac Newton wasn't the creator or the main producer of the ideology of gravity. He was just the president sitting on the seat when the information
information came in.
You breaking up, bro. You breaking up. You breaking up.
So the story of Isaac Newton and gravity was a made up story to throw us off from the truth that Isaac Newton is not the inventor of or the discoverer of gravity. That's what you're saying?
Now, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you clear. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I said that the storyline that you've been talking to is
You're breaking up again, dude.
Yeah, you breaking up again. You was clear at first, then you went haywire. He left. He'll be back. I'm not finna push his storyline. He gonna have to raise his own baby. I'm not in disagreement with his position though. That apple falling off the tree and eventually becoming the law of gravity is a very enormous reach, in my opinion. But I
Yeah,
really
they used to talk about that shit in motherfucking
But
elementary
gravity
school.
is real though.
They teach us that in elementary school. It was kind of like a nursery rhyme or some shit like that.
Yo, mic check.
Yes.
We can hear you clear, Naughty. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm saying the storyline that you was taught as a child coming up to this point, thinking that Sir Isaac Newton is the creator of gravity or the science behind gravity is a lie. He didn't create shit. He just sat as the president on the board or committee when that information was accredited through that establishment as a fruit of education.
Wait, can you repeat that?
Yeah.
What? You didn't catch that, man?
It was a lie for something being accredited to the establishment. You lost me there.
Let's break it
I'm
down.
sorry. I'm sorry. Who are you again? We didn't. I don't know you. What's your name? Oh, okay. Go ahead and finish, Naughty.
Yeah, but they
you know he's scared of you now. Stop trying to bully people.
yeah, just the storylines that we're being fed about this science and different things through the reality that we have is impossible. It's not true. It's not. If a person used their collective of their common senses that God gave them, they wouldn't be so easily in a translucent state of false information.
In a translucent state
Oh my
of
God.
false information.
So I'm under the impression that what he's saying is that someone being hit on top of the head by a falling apple shouldn't have as significant an impact as what's being suggested by what transpired between the apple and Sir Isaac Newton. Follow my
It's
drift?
called a cover story.
Right.
A cover story for what?
What actually happened? A team of people came up. See, you must wasn't listening to what Nadi said. He plainly said that man was the president of a group of people that came up with that idea, and he got the credit because he was the president. You missed that part.
Okay. But gravity's real though.
It's false science, dude. It was just
False science.
it's just a theoretical invention, bro. It has no factual evidence to it. It cannot be recreated, rehearsed, or actually explained in a physical form. Never that.
But we can
I'm trying
Just
to
a
think
explain
that
theory.
the motherfuckers was on some
every single
shrooms or
thing.
something. They had to be on
We
something
do
with all these
test science.
goddamn crazy ass stories they used to sell us in elementary school. Them motherfuckers had to be on something making up this bullshit.
Yeah, they was on some shit.
I'm seeing spaceships flying over Bankhead.
Yeah.
Hey,
And
we
that's
need to make sure
95%.
everybody.
Go ahead.
My bad. Go ahead, Natty.
I finna say that's 95% of all science. It's all based on a fictional event. All of it.
Then what's the 5% of science that's real?
Don't worry about it.
Ma- Matter.
Yeah, y'all
Ma-
just act like
Matter?
he not even talking when he talk. I don't even know why y'all
So
respond to these
matter
irrelevant
only
people that join the
consists of
panel.
5% of science. Can you give me an
Physical
example of
matter.
what
Physical
matter
matter.
is?
Physical matter.
Physical matter.
Gravity not
Man,
real.
Okay, so like a table, this microphone. That's what you
Yep.
mean? Physical matter?
That's
Is that what you're
that.
talking?
Do you know
Like
what
your
physical
forehead. Your forehead. That's what we talking about.
matter?
Was that what
It
you're talking about?
defies
Physical
gravity.
matter, like physical stuff.
Said your forehead defies gravity.
Okay, so nothing then. No. Okay.
You haven't asked the real question. Ask a
I
real
think
question.
it,
Said
I
that
think gravity a
95%
made up
of
concept.
science is
I
fake.
think if your ass ain't lighter than the air, you gonna fall. I think
Matter.
it's mass and not gravity.
Hmm.
So the 5%
Matter
of
is
science.
like
What is that?
where your hairline start at, Lupus.
Because it matters right there.
If you heavier than the air loopers, your hairline will come to your nose. Your hairline will be right. If you lighter than the air, it's gonna run from your face.
Ah, shit. Where does it matter? Right there.
So were you maybe just like joking then when you said that 95% of science is fake?
Fiction.
Because you're not giving me a serious answer.
Fiction, fiction, fiction. I already gave you the answer. What else? You haven't asked the question. Ask a question
Okay,
so you can
what
get an
is the
answer.
5% of science that is real? That's my
Physical
question.
matter. Physical matter, bro. Physical
Okay,
matter.
physical matter. When you
Yeah.
say physical matter, are you talking about physical things like a table, a tree?
I
Is
mean, you have to know
is
science terminologies
is
if
that
you want
what
to
you
speak.
mean when you say physical matter?
is there a loop going on, lupus? Is there a loop in your fucking questioning, man? Why you keep asking the same questions?
You
I-
have
I'm
to
I'm
know
trying to get an answer.
terminologies of science to be able to speak science.
So is your answer
You
yes
don't,
or no?
if you don't know any terminologies, I don't want to have a conversation with you. It's useless.
So, so is the answer yes or no? Nothing. Okay. All right. I'm literally just trying to understand what you're talking about.
Go look it up.
Well, if you would explain to me what you're talking about, I could.
Look up
Hence
physical
why I'm
matter.
asking
Matter.
Man,
questions.
they say you need to get your hairline out the end of that Wayback Machine.
Science. Science is edition.
Science is
Science.
what?
Go look it
You
up.
were mumbling at the end. What?
Go look it up in a dictionary specifically science edition, to find
Look.
out what
Okay, what should
physical
I look up? Tell me what to look up.
physical definition of physical matter.
You need to jump
You want me to
down
look up
and get
definition
back in the chat and
of
listen, cause
physical
you acting like
matter?
you can't comprehend what he's saying or something.
And go to the Internet Archives and get your headline back.
Physical matter is anything that occupies space and has mass. Okay. That's only 5% of science?
5% of fat in science.
5% of what?
Fat.
5% of fact or what?
Bro,
Man, I can't
goddamn.
take this.
I'll
This
be
shit is
damned.
off the goddamn chain.
I'll be damned, Lucas.
I
What the fuck,
literally couldn't.
bro?
You're
Tripping.
What
mumbling. I couldn't
the
understand what you
fuck?
said.
Come on,
Put
man.
it together. Puzzle it together. There's only 4 pieces. All of them corners. God damn, we got the dumbest, the dumbler people that come around. God damn.
Mm, mm, mm. Seem like a lot of these theories, though, are pretty much being birthed out of these dang on societies. Listen to y'all, what y'all be talking about. Like everything that they talk about is coming from a society of some sort. And the progenitor of that society is the one that's getting all the credit.
You get it? That's what it boils down to. Those societies have a purpose for what they doing too.
And what would that purpose be?
Man.
You have to get each society's mission statement to find it out, sir.
I
Right.
literally did
Right.
not understand what you said, bro.
Very
I'm not
good.
joking. I
Very
did not
good.
understand what you said. Could you repeat that?
Man.
I didn't understand the words he said.
No, well,
I'm not
shit.
joking.
You
Man, you
don't
better,
I'm not
understand
joking.
shit. Shut the
Can you
fuck
please
up.
repeat
And
that?
maybe you will
man, get a
understand.
pencil and
You
pad,
ain't trying
bro.
to
Pues
understand.
tú, tomara español más que dos.
Jeez. Get a pencil and pad, man.
He already got one.
Right.
Lubis, where your notebook at? Oh,
Missionary
you ain't talking to me.
official.
You better not say shit when I talk, nigga. You know what it is.
Papados.
Man, you can't be jumping on here pressing one for English. You got to press two for Mata Espanol más que dos, man.
I'm not finna play with you.
Hey, peace, y'all. Peace to the channel. Peace to the panel. Smoke signal.
Hey, Belioso.
What's going
Big up,
on?
Ike. Big up, Billy.
Big up, Natty. I got a question for Lubis. Lubis,
Yo,
how
what's up?
much of the science do you believe is true, and why do you believe it?
I believe in what science teaches. I believe it because it's what I was taught in school.
And that's it. That's all.
Yeah, and I mean, and it make when I've looked into it, the stuff I could understand, it made sense to me. There's stuff that's a little above my comprehension level, you know.
All right. Well, what was some of the tangibles that you worked with that you found out that was true or whatnot?
Wait, can you repeat that?
It's like, what was some of the tangibles that you worked with that you found out that was true or whatnot? You know,
What what were some of the tangibles that I
like
worked?
physical
What were
things.
the benefits from science that you learned in school?
Thank you, Namaste. Thank you.
That
You
you're
don't understand that
asking me
either.
what
God damn. He ain't catch that shit, Bailey. Oh,
you're
so tangibles, nigga.
Man,
What the
god
hell is
damn, man.
tangibles?
What
Man, you
is
need to get
it?
off it. Hey, man, you need to get off and come back and press 2 for Spanish, man. I'm telling you, mata español monkey dos.
Oh man.
Lupus, I'm saying, what was some of like the physical like things that you found out that science said was true? That was true. What was it?
um well, I mean, generally just all the general stuff that I learned in science. Gravity, the way the world functions, the way the
Right.
body works. Just kind of just all the general stuff. There's more complicated stuff that I just choose to accept because I just can't understand it. Like when they talk about like the mathematics between freaking planets and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, I'll just believe you on that. I mean, because I can't freaking understand that stuff.
Okay.
Now,
Well,
Bailey, oh, so I think the other thing, I don't know, maybe I might be taking a step further, but have you ever challenged any of these theories, Lubis, to
right.
verify any of these things that you learned? I think that's what you're talking about, that you tested, right? Did you test
Right.
any of these things?
Physically, hands on, tangible. Something you could touch.
Thank you.
Like for instance, like the gravity. Like, can you like give us what you did to validate the gravitational theory? I mean, or whatever.
Well, yeah, when they explain what gravity is and how it works, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, I can throw something up in the air and it'll fall down. If I throw a
Now,
football, that thing's eventually
No,
going to hit the
explain
ground.
it. No, 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 no. Explain gravity. And if you can do that, it's
See, that's the
actually
problem. See, hold on. We gotta point something out right there. See, that's how they deceive you. Because I can explain it to you and you can see it, don't mean I'm telling you the truth about it.
Well, why would they lie to me about gravity?
That's just my explanation. My explanation ain't necessarily the truth. Just like, okay, prime example, I could write up a scientific paper that say grass grow because we pee. Meaning we because we urinate is the reason why grass grow. And I can write up a scientific paper saying it, and you can see the grass outside, and I can show you people peeing and get put all the evidence together to show you people peeing and make the grass grow. Would you believe it?
No, that's where you're wrong. Because the second people start to test that, it would be proven wrong. It would be proven that you urinating
Oh,
has more.
so have you tested the out of Africa theory? How can you test it?
Oh, we're back on the out of Africa theory thing?
How can you
Okay.
test it? How can you test it?
Well, based on the evidence that's available, the out of Africa theory makes sense.
And what is the
Again, we
evidence?
back to making sense.
What's
We
the
back to making
evidence?
sense.
The evidence
Making
is
sense don't mean truth. That's the point we're trying to get you to realize. Making sense does not mean truth.
so I'm saying, so say for example, you tested the water by throwing it up in the air and it coming down, and you say, well, it makes sense that they say gravity. But me on the other side, I could say, well, it makes sense that this is buoyancy and density,
oh
right,
shit.
Mr. Lucas?
Are you a flat earther?
Oh shit.
I don't believe that has anything to do with the topic right now. We just
Okay.
plainly and simply talking about gravity,
Like,
and the things that you hold on, and the things that you can test physically, and that you can prove and verify that these people are saying and meaning what they said, if they said the truth or not. That's all we talking about right now, Lucas.
let me ask him something. Do you know what buoyancy and density is?
He gone.
Oh, he smashed out, huh?
Come
There
on.
we go.
I'm just saying, listen though.
Damn, we running them off tonight. Good
Makes
job,
sense. Like
guys.
they, they
We up.
they take make sense for telling the truth. How many times a motherfucker done told you a story that made perfect sense and it was a goddamn lie? Hmm?
Mhm. Mhm.
How many times your girlfriend or boyfriend done told you a perfect story that made perfect sense, and you couldn't even imagine they figured out that window of time to cheat, but they still got it off on your bitch ass.
Man. Oh my God. Man, come on, Sash. Come on with this shit, man.
I'm just
Shit.
saying, so make sense. My point is to just making sense don't mean it's true. I can tell you anything and make it make sense. That don't mean it's a
Right,
damn truth. And that's
right,
how they
right.
whooping these folks with science, like the out of Africa theory. When they got to complaining about eugenics, all they did was reword eugenics and give it back to you. Out of Africa theory, still the same shit. Eugenics. You
Yup.
still saying that the darkest person is I mean, the most primitive, and the lighter people evolved was still evolving when they left. Still saying the same thing. It's just saying it different so you'll like it. It's kind of like they used to do in the hood when the kids, the little babies didn't want the food. They put a little sugar on it for them, make them sweet, make it sweet for them. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And going to that point right there, Sash. When they taught us that shit in school, like he said, how he learned it from school and shit. We was young, we was kids, we was babies, so we just ate that shit up like sponges. We didn't get out here. We got out here, start testing this shit, all them the little bullshit they taught us, and come to find out, it's fairy tale. But these people still want to cling to it.
But think about it. They taught it to us as kids. It's a way you explain shit to kids, and it's a way you explain shit to adults.
Right. So that's what we try to get across to them. Like, hey, we grown now, man. We ain't got to go off belief or what how they how you believe it or whatever. What do you say? It sounded good or it
And
sounded believable.
think about it. When they tell you about fucking, they don't tell you they finna go in there and fuck. They tell you the birds and the bees.
Yeah.
So it's a way you explain shit to kids, and it's a way you explain to tell the truth to the adults.
But they still in a child state of mind and don't want to grow up.
Exactly.
To me, you know
They
what I'm
still using the children's stories to explain life.
saying? Right. And then when we come with this adult shit, then that's when they get defensive and they want to cling on to their childhood. Man, come on, man. We trying to get you to grow up. You know what I'm saying?
Man, they not finna let you take the Lion King from them.
That's crazy. My daughter was just watching like just a minute ago. Oh man.
Smoke sad, y'all. Y'all running away all his girlfriends.
Damn, now they said, Smoke, you said?
Who is his girlfriend?
Hang around you no more.
Lucky and Lubis.
Lucky said he'll be back.
Fucking up all his Mexican friends.
There's two L's.
No Taco Tuesday for you, nigga.
No, it's Salad Sunday.
Charles Darwin got a movie out called Creation, and even his own people in the movie was calling him nuts, calling him crazy and delusional.
When that come out?
Just like Lucky when he brought that shit up.
Yeah, Lucky. I don't know if he don't know, but boy, he be giving us gems like for real. Like
Did y'all
all
peep
them
the
cats.
move though? Y'all peep his move, his fast read. He'll try to fast read and hear him snatch the document off the screen. Every time he do that, you go back and get the document. It's always a dagger.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is make that nigga stand still, man. Them niggas like squirm and do the stuff with African shuffle and all this gish gallop and try to flip it back on you. All you gotta do is just peep them niggas little fighting points and shit. That nigga tried to flip it back on Job Bricks and shit. Like nigga, Job Bricks asked you the question about this shit. You still ain't gave us a name. Then you want to bring up a name, Thomas Huxley and shit today. Really ain't got nothing to do with it. Like them niggas tired.
That Bricks did good standing on that nigga neck, not
Yeah.
letting him off his point.
Naughty, it came out in 2009. I seen it on the Roku.
Oh, okay. I got you. That was A-Time. Talking to you. Yeah.
Oh my bad, Akon.
Nah, you good.
All right, who wants smoke? Who wants smoke?
I mean, my thing is the way I look at it. My thing on what my question is always why? Why did they mainly focus on the out of Africa theory when prior to that, and Lucky was right in saying that they had out of Asia, the out of Europe, none of those worked. You know what I'm saying? None of those worked based on the carbon dating. You see what I'm saying? And then they shut them down and say, nah, America, if it ain't nothing past 15,000 or Bering Strait theory, not having it. Why?
If you pay attention though, Aton, any theory that they allow submit, like they out of Asia and out of Europe, them is all still tied to the out of Africa theory.
Right.
See, they don't let you present nothing that's total opposite of that. It's all still got to be tied to out of Africa. See, all the out of Asia and the out of Europe is still out of Africa. They just moving the goalpost a little bit, but the original start point is still Africa for all of them.
Mm-hmm. So there's the main reason why America just cannot be the old world to fit something for any objective that they have at this point in time. I mean, it's like what? About 200, 300 years they've been working on this shit. And it finally hit home in the 1900s. Oh, we got to put that puzzle together, y'all. I think that'll pretty much checkmate everything. To me, that's just to me.
So basically, because I've been hearing this question a lot, and all I can say is, what? Who gives a fuck why a liar would lie? Once we prove he lied, we can move the fuck on. He'll
True.
probably never tell us why he lied, and we'll probably never figure out exactly why he lied. Right? We can only speculate on it.
So you all
And you
right
can't
with them?
trust him, and you won't be able to trust him, even if he told you why he lied, because it's already been confirmed he's a fucking liar. I relinquish the floor.
So you talking about plausible deniability, because you can't
In a nutshell.
really, yeah, you can't really put your finger on the who. That's what I'm saying. Because you can't do the who, the what, or none of that. The only thing is why. That's the question nobody answers. Everybody is talking based on what they study and they know about these publications and these people and this and that, which was cool. Job Bricks, had a little stomp out party on Lucky's account. But what I'm saying is that the question that is never raised is why. And when you get to that question, when you ask them why and they don't answer, plausible deniability goes out the window, because you're the one issuing that information. You put it in all the systems, in the education system, more importantly, because the education system covers all those different dynamics of thought. You know what I'm saying? Of what we have been taught. So you actually put these people in: Darwin, Newton, all these people. What's his name? E equals MC squared. All these people, you have put them in there. Vespucci, Columbus, all these individuals that are pretty much pen names or romanticism of some sort of a story. Why? If they don't say anything, then it's pretty much because I said so. Okay, we'll say that then. Now, once we get past the say so part, then we say, okay, well, shit, it's on.
I mean, this, the why, to me, it's like, well, they covering up something. I mean, why lie? You know, you lying to hide something, you lying to cover something up. So, like they say, if I tell one lie, I gotta tell some more lies. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it's just to cover something, to hide something.
Right. So I got to keep lying so I can convince myself of the lies so it can be a truth.
And others. So I'm gonna create these outer Asia theories, these outer Wells theories on top of the outer Africa theory. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Just to keep covering it up, throwing more dirt on it.
Right. So this is where, like, I think the end game for me is actually the Bible, right? Not from a religious aspect, because of the
Right.
stories that was being told in there and how people were being usurped out of their blood right. I mean, their blood right, out of their
Yeah. I,
birthright.
yeah.
You see what I'm
I feel
saying?
you more.
Because that's all the Bible talks about, is people being usurped out of their birthright and people being moved and certain things being done.
Right. Land being taken, land grab, all this shit. Yeah.
Exactly. So this is what I'm saying. Like, who, what, when, where, got that. But why? Okay, why are these who, what, when, where's in place right now? Right? Who was the first people? Where were they at? When did it start? You know what I'm saying?
Hey, if you pay attention to the out of Africa theory, it's like it's made to model their history. Cause like it's a motherfucker that evolved in Africa. Now it's a Neanderthal in Europe, and it's a Denisovan in China, in Asia over there, right? But ain't shit in America.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't that the same way history is? They don't know shit about the new world. It's like, and it's like, to me, the out of Africa theory is really the white people saying they coming out of Africa to take over the world. Really, that's what I see. That's what I see when I read it. Because I'm looking at the Denisovan and the Neanderthal as if them people too.
Right. Right. We use a lot of these things, you know what I'm saying, just as talking points. But nobody can really And you're right, Sachi, because that's how I see it. That's why I say where that Bible comes into the play, because you can actually reference some of these things. You know, there was a man that was naked in the garden of Eden. So that means it was already a garden there, things growing, and there was somebody on the outside giving instructions. So that aside, throw all that to the side. If in this present time the why question is asked today, they got to come back and say, yeah, because this is what we put in. Okay, well, can you prove that now? Can you prove that now? Not in 2025, not in 1925 or 1955. We talking
Hey,
about now.
hey, Tom. If that story is real, one thing we can prove is that if it was ever a Garden of Eden, it only could exist in America. How can I prove that? Because 60% of the world's fruits and vegetables are grown in America. And the description of the Garden of Eden was that they had all of the fruits and vegetables in the world.
I agree with that. And that gopher wood shit down there in Florida. Shout out to Lucky.
Gopher wood, y'all. I'm glad you brought that up. Gopher wood is found around the world, brother. Please stop that silly job.
All right. I mean, you can pull up your sources all you want, but we know the
No,
news.
it says gopher wood because, like I already showed y'all, it don't translate out to uh,
It don't matter.
uh
It don't matter. The Garden of Eden can
what
only
we
exist in
call,
America, Jack.
brother. What we call gopher wood
60% of
is
the world's
cedar.
fruits and vegetables
Is
are
not gopher.
indigenous
It's
to
not a specific
America.
strain.
All of your staple meals over there in your country, do you like the
They
cake for?
find it in
All of the
what country
staple
do I like
meals
the cake? Hold
come
up, what
from
country?
America,
What country do I cake
motherfucker.
for? What country do I cake for?
Your African shit you like the cake for,
Oh, that's
all
not
that
a country.
motherfucking
That's a
fufu
continent. What
and
country do
all
I
that
cake for?
motherfucking negusi soup, all that shit
What
they making
country do
without
I cake
potatoes and
for? I'm just
onions
trying
and
to figure this
tomatoes
out real
and,
quick.
and
Let's start there.
motherfucking cassavas and shit.
What country
Yeah,
do I
it's
cake
fufu
for?
from South America, motherfucker.
What it's not. What country do
It's
I cake
several
for?
tribes down there called the cassava eaters, you stupid fuck. Y'all mother don't know nothing.
The
Don't
thing
know
Again,
shit.
is,
This
fufu is
nigga,
not
Where
from
else in the
South
world
America.
is Gopherwood?
But you can
well, I'm
keep
about to
Show
going.
tell
me.
You
you,
can
man.
keep yelling and screaming, thinking that you're right. That don't stop
Where
the.
else
That
in
don't
the
stop
world
that.
is Gopherwood, my
Where
nigga?
man, all you gotta do is look it up. Cassava is from America, nigga. They was making fufu before they ever went to Africa and taught them how
fufu
to
is
make
not.
it,
Fufu is
motherfucker.
not only
I
from
was,
Fufu.
brother.
man.
Fufu
What
was
is you
invented,
talking
brother.
about?
Stop just trying to be funny.
They probably
Come on,
didn't
where's
learn
your
how to
food,
make
man?
fufu to 1830 when Brazil went to Nigeria to help them build some shit, nigga.
They was doing fufu long before that. So now you trying to say fufu was American? Listen to y'all goof ass niggas. Hey, listen, bro.
Where
Where's
is
absolute
No,
music?
nigga, what
Gopherwood
we telling you is,
indigenous
yeah,
to,
nigga,
my
we
nigga?
telling
Where's
you
absolute
fufu is from
music?
America, stupid motherfuckers from South America, nigga. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you, nigga. The cassava planters from South America, nigga, they was making fufu for a motherfucking Africa ever knew how to make a fufu. Fuck are you talking about? Them folks been eating that shit down there.
It's found out around the
Bro, you
world.
sound
Ain't
silly,
corn
bro, because
found?
it's not
Dummy.
even
I,
cassava
I,
based, bro.
hold on,
So
ain't
let's
corn
start there,
found
bro.
Where
found
is
everywhere too?
Gopherwood indigenous to?
It's
Mm.
brother, go for what? I'm just trying to get beat up. Let's put this directly on the
Where
screen.
is Gopherwood
So, hey,
indigenous
hey,
to?
bro, show my screen, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill it. Go ahead, and show it.
Where is cassava indigenous to?
Yeah, keep dropping them
America
gems,
for the
Lucky.
win again. America for USA.
Keep dropping them gems.
USA.
Keep dropping them gems, Lucky. Keep dropping them gems, bro. Bring it, bro. We love your sources.
Yeah, I've been cooking you niggas all night.
You been cooking for us, nigga. Nigga, keep your apron on, nigga. Keep it going. That's what I
Brother,
Hey,
need.
a nigga came up here and said that he had a
big
skull that showed a
American.
modern human.
And you
Meanwhile,
showed that they determined that the life of man started in the cradle of America.
no, that's not what I
America.
showed. I'm glad niggas understand that they have no logic. So what
America.
I showed, dum dum, was that this brother who said
Dum
that Buenos
dum, dum
Aires was
dum. Did
not
you
the
not
Diplo.
comprehend what
He
was
said
read?
that he said
Dum
what I
dum,
showed was
dum
not the
dum,
Buenos
dum
Aires.
dum,
It
Hey,
was a
dummy,
fact
we
that
read more of the source than you did, dummy.
brother.
dum
I'm
dum.
the
We
one who
read more
showed
of
the
it than
nigga
you
what the
did.
source was. He tried to refute that it wasn't even the Buenos Aires skull, and I'm trying to tell this nigga he don't know what he talking
Brother,
about.
the cradle of
That shit that
life.
you looking at, brother, I seen that shit in
Cradle of
2016, brother.
life
That shit ain't
started
nothing,
where?
brother. That was debunked, brother.
Brother.
It was
What
not,
say?
brother. He did
What
not
did your
debunk it.
source say?
Are
What
you?
did
That wasn't
your
my source.
source say,
You don't
brother?
even know what happened.
Did it give it
That
to
wasn't my
America or
source,
not,
big
my
dog.
brother?
So
Did it
again,
give
you're not
did it
focused up.
give it
You're
to
just talking
America
about
or not,
nothing.
my brother?
So
But
what
what
it
had
did
happened?
show was that they
Hey,
based
Wild
the
Savage,
whole
let me ask
argument
Lucky
thing
a
that was
question
not
real quick.
carbon dating.
Lucky, can I ask you a question?
Y'all don't want to get no information. I'm finna go and hop on in a different panel. Y'all niggas
No,
ain't
let
gonna
me ask you a question. Why you running? Can I ask you
y'all
a question?
yeah, bro.
Do you believe that
TikTok originals, they got more heart than y'all. I'm finna go fuck with the
do
TikTok.
you believe that anything that was taught to you was a lie since starting school?
I was not taught any lies in school.
Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you for
That's why we
answering.
know your boo looking ass was going. Well, go on where you was going. We ain't got time to talk to your boo
Tell me
looking
what
ass.
you was lied
Hey
to in school.
yo,
Buck dancing ass nigga.
Dustin
Boo
Tell me
looking,
what
Lane,
you
buck
was lied
dancing,
to in
rubber mouth
school.
ass
I'm
get
finna
on
get
coon.
your
on because niggas don't
We
want
ain't
to
got
talk to me.
time
I
to
like,
mustache
I
talk
like
to
hat
you,
silent
nigga.
on,
screaming.
nigga.
Message
Tell me
Happy
what
Jack
you
little
learned
boy.
that was
You
We ain't
wrong.
got
got
time to talk to
tattoos
you, buck
on your
dancing ass
All right,
coon
fuck
ass
mustache.
with
nigga,
y'all
boy.
niggas.
You a
I ain't getting
fucking
no
coon,
agreement over
boot
dumbass
licking, buck
niggas who got
dancing,
bad
bitch
taste
made
buds.
ass nigga, boy.
You
I
got
don't give a
cracker
fuck. Get your
toe.
bitch ass on. You came back. You done already ran and got your bitch ass beat up. You stuck yourself up here. You can't even fucking read, motherfucker. Your stupid ass get up here and read shit to debunk your goddamn
You
self.
got
Dumb
Ah,
son
he
of a
done
you
bitch.
got
dropped.
cracker booty on your breath.
He done dropped out. He say he had a lot going on. He say he finna drop his foot, then he finna leave. Shit, that nigga.
That nigga said he eat that cracker booty from
Damn.
from the rooty to the
Now
tootie.
that shit finna get beat up. Finna beat
Just
that
think
shit
about it
up.
though. He
Hey,
ain't
Mr.
even
White Man.
30 though.
That's how you know he a real African. That's what them Africans believe. Hey, Mr. White Man.
Man, he ain't even 30 yet, man. He said he been doing this since 2015. What was he, 17 years old or something like that? Man, he was a teenager.
If he been doing this since 2015 and he this motherfucking stupid, he need to stop, get another profession, find something else to motherfucking do.
That's cold business right there. These cats
And
is
nigga,
young.
he need to write some AI generated raps. That's what he need to do.
Well, he did try that and it didn't work out. Remember, he was trying to create apps. The shit didn't
Yeah.
work out for him.
Yeah, it didn't work well for him. Yeah. Yeah, stick to his
Everybody's
craft.
not meant to intellectually spot. Some niggas meant to goddamn it build some shit, be technicians and make a computer or do some shit, build a website or something. Everybody ain't meant for this shit. Lucky, cut it out. This is not your sport.
Nah, it's definitely not his sport. Nah, none of that. I mean, he good at hauling stuff, good safety trucking. It would work for him. You know. Oh my god damn, you just gonna keep taking ass whooping from job bricks? That's ridiculous. Mm.
Hey, well, Job Bricks left. Thank you, Job Bricks, if you listening, for knocking that nigga out once again. You already beat his ass in the debate.
Yeah, he touched him up tonight.
Yeah, job bricks ain't gonna talk about nothing he don't know.
Yeah.
I noticed that about that young man. He ain't talking about shit he don't know.
Any more
Boy,
time
y'all
left?
start talking about that Bible, Chief I am. Let me
Yeah,
up, let
yeah,
me
he did.
up.
You think that shit? I said, who that boy wanna come on, boy?
Man, we do not want to hear from Pastor Pochop. We do not want to hear Sunday service, motherfucker.
Man, we need some more activity. Get that nigga up here. He didn't
Man,
ask
Pastor
nobody to sing
Pochop
or
gonna
something.
take us to revival, nigga.
For
You
the
know that
day,
nigga
for
that had a fifth or something coming off that pulpit. Shit. Forehead sweating and everything.
we said we still have one of them down south revivals, but you don't leave church by 4 days.
Man, the nigga, but see, he a monkey ass preacher though, cause he ain't gonna feed us when he get done. We just gonna be up there motherfucker all day, hungry the motherfucker when we leave.
He
That
say
nigga,
faster than me. Nigga, we fast again.
that nigga passed around that plate maybe 10 times every service.
He gonna holler where this goddamn money bowl at.
He said,
What he
That
say?
nigga Jesus turned that water into wine, and I was like, "Let me get the first cup." That nigga be up here drunk talking that Bible talk.
These niggas
Hell
are.
no. Gotta kick her.
Pass the communion wine. The Lord got me feeling fine.
yeah. Yeah, he be having real wine in his motherfucking glasses and shit. With them little shot glasses he come with a wafer and shit.
Where you at, Chief? I am not.
Right, I ain't
He been
seen
coming here and say tabernacle, church.
nothing. What copper? What's his name? Copper. Uh, what old school name?
God
Tremel.
damn, they supposed to be some hell of a chips right there, nigga.
Hell yeah,
Copper Tone.
yeah, Copper Town, man. That nigga is hell, boy.
Yeah, man. Boy, I don't know. You got him and Hey Roo. How you measure it, Savage?
I'm gonna take him over Haru any day. That's some Uts. What y'all know about Uts?
Nothing at all.
See? Yeah, I
What
mean
kind of chips is them?
red hot.
Oh no.
Shit, you like them flaming chips, huh?
Yeah, they good though. Get my blood
The
pressure up.
Moe's, what you got on it?
What's happening?
Yeah,
What's
that's
happening?
good.
What's happening?
It was good. It was good.
Look, man, motherfuckers gonna start talking about the red. Man, where the information at? Nigga, like, eh, I'm
Them
just
mic
now
trying
getting
to
into this motherfucker.
Put something on the table.
We
What you
can't
got?
hear you. What you say?
I said I'm low. Y'all can't hear me.
Yeah, your mic low, man. You kind of choppy.
I said my bad, my bad. Yeah, hear me.
No. Yep, but no.
It's all good. Keep on going ahead. I was just saying what's happening.
You gotta turn your
Just
volume up, or you gotta talk more on the mic. On your mic.
Hey, did y'all get that birthright shit together, man? Y'all get that birthright citizenship together? I know Dosey ain't up here. Uh, y'all get that right? Y'all come to a conclusion on that? Figure that out?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. I mean, well, I know what I know, but I don't. What was we supposed
Well, I
to?
know y'all. I mean, it's been a battle. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we talked about it. Nonetheless, Nadi,
Y'all believe?
Dulcinea,
Y'all
we've been trying to get to
have-
some who is it for and who is it not for?
so do you believe it's
But
just?
recap.
When you say Savage,
Do y'all believe it's for Africans and immigrants?
based on the wording of it, it's for anybody that is born here in the United States.
Okay. So could a American Indian or a Negro be a part of that?
I would want to ask, who is Trump talking about when he says children of slaves real hard?
Yeah, that's the key.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the key.
I
I
do
think
want to say something about
if being born, Nami and Savage, being born in the United States as the United States is structured, it can go for anybody, even the American Indian.
Okay, I'll accept that. As long as you don't exclude the nigga. Um,
all right.
to answer Nami's question, Nami, I would say he was talking about the American Indian Negro, because that's the only people that I've seen on the slave schedules, um, which would be the only record that we could go by in law to statute that claim. Now,
I would add something to that, Savage. Based on the people that he's deporting, I would say yeah, that he's dealing with the American Indian reclassified or misclassified as Negro, Black, and Colored.
All right, so I got something to say. As far as Trump, right? Can y'all hear me?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
All right, so as far as Trump, right? Just be on some real shit, right? Everybody want to talk about, he about business and shit like this, man. But we gotta remember on who the fuck he is, right? If we talking about Trump, we talking about an old guy that has, just like Biden, they have certain situations they still want to deal with, just like old men. So therefore, nigga, they have shit on their mind. They already got shit on schedule. They already got shit in motion on shit they wanted to do as a young boy. We gotta remember that shit. Those
As
are
to who,
white boys.
say it again, say it one more time, because you was kind of low.
Those are white boys, regardless black or white, but they still have a agenda to play on.
What you think the agenda is?
Well, see, that's the point. We don't actually
Bang
know.
bang
We
and
know.
welcome to today, everybody.
Feel what I'm
Hey, go
saying?
ahead, Bella.
Bang, bang.
They
I
have
think Trump.
other.
Listen, y'all. I think Trump is paying attention. He got and the nigga over hood is his advisor. The nigga that's over the hood shit. And I think he said slave baby specifically because that's what them folks be saying to you or all these foreigners. That's what they slick call us, the slave babies.
Hey, listen, the shit that they doing now is shit that started way back. That's my point. It started way back, and we don't. Hey, motherfuckers don't even understand the situation that's really going on. They playing the, you know, playing with the heartstrings with niggas. We up there still going through this, yeah, black power type shit. Like niggas need to get off of that shit and understand exactly what's really going on.
He
But
is
I
kind
guess
of low on my end, but
I mean, if you
Hey, Smoke.
referring to the if you're referring to the what's going on has been really going on already, which is the invasion of immigrants. Yeah, it has been going on, but you know what I mean. It's gonna take for people to realize what lies holding them hostage, and if they don't recognize it and they believing in this government as their god, then it's gonna keep going on. They say, history repeats itself. They ain't talking about ancient history. They talking about the history that they have perpetuated on our people and created these narratives and have whitewashed and have had it secretive of what they've been doing. But if people don't realize what it is that they've been doing, instead of the condition of it all as it is today, just by blaming Trump, because a lot of our people, that's where they go wrong. I'm not taking up for Trump. I'm not a Trump supporter or whatever. You know what I mean? I'm not caping for Trump, but a lot of our people walking around in the real world thinking it's everything that's going on with our specific people has to do with Trump, and it have something to do with the president and voting and the political, but we are not educated in politics and religion. We believe that that's the stuff we supposed to pray about. So if our people don't wake up and see that it's an invasion going on and that they're greater than the slave stories they've been sold all their life and indoctrinated, and realize what the chains actually are, not the physical change, but the change mentally, then it's gonna continue to go on because our people feel like, you know what I mean, they can't operate without being told what to do. So might as well, when Trump says slave, I get offended because I know my people can't descended from great people and great things, you know what I mean? So but I also know that when he say that, our people automatically think that we're who they talking about instead of our real name. Our real name isn't children of slaves, descendant of slaves. Not everybody is out here putting our fist up and begging for reparations. I'm not begging for no reparations. I'm begging for you to give. I mean, I ain't begging at all. I command that you give me what belongs to me that has been stolen. And the first step to getting that back is to admit everything I've been taught has taught me to be a worker and not be the person that I'm supposed to be when I was born. You know what I mean? You decided to put a bond upon my subconscious and teach me all these lies. And they don't care about giving our people the history, whether they say we came from
Hey,
slavery or not, or Africa or not. And our people don't care to know who their ancestors are. They walking around, half of them don't know their great grandmother, and it's getting shorter and shorter by as time go on. You know what I mean? We got a lot of lost people out here, not knowing that if you knew who your people was, you wouldn't be believing in a fictitious God that's gonna save everything while you closing your eyes. These motherfuckers taking your land and learning our law when they need to take their funky ass home and build up where they came from. You know what I mean? So that this the American dream and it's our nightmare.
Right. So that's the whole like integrity about this community. You know what I'm saying?
no,
That makes me to hold on. That made me to
man,
like just personally despise Pan African. Like say I ain't taking
man,
up for Trump, but bro, you breaking
y'all,
up if you talking. But what I'm saying is that say like it seems like he has to roll with the contemporary because like that's more known on a mass scale versus say like we know who we are and we calling for, you know what I'm saying, our birthright back. Like you know what I'm saying? Like but it's like you got naysayers and people that just don't want to do their own duty at home. To, said that we tell, hey, go find out who you are. You know what I'm saying? Go, connect, find your bloodline. You know what I'm saying? And we got crazy our own people going against this shit, believe it's bullshit. With the vast majority of people, like our people, woke up is we started claiming our birthright. He would have no other choice but to, go with what we saying and what we demanded. I feel, so that's just my perspective on the input.
Yep, and I agree. And like to back what both of y'all was saying, I think Trump also his last term when he got in it with Ice Cube, they kind of put him on game far as what we've been talking about, Dane been talking about, and they constructed it in their own words. But I think like him taking, even though we know we're not necessarily descendants of slaves or the narrative, um, he kind of took a step forward without putting the African on. You know, yeah. But once our people, once we get out of that African slave descent, then you can.
You breaking up a little bit, Savage.
And who's
Now, just
going
like
through
he
it.
Yeah, but
said, the American.
And once
I was speaking on the whole Trump.
All alone.
Now, what you were saying, my God? Hey, Smoke, can you share
somebody
my screen real quick?
somebody got a hot mic and it's loud in your background.
Yeah, but I hope I think the whole Trump thing is pretty much been going in on the foundational indentured servant. Don't want the new indentured. I mean, the new people coming in get more respect than they get, even though they maybe get more money. At the end of the day, they still want the respect. So I think it's a foreign on foreign war since there are foreigners that are in control of the United States right now. That's all. And again, like I think we all know they ain't gonna stop letting them in. They just want them to come in legally, and they're gonna bring in the ones they want to bring in while they're doing this whole ICE raid. They're bringing in the ones they want to bring in, though. Trust me. Oh yeah. I got some on the screen here. Shoot, I'm just gonna run through a few of these slides. Just something to talk about real quick. Hold up. Let me I'm gonna pull it up on the big see if I can get the blow up. I think it's some of these slides are gonna be small, but it's just something to talk about. It ain't nothing really major, it's just stuff we be talking about on the panel. So sometimes the slides just give us something to talk about. So again, this is the whole Lucky Cat, and again, this ain't no presentation or anything, so y'all can definitely jump in just to keep the chatter going for a second. Savage, you can hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right, bang back. All right, so we just talking about this Alexander Falconbridge cat, but it's a bigger story behind this Alexander Falconbridge cat. And with the name like Alexander Falconbridge over in Europe at this time, it's just crazy anyway, with the word falcon in it. You know what I'm saying? It just gets even crazy. But he only lived to be 32 years old. This the guy Lucky was talking about. So in his lifetime of just being 32, he accomplished a lot. This nigga was like Jesus walking and shit. So the story is funny as hell too with this guy. But this is Alexander Falconbridge. It's pretty much a bunch of historical shenanigans again, just as I suspected. Only because you can't really find any real facts on this Falconbridge guy right off the bat. Okay, so he's from this little spot right up in here somewhere. I'll show you where he's from up in here. But he's from Bristol. But there's no record really of him being from Bristol either. There's no birth or death records for this guy. Nowhere. He did get married, but there's still no birth or death records for him. Said he had a brother, but they don't have any birth or death records for the parents. And this was in the 1700s, so we should have had some type of birth or death records for this Falconbridge cat. So he's a mysterious cat, and soon you'll see that he just appears in somebody's story, basically. It's crazy. Let's see.
I wonder if he's
I have
out
to take
of
it off.
Bristol, Tennessee.
What
You know
was
we
that?
got a. I said, you know we got a Bristol, Tennessee.
Yeah, it's a Bristol, Nova Scotia. It's a few different Bristols in America alone. To be honest with you, I looked up the list, man. It's a long list of Bristols in America.
Okay.
So what they're saying
Yeah.
is that this guy came from this one little spot.
Yeah, you got a
So it's
Bristol,
just zooming in
Connecticut.
on right. Everything is Bristol over here. So this is how I know that they were taking what we had over here to over there, because there's no way this one little spot right here knew all of our American words also within their verbiage. When you start to find out they was trying to write documents in the way we talk in today's time, that's impossible. They didn't even have our words that we say over here yet. Especially if you ain't got that food group, you don't have the word yet.
Right.
So it's just showing this small little spot right here. Of course, they built it up,
Are
and
you
of course, the
saying, hold
yellow
on, hold on,
line
hold
is
on,
just showing.
absolutely. Are you saying they using Webster
Yeah,
words before Webster words come out?
right.
They using Webster words before Webster words came out, y'all. That's what he's saying. I'm just making sure everybody caught that. Because that's what I was saying yesterday when he was reading it. These words ain't right.
Yeah, you'll find out the reason why they're doing that, because all of the history that we're getting was written in like 1906 and beyond. That's why it's using words in today's time, modern time words for English speaking countries over there. And when I just say English speaking countries, that's still that's from our modern American language. So they're speaking English, but it's from the American languages. That's because we actually had control of those spots, and we still do now. The Bank of London is actually controlled by the Federal Reserve.
Right.
So yeah. Yeah, but this is a silent little spin right here, just showing how they would be voting if you're going straight across to get to the places they say they got to first, which would be Virginia. This is the trail they would have had to take. Just trying to show you that they're coming from this place called England or United Kingdom.
Yep, and
Of
Bristol.
course, I'll go down and I'll show the Africa section too. I was just trying to show just a boat ride. So yeah, that wouldn't be an easy boat ride just coming straight across. But they said they went down to Africa, then came across to Virginia or to said place they wanted to get to in America. That's impossible. So yeah. I'm just showing you guys a few things here, just showing you the landscape of America compared to this little place called Bristol, England, that came over here in one ship. There was one ship that sailed by itself. There wasn't multiple ships that would have left Bristol to go down to Africa. It was one ship that said it went down to Africa, sailed the coastline of Africa by itself, new territory, never been down there before, dealing with this whole Falcon Bridge guy. So I'm just trying to show you just the regions of where the story is about to go. That's all. Yeah, and again, just showing boat rides to even get from Lisbon, Spain, which is another port, Portugal, which is another port also. Just coming straight across is impossible, pretty much during that time on a wooden boat. if you didn't know the seas. So they were using the Northwest Passage. So this is the route that the guy would have had to take in at his age on a ship ride. So yeah. This is a very funny story with one boat that they've never sailed in across the seas, mind you, at this time. So this is why this story is impossible and impeccable at the same time to even have this story be out there and we believe it. This is Sierra Leone here. This is where this whole Falcon Bridge goes and dies at. So, and this is again where Americans went into to say quote unquote, I would say colonize the area of Sierra Leone. But this is also where Falcon Bridge goes and dies under the abolitionist movement, which is something that was also made up in the 1900s to backdate something that didn't happen in order to gain more power in stopping the indentured servitude slave trade. So that's what that was in reference to. The whole abolitionist movement was to stop the white indentured servitude slave trade.
All right, so real quick. So as you mentioned Sierra Leone, if Paul Cuffey was taking people from America over there to set up colonies to work and to set up these shops out there, what would make you think it'd be anything different of what was going on at any other time?
Which is what you're trying to say is indentured servants were there as well too in Sierra Leone.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, that's what I'm saying too by just showing you that the white man, so-called speak, was also in Sierra Leone, and they did have Creoles, which they spelt with the Krio in Sierra Leone. You can only get that if you also have mixture of two different races.
Right. No, I'm not questioning you at all. I'm posing a question based on what you're presenting, that where they was talking about this slave trade, right? This transatlantic slave trade, and then you had all these companies that was involved. Would it be safe to say it'd be the same thing in that in a different
Yeah,
era?
yeah, I would say what you're saying also. Yeah, I was just conversing with you. Didn't even think you were asking a question because you're saying what I'm saying also.
Right.
No,
Because I'm
totally, you're
of the
saying what
thought,
I'm saying.
yeah, because I'm of the thought that all these companies, London, Virginia London Company, that they saying coming from Europe, are actually originated in America and was taken there, and not vice versa. See what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, no, absolutely. And when you get a look at these places, just even on a map wise, you get a look on these places and you're talking about this one small spot also had to build the ship as well too. So you have to have shipwrights that know how to build the ship first off. And in order to build a ship, you need a population because somebody's got to cut down the wood. Somebody's got to prepare the wood. So it's not just you go out and build a ship and think you can sail, especially a seafaring ship. So if you don't have the knowledge or the know-it-all, somebody has to come there and teach you. Now that's where the Americans come in at, like the Paul Cuffeys, who owned his own fleet.
Right. So
So
those are the Wampanoags. Those are the Wampanoags and the what's I always forget the other name of them people. That's right there too as well.
that well, you got the Algonquins that were seafaring people as well too, which
Right.
is all the way down to Virginia, which I'm mentioning Powhatans also, all the way up to the Sagamores or the Delaware Indians,
Mm-hmm.
all the way up to Canada. Also, Nova Scotia had a place called the Maritime between Nova Scotia, Canada, and Newfoundland. They were called the Maritime,
Yeah, I'd say
and they were called
all my bad. Now I was just gonna say all your coastline uh Indians would have been seafaring because that's their culture, the water. Just like on the West Coast, it'd have been the same thing. And then Louisiana and the rest of them
Right. And you
motherfucking
notice
ports.
how Bristol only has like one river. So Bristol only got this one river running through it. So also they're saying that Bristol used to be a big shipyard building. So I'm just going in there myself to see where this shipyard is, where they were building ships. Because they say they produced about 500 ships in 200 years. So yeah, I went to go look for this shipyard that was building these ships in Bristol during this time. Also, this said Falcon Bridge becoming a surgeon on 4 different slave ships that left Bristol, England. So again, I got most of the facts come in that most of this big Bristol population growth didn't happen until we actually started trading our goods with those guys. So, and actually, I tried to paint a picture in a little bit here, showing you how we had to make sure that the goods were coming from America, but they mixed in the African slave trade, which they never went to Africa at all. They were going through the Northwest Passage, coming down through the New York and St. Lawrence River. That's why you got Newfoundland. That's what I started to settle on Nova Scotia as well too, because that was a big indentured servant spot. But we're just thinking about the mainland. And Philadelphia, unsaid, actually had 1.2 million indentured servants come in through Philadelphia port in America. That's aside from Ellis Island. So this is that one river that runs Bristol. So they're saying that they were building slave ships, and this is where the first slave ship from Great Britain left to go get Africans when they signed up for it through, I think it was some type of decree, which don't exist either. So looking for the decree that said, okay, Bristol can actually get involved in the Atlantic slave trade, you got to have paperwork for it. So I looked for that paperwork in the authentic document. I tried to put that in here as well too, just to see what it said, because I don't want to distort the information. I actually want to put the information out so we can actually fine tooth comb where we actually went wrong, and we went wrong during the historians writing the history for us, basically. So this is again Bristol right here, leading to the Atlantic Ocean. So I'm just trying to show you a little view of where they would have to go, where the ships would have to be in order to say you're selling from this spot, and you know where Africa is from here. Mind you, you have to know where Africa is from this little spot in Bristol. And then you're selling across the sea. Now, I just showed you from an airplane's view what it would look like flying from there, from Bristol to America. Now, think about that on the damn ship, where you got to ride the coastline to even get down to Africa. And you got to think about the currents, because these are still sailboats. They're not steamships in the 1700s when they say they went down to Africa. That means you got to have rowers. Somebody has to row the boat. And that's where your galley slave comes in at. So I'm just trying to take you on a route of what they had to go through just to get to the ocean if they were building ships in Bristol, if that's where they were building ships. Okay, you do have a coastline, you have a bay and whatnot. They do have a shipbuilding yard now. But what they were doing was backdating the shipbuilding yards, because no records even exist in the 1700s for shipbuilding yards from Bristol. And again, I find this strange that the slave voyages put ships from Bristol going to Africa also. So the source on some of these slave ships is just slave voyage. So slave voyages in on this going to Africa trade. So just to run through a few of the sources that I was using just to find out about Falcon Bridge. The sources I consulted was Donna Elizabeth. I found out that she actually works for the Eugenics Society. And all this, you remember when I think Lucky said that the guy wrote a book.
Yep.
He wrote a book about it, first-hand account, Falconbridge. Well, he didn't write that book. Donna Elizabeth wrote that book.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I got the facts to prove that she actually wrote that book in 1930. There are no first-hand accounts of this actual adventure going on, because there's also no actual paperwork showing that this guy actually existed as Falconbridge. So I'm about to show that also. But again, here, Donna Elizabeth wrote all the history dealing with this Falconbridge, and also some of the history dealing with the abolitionist movement. So when we say that this guy had a first-hand account, no, it's the first-hand account inside the book. And so historians are using that as it's his first-hand account, but he's a character within this lady's book. And all the primary sources, I looked for the primary sources off the book that she used, but she said she didn't use no primary sources on it. But she has primary sources now in modern times to back it up. So what they were doing was making sure they could back up the history with this computer, this data that we're seeing now. But they can't lie about when the book was actually written. So again, this is not a first-hand account. This is an author that was writing in 1930, well, before 1930s, to get the book out by 1930, dealing with the documents of a history of a slave trade, which brings the character in of Falconbridge. Okay, and I'll talk to you guys about this Kingsbury Susan Myra, right? This is the lady that created the Virginia Company of London history, remember?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if y'all remember me talking about the whole Christopher Columbus, how they got the Virginia is also fake. Also, well,
Right.
Kingsbury also teamed up with Donna also to make sure the history lined up. So
Bang,
again, go ahead.
bang, bang.
Bang bang. So yeah. They are working together on a one world history. So just to give you a heads up, this ain't coming out of the blue. They ain't just writing out of nowhere. They have a contract to fulfill to make sure history is banging for you. So you'll fall in love with it. You'll start researching these different characters and start thinking they're real, but they're not. Somebody wrote about these people first. All right, so Kingsbury Susan Myra, she invented the whole Virginia company, the whole when they got to Virginia story, the 1619, 1616, 1601, 2, 3, King James, all of this shit. So again, and that book came out, she started writing on it in 1906. It took her 30 years to finish it. So around about the same time that Donna Elizabeth came out with her history for the African slave trade and Falconbridge, same time that these other books came out about Virginia. So it can hit you with a big bang bang. And again, this is during the time of the Great Depression. All right, so and some feel good historical romance stories. So the supremacy of the people will actually start coming out now, because now they feel supreme since they're reading history for the first time to see that they have always been on top. And then there's a bottom people, which in history we're now the bottom people. So over time, you keep reading this hypnotic literature, you start falling into a hypnotic phase and start thinking you're inferior. All right, so and then you got Mrs. Miss McCarthy, Martha McCarthy. So she's also one of the ones that wrote about Africans and African Americans on Jamestown Island and at Green Spring in 1619 through 1803. So they're putting these dates. But again, this is a 2003 book. So again, then you got to go search the data that they actually say they got the data from, because again, these are Library of Congress sources. These ain't my sources. So these people are writing the history, and they're doing it through societies.
Okay, I got two questions for you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start with the most recent one, and I'm gonna take you back to the travel. So if you're talking 1930s, 20s, so on and so forth, right? You had the key things going on at that time, right? Like Sachi mentioned eugenics. So within eugenics, you had a lot of different narratives that they had to attack. So in that time, right, you have reconstruction. So in that reconstruction, would you consider that a lot of these stories and these fables was not really meant to educate us, but really to educate these new people that was coming over here to give them some type of history?
Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying in a nutshell. Nothing different. Exact same. In fact, you're being redundant.
Right, because we wasn't in none of them schools. We had our own schools. We had our own thing we had going on at that time. So, and then eventually, this is where I get into, and I'm not gonna get ahead of you. This is a quick digress. Is that up into the 40s and 50s and things like that? Once they started assimilating, our people started working with them in order to assimilate us into their type of schools of thought. This is when we started getting these narratives about all these things that we're talking about right now that we got to figure out how to not just debunk, but actually erase out of our whole way of life. You see what I'm saying?
No, you're absolutely right. And I think that's why we have a hard time with sticking together because a lot of us still mentally base our history off the past.
Now,
I,
my other question is this: like when you was on the I don't know if you was on Google Earth or what you was looking at and you post it, you actually notice how close the tip of Canada is to Europe.
oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
The hop, skip, and the jump.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the trek that could be made, especially in north and northeast, they could actually take that whole ride right through Canada and make
Yeah, it's
their
called the
way.
Northwest Passage.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's what they were doing. That's not like no and if but about it. That's actually what they have records of happening. They actually have records of that.
Okay.
And again, that's how they was getting to the Philadelphia port, straight to the Philadelphia port. Not stopping in New York, not stopping anywhere. They were going straight to the Philadelphia port from so-called Europe or United Kingdom. Again, as indentured servants.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
All right. So, shoot, anytime we can stop because at each slide we can talk about it just to give us something to talk about.
No,
So,
keep it going. Keep it going.
all right. So this one right here is just talking about Elizabeth Dunham. Again, this is the lady that wrote the history in reference to my guy Falkenberg going back and forth from Bristol down to Africa, then to America. So she's one of the forerunners that wrote that history. And then it says Dunham utilized, I'm going to read this real quick. It may be some juicy stuff. So you guys can actually go research these actual people to see where they got their primary source. Because again, researchers are going really to Elizabeth Dunham's work when you're researching about Falcon Bridge. And then you have to go through her work to find out her primary sources. But you don't get any other primary sources but her primary source. And she's the primary source. It says this is the first of 4 volume set that assemble some of the most unique and important documents dealing with the slave trade, which operated between 1441 and the end of the 18th century. Dunham utilized print and manuscript sources from the Royal African Company, the Colonial Office, Spanish Archives, and the narratives of African voyagers and traders. This volume covers the years 1441 through 1700s. You got to see what she said she used, and you got to understand where would you go get these documents from. Okay, you can call and get these documents in the 1900s because she would have had to get these documents in the 1900s that happened in the 14 to 1700s. So again, that's why I was like, intriguing. And you compiled it all in your work, and you're the main source. Even if I go on Library of Congress, I have to go through her work to try to find her sources for this particular African slave trade or for Bristol. All right, so I know that's kind of crazy to understand, but I'm just saying they be having one source librarian put a string of books together that put so much history in it that all the main professors are actually using these guys' work to teach you school off of. It says to understand why eugenics became a serious scientific movement in the 1920s, it is useful to look back 20 years early. In 1902, Charles B. Davenport, then a professor of zoology at the University of Chicago, approached the Carnegie Institution with a request for $45,000 to create a biological experiment station for the study of evolution on the Cold Spring Harbor campus. Okay, now, so basically what was going on here is that eugenics was trying to take over all of the schools at this time. So again, eugenics is just another name for genetics. They had to change the name to genetics because they were getting such a bad look because people started figuring out that this is a propaganda tool. So they went from eugenics to genetics. So anytime you see things with genetics being, I guess we would say, marketed out there, that word genetics still means eugenics. All right, so what's going on here? Charles B. Davenport. I think Davenport is the cousin to what's my guy's name? Charles Darwin. That's Charles Darwin's first cousin. They got like the same grandma or something. Same. I think their moms are either their dads or sisters or brothers. But either way it goes, Charles B. Davenport is the first cousin to Charles Darwin, ironically. So that's how Charles B. Davenport became the leader of the eugenics movement in the United States. And the United States is the ones who started using the eugenics movement for everybody else all over the world, including including Italy with Mussolini, and also including what's my guy name? Damn, my crazy ass guy, but Germany, of a douche land.
You talking about Herkovich?
Him too, but who came after Herkovich?
Oh shit!
In the 30s during the Great Depression. What was that crazy guy name they said did the Hitler?
Oh yeah, Hitler.
Okay, so eugenics actually funded Mussolini and Hitler to create a new empire over there. So that money came from our tax dollars after they started taxing us after the Federal Reserve was set up. So that war was just to get those guys some money during that time frame. That's how we got to the Great Depression, because the Federal Reserve only had 20 years in the contract that Woodrow Wilson signed into place. So 20 years from 2013 was what was that? The Great Depression?
You mean
20,
1913? 1913.
yeah, 1913. So 20 years from that would be the 30.
1933.
So that's why that year is so
That's
important.
JR 192. That's a new deal.
Okay, that's the new deal. It must be dealing with a bank, right?
Yeah. That brought
Okay,
in
that's
the Federal Reserve.
Right. Okay, so that's when the Federal Reserve contract ran out, so they had to make another play to stay in control under Roosevelt.
Right, and basically nobody wanted that passed, so they did it on Christmas Eve, and with a few people, and they had it secretly in the back, and all the people in Congress wasn't there. All the people in the legislature, they wasn't even there, part of that shit. You got it. Go ahead.
Oh no, because you are helping me. I'll remember all this stuff also. So
Yeah,
yeah. That's when they had to.
you could reference the creature from Jekyll Island on that book, Creature from
Absolutely.
Jekyll Island. Yeah.
Okay, so everything was supposed to go back to putting tariffs on imports and exports, correct?
Exactly. And
All right.
that's the whole thing about the Titanic and all that shit, right?
Right. So 1933, it was supposed to go back to prior to 1913, but he had already invented money under the Federal Reserve. He invented the Federal Reserve note. Before that, we had bank notes.
Well, actually, Abraham Lincoln's the one that created them Federal Reserve notes because those is greenbacks. Those are the same notes they're using from the Civil War. Them greenbacks.
Okay. Also look into Federal Reserve note that Woodrow Wilson created under his regime as well too. So look into that as well too. Because
Yeah.
what they're
Okay.
doing is duplicating time every 20 years. So
Okay.
you said
Yeah.
that they did it later in time under the banknotes. They did it also in the 1913 to 1921 time.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, they did.
Yeah, so they're going to keep the doubling going up. We think it's like every 300 years, like Anatoly Fomenko. No, they're doing it like they're doing something different every 20 years, every 10 years, every 100 years. They're doing something right on time. And at the quarter till each century, like 33 is the quarter till the century, right?
Mm-hmm.
50 would be half a century.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they do things like that too on a pi scale because the sun does move in a circular motion around. Anywho, all right, let me just go back here. So this eugenics was a big play, and Carnegie was one of the forerunners in this eugenics movement. Again, he created 2,500 libraries and put them all over the world with the books that were created in America for everybody else to have a history. This goes along with archaeologists just being invented in the late 1800s. I mean, they didn't go nowhere to find nothing. They went there to build the shit, and they called themselves archaeologists. And they took a team with them. You thought they was digging stuff out the dirt. No, they were trying to put shit back under the dirt after they built it, like the Sphinx over in Egypt. All right, so let's go here. And you know where Cold Spring Harbor is, right? I think that's up
Hey,
north and like.
hey, absolutely. You know the shit you be saying. Like in my world, you be considered a sovereign citizen. But go ahead, you got it.
Hey, you funny. Hey, you funny. Yeah. I would just be sovereign.
Nah, you thinking outside the box. Go ahead,
Yeah.
man.
Man, we better right now because if we don't get control of the history, we can make all the money in the world, but we'll still be under somebody's thumb. Let's see here. It says his aim would be the analytic and experimental study of causes of specific differentiations of race change. So what he wanted to do was start making some damn animals and see what the outcome would be to see if he could prove evolution. I mean, these people were crazy. So that's Davenport. Pretty much that's what he was trying to do under the eugenics program. And then they were going to come up with a way to also do the races by doing these experiments. This is also how you got sterilization as well in a lot of the black communities. I mean, Aboriginal communities back in the day. They were trying to stop our birth and also their birth rate of the ones that were feeble-minded, so to speak, or paupers. Or they will send your ass up in the mountain in the Appalachian and make you a lifetime indenture. You never know everybody else is free in the Appalachians. So they had a lot of indentured servants going up there too if you were really feeble-minded. You would just work the mines up there. All right. Let's see here. It says by the 1920s, three major efforts pushed the eugenics agenda in the United States and subsequently throughout Europe. Okay, so everybody thinks that eugenics started with Hitler and those guys over there and came here later. No, actually, the American people started everything, including eugenics here in America. They started experimenting on a lot of these indentured servants at first. Then they wanted, once they became free, they wanted to get the indentured servants correct, assimilated the right way. Stop being wild men now. You're no longer working for the man. So That's what happened with eugenics. So they wanted to kick out all the ugly folks that was in the white race and do all this other stuff. At the same time, make sure we don't grow. That's how you became a Negro. You stop at the knee, you won't grow no more. All right, so the Eugenics Research Association with the Laughlin and Davenport as leaders and in affiliation with the American Association of the Advancement of Science, AAAS. So again, who are they in conjunction with right here? It's telling you. The Eugenics Research Association is also in cahoots with the American Association of Advancement of Science. So already they're in cahoots with science. So a lot of the stuff that we learn in science, you have to really look into it because it's all about eugenics with this whole setup. They're going to do something to trick you to not give you the truth right off the bat. I don't care what you say. Like we're thinking that gravity is real.
Right. So
All right.
you would say that these, like you said, the AAAS, that stem from some type of society of some sort, some group.
Oh yeah, man, everything stems from a society, and it started in America. The society started in America to actually educate the European.
So I'm gonna give you well, let me just ask you this question, right? So this is reading comprehension. So if you're trying to advance something, if you're trying to advance something, that means that something prior never existed.
Absolutely. Just like they're using the Latin alphabet to write their entire script to have something to write down their words with. That means that they didn't have a written language. I hope we understand this.
So the advancement of color people. But go ahead. I digress on that. That's rhetorical. Go ahead, brother.
No, you all good, man. Hey, it's a chat back. It's a tennis match. All right. So the American Eugenics Society, again, there's that society word, and I try to go a little bit deeper with this whole society thing here in this in a few shots. It says the American Eugenics Society, funded by Laughlin, Harry Crampton, Madison Grant, and Henry Fairfield Osborne, with the purpose of promoting the eugenical movement at both the scientific and popular level. The Eugenics Records Office, directed by Davenport and ran by Laughlin, with the express purpose of providing the scientific data to support the eugenics movement. All right, so this is what's going on here. So, all right, I ain't gonna go too deep into it. I just want to show you how all of the writing and writers actually were under the eugenics banner when they were writing our history. So that's all I'm trying to show with bringing this in, talking about Falcon Bridge. The Eugenics Records Office, ERO, located in Cold Spring Harbor, New York, United States. Again, the home office is located here still. Was research institute that gathered biological and social information about the American population, serving as a center for eugenics and human heredity. Research from 1910 to 1939. It was established by the Carnegie Institution of Washington. Again, there we go right there. It's telling you who was the main funder behind these eugenics movement situations that's still running our life right now.
Right. And the proper way to pronounce his name is Carnegie, right? A negi, play on words a little bit.
Carnegie. Oh, that's funny.
That's how you say his name.
All right, so I'm just giving some more facts on Elizabeth Dunning when she wrote those stories of the slave trade to America. This is one of the oldest books. This is where they get a lot of their information from, where they're talking about the African slave trade also. And again, those four are different volumes. I'm just giving you the year they actually came out. She was still writing on. So you had the first one come out in 1930. Then you got 1931, 1932, 1935. So you didn't even get all the history at once. Nobody even knew about that this African slave trade until these books started coming out, and they didn't start coming out until the 1930s. All right, just still going through Elizabeth Dunning, just showing you who this lady was, who she worked for, since she wrote most of the history that I was looking up for Falconbridge. It's just going through, she was a historian of the slave trade in America and professor at Emeritus, or Emeritus at Wesley College from 1920 to 1949. So a lot of these people that I researched, they're actually pretty much going to be a professor at some college. So they're apt to writing big books like this. As you can see, that's a 4-volume book of history. So you have to be some type of professor so you can have the clearance to say this is what you can now learn as a student in school. So Dunning was born in Morrow County, Ohio, to John W. Dunning and Annie Grissom. She graduated from Cornell University. That's another player in the eugenics movement also. She later credited George Lincoln Burr as an influence on her work. And in 1939, she continued to added volume in his honor. In 1911, she joined the Department of Historical Research, okay? That is a big department when dealing with world history. The Department of Historical Research at the Carnegie Institution in Washington. Again, that's going back to being a student at a Carnegie College, where she worked under John Franklin Jameson. Now, it's a lot of stuff on this Jameson guy too. So, but I ain't gonna go into him. I'll just get into the author of this whole fabricated story here. She also worked as an assistant editor at the American Historical Review. Again, she also works in another historical place. So she's no dummy when it comes to making up a good story. I'm just trying to show you her background on how she's going to write you a beautiful story. Let's see here. The official publication of the American Historical Association until 1919 and 1920, Dunning gained a position at Wesley College in Massachusetts, where she remained until her retirement in 1949, having become a professor at Emeritus of Economics. One of her most important publications was a 4-volume series called Documents Illustrative of the History of the Slave Trade to America, published between 1930 and 1935. So she was making money off these volumes. So off of our history, she was making dollars. So I just want y'all to see where this was going. They was making money off these books. Just imagine if you were a book writer and a school needed your book for college. Say every college had to have this book over time. Imagine how much money this woman is making if every college and every kid that go to that college got to have one of these books to finish that school out. You know how you had to buy your books? So yeah, man, these people were making money off some forged history.
Right. Right.
All right, so it's just going into the breakdown of how she wrote her books. They're called narrative. And when I was checking her primary sources, it says the Elizabeth Dunning papers consist of copies of letters, books, ship logs, and newspaper articles relating to the slave trade after 1806. So right there, she's telling you that she is only starting her story after 1806. Nobody has no slave trade documents before 1806. And most of these stories that you're saying that somebody got slave trade documents of going to Africa prior to 1800s, that would be a lie also.
So
this go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to let everybody know who this lady is that's writing about African history and what time frame she's starting African slavery at. Not that I believe any of these people went to Africa, only because she's writing from no sources. So right here it says, according to a handwritten note with the papers, sent with the papers, Professor Dunning never used the notes for any of her publications. So right here, when she gave this paper, this book over to Yale. Yale now owns the publications for this particular volume set. So when she gave it to Yale, she let Yale know that I didn't actually use any sources, real sources, to actually complete this Dunning paper. But of course, they're all on the same team, so you got to be able to handle not having no sources to go with this book. Because I looked into the sources, and she is the source. Like if you go anywhere on the internet or finding any books, she's actually the source for a lot of African history. Not all the African history, but a lot of historians actually get their information from this book, and you never know it was her actual information. All
So
right, so again,
you telling me that the white boy that wrote the African and Alex Haley that wrote Roots, they getting she's the foundation?
oh, I got some about all of these movies too, about how they be. Uh, yeah, that's funny. You keep saying stuff. I'm about to show you. I'm about to show you, man. It's all part of a
Told you I've
society.
been doing this for a long time, brother. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, everything you're
I'm
saying,
with you. I'm with you though. I'm with you.
you fast forwarded it. I like it. You already know.
Nah,
All right.
stay where you at. We got it. I'm just throwing the things out there.
So right here is just showing here Elizabeth Dunn here. She was the creator of this said source that we're using to get a lot of our African slave trips from, that they are also using in slave voyage. This book is being used in slave voyages, because if you go to slave voyages for the actual manifest documents or anything, they tell you to go look up these people or something. You go look it up. They don't got no sources on slave voyages. They just got lists of what somebody said, or you can make it up just to make sure your story makes sense. You could probably add a slide to slave voyages if you want to. That's what it looked like was going on when I was trying to match up ships with what was going on in slave voyage with the story outside of the ship.
Just like Wikipedia.
Right. I'm telling you, man. So I try to go to Wikipedia as well too, as well as with the Library of Congress, and I try to track these people down in their own database. So I was in the Bristol database a lot too, just trying to see what I could locate. Even with the Bristol database saying that they were building ships. Well, let me see what ships y'all built, since you said you opened the shipyard. It's public knowledge. So, all right. So now we're gonna go into what Dunning worked for, who she worked for, or what group she was in. Again, the American Historical Review was one of the jobs that she had. So I'm just breaking down to you guys what the American Historical Review is. The American Historical Review is a quarterly academic history journal published by Oxford University Press on behalf of the American Historical Association. Okay, so the American Historical Association publishes the American Historical Review. Just to give you guys a heads up on what's going on here. And they do it quarterly. So every 3 months, they're putting out something to do with history that the world must go by. Seriously, I'm not even joking. All right, so it says here, for which it is an official publication. It targets readers interested in all periods and facets of history, and has often been described as the premier journal of American history in the world. So just like I said, that this journal ain't just for the Americans. No, they're talking about world history within the American Historical Association. Now, again, this is what Dunning worked for, who she worked for. So these people write our American history, not only the American history, but they're dealing with world history, okay? So I'm just telling you who we're dealing with when you're seeing people write about the African history. These people have big, high clearance jobs. It says in the 2011 journal citation reports, the AHR had the highest impact factor among all history journals. So everybody's still into these guys in today's time, 2011. All right, that's all I'm saying. All right, so we're gonna go down to the history of the American Historical Review. Founded in 1895, the American Historical Review was a joint effort between the history departments at Cornell University and at Harvard University, modeled on the English Historical Review. I looked into the English Historical Review, and actually were not modeled on the English Historical Review. So I don't know why that line is there. So I had to fact check that. And the French Revue Historique. So again, the French just started using the Latin language late 1800s. And again, we're just now in 1895 here. So this is the history of when they started rewriting our history. I keep telling you guys, like 1880s on is when they really started rewriting history. So this is just going to my point of the American Historical Review as a journal put out by the American Historical, whatever they're called, quarterly. They're making sure that history is done the way they want it to be done. So I'm just giving you guys a heads up on where this is going when I'm talking about Falcon Bridge and
Now,
how he.
let me real quick. You said they started rewriting history when?
1880s and on, but this is the first society that they started in America to really hone in on starting to rewrite history under the eugenics banner. But you don't see that, so that's why I read that first, because it's being funded by the eugenics movement. So all of this is still under the eugenics umbrella. So, and again, from 1880s on, they start rewriting history. This is after Reconstruction. So this is the period they call Reconstruction, up until Woodrow Wilson gets in office, up until 1933. It's called Reconstruction period. So, all right. So I'm just gonna go on here just a little bit. I'm just giving you a cornerstone of who this lady is. I'm gonna go down here where it says, I'll read this section. It says the motivation was to create a journal of history that was more rigorous and scientific than existing historical magazine. It was created at a time when the number of American universities, university historians had increased substantially, with many of them being trained at German university. In Europe, they had been exposed to rigorous academic journals in history, such as Historische Zeitschrift and Revue Historique. I'm just again just showing you how German, this whole Germany university and this whole European university actually got a lot of their information from the American universities, and they're being funded by the American people. So I'm gonna keep going on here to just show you, and they all working together around the globe. All right, so this is the American Historical Association, or you can call it AHA. All right, there is the oldest professional association of historians in the United States. Okay, so I think you were just asking me about when did they start rewriting history. I'm telling you right now, this is the page that I tell you that. Like you ask me the question and the page comes up. I swear to God. All right, so it says here, the AHA is the oldest professional association of historians in the United States and the largest such organization in the world, claiming over 10,000 members. Ha, that's a lot of members to rewrite your damn history. Founded in 1884, okay? Founded in 1884. This is when the play really starts happening, when they got these members up to say, hey, what you doing? I need you to write about this. Hey, what you doing? What your city doing? Write this about your city. It was a connected play, a well-connected play on how to rewrite history and write us out of history. Founded in 1884, AHA works to protect academic freedom, develop professional standards, and support scholarship and innovative teaching. It publishes the American Historical Review 4 times annually, which features scholarly history, related articles, and book reviews. All right, so I'm gonna read this right here too. So I think something here that might need to be said. It says that AHA is the major learned society for historians working in the United States, while the Organization of American Historians is a field Society for Historians Who Study and Teach About the United States. The AHA's Congressional Charter of 1889 established it for the promotion of historical studies, the collection and preservation of historical manuscripts, and for kindred purposes in the interest of American history and of history in America. So again, here, these people are in charge of writing the history of America, basically. It's telling you right there. There's no sugarcoating it. They're telling you what they're doing. And I'm gonna tell you how they put the play together to make sure that you enjoy what they're doing.
All right, so this American Historical Association.
Yeah.
Okay, so who are these people? Are these people that are a part of the United States, these 13 colonies, or these people that are outside of that? Who are these people? Like briefly,
Well,
real quick.
okay, these are babies of the indentured servants. So what happens is once, even back in the day, once the indentured servant had a baby over, that person is still that had the baby is an indentured servant. But sometimes they were able to work off their indentured servant contract. So over time, you got some people that were free due to working off their time as an indentured servant or due to having a baby and over time becoming naturalized as an United States citizen or a 13 colonist there at that time.
Well,
So
I'm like the reason why I'm asking that question, I'm like, who being an indentured servant, a lesser than a peon, is coming up with these associations in order to create a narrative. You see what I'm saying? Like, how can these people, in a matter of minutes, go from this and go from that? That's the whole slave narrative. He was a slave because he was so-called black. He was a slave, and then he came up with 174, 175 acres of shit, and he doing this and doing that, and he wealthy. You got to make that make sense.
now with these guys, I had to trace them back also on ships as well too. So in a little bit, I'm gonna bring up a few different ships that shows how many people were actually being brought over here from American-made ships.
Okay.
So
Now,
yeah.
when you when you're dealing with that, right? A lot of the people that were being exiled, right, was being exiled out of there. These people was well-to-do. They had a lot of land that they had to get out of. They had to give up their land. They had to roll, take the clothes off their back, and skedaddle. Now, these people at that time was royalty, well-to-do people that had trades, had professions, and pretty much was some major cats in the game at that time. So they wasn't stupid. Their mind was still working. They just had to go. So these same people that was coming over here that was considered to be indentured servants, where they was indentured servants to us to work off something, whatever, to pay off their debt, you know what I'm saying? And then be able to get this land and be able to set up these institutions that you pretty much sharing with us right now. You see what I'm saying? So they couldn't come from nothing and then just build up like that. That to me is the biggest false narrative that we still embrace in many forms of fashions. These people knew what they were doing. They did it before, and they was able to put it here in America by the assistance of us. But somehow the 52 fake went in. You know what I'm saying?
Right. No, no, no. You're absolutely right. Now, again, these people have been here since like 1700s as indentured, and over like literally they have been here for about 200 years before they actually started to actually take over. It's just that when they began to get free during the 1800s, more so, where we said we're going to cut out the entire slavery, including indentured servitude. That was the 1800s. A lot of them were well-to-do by then as well too during the 1800s. So they knew a lot of our mixing and mingling. They had been here for over 100 years at that time. And of course, if we're teaching them how to do things in America, like read and write, that's all you need to learn how to do in this new place. You got food everywhere. What was happening over there, they were going through famines. They didn't have food. They didn't have reading and writing classes. Really, the first colleges just got over there in the 1700s. So you got to think about that. We had everything here.
Right. So Cambridge and all them places, you would say those would be universities and schools of thought that we set up over there. But my question is, if these people are running from something or told to get out, why would they come over here and set up all these things for the benefit of the people that actually kicked them out and threatened them? And they turning on the same people that gave them asylum. Make it make sense, absolutely.
Yeah, we can say we gave them asylum, but we were the same people that went over there and snatched them. So when they're telling you the story of these Vikings going over to snatch up people, uh,
Right.
uh, you do know that the only way that the European actually got to the United Kingdom was by the Vikings putting them there as a holding post, then moving them back to America.
Wait a minute. So you
You can
telling me that this whole these inquisitions and these type of things that was being seized was done by us?
Well, they're calling them Vikings, but of course, if you really look into the Middle Ages didn't exist for those guys. So they wrote the Viking history into play. There was no
Right.
Viking history before those guys wrote it into history to backdate it. But that's what was going on in 15, 16, 1700s, actually, when they were actually being indentured servitude.
Right, but
Or,
they equate the 1100s to the Vikings. The
okay, so
1100s, 1200s to the Vikings. How the Vikings come into the 15, 1600s?
well, okay, that's what they're giving them. So they backdated the Vikings to the 1100s. Really, these people that were snatching these Europeans and bringing them to America were the so-called Vikings. So they backdated them and put a different name to them. But that's what we were doing to these people.
Okay, so you all right with the six kings?
Yeah, I'm talking about six kings. I just don't want to say it. So the six Confederate kingdoms would have been the Iroquois, which they were calling the Roman Empire.
All right, so if that's the case, right, then that would be a whole different situation than a Spanish Inquisition. Then you had a successive Inquisition, then a successive Inquisition. There was three of them from what 1400s to the 1600s. Over 200 years, there was supposed to be some type of inquisitions that was being done with people being excised based on religious persecution. You telling me that's bullshit?
Right. Yeah, I'm absolutely telling you that's bullshit. I'm telling you the people that wrote most of those stories. And I should go straight to the slide that shows you all the stories that these fanciful ideas came from this American Historical Association or some type of society.
Nah, you ain't. You don't. I'm not trying to get ahead of you. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm just asking you those questions. You can just, book note that, and then we can address that later. But I mean, if these people are creating all these historical associations, these societies, and things like that, where they're revamping and reshaping history, they had to be able to get in a position to do that and get authorization from us. You feel me?
Yes. No, and again, I'm not going against it, but there was a lot of interracial things going on when they were coming over here. First, they brought mostly women over here, uh, and you'll see that going on in a few of the documents as well too. But there was a lot of women being brought over here as so-called house slaves, and they also worked in the field, and they also did a little sewing. But these were the indentured servants. They had to work somewhere and do something, so they weren't dumb once they got here. We made sure your ass was going to work. Now you're doing work that you've never done before, and you got food to eat. new food groups that you've never seen before. Plus, we're taking food back over there as well too.
Mhm.
So now you got to look at again. When did United Kingdom get tomatoes? When did they get potatoes? When did they get our food groups? And it shows you they didn't even get that until the 1800s.
Right. So, so who is what is these companies? And then I'm gonna let you slide out. I'm gonna let you slide back into what you was doing. So, who are these so-called companies that they said existed in the 1600s? Because you got the 1666 Sesticate V Act. You got the what is it called? You got these maxims that's out there. You got a lot of these Latin uh, type of laws and these jurisprudence that's been pushed out there prior to the 1800s. What's going on at that time?
Well, right off the bat, you had like 7 constitutions drafted and ratified through the United States. So, which one is the right one?
I got
So,
you.
and then you got the Articles of Confederation in 1781, and then you got the current Constitution at 1787. So,
Because they
already,
say in Roman law, is law that precedes American law.
and again, if you look up, why would it? If you look up Iroquois being with any comparison to the Roman Empire, again, the Roman Empire is part of their story that they're telling us. But those real Roman Empire people were here in America. So I try not to say we're the Roman Empire because that's part of their book. That's part of their history that they're teaching their people that is over there. So when we're saying that we're the Roman Empire, they were like, how you the Roman Empire? Now you got a bigger fight. So we got to find out who they were comparing to the Roman Empire that lives here in America. And it's the Iroquois. Iroquois just means snake people. If you look up the word Iroquois, it just means snake people. And these people dress like the so-called Romans. They wore red. They dressed really nice, as what you'll find what the Iroquois dressed like. And they wore locks. And then if you look up what the Vikings also dressed like, sort of the same material. And they
Right.
also had locks as well.
All right. So you talking about the Nagas, pretty much is what you're saying. All right. So go ahead. Okay. So let's keep cooking with the. I know I kind of stopped you at the American Historical Association. So just stay with your feed. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, you all good. I'm just talking about it, man. It's just some knowledge, man. I'm just telling you right now. They just whooping us with history, so we can have any conversation we want to. But if we don't fix the past history, what are we going to teach our children? I mean, we can teach them that we were aboriginals and stuff like that, but what's the history?
Nah, I agree. I'm just making sure that I'm staying in pocket with what you present. I ain't trying to take you nowhere. I'm just, if I ain't in pocket with what you talking about, just say something.
Oh man, you definitely in pocket, and you can't even be out of pocket because it still will be a conversation because I'm still learning too. I don't know this stuff for sure. For sure, I know what I read is for sure, but there's so many other avenues to what's going on in the world right now. So yeah. I'm always open.
All
Yeah,
right.
so
Shit, you might as well go ahead and cook, man. We ain't got no shit show going on. Get it on, brother. This is gonna be a rare opportunity. Get it in.
I'm all the way in. So the association's annual meeting each January brings together more than 5,000 historians from around the United States to discuss the latest research and discuss how to be better historians and teachers. Many affiliated historical societies Many affiliated historical societies hold their annual meetings simultaneously. So I hope you catch what's going on here. So anytime you hear about these historical societies, it ain't just one. They're a group and they all work together. So that's why I was trying to show this right here. Just because you see American Historical Association, there's an Israel Historical Association that communicates with the American Historical Association. You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
All right.
I'm gonna bite my tongue because this is where we gonna. I'm gonna wait because we need a dialogue on a couple things. I'm gonna throw at you based on
All right.
what these people are doing. You ever heard of them initiatives and these societies, and you got these senior fellows and things? You heard of them type things?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Man, they get paid a lot. Man, it's so much money these cats is getting just for research on a action of a focus. You see what I'm saying?
That's it.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Keep going. Keep cooking.
You're all good. So I'm just running through what these people are doing, how they stay together, how they have one group. Actually, just to make sure they ain't talking about what they need to do in the history on here. Tips on history careers. They just every year they meet, of course, to tell you how you need to be running your shit to make sure we're still on the same page. All right, so let me go on. I was just trying to get as much history about those guys as possible. The American Historical Association, the Executive Office of American Historical Association at the time of the association's incorporation by the United States Congress, photographed during their annual meeting on December the 30th, 1889 in Washington, D.C., seated left to right, William Poole, Justin Windsor, Charles Kendall Adams, President George Bancroft, George J. and Andrew Dickinson White, standing left to right, Herbert P. Adams, and Clarence Winthrop Bowen. All right. So again, they were even writing history right now. So again, we don't. They were not even presidents at this time. The Aboriginal person was still ruling most of the offices still at this time in 1889. I know that's kind of overlapping time until Woodrow Wilson gets in there, but that's when everything starts to head downhill for us, when Woodrow Wilson gets in office.
Exactly. And those are key dates. Key dates. Yeah, keep going. You good. I mean, those are key dates. Like a lot of people really didn't know what happened during that time. It was so much going on during that time that you won't be able to pick it out with a Pan African state of mind. You see what I'm saying? Because you wouldn't even you would not equate yourself or your family to that situation. You see what I'm saying?
No,
Because
you
at
can't.
that time you were still just coming out of slavery and you had 40 acres and a mule and still trying to figure out the goddamn English language. You know what I'm saying?
Right. You feel me? Now, yeah. I mean, just the way they cover our eyes and keep writing history.
Right.
All right. So right here, woman and African American. Can they join the society? Let's find out. Remember, the society was built under the eugenics umbrella, which is now called genetics. They actually changed their name to genetics. This is not me saying that. Women and minorities were officially accepted into the association from the beginning, but enjoyed little or no representation at the association's meetings and in the governing structure. No African Americans were represented on the AHA governing council until 1959. So they tell you guys that we were okay to be accepted, but when did the first black person, the first colored person, the first Aboriginal get to join this American Historical Association? 1959. So the whole time that they've been writing history, not one of us was on their board. And why would that even be put in their bio, saying that, all right, I'm just gonna let y'all know right off the bat, none of you motherfuckers are welcome until 1959.
Narrative.
All right,
Narrative.
man, crazy. That way they can build their own narrative with no objection. It
Yeah,
says
that's the supremacy clause.
exactly without the color in front.
Right.
All right, and it says it would be another 20 years before John Hope Franklin was elected president of the AHA. That's the brown skinned dude. I should have put a picture up of her, just showing when somebody dark skinned actually became the president of the AHA. He didn't do anything better. We're still getting that same type of history. He didn't come in and change nothing, so it don't even matter. Similarly, only 15 women served on the AHA Council before 1971 out of over 166 members. Again, and only one of them is going to be a brown skinned woman out of that 186 women that actually joined it. And the association's first 100 years, only one woman, Nellie Nelson, had been elected to the presidency in 1943. By 1973, an assistant executive secretary had been appointed for the specific purpose of dealing with such problems. All right, so here it just goes on to show here who's involved in it. Some of the main players at all these big colleges, like Cornell, who's the president of it. So I'm gonna keep going on that. That ain't really anything right there. Now let's see here. Let me see. Companies, academic and public history. Unlike academic history, public history is. Oh, let me read this right here. So it's telling you that academic history and public history are two different things. So let's go here. Maringolo, 2004, compares academic and public history. Unlike academic history, public history is typically a collaborative effort. Does not necessarily rely on primary research. So again, public knowledge does not rely on primary research. It relies on something else. You can have an opinion about something in the public. It is more democratic in participation and does not aspire to absolute scientific objectivity. Historical museums, documentary editing, heritage movements, and historical preservations are considered public history. So historical museums, documentary editing, heritage movements, and historical preservations are considered public history, which is also considered not a primary source. So when you go into a museum, they're telling you that is not a primary source in the museum. So that's why I was trying to read that sentence. So it goes into what these people do. They're telling you what's real and what's not. Yeah, but they got a lot of stuff going on behind this AHA association here. All right, so hold on, I'm gonna go down to get to some juicy stuff. I just wanted to give you the start of who that lady works for that pretty much wrote this story of Falcon and Bridge. Look, let me go here for publication. Damn, I wanted to show you about one of these guys. I'm looking for a certain slide. Let me get this slide. All right, here we go. All right, these are some of the affiliated societies with this AHA. So you got Alcohol and Drug History Society. So they write the history for whatever happened in the past dealing with the drug and alcohol. So these are just some of the sister or brother camps that work with this particular camp to make sure history is falling in line for the American history and for world history. So yeah, just take a look at that right there. Just giving you guys some of the sources here with all of these guys touching hands and making sure history works the way they want it to work. So, okay, now we're going back to this Falcon Bridge. So this abolition in Britain. Let's talk about that. So we're talking about the abolition movement. This started with this guy, what's his name? Thomas Clarkson. So Thomas Clarkson is an abolitionist who's also a character in somebody's book named Mr. Fife. I think that's his name. I got him in here also. So this Olado Equiano, this is supposed to be African guy. This is also part of a narrative story that actually came from Dunn's writings. So again, these people are working together to make sure that the African history that's being written matches with what they wrote in America. If somebody got brought from Africa to America and they're writing about it in Africa, it better match up with the American history. So they're working together to piece these puzzles together. And this abolitionist movement is another part of another story. I know it's kind of hard to probably think that that's true, but I'm going to break it down a little bit more. So this abolitionist was one of Britain's first lobbying movements. Now, what was going on in Great Britain, honestly, they were trying to stop the indentured servitude slave trade. So that's the only thing that was going on in Britain during that time. After doing my research, at one point in time in Bristol, there was only 20,000 people there. So you couldn't have been building ships if for hundreds of years you only had a total amount of 20,000 people. All right, and it also shows that a lot of them were sent to America under the indentured servitude contract from Bristol. So African writers. So, but at the same time, let me just say this: you got a lot of ships coming out of Bristol. What was going on? A lot of ships were porting in Bristol, picking up indentured servants and going back to the Americas. So that's really what was going on. They were not building ships in Bristol. I don't know if I put the clip in here, but I have a clip of somebody being in Bristol, and they don't really have no slave story, no slave history stories to tell. That's not even part of their real history when you're a local there. So again, when they started doing the whole boating thing, that came in the 1800s. All right, so let's get back to the abolitionists. African writers and activists such as laTe, Equiano, I'm probably saying his first name wrong, spoke out against the trade and its humane treatment of Africans. Now, this laTe gave a written testimony, and I think he supposedly wrote a book. But somebody actually in the 1900s actually wrote all of the stuff dealing with laTe. I got him in here as well too. Not saying everybody is fake, but all of the authors' sources are only from these authors in the 1900s. Now, if they're not fake, I'm not going to say they're fake. All right, so we're talking about the abolitionist movement in Great Britain, started by Thomas Clarkson. He's supposed to have befriended or got friends with Mr. Alexander Falconbridge and took him around a little bit, showed him the ropes, and showed them that African slavery is wrong and they should go against it. So that's what this abolitionist movement is about. And this Thomas Clarkson guy, actually, he created the Brooks ship, I think it was. He and one of his friends. The whole slave ship that we see every day. I don't know if you guys remember that Brooks slave ship. I should have put it in here. But he actually created that. So just the same way you see these guys writing about the ship in this book that, what's his name, Falconbridge wrote, it's the same way that this guy is talking also in his book. So we can tell that it's the same author that wrote about Falconbridge and also that wrote about, what's his name, Thomas Clarkson. All right. So the abolitionists argued that in addition to stopping an immoral practice, ending the slave trade would save the lives of 1,000 European sailors and open new markets for British goods. But their pro-slavery opponents pointed out how important Caribbean plantations were to Britain's economy. Now, I also got some facts on the Caribbean plantations taking nothing but red legs, white indentured servants. Over 500,000 were sent to the Caribbean. So again, they're switching the story around. So again, the abolitionist movement was just for indentured servitude to actually stop. It wasn't for African slavery to stop. Now, I found that after digging into it myself. So that's the only reason why I'm saying that. Parliament finally passed an act to abolish the slave trade in 1807. So again, here in America, we started abolishing slavery in 1802. So in Britain, they started abolishing it in 1807.
All right, so You said 1807. Prior to 1807, the prominent war at that time was the Revolutionary War, correct?
Correct.
What was the reason? Taxation without representation, right?
Right.
Right. So if you have taxation without representation, what is that equal to? Slavery, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. We just want to make some clarity. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. So, and during this period is when they started bringing in the Chino slaves after they started freeing the so-called let's call them Europeans, even though European just means you're a thief.
So basically,
And that word was also like,
they got to bring in new people. They got to bring in new. They got to bring in some new game after the old game didn't figure the bullshit out.
right. Now you get what I'm saying. And again, now you see the time frame of when these so-called white people started getting a little freedom. This is 1807 in Britain when they started getting free. They're just telling the story backwards. So why would they abolish slavery in Britain if ain't no Africans up there?
There you go. That's the $1 million question. That's the $1 million question. Because if it was a trilateral type of movement of things, then why is America being focused on this narrative
Right.
when there was
Right.
things going on in different areas at the same time? If they don't, I'm not going to make a conclusion, but I'm of the thought if that's the case, then that means America has to be the originator of the movement of some sort, because it seemed like everybody's fighting against somebody else in order to free somebody, and it's actually occurring in America.
Absolutely. And the sources are so far and beyond to actually find, because most of the narratives keep popping up first. You keep getting these narrative about this, narrative about that, but then you have to go to the author of said narrative to see where this person that wrote this piece that I'm reading get the information from. And it's a group think tank. They don't have no actual sources. These jokers are putting a story together, thinking about it as a team. All right, so I'm gonna move on. This again just showing you in reference to the abolitionist movement in Britain that stopped the whole white slavery trade in the United Kingdom. All right, so mobilizing public support. Abolitionists succeeded in mobilizing unprecedented public support. Through a campaign of information, they demonstrated what lay behind the sugar, tobacco, and coffee enjoyed by Britons. So you see what they're calling the rich people there, the Britons. These are, if you actually look up that word, that means the dark-skinned people. Not Britons, but Britons, Britons. So what they were saying is that, hey man, we over here suffering while y'all back here living it up off this sugar, tobacco, and coffee. So again, why would some white people say, hey man, look what this slave trade in Africa is doing to these people? Why would they stop it in Britain first, not stop it in Africa? You need to stop the slave trade in Africa first.
Okay, so just a couple seconds back, during that time, what was the major commodities that were being traded?
Right, you had corn, potatoes.
You already said it. Would you say coffee?
Oh yeah, coffee. I definitely said coffee, which
Coffee,
is
tobacco.
Cuffy's name. That's where his name came from.
Yeah, you got coffee, tobacco. You got all these things that's being, because at the time when you're dealing with a trade, right, slave trade or any other type of trade, you got to equate colonies. You got to create companies. right? And you got to equate indenture servitude, and you got to equate taxes, insurance, and boats, and all these different types. All that got to come into play. But the main aspect of it is the commodity. See, they want to move out all the other commodities, and they want to make it seem like it's just human chattel that's being moved around. No, there was commodities too. Outside of that, there was actually animals being moved as well. So that's why
Right.
I asked you, because you mentioned that, but I think you just kind of just said it and then glossed over it and then make that to be a point that the commodities that was being traded were commodities that are indigenous to the Americas. You mentioned coffee, tobacco, and a couple other things. You see what I'm saying? Cotton.
No, you're absolutely right. And again, that's why I was saying earlier that the words that they are using to say the word sugar, tobacco, and coffee, those are actually indigenous words. So how are they writing it before they actually get it?
Right.
So that's why I call their language a farce. That's how I know it was written in modern day's time. All right. So this is Thomas R. Clarkson. This is the guy that started the whole so-called abolitionist movement. Now, this is the same guy that took Falcon Bridge under his arm for his first slave trip as a surgeon. So this shit is funny. So him and Falcon Bridge were born in the same year, just different months. Both were born in 1760. So that was another funny thing about these two characters. So again, Thomas Clarkson started the abolitionist movement. They put together propaganda. They are the first ones who put together that black slave trade, the anti-slave society. And you see that black person that pops up with chains on. It's like a world famous picture, but that goes along with their emblem. So, which was done
Which
in the
one?
19th.
Which one with the one with his hands together in the shackle zone, and he's kind of like say that one, or is it the one with the guy with the whelps on his back? Which one?
No, the one with the shackles on, and that picture wasn't done until the 1900s, but it became the picture that you think goes along with Thomas Clarkson and that anti-slavery movement. But it was all propaganda.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That was not actually even going on. So I'm gonna get to who actually wrote this story about Thomas Clarkson. He actually had.
Now you're saying now you got to figure out what the key word is that 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 you're implementing throughout all these things. That's propaganda, right? So go ahead, brother. I'm just saying that's a key word, propaganda. And later on, I guess, suggestion that that word needs to be scrutinized.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, brother.
All right. So it's actually the historians in the 1900s that's putting out this African history propaganda through these made up characters that they say it lived in 1760. So that's what a propaganda word actually comes in at. It's historical propaganda that they're using in the 1900s, backdating characters to make sense of a story that never happened, which is the African slave trade. So, and they got to do it by year. They got to say this amount of ships came in this amount of years within their history. So it's going to be a lot of different characters, a lot of different things going on. So Thomas Clarkson, born 1760, died 1846. I think he was like 62 years old. Was an English abolitionist and leading campaigner against the slave trade in the British Empire. Again, they're only talking about the British Empire. He helped found the Society for Effecting the Abolition of the Slave Trade, also known as Society of the Abolition of the Slave Trade, and helped achieve passage to the Slave Trade Act 1807, which ended British trade in slaves. So again, I'm just giving you a forerunner of who this character is in the story, according to Donna. All right, so now let's go to Alex Falconbridge. Was a British surgeon who took part in 4 voyages in slave ships between 1782 and 1787. Okay, that's 5 years. So right there, I'm just gonna stop at that period. Now you think about this guy going on 4 different voyages from Bristol to Africa to the Americas 4 times in 5 years. Like you be telling me, like how they doing this in a little amount of time. No, these historians are making their characters do a whole lot of shit in a little amount of time. So in 5 years, this guy went from Bristol to Africa to America, back to Bristol, back to Africa, back to America, back to in 5 years. Not one boat went down, never got kidnapped, never had the boat never had one problem where they had to pull over and fix the boat. That don't happen in these times, bro. So I look for all of the information to backdate these boats that he was on. I'm gonna show it them a little bit, but the story never happened, and I'm gonna show you why again. I keep saying that every slide because I'm just showing you the magical moments that you have to be able to do this in 5 years. And this guy was a surgeon. So let me keep going. In this recent time, 1760 through 1792, that's like not too long ago. So this is the Alexander Falcon Bridge. So this is who Lucky was bringing up as a primary source. Now, this guy supposedly wrote a book. So I'm going to get to that. Now, the anti-slavery society is what I was talking about a time when I was talking about that picture that always pops up. If you type in anti-slavery society, remember that's another society like we've been talking about.
Yeah, that could be like a logo or something.
Yeah, that's their logo, but that logo was created in the 1900s.
Okay.
All right. All right. So I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna show that as well too. Alexander Falconbridge and Thomas Clarkson storybook characters. Basically, Falconbridge gained his experience on slave ships before he met the anti-slavery campaign of Thomas Clarkson. So, following which he became a member of the Anti-Slavery Society. Clarkson was the author of the pamphlet entitled "A Summary Review of the Slave Trade and the Probable Consequences of Its Abolition," published in 1787. Now, I do have the source on who actually wrote that, and it wasn't Thomas Clarkson. So there's also a guy in the 1900s that wrote this Thomas Clarkson book that they're saying Thomas Clarkson wrote. So now we got 2 books being written by 2 fictitious characters that never exist, don't have a birth date, don't have a death date. And that's Alexander Falconbridge and Thomas Clarkson. I literally could not find a date of birth or death for Alexander Falconbridge, not on genealogy.com, not in the Library of Congress. And again, these 2 guys are born on the same day. And both of them got books.
Okay. So let me give you a comparison, right? Benjamin Franklin, when he wrote some of these almanacs and things like that, had pen names, right? Silence do good, so on and so forth. But actually, those same names equate to Benjamin Benaki, right? The same person, Benjamin Franklin, that they equate these stories to, Benjamin Banneker, has these same stories. And that's a real man in real time from the Wabanaki people, right? So I'm with you because a lot of these people, right, that you mentioned, this when I heard Falcon something, I was like, that's a pen name. That's like like an alias,
A
essentially.
pseudonym.
Yeah, I call it an alias. Because a lot of these people was using these names to hide some of the things that they wanted to get off. Because if they actually located them and they was talking this shit, they would have their head because there was a certain push that needed to happen. So they had to start operating under pen names. That's why you have these abbreviations of names that even if you look in your census, you'll see people, family members at a certain point in time that was abbreviating their names. GW, JK, or whatever they was doing, they was abbreviating, changing the spelling. in order to maneuver through territories. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
Oh yeah.
yeah, I mean it's a stretch, but first thing came to my mind when you said that was about Benjamin Franklin, because I know exactly why he was writing some of these articles and almanacs and certain type of things. He was actually using pen names to get them through, so he wouldn't be identified. It's kind of like having an EIN number and you creating an entity to hide behind it. You know what I'm saying? And they can't locate who actually is the one that's doing it.
Yeah, a lot of authors did that during this time frame that we're talking about.
Right.
A lot of
Mm-hmm.
yeah had that pseudonym, a penmanship name.
Yeah, that
So
name don't even sound real. Falcon Bridge. What? That don't even sound real.
and nobody in English had a name. Nobody over there on the United Kingdom landscape had a name like Alexander Falconbridge. And I got so deep in just looking into shit that same night, where I found out only 91% of the United Kingdom land is not even used. So they only use like what 5% of the land mass on that island. So it ain't even that many people there because it's so rocky that you can't even live on certain parts and you can't even plant food on certain parts because it is so rocky.
Mm-hmm.
So again, 91% of the land in the United Kingdom is not even being used.
Exactly. Same thing with Sierra Leone, Liberia. They was only using a certain portion of those areas for their own use. That's how you know those were the colonies first that was set up. That's why most of the places in Europe today are desolate.
Same thing with Russia. They only use like what 6% of the land in Russia. The rest of it is uninhabitable.
Mm-hmm.
So I think like 92% of the land that's in Russia, just like Australia, can't be used. Yeah, because they only live on the outskirts of Australia. They only got a few big cities. All right, so right here, this slide is just telling you how Thomas Clarkson, which is the head of the abolitionist movement, the one who created the Brooks ship. You remember that slave ship that shows 1,000 people laying on the floor?
Yeah.
Okay, he created that. This Thomas Clarkson guy. He's the one who summoned that to be created, basically. So he's the head of this whole so-called black thing. But we know in 1700s, you were not painting black people looking like that with shadows.
Mm. Interesting.
So, especially in Great Britain or United Kingdom. So again, this guy is supposed to be a surgeon, but he becomes a bodyguard for Thomas Clarkson. But he's supposed to be a surgeon on the ship to make sure the slaves don't die. Now, catch this now. He's supposed to be a surgeon on the ship. That's why he's on the ship with the slaves. I hope you. So the story is about to get real funny. So, and Thomas Clarkson meets this guy out and about. Somebody said, "Hey man, you need to meet this guy." This guy said, "Hey, you need to meet him." So they get together. Of course, Thomas already has a book out. So after Thomas and Falconbridge meet, Mr. Falconbridge published a book also, and that's the book that the 1788, an account of the slave trade on the coast of Africa. That's the book that Lucky was bringing up. So we're now to Lucky's point. So, and I have the author of this book, which is Dunham. So it's not a first-hand account of Falconbridge. It's not a first-hand account at all. And the way this guy was writing also, I knew something was up with the way I saw the book being written. Now, mind you, in 1788, this guy's only 28 years old. So by 1788, He's went on 4 different trips as a surgeon. So mind you, he's a surgeon at the age of 20. No, 19, he became a surgeon with no training. So he's a surgeon on a ship right now. At the age of 20, his first ship leaves out. He's like 21. Now, again, this guy dies at the age of 32. So he went on 4 different voyages. He was a surgeon for these Africans on the ship, became an abolitionist after his 4th voyage, after hooking up with Clarkson. So that's the story and where we're at right now. I hope everybody's keeping up. And he got a book out where he's wrote a first-hand account the year after his last voyage that he took on his 4th ship in 1788. He's 28 years old at this point, and he's written a book, sailed across the seas 4 times. Extravagant events happening. Extraordinary guy. Dos So yeah. So okay, this is our guy. He's now an abolitionist also after his 4th trip. He's a surgeon, an abolitionist. He's a sailor on the boat. So, okay, now we got this guy right where we want him at. So now we get to punch on him. Now we see his background. He's a writer. He's about to die in about 3 years. He dies at the age of 32. At this age of 1788, he's 28. All right, so I'm going to go to the next one here. I already told you that the book just talks about him going from Bristol to Africa to the new mainland and talk about a bunch of other stuff. So I don't even know where he got the chance to write this book. And it has not been transliterated from anything. So we shouldn't be able to read this book, and he shouldn't have so many American words in his book.
Exactly. And during those times, those people wrote memoirs. They documented certain things.
You see what
you
I'm saying?
had certain type of shit, you would have some memoirs or like what they call a diary. Go ahead.
Right, but it was never a whole book. But these people end up writing these 4-volume sets off a memoir. Stop it.
Yeah, nah, can't happen.
Yeah, that's their primary source. It'd be a few loose leaf papers. Now you got to think about how is he getting paper on the ship to write anything on.
Well, I mean, most of them did document things. You know, they did write certain. You know, they died. You know, it's like, you know, captains of ships. They wrote what was taking place at that time. They had to document some of that stuff for record. You know what I'm saying? Because they was I wouldn't say sanctioned, but they was you know, they was pretty much given a command, or, you know, I don't know what the word is, but they was actually called to do something, and they had to document it, what they were doing.
Well, I was looking for documentation. I need the business supply list. That's what I'm looking for on these ships. What did they take with them on the ship? And then only said,
if you ain't got that, that's bullshit. That's bullshit they talking. You ain't got that.
Yo, I'm so deep in detail with looking for these ships that they say that because you need a mode of transportation to even get here. I don't care what it is. Let me find out what you put on that transportation on your route to get here.
Well, Paul Cuffey, at that same time is very documented. Very documented on the ships he built, all the ships he built, where he went, what he was doing, all that's documented. But this guy, Falkenberger or whatever his name is, gang, you know, nah.
They killed him off early because they didn't want to make his story too long and have to prove too much. That's why he died at 32. So yeah, that's funny. When I keep reading the story, when I read the story about him, it ain't even long. So how
they
did
love
you
that
get
30?
off?
They love that 32, 33 shit, don't they?
Yeah, you feel me?
Yeah, they love them. They love them numbers.
So this slide right here just talking about indentured servitude. So I'm just flipping back and forth to show you how that shit don't make sense that you were that an African slave trade was going on during this time this guy wrote this book. So indentured servitude in British America was a prominent system of the labor in the British American colonies until it was eventually supplanted by slavery. Now, when I clicked on that source, of course, it's going to take you to African slavery. But once I keep reading this going down here, you can see how they try to play with the words here. But indentured servitude in British America is not the same as colonial living. So you got to type it in a different way, even in Library of Congress, to see who was actually coming over here as immigrants. Because you know, in their documentation, they're going to call the indentured servants immigrants coming here. So this is telling you all about why this guy wanted to abolish something in the 1700s. All right, so this is what was going on in the 1700s on the British in Britain. So it says indentured servitude in the British America was a prominent system in the labor system in the British American colonies until it was eventually supplanted by slavery. During this time, the system was so prominent that more than half of all the immigrants to British colonies south of New England were white servants, and that nearly half of the total white immigration to the 13 colonies came under indenture. So again, here you can see how they say that the white immigrants came under indenture. So they can put immigration to it, or they can put the word indenture to it. So
Wait. Say that again.
So what they were doing back in the day,
Immigration and indenture. You said what? They could be
either
interchangeable.
or back then. They could be either or back then. They can get on the boat as an immigrant and come here under indenture. That's what they're saying.
So you saying it's interchangeable?
During this time, absolutely. I'm gonna read that I'm gonna read that statement also back to you. It says, British colonies south of New England were white servants. So anything south of New England, the New York area, Massachusetts area, all of that. They talk about Virginia on down. These people were white servants, and that nearly half of total white immigration to the 13 colonies came under indenture. By the beginning of the American Revolutionary War in 1775, only 2 to 3% of the colonial labor force was composed of indentured servants. Now, when I went on to research why only 2 to 3% now, is because those indentured servants began to have kids. And once those kids have kids with another black dude, now you got a free baby. So that's when you have octoroon. They started looking more like the Aboriginal colored people after so much breeding with us. So once you get a mixed kid, that mixed kid also then has a baby with another black dude. Now you got almost another black kid. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
You made that up.
I'm not. It's gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. It's gonna say it in one of these documents. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. This is how that lineage was playing out.
Hey,
This is how you
just
got
think about it, Superman, as a science project. So he cooking right now. Let him dissect this shit. He experimenting. Let's go.
All right, so we got 1775, and what was happening overseas was the abolitionist movement was starting to kick up overseas in Great Britain with the indentured servitudes over there, but they're saying it's the African slave trade. So what they're doing is putting the African slave trade band-aid over what was going on in the European colonies overseas. They were being snatched up and brought over here predominantly as indentured servants. So again, this is what's going on right now in America, 1775. We got a bunch of indentured servants. But again, now they're Creoles, they're octoroons. They're all these rooms at this time, mud room. All right, so we're going to keep going here. Indentured servitude in British America. Indentured servitude continued in North America into the early 1900s. But the number of the indentured servants declined over time. They're talking about the Ellis Island crew also. That's how you got the Mann Act. They were selling a lot of those Ellis Islands young kids. They were selling them jokes. All right, so you got often indentured servants, immigrants coming through Ellis Island were also indentured servants. Ellis Island was the destination for many European immigrants in the late 1800s and early 1900s, where they underwent examination and inspection before embarking on their new life in the United States. Only 2% of the 12 million immigrants processed at Ellis Island were ever deported and sent back to their countries. So they were being deported at some point in time.
Okay, hold on. Read that again, and then make it make sense. All right, read that one more time because I had one ear open and one ear closed. Go ahead.
All
I'm
right, it
about to
says
read this.
often. It says often indentured servants, immigrants coming through Ellis Island were often indentured servants. Ellis Island was the destination for many European immigrants in the late 1800s and early 1900s, where they underwent examination and inspection for embarking on their new life in the United States. Only 2% of the 12 million immigrants processed at Ellis Island were ever deported and sent back to their country.
Okay, so that you see that as a reference. You see that in The Godfather, right? In The Godfather movie, number one, that Don Corleone came over here at like 11, is escaping some type of persecution. He had to leave. His father was killed, and his mother was killed. His brother was killed, and then he got killed by somebody that was considered to be the godfather or the controlling entity at that time in that area. And then he came over here, right, in Ellis Island with a bunch of people on the boat, and they tested him. He had tuberculosis and all this shit. He had to be quarantined, and then they put him in certain places. Now, just a quick sidebar: why would those 2% be deported back? Why would they have to go back? Why would that 2%? Was they people that was infiltrating, trying to get in, and really didn't have that status to get in, or what? What was that? What would you think that 2% being deported back out of 12 million?
So the 2% they said was actually the ones coming over with plagues and diseases. So they put the Ellis Island Hospital there for that reason. So if they were too sick and was going to contaminate everybody else, they would send their ass back home. So pretty much they said it was because of sickness or disease.
Okay. All right, cool. All right, go ahead.
All right,
12
but if,
million though. All right.
12 million, 12 million. That was just in like 100 years too. It wasn't even long, bro. Port of Philadelphia indentured servants. During the colonial period, also, many indentured servants who immigrated to the Philadelphia region received transatlantic transportation in return for laboring a term such as 3, 4, or 5 years. Upon arrival, the servant worked for a farmer, artisan, or shop owner who provided housing, food, and clothes and promised freedom dues at the end of the individual's term. And again, this is also a primary source from Library of Congress here. I got that source down here somewhere. But Port of Philadelphia. So yeah, they had a lot of immigrants coming in through that port. So it's a hidden port that sometimes we don't know about. But yeah. So right here, beyond Ellis Island, immigration at the Port of Philadelphia. And I'm only putting these in because this is during the time of said Falconbridge said that he was making trips from Bristol to Africa, to the Caribbeans, back to Bristol. But at the same time, we see that a bunch of these United Kingdom Englanders were being brought to America as indentured servants. Or you can say they were immigrating here, but they were not bringing any slaves with them, not by the millions. You can't bring slaves with you and you're packed on the boat yourself. All right, so again, this is in 1681. Now, William Penn is another cat that I'll work you guys with later, but he's a whole nother story. William Penn received a charter from King Charles II of England to develop the colony of Philadelphia in North America. The proposed society would be built on religious liberty and principles of peace. Beginning in 1700, some 1.3 million bound for America arrived at the port of Philadelphia. So that has nothing to do with William Penn bringing in those 1.3 million immigrants. And when they say bound for America, that means you're bound to work in America, not. So this word bound means something different in this passage, is what I'm saying. So right now we got 12 million that came through Ellis Island. We got 1.3 million that came through Philadelphia port.
All right.
So right
So,
now,
and these numbers uh, are documented. These are not no made up numbers. These are numbers that actually can be verified.
yeah, I could verify everything over here in the Americas at their port, like the Philadelphia port. I was able to verify a lot of these people coming in. Ellis Island was well documented as well too. But when I get back to these off characters talking about an African slave trade, that's not well documented. And the slave trade voyage is part of this documentation that they're using to solidify our truth. But the slave trade voyages is actually working with historians to create this voyage website with no real resources.
Right. Right. You cool. Go ahead.
All right. Philadelphia was more than 100 miles from the Atlantic Ocean and 200 miles longer than the journey to New York. Ships sailed past Cape May at the foot of the New Jersey to the Delaware Bay and then up the Delaware River to Philadelphia. The Delaware River often froze during winter, limiting Philadelphia arrivals to May through November. So again, they could only come to the Philadelphia port from May to November. So within that time, and over a span of time, 1.3 million of them jokers came in. All right, Irish indentured servants, where Irish people became indentured servants in the territories under the British Empire, such as British West Indies, Barbados, Jamaica, and Leeward Islands, British North America, and Australia. So again, they were sending these people from these European countries all over the world. We ain't even got to the African slave trade yet. So again, they're putting the African slave trade band-aid over the real slave trade that actually happened
All right.
with
So,
documentation.
all right. So, I'm not trying to put a conclusion on it, but so what you're saying is these numbers are pretty much like 400 years later.
Right. These are big numbers. 400 years later, three, 400 years later, they are the real slave here, bro. That did that 400-year term. Now they're ready. Since 1800, they've been free, bro.
All right. So, uh, probably not now, but we're going to have to address this 1490 to 1865 issue. So there's something missing or been redacted in these 400 years of supposed to be what is supposed to be. You know what I mean?
Right. When they say Christopher Columbus came here, now we got to throw that holiday and him out the window because that starts him saying Negro de Terra down there or Indios. You got to even think about these words, Indios and Negro, because that would have came from a so-called people that didn't come here and conquer South America.
Right. So the reverse thing is really a reverse because obviously there had to be peace and tranquility and treaties going on during that time. and then eventually after the Civil War or whatever was supposed to have happened at that time, then there had to be a new wave of things going on during that time, not way back then.
Yeah, that's recent.
Because it's not adding up. It's really it hasn't really added up to me where I can actually see something in real time where there was actually a war that can be documented and proved during those times. Even the French and Indian War, even the War 1820. I don't see it. Even the Civil War. I mean, there's a lot of people that they got grave sites on, but can you actually show it? And what was the reason for it to happen?
The first war that ever happened was World War One, and America funded it.
Right. So what I'm saying is that if we can actually equate what just went on in the last 6 years, where just the last 6 years, where they had documented over what 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 million people that didn't brought up over here. Just in the last 6, 7 years, they trying to say it happened.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like even in California, you talking about 1.5, 2 million in the last 6 years.
Right.
I mean, you got to make that make sense. See, this is where the timeline be fucked up. You know what I'm saying? It's like we might see something on the news, but that shit might have happened 10 years ago.
You
50.
feel me?
See what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm trying to let you know that I feel you. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking about. I feel what you're saying. So go ahead, man. Let me shut up. Go ahead.
Oh no, you all good, man. I like the way you be cooking because it gives me more emphasis on what I'm trying to say as well too. So basically, I've shown where the United Kingdom actually was bringing indentured servants from England area or the United Kingdom area. I'm showing you right now where they're bringing Irish indentured servants and placing them all over the Americas right now. I think that
Okay.
number.
Now I'm gonna stop you again. Let me stop you real quick. What was the said reason that they was bringing some of these people over here in these last 6 years? Right, they was of a certain type of young age and at a fighting age, right,
Right.
to be able to be put into the military, correct, to fight a war.
Yeah.
So you already made it clear that most of these people that was actually coming over here, you know what I'm saying, was women, and then you had young people too as well, and they was young, you know, they have children, so on and so forth. And then you had these 12 million people that was coming over here, what they called the famous forum during that time. They called it the famous forum, Ellis Island. You had it on the East Coast, then you had a famous forum on the forum on the West Coast.
Angel Island.
You talking about 12, you talk about 12 to 13, 14. Maybe if you want to multiply, you got talking about maybe 30 million immigrants coming up over here. Fighting age.
Right. You feel what I'm saying now? Now, how long will it take for them to actually start taking over? About a good 100 years.
No, it wouldn't take that long at all because obviously there's some people that's already ready to go that's bringing them over here to get busy.
You
This
feel
is
what
the
I'm
key
saying?
thing that you're talking about, militias. If you read some of these constitutions in the South, they got militias in there that they was actually putting together. These people was actually put together and put on here to form militias to fight against. I'm bringing it back to the American. It had. I'm trying to figure out where, if you can bring it back to why the war went against us, right? I mean, I'm not forcing your hand, but I want to see if you can actually bring that home later. It ain't got to be tonight, but what I'm saying is that what you're doing right now is cool, but you bringing up questions in my mind that I've already been wanting to ask.
No,
How
man.
is it
You, hey,
how is it
yeah.
equating 12 million? You bringing 12 million people up over here. That's
Yeah.
a significant amount of people. And at this point in time, what was going on, what Trump was saying, and all these people were saying over these the last administration, and even a little prior, that how many people they was bringing up over here. We can even go back, and this is why I say California is the prototype. How many people they was bringing up over here back in the 70s? Not even the 70s, the 60s. How many people foreigners was coming up over here? And now these people got all the managerial positions, and they all placed in they placed in positions of administration, managerial, and in political and governmental positions. You won't find not one so-called black person at a high number, pretty much at a 0.001% that's in any of these positions. You won't even find them. But in 1970s and prior, you'll find a bunch of them that was in these positions, but you won't even find them now. Go ahead. I digress. I kind of digress, but I want to give you that example of what we're seeing right now.
Oh yeah,
And
you
and
bring
and
enough
and,
of
and,
us.
and, and it's a continuing thing, right? Based on what you're reading, you're kind of triggering me on what I seen growing up, how I seen the change here in California. So you're triggering that thing based on what Trump has been talking about. The administration, even before he got in office, he was like, how many people that was bringing up over here on real shit. That's why I think about The Godfather. I watched that shit, I don't know how many times, because it seemed like they was bringing that gangster shit over here. They was bringing all this illegal shit over, and they was doing this, and they doing the same thing today. And then they bringing that same shit into our neighborhoods. That's just where I'm at with it, Lee.
No, you're absolutely right. That's where I'm getting at. These gangs and shit, these thugs. Who were called thugs first? Wasn't that over there in India?
I don't know. I don't know.
A thuggy or something like that was used to describe one of those people, a coolie or some sort.
Yeah, a coolie. Yeah, I remember that name. Yep. Yep,
All
yep,
right.
yep. Coolie High. Yep.
So okay. So, yeah. So coolie high. That's how you really got the British freed indentured servant in America now is now pushing a way to bring chinos, not chinos, we'll call them coolies at this point. So they're over the coolie trade. So now we got indentured servants now over the coolie trade. Well, newly freed indentured servants now over the coolie trade. A lot of these people are Creole looking, like mixed looking. You had dark skinned captains also at the same time because we got Paul Cuffey doing it at the same time. So all I'm saying is, again, here, you see where all these indentured servants are actually coming from, all the way up until the 1900s. That's even on British indentured servitude's definition. They were bringing indentured servants from the European nations over here up until the 1900s. So some of them were being called immigrants on paperwork, but they were actually coming as indentured servants, even through Ellis Island. So that's recent. So right here, we just saw where we got some New Englanders, people from England or people from the United Kingdom coming. Now we got the Irish also coming, which is part of the United Kingdom. So let's see what else we got here. I'm just showing a bigger map here of where a lot of those Irish people were actually sent. They're calling them Irish, but they're not actually Irish. These people did not speak an Irish language or English language when they arrived. They did not speak any type of English. So I'm gonna pull up one of those sources too. All right, so now we're talking about indentured servitude on the Appalachian frontiers. So you also had indentured servants sent to the top of the Appalachian Mountain to do work also. This is the copyright document from the Electric Archive of William A. Dunaway, Woman, Work, and Family in the Antebellum Mountain South, Cambridge University Press, 2008. All right, by the time of the Revolutionary War, indentured servitude had been a common practice in the United States for 150 years. So okay, by the time of the Revolutionary War, that was like 1777, so to speak. But that war actually never happened. So again, now we're going to a different sect of people that were actually indentured servants on the top of the Appalachian Mountains. These are the people we're calling mountain people. And the reason why they speak different is because these were redemptioners. So we just talked about the Irish indentured servants being brought over here. I got the numbers for those too. Now we're talking about redemptioners, which are the so-called Germans, Swiss, Scots, Scot-Irish, and Irish. So these people are a different type of indentured servants. They were called indentured redemptioners. That's why when we look up indentured servants, you usually only get what's the name of these people? United Kingdom people, but this one right here goes on to the European mainland, which grabs Germans, Swiss. But again, these people were called Prussian that we were grabbing from so-called German. There was no German language at this time when we were grabbing these people. And these became your Appalachian Mountain people. Victims of kidnappers and convicts sentenced to transportation by English courts supplemented this flow of unfree labor. Probably more than half of the immigrants to 13 colonies in North America came under bondsmen. So when you're bound to something, when they say they were bound for America, that also means you're bonded to America. So you're going to be doing some work when you get here. So now we're showing how so-called Germans came here as indentured servants under the redemptioner contract. I ain't gonna read all this, but I'm just gonna skim over it real quick here. It says by 1750, majority of the white population of the United States was native born. So let me reread that. And A10, I want you to give me your thoughts on what I'm about to reread. It says by 1750, a majority of the white population of the United States was native born. Isn't that what you were just asking me when I was telling you how these kids became native born? And that's what's going on with the 14th Amendment right now?
So it couldn't be because you're talking about 1750. Couldn't the 14th Amendment couldn't equate to that, right? You're talking about a whole 100 years.
So in order for something to be native born, somebody had to have a baby with one of these kids.
Right. And remember, slavery was supposed to have been abolished in 20 something. I don't know. Slavery was supposed to have been abolished. Huh?
1802 is what they started doing.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, 1802. So if it was 1802, then that couldn't equate to the 14th Amendment. Couldn't equate to that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. So if
It's
these people in 1750,
absolutely,
huh?
It's a false equivalency, absolutely.
Mm. Yeah, 1750. Yeah, 1750. Yeah, that's a whole 100 years plus 115 years. So that couldn't equate to that. See, that's where the information gets kind of construed in regards to who these people are at that time.
Now, I'm gonna read that whole sentence now. It says by 1750, a majority of the white population of the United States was native born. So immigrant indentured laborers were an increasingly less visible part of the labor force and a very small portion of the adult female population. So what they're saying, native born here is a mixed kid.
Yeah, but if
So
this is
that
17, this is 1750 though. This is a whole
right.
25 years, 20, 30 years prior. But I get it though, because the 1790 Naturalization Act dealt with free white persons, right? Free white persons was considered to be a certain group of people. And in order for them at that time, this is where you deal with taxation without representation, right? So a lot of these people, they was warring off the fact that they was being taxed unlawfully or illegally, and then when they come make their grievances, they wasn't getting proper representation. You see what I'm saying? So that was where the rebellion was coming in. It was just based off being taxed at a level that was pretty much, kind of outside of the box of what was supposed to be at that time, which equated to kind of forced servitude. And then it became a form of slavery in a sense, where you being forced to do something. This is where this is where involuntary servitude and peonage comes in. You know what I'm saying? That's forced servitude and peonage, where you equate them to be a peon, and I do whatever the hell I want to you, and I could change it up. That's just like people can raise their rent at a certain point in time, or they can change the minimum wage and move it up, move it down. They can fire you at any point in time without, it's a part of it's part of an employment where these people was actually not agreeing to. It wasn't nothing outside of that. So this is where the shit gets confusing for the masses of people. I'll say that much.
No, it does get confusing, which is a good thing, though. We're starting to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I ain't gonna read all of this, but this is just telling you how these where these so-called Dutch people went to when they got here. Most of the Dutch people actually started going first, also to the Appalachian Mountains, because they were looked at as the filthiest people at first for some odd reason. So they sent a lot of those people to the mountains. Some Irish people went to the mountains as well too, but they were sending them there as indentured servants.
Now that's bullshit. And I'm gonna give you an example, right? I watched this shit called American Pickers on History Channel. And I watched these two cats from Iowa go out and go picking their certain places, right? And they actually went to a place in the Carolinas. They went to a certain place in New Jersey, where you got a lot of these pale skins sitting on like 500 acres. You see what I'm saying? But all they did was just squat, like unoccupied land. They just sat and squat. They have their little spots where they put their little things up. But when you look at all the other places, it's not been cultivated. It's not been nothing. They just have a bunch what they claiming as such to be, but they wasn't sitting nowhere. Them people ran, and they wouldn't found certain areas to be. But when you look at, man, that's why I love the History Channel, because when you look at some of these places where they at, I'm looking, and they got like they claiming, right? That's what they're saying. They claiming 500 to 1,000 acres, but when you look at everything around it, it is uncultivated, is not cultivated. There's nothing on there. It's just that little piece of parcel, or a little piece of property that they didn't built on that little area. That's it. And most of the thing that they do, Lee, is they just go hunting, go fishing. That's
Right.
it.
Professional hunters. Now you're right, man. Professional hunters.
Mm-hmm.
But and again, this is also during the time of this so-called African slave trade. But you see the numbers are here, and you can see how they're starting to accumulate. And they're coming here as immigrants, not as colonizers. None of the sources that I looked through said these people were colonizers. They're actually immigrants looking for work, looking for food.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing to do with coming here and taking over a people is another thing that I'm trying to show as well too.
Ab Lee though, but them same people that I'm talking about, them people didn't get here till the famous foreign. They didn't get here till the late 1800s. They will tell a story on the TV like they people been here and fought in the Civil War, and they might go as far as that,
No,
and then
but
they
that's
might
it.
do their little conjectures on this and that, but they lie. How the hell you been here? Your people been here for this long, and all you got is a piece of property right there, and nothing else growing around it. Nothing. It's just wild. It don't that don't make no sense.
They were the first squatters. I mean, that's where that word came from.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, the
Well,
Moorish
I
did
just
not
read
squat
what
these
you got up here. Absolutely. Where did you get this information from?
It comes from the Indigenous Servitude on Appalachian Frontiers database.
Right. Have you read this?
Yeah, I did. But I also know who wrote it too, so they have no actual facts. They don't have any shipping documents that go back to 1750 in the Lord's Registry, I think is what it's called.
Yeah,
So
that's what
no
he's doing.
ship
He
documents.
actually debunking this shit. He debunking it.
Yeah, but
So what
Super,
makes
say what
you
you gonna say, bro.
what makes you say this is not accurate? Like how what are you
Well,
using
the
to
shipping
debunk that?
documents.
I'll ask the question. What are you using to debunk this? What information?
Well, I'm not using anything really to debunk this. I'm actually just showing the numbers of how they were actually coming in to America rather than going to get African slaves.
That's what I'm saying. He
So do
debunking the
you
other theory.
agree or disagree with what this is?
Well, I'm a time guy. I don't agree with the time frame, but I do agree with the actual documents that I did find behind the Appalachian frontiers. This site allows me to go to the ship as well too to see who was being brought here from what port in the United Kingdom. So, with the date of 1750, uh, I don't be knowing about those dates when they go back that far, and the Lord's Registry don't have that boat within that Lord's Registry. That's all.
Yeah, but
So,
this said most of the men came in the 1800s because they needed more workers.
yeah, that's what I was saying.
Before that,
White
it
women.
was women. It was mostly
Yeah,
women.
yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. That it was pretty much women. That's how you got a bunch of mixed kids here. And then that's why I was saying over time you have no indentured servant because they bring white women here or whatever that woman species is for wherever town they want to kidnap them from or took them from. But there was no men coming here at first.
Yeah, but there really wasn't that many women either. That was like a
Well,
small
just from
population of women. It wasn't a lot of foreigners. Well, according
no, they
to
brought
this.
kids. Well, they brought kids too. This is just the Appalachian region, and these are these so-called
Right.
German
That
people.
this just the Appalachian down to Maryland and Virginia.
Right, right, right,
Kentucky,
right.
let's say 17 in the 1790s, the Appalachian country with the lowest percentage of females were located in Maryland, West Virginia, Kentucky, and Virginia, areas of the United U.S. South, right, that received the greatest number of foreign immigrants in the period.
Right. So again, here it's
It
just
wasn't
showing
that, it
here.
wasn't that many of them.
This is German. These are German women.
Right then it said the U.S. South received the greatest number of foreign immigrant. No, 1,000. But it says 1,000 indentured servants a year. Maryland and Virginia received more than 1,000 indentured servants a year. Most of them from Germany, Ireland, and three. I keep losing my spot. Let me blow it. Hold on. Yeah, there
It
weren't that
says
many people.
here. It says
Germany,
we can
Ireland,
also.
and 3/4 of them were male. We can also get a limited sense of the extent of indentures servitude by examining a frontier newspaper advertisement of 602 runaways posted in eight regional newspapers between 1790 and 1810. Nearly 6% were rewarded often for the return of indentured laborers. So these were white folk running away.
Right. But the history spins it and say they were all Africans running away. So again, they're putting the African slave band-aid over what was really going on in America.
Right? It said 2/5 of these runaways were immigrants, and more than 1/3 were females, like the missing, spanning from Ireland, posted in
Uh,
1801 by the East Tennessee employer.
so they would call it one little runaway, a spinner from Ireland. And then it says a 16-year-old female escaped from her Frederick County, Maryland employer and was believed to be on the East Tennessee frontier in 1793. The public was warned by Daniel White not to harbor indentured servant Biddy Colber, immigrant from Ireland.
Yeah,
So
this is just
again,
more reason.
yeah, so
Go ahead.
yeah, they were chasing pretty much white girls, pretty much it seems like. But again, it's just showcasing that there are no African runaways during this time. They're talking about indentured servitude in America right now. So it's just not going along with the Falcon Bridge story either, and the abolitionist movement. So this is that area that we're talking about right now, where the indentured servants would have been running up and down, but they were more so below the New England area. So that's the Appalachian Mountains. This is the region we're talking about. And again, these are predominantly so-called German white slaves in this region. So here, just a little population count now, what's going on there. That's why you see a lot of those guys are still up there on those mountains, because that's what they were working at. There was a lot of mining going on also for copper and gold. So a lot of those people were miners. All right, here's an outline of it also, just trying to give a better look at what we're talking about. All right, that's the Appalachian Mountains right there. All right. There's a few other different mountain ranges within the United States here.
What year was the Beaver Wars?
Damn, wasn't that like in the maybe 1700s also? That was some not too long ago, the Beaver Wars, because that's when Canada actually really started coming about, because they wanted to cut us off from all of that hunting that we were doing up there. Damn, I can't even. I
That's
don't
what I'm
even know.
saying. Most of the shit that they were going hunt was being shipped out of here, like all
Oh
the
yeah, oh
furs.
yeah.
That was, and some of those indentured servants, their job was to go in the mountains and come back. Like, say I had an indentured servant, I'll just let his ass loose, tell him go get me some furs and meet me back at this post in a couple of years, and I'm gonna collect what I get. He get to keep some for himself, sell them, get his supplies and all that other shit. But the bulk of it was mine because that was my servant. And a lot of them white boys ran up in the mountains and then come back and they just stayed up there because niggas wasn't gonna come get them.
Right. No, you're right, bro. That's what they were doing in Canada also. Yeah. I'll be back. I'm going back down south. All right, so this right here, this slide just still talk about the indentured servitude on the Appalachian frontiers over time. What was going on by 1820. The census reported only 2,580 white foreigners in the southern Appalachian, representing less than 3/10 of 1% of the total population. More than 90% of them resided in Maryland, Virginia, and West Virginia. The vast majority of them males. Again, Super, you just read in the other slide where they went and got more males. They were running low on females in the Appalachian. All right. All right. So now I'm just gonna jump into the. This has something to do also with your boy Falcon Bridge as well too. So we're gonna jump into the Federal Writers Project. This goes along with the AHA guides as well too. The Federal Writers Project (FWP) was a federal government project in the United States created to provide jobs for out-of-work writers and to develop a history and overview of the United States by state, cities, and other jurisdictions. It was launched in 1935 during the Great Depression. It is it was a part of the Works Progress Administration (WPA), a New Deal program. It was one of a group of New Deal arts program known collectively as Federal Project Number One or Federal One. So, okay, here, this is another group created to make sure that they rewrite history as time is progressing. And it wasn't launched until 1935. So I'm just giving you guys a heads up right now. So you got a group.
All right, hold on, Abilene. Let me read. Let me read this. I've never seen it shown like this. Can we go back through it again? Can we read it from the top again?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, go ahead.
It says Federal Writers Project. The Federal Writers Project, FWP, was a federal government project in the United States created to provide jobs for out-of-work writers and to develop a history and overview of the United States by state, cities, and other jurisdictions. It was launched in 1935 during the Great Depression. It was part of the Works Progress Administration, WPA, a New Deal program. It was one of a group of New Deal arts programs known collectively as Federal Project Number One or Federal One.
Damn.
Yeah, during the Great Depression. So it wasn't really a Great Depression. That's something that they came up with to start. This is to hide what was going on with the Federal Reserve Bank running out of time. So they came up with the New Deal, like you were just talking. And with that New Deal, they had to rewrite history to scare people into making sure that everything goes as planned. This is under the eugenics banner, this whole New Deal, this whole Great Depression. It was planned.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm. All right.
You want to talk about that last slide?
Which last slide? This one?
What was that? The one I was just on about that New Deal. They hired a bunch of writers to start writing history again. So
No. I've never seen it written like. I've never seen it written like this before. So no, I would be talking out the side of my neck if I actually had any type of. I got to come back with this one. That's a
all
good
right,
one.
all right. So I'm gonna read about the history of the Federal Writers Project here, how they got started and whatnot. Funded under the Emergency Relief Appropriation Act of 1935, FWP was established July 27, 1935, by President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Henry Ashford, a lawyer, journalist, playwright, theoretical producer, and human rights activist, directed by a program from 1935 to 1939. In 1939, Ashford was fired. Federal funding was cut, and the project fell under state sponsorship led by John D. Newsom. FWP ended completely in 1943 after the U.S. entered World War II. The funds were diverted to the war effort. An estimated 10,000 people found employment in the FWP. So again, you got 10,000 people that they hired to write history. I hope you guys are understanding what's going on with this Federal Writers Project during the Great Depression. It
All right,
says,
so this is where you get these black and white silent movies, right?
right.
This is coming into that play. So, and this is interesting because what actually because when you're dealing with a national emergency, right? If there's something that is supposed to be foreign in nature that's infiltrating the interior, right? Everything shuts down. That's where you get martial law. Everybody tried to make martial law like this crazy dumb thing, but martial law is to shut shit down based on there's a violation of external forces coming into the interior. During that time, the president cannot be removed because his main position is commander in chief of the military to protect the interior. So that's why Roosevelt had 4 terms. He served 4 terms and he stayed in there throughout all that time you're talking about. This is why I'm tripping right now. I'm really tripping because
Because
this
it was
guy,
him.
this Henry guy, is a lawyer, a journalist, a playwright, theatrical producer, and human rights activist. All of those words are foreign in nature. It's communist. So basically, he was somebody that Roosevelt put in place to like solidify and execute the reconstruction of everything. Right? This is what am I reading this wrong or no? What am I doing?
No, is absolutely right. This is the second reconstruction to make sure the first construction went well. They had the reconstruction thing. I'm just talking about literary writers to stay in governmental power. So that's how they're staying in power. They've written themselves back into history as being in power, which I'm showing you they weren't in power. They were coming over here as indentions.
Right, because in the last thing, obviously he did his job. He was fired, and then it came on the state sponsorship. Right. So
Right.
state sponsorship is meaning that this new deal, this project, this FWP, this Federal Writers Project, was adopted by certain states. So they didn't need him anymore. He was fired before they got caught by treason. Because if you look at it, HGR 192 and the New Deal and all these things that was done prior with what's his name you said prior to Roosevelt, Truman,
Woodrow Wilson. Truman
Woodrow
was
Wilson.
before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if they weren't able to do if the people was able to do what needs to be done within the republic, they would have been they'd have been executed for treason. Like HJR 192, the New Deal is treasonous in nature. So then once it became state sponsored, then you have a whole nother different thing because now the states have adopted it and made it uniform in the because it wasn't nothing but executive order. All these things was done by executive order. This I was listening to the one brother, I forgot who I was listening to, and I was reading up on things because basically since Abraham Lincoln, everything that's been done in America within the United States has been done in it under executive order, proclamation, and so on and so forth. See what I'm saying? But that's good though. That's good. That's good.
And
I ain't know nothing about this. I ain't gonna even lie. I ain't know.
I would say
I didn't
that
work that way.
has a story behind him too, because remember, he wasn't really the president of the entire United States because the Confederacy had their own president. It was two presidents.
Right. Right. Because most of them people during that so-called Civil War, most of them Confederate states succeeded out of there. They
They
don't
had their
have
own
nothing to do with it.
constitution. Yeah, they had their own constitution also. They were running things their way. They had their own dollar bills, their own banking system set up away from the North.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the story we're told. That's the story we're told. I'm going to go ahead and read the last bit of this paragraph because it tells how much money these writers made to rewrite that history during that time.
Right, but
Said,
what I would say though, Abley,
uh-huh.
that's the story we was told. But in
That's
that
what I said
story,
too.
there's some truths to it. But we just don't know how it actually happened. This is why 2025, 2019 to now is very important because they keep throwing out this Civil War thing. Oh, we're in a Civil War. We're in a Civil War. But what's happening at this time? If this is to be considered to be a Civil War equated to what happened in times of Abraham Lincoln, then we can actually equate this is why I like Trump. I mean, I'm giving him benefit of the doubt that he said, okay, we're gonna play this shit in real time. We're gonna take the confusion out the way. I know a lot of people thinking this and thinking that. I'm about to play this shit in real time so we can actually see what's actually going on. Because if this is what it is, people out here burning flags and burning buildings and doing all this uh, uh, campaigning and picketing, and you got all this other shit going on. You pretty much got a war between two factions of this government, two parties that's gaslighting the people to choose a side, but at the same time taxing the shit out of them. Their situation ain't gonna change. Same thing that happened during the New Deal. I'm giving you some, Abley, so that way you can say, okay, I don't want you to pigeonhole yourself in what you're reading, but what's going on right now. So what I'm seeing is what y'all talking about right now.
I
Because
totally agree.
at this
I'm
point in
actually
time, you
taking
had assassinations on his life. Like they tried to take out Lincoln and all this stuff, and they accomplished that shit. Same thing with Kennedy and a lot of these people that was pushing something to bring it back to where it was supposed to be, a real constitutional republic for the people, by the people, so on and so forth, where the actual Aboriginal people was to be protected and to be adhered to and to be paid taxes and, you see what I'm saying, to be left alone. So if
no.
this is the case and what he's doing, Abley, at this point in time, it's like if they consider this to be civil war, I mean, goddamn, you know where I'm at right now. I'm sitting in my car. After I'm done, I'm about to go inside and go to bed. I'm about to get up. I'm about to go do my business while this civil war is going on, brother. You see what I'm saying? Was it
Right.
what it considered to be? That's the key. You got it.
No, you're absolutely right, bro. No, 110% correct. It ain't what it is. It says the project was intended not only to provide work relief for unemployed writers, but also to create a unique self portrait of America through publication of histories and guidebooks. From 1935 to 1943, the project cost about $27 million. You hear me? 27 million during 1935, right during the Great Depression or right afterwards. You got $27 million to spend to write history. So they spent a lot of money on rewriting history, basically. And these books went into your classroom doing after these books were written. I'm about to get to it.
Man,
All
that
right,
ain't a
so
lot of
this is
money, man. $27 million for a country over 10 years. That's peanuts.
well, that was just
To
to the
go to
writers. That was 10,000 people. So 10,000 people work for that writers group. Only the Federal Writers Project received that 27 million in those amount of years. Again, this is coming from tax dollars to fund these people to write the history. Because before the Federal Reserve, they wouldn't have had money like this. So that Federal Reserve money had them having money so quick in their hand by having people pay tax.
brother.
All right.
This was Franklin Delano Roosevelt, correct?
Yes.
Who built the infrastructure of America, like I-10 going from one coast to the other, I-45? Who built those?
The
Who built
Aboriginal.
the national parks?
The Aboriginal.
No, no, no. Under what administration was it built, sir?
I would have to say, well, no. These Europeans did the national parks.
Yeah, FDR, brother. FDR built the
Oh yeah.
infrastructure of
Okay,
America
FDR.
with tariffs, external revenue, not internal revenue. We were strapped with cash from tariffs. That's why Trump keep bringing the shit up. He's gonna kill the internal revenue and go back to external revenue.
Now, let me ask you. Hold on, Abley. Let me ask you a question real quick, Superman. These external revenue service or these tariffs at this point in juncture, who was he tariffing? If you look at the timeline in the
Foreign
date,
countries, foreign countries that want to do business.
who was more powerful than us at that time in the 30s? We had Wall Streets going on. We had banks. We had
Nobody.
oil. We was running policy. What was more
Right.
powerful than us in the world? There was other
Nobody.
more powers.
No.
So who was he tariffing then?
He wasn't.
Foreigners. We still doing business. Like, okay, look. Remember in Killer of the Flower Moon,
Yes, sir.
these motherfuckers were so rich they'll wreck a car instead of getting it fixed and go buy another one.
Yeah.
So we had motherfuckers coming in with products to serve us. Like French people, Italian motherfuckers bringing their clothes over here to be tailors and all kind of shit. And they were being taxed for bringing all this shit in.
Right.
Yeah. So what Super is saying? Let's say they
Just
was
like
charging.
today, we the number one consumers, right? So I mean, we were consuming shit because we were getting paid off of natural resources, mostly not physical labor. These
Right.
motherfuckers were laborers. we were ripping the
So
benefits
let's
of our natural resource. Go ahead.
go ahead, Aton. I think you were
Oh,
about to say something.
yeah. But what I'm saying is that if we actually put it together, right, and this is what I'm saying, what Adley's presenting is making me think a certain type of way in regards to what you're actually saying, right? He's putting tariffs on people that we already had relationships with. So he's tariffing these people that we already had contracts with that are supposed to be supplying us what we have give them to manufacture. Where are you getting your gators from? Where are you getting your Louis Vuitton? Where are you getting your silk suits from? Who's creating these
Right,
things? You see what I'm saying?
right, right. That's what I'm saying. We shipping out raw products, cotton.
Well, why
You
is he
know,
tariffing? Why is Roosevelt tariffing them for bringing back our products back to us?
no, because it's just raw. They had to buy it, right? So we making money when they buy the raw cotton. They take it over there, process and make materials, and do they tailor thing. When they bring the shit back in, they gotta pay it. They gotta pay another fee. So they
Right. So
buying it. They buying the raw shit, and then when they bring in the finished goods, they gotta pay a tax on it.
I mean, but why is he taxing our goods that we have
It's
sent
not
out?
ours. They sold. Once we
No, no,
sell our raw goods, right? We just strapped with gold. We just strapped with cash. We got all this cash because we done got rid of all of our raw material. We not giving them shit. We not trusting them to take this bushel of of cotton over there and process it and then bring
right,
our shit back. No, we
right, right,
selling
right,
it to them. Y'all
right,
got to
right,
buy
right.
this raw material. Now, when y'all bring in a finished product, we're going to tax you.
Okay, but
So we taxing them coming
Same
and
shit we
going.
doing today.
that
Same shit we doing today.
right, right, right. But
You see what I'm
to
saying?
me,
It's
to
not
me, I'm
ours.
just
Once we
saying, to me,
sell
it
that
doesn't
shit,
make sense though, Superman, because if we're shipping out our product to them to manufacture and make and bring it back to us, we need to be getting it for the low. But this nigga
that
Roosevelt
is
is
because we
taxing these
taxing it.
motherfuckers. No, we supposed to be getting it for the low because it's our product.
You do
But
get it for the
No,
low,
Roosevelt
it's
but
is
what you
not
send
our
it
taxing
to
these
China.
product,
motherfuckers.
brother.
No, but
Brother, once
Roosevelt
you
is
once you go, all right, look, think of it like this,
You
Aton.
sending your
You
cotton over there,
you
and then they make a product out that cotton, bro. Once they make a product out that cotton, they can put whatever price they want to put on it because
nah,
they
they
made the
can't.
product.
Nah, they
Well, no,
can't
they
because it's our
can because you
product.
sold them. But no, it's not our product because you sold them the cotton.
right.
Right, but
You
it's
sold
We
our
them
no
sold it.
the
deal
We
though.
made
Like,
resource.
money on the
we got
crop
a
already.
deal.
Yeah, you already
We
made
already
money
know
on what you
we
made
already
money
got a
on.
set
Now they
price
making
for it.
money. No, no,
You
no.
telling
There's
me
no
we gonna
set.
sell them a product and they can come back and sell it to us for a certain price?
Well, it's not a product no more. It's not that product.
Mm,
Okay, look, it's not just the cotton no more. Okay, now they
Right.
made something out of the cotton. So
mm.
now
Right.
they
They
can be
put
like,
some
okay, now
value
you got to
to it.
pay for this. Yeah,
Now
you
you
got to pay
got
for this
denim
jacket.
or you got
Yeah,
you
or this
got
jacket,
you
this
got
jacket or
sheep
hoodie.
them. Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't have that shit before with just a bundle of fucking cotton.
All right, go ahead, Superman. My bad. Go ahead,
I
finish.
mean, that's what they doing
No,
right
that's
now
all
with
I was
jeans
saying. Y'all
and
got
shirts, and they doing that shit right now with every single thing you wearing. It'll say imported cotton from USA, and then it'll tell you that it's made in China, but the cotton was transported and imported from America. Came straight from America.
now I do got a
and
question
then
for you guys. Now I think
and,
they had the
and
tariff set at like 10% before Woodrow Wilson. So what was happening is we was charging a higher tariff on foreign goods, import and export. So what Trump was trying to do was get it back up to the number 10% on tariffs or something. Now it's at three.
And if people
So what they've done
also
is
no, see, look, check it out. Check it out, right? Industrial revolution. We started doing shit on our own land because we got a whole bunch of these foreign
yes,
motherfuckers coming over here as servants, right?
that's what we need.
So w- we started manufacturing the shit in America instead of shipping the raw goods to a foreign country to be made into, fabric or, whatever. And then bringing the fabric back, they say, fuck it, we finna do that shit right here in America,
Yeah.
right? Then the labor shit boomed in the North, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Raw materials coming from the South. Manufacturing and shit going on in the North. Oh man, we somebody robbing somebody, we ain't getting paid. We finna fight this bitch out. Cause y'all, somebody stealing. Somebody ain't getting paid. We finna fight this shit out.
Right, but you remember.
But look, far as today, right?
Mhm.
Once we ship all of our manufacturing overseas, it crippled us. We send manufacturing to China for cheap labor. All this shit is outsourced because of the bullshit taxes. They were like, it's cheaper to go over here. If y'all gonna do this shit to us, we'll go somewhere else. We'll go get these Chinese people to make these fucking cars
Yep.
for cheap.
That's what they did.
Now we trying to bring it back. Same as this time. It's just the same fucking cycle. Now we finna bring all this shit back, put these American motherfuckers to work, cause they dying from drugs and shit. They ain't got shit to do. They getting high, fucked up, don't know shit, ain't got no work day. Nigga, we spoiled. We like, nigga,
And
we
in
too
them
fat. We
foreign
lazy.
land,
It's making
and
us
with
weak
Trump,
militarily. Somebody can come in and fuck us off.
hmm and
So we gotta bring
realistically,
all this
Trump
shit
really
back home.
does. Yep. Trump wants it really all in America. He wants people to be doing the manufacturing and everything in America. But it ain't that easy. Like Super just said, people don't want to work. So what he got to do is put them tariffs to make it a little bit harder for them to to bring their shit in here. It's
Like,
gonna be a little bit more
and he cut the
to bring
dope
that shit
out.
in.
Like he cut all the party drugs out, all the cocaine, all the fentanyl,
Getting that
all this shit.
fentanyl, yeah, getting that shit the
We
fuck up out of
gotta get
America.
this shit out of here and get these motherfuckers back to work.
Yep.
Right, real talk. Now, what I'm saying is because what Ab Lee is talking about is the New Deal and Roosevelt, right? And at that time, right, I think we all agreed that our industry was booming here, and our products and our commodities, we was trading with these people, and we had things set up. Now, my thing is this: I'm just trying to get it correct. That why would Roosevelt tariff our commodities that we shipped out to come back, because they should be charging their people a certain type of thing, and we should be getting it on the low. That's what I'm saying. If we're sending them products for something, we already had to have a trade agreement set up where we getting it
We not
for
sending
the
them
low.
shit. We not sending them nothing. We
Who's sending
selling them.
cotton and
We're
tobacco?
selling
He's
them
selling it to
raw
them.
material. We're not sending it over there. We selling it to them.
They're not getting it for free.
Okay, well, we're sending it over to them, right? So why would they sell us back
You keep
our product?
saying
This is
sending,
what I'm
brother.
saying. Why
We
would they?
selling. You
But
gotta
what I'm
have
saying,
sale on both sides, brother.
but see, what I'm saying is that, and this is what I'm saying. I'm trying to keep it within the scope of what Adley is presenting. Is that them colonies, them companies over there was things we set up for them to make the shit happen. So if
And
those is
I
our
think
things, right? If those
a
is our
time
things that we
in the
set up at
beginning
that
though,
time, we're
we
actually
was getting it
setting it
back.
up. We're
Look,
not selling it to foreign people. We're actually selling it to people that are people to go out there and set up shop. So we need to be getting it on the low, and they selling it to everybody else for a different price. But we should
we
be getting it
was
on
getting
the
it
low
on
because
the
it's
low.
our product.
We was getting it on the
It's
low
not
in the
our
beginning.
product, brother.
How's it not our
Yeah, it's not
product
our
and it comes
product
from here?
because
Cause
it's
we
cotton.
sold it. You saying we sending and then now we buying. No, we sold, now we buying. It's not
So
sending.
you
We're
don't.
not sending shit.
You're
We
not for
selling.
instance, you ain't sending them. For
We
instance,
we we
super,
we should be
super.
getting it
Hold
wholesale.
on, hold on. We not sending them a bunch of. For instance, we not sending them a bunch of hoodies and jackets and fucking sweaters and all of that shit. They make that shit out of what we send. The cotton bundles, the bundles
Well,
of
who's
cotton.
paying for it though?
So they pay for that shit.
No, we paying for it.
No, no,
How?
no. They pay for the bundles of cotton, and then we pay for the jackets and the hoodies and all of that. But it's gonna be a lot more because they had to create it. They had to create that shit.
Let's give it an example because we talking about 2025 and what Trump been saying, what he been
This
complaining
is
about.
how it
He
is.
said, "Look, we pay these people billions and billions and billions of dollars, and we protect them to make sure they could do what we did. Billions and billions." He keeps saying it, billions and billions of dollars. What do you mean? We're
But hey,
paying these
Todd, all
people
right,
to
look,
do
the
something.
biggest and the problem is we shouldn't be sending it at all. We should be doing it here. So we need to get our people back into wanting to, manufacture shit. Like
There
for
you
instance,
go.
the car, the
There
vehicles
you
and shit.
go. That's
Like you
all I'm
remember back in
saying.
the day? You remember back in the day? GM and
Yeah.
all of that was weird. Detroit. Right now, all of it, a lot of our cars and shit, people don't know this. It's been manufactured over there. What the fuck's
Right.
going on with that? That's not okay. That's not normal. That's not normal at all for the United States. We
That's what
used to
I
be the
agree
main
with you guys on.
manufacturer for
That's why
vehicles.
I'm trying to. That's why I'm trying to
We're
get
losing
you
it.
guys to look
That's why
at it a
Trump
different angle.
Trump trying to get it
Where
back.
Trump is saying we paying these people billions of dollars. He's like, okay, well, nigga, we about to snatch all these motherfucking
Yes.
these manufacturing places up. We about to bring it
No,
back
no,
right
no,
back
no.
over
Look,
here.
check it out. This is what happened. Look, this is what happened when he's saying that we paying. We not. We, it's not equal in the tariff, right? So basically, we got the raw material. We sending it over there, right? It's going into a foreign land. They're not. They're not just accepting our product. When we get to the when we get to the dock, nigga, we gotta pay for that shit to hit the dock and be doled out to this cheap labor to make it these raw fucking bundles of cotton into fabric. They got the cheap labor over there, right? So we sending them raw materials, and when they hit their shore, they're taxing us, right? When they make the hoodies or whatever, like Otto said, and they bring them back into America, we taxing them at the same fucking rate.
Hmm.
So it's an equal tariff,
Money on both
right?
sides.
So now we got a business relationship with France. Say France. Now we got a bit. They buying our cotton at a certain tariff, and we buying their hoodies at a certain tariff when they come back, right? But under the last administration, these motherfuckers was shipping shit over there and letting it come back in without a fucking tariff. They was tariffing our raw material going in. That say Italy. They was
That's
taxing us when we
Italy.
hit the
Perfect.
shore with our shit. But when we brought it back into America, they wasn't
Mm.
getting taxed.
Yeah, so we're not
That's
getting
what
shit
he's
for
saying
free.
that we giving them billions of dollars and it's unequal. And we
Hmm.
letting them come back in here for nothing.
And now they're comfortable with that shit. So now they like, nah, we don't
Yeah,
want them
nah, we not
taxes because
fucking
it
with
ain't
y'all.
we ain't been we don't want to fuck with y'all because we ain't been taxed for these times. So now y'all want to tax us. The
Right,
motherfucker, y'all was doing that
but
shit underhanded anyway. So what are you talking about?
But
right, but
Trump got the
let's
Trump card because
Yep.
we're the number one consumer. Everybody wants the American consumer. No, China
Yeah.
China ain't buying Louis and popping bottles.
Fuck no.
They're, they're
Hell
not
no.
they're not into luxury. That's
right.
American.
But you got Timu, you got all these different things. You had Alibaba and
That
this
little
shit. These
plastic
motherfuckers,
Yeah,
ass
they
shit.
set up.
they
They're
selling
setting up
this shit for
shop.
like pennies
They
on the
said we're
dollar.
the ones buying that shit, bro. It's niggas buying all that Alibaba and
Right,
Timu shit,
Exactly.
bro. I got so
right.
many
You think
cousins,
the
bro. They can
Chinese
tell, nigga,
people are
what you
buying that
talking
shit?
about?
Come
They
on,
not
man.
buying that shit. They'll laugh at you, nigga. They not even buying no luxury shit like he said, unless they're here and they're extremely
Bro,
Americanized and they fuck with niggas. Like you
how
gotta
much
fuck
does an
with niggas to
iPhone
really be on that
cost?
luxury shit. Like 13,
Right. How
fifteen
much
hundred,
does an iPhone cost? Like you
$1,300.
going to store 1,300. Man, ain't too many Chinese can afford that, bro.
Hell no.
But okay, so what I'm
They
saying is,
broke.
so we get too far
Don't got
away
money
from it,
like that.
right? We talking about 1930s with Roosevelt.
Right. It's
We talking
still tariffs. It's still raw
right.
materials. It's still people.
it's still
The
tariffs, but there was
basic elements don't change, right?
but
The
there was a
people,
lot of things that
the
was going
labor,
on at
and the
that time,
material.
right? And Abley hit on certain points. There was a lot of things going on at that time. Really, this is
Hmm.
what we talking about: the American people, the niggas that actually had shit going on, had Wall Streets, had everything jumping off, banks, so on and so forth, insurance companies, a lot of shit jumping off. Why, if we are to or we if we are to be the ones that had the plantations, all the manufacturing companies, and so on and so forth, why is he tariffing people bringing our products back to here on the low? We should be getting them at wholesale, not at retail. We shouldn't be taxed for none of that shit. He is tariffing our product.
It's an
No,
equal
Why is he
tariff,
doing that?
brother. It's an
he's
equal
doing it
tariff
for
because
multiple reasons.
manufacturing was only in the north, like
Yeah,
Detroit. Just look at it. It was Detroit, Indiana, Ohio. All the ag was going on in the south, right?
Yeah, I
We
get
wasn't
you, but
producing. We wasn't producing shit. It was the north, and the north had the immigrants coming in, right? Virginia, all the way up into what, Maine?
Maine, Vermont, all that shit.
Right, that was, and then you go over to the Midwest, right over the mountains, the Appalachian. Remember, y'all just showed the shit,
Indiana, yeah, they
right?
start flooding
And that,
Indiana,
and they had that
Wisconsin.
waterway.
Yeah,
Chicago had a waterway, what, up into New York, and then to the harbor.
yeah,
that's how them Germans and
That's what
shit
I'm
and all
saying.
them
You gotta look
motherfuckers
at the
start getting there.
physical landscape, the movement of people, and the products and shit that were being produced. Then you could put the whole picture together.
And he has to do that tariff shit, bro. He has to put the extra taxes on their ass. It ain't got shit to do with us, bro. It's not like he trying to fuck us over. He just realized, okay, these people have to
They
be
just
taxed. They
equal.
ain't
We
been
gotta be
taxed.
equal.
Yeah, they ain't been
It's
taxed. So now
unequal right now.
we gotta
Right.
get
They
our money.
taxing us
We gotta
to
get our money back.
right.
Come on,
well, why is our military protecting them?
What do you mean?
yeah.
He says we're paying them all these billions of dollars, and our military protects them when they get in trouble.
Because
Guess
they
Yep.
what?
haven't been paying their protection bill. That's what NATO was about. Remember he said the UK. These motherfuckers
Exactly.
have not been paying their NATO bill. So they supposed to been putting into the pot. And America was still protecting them without them putting their money in the protection pot. So he
Okay, so
pulled off
why
the
are we?
protection on them.
My question is, why are we protecting them? If that's the case, if this
They
tariff
were
thing is
supposed to
going
be
on,
paying for protection, but they wasn't. That's why he's saying, "Fuck y'all. Y'all ain't been paying y'all bill."
okay,
The reason we was protecting them is because they was paying us to protect them, but they wasn't paying that bill, and we kept protecting them.
absolutely. Do you hear my question? Do you see where I'm coming from with my question? Absolutely.
You said, "Why are we protecting them?"
Oh yeah, I do.
I'm telling you the reason why we're protecting them because they were supposed to be paying us for protection, but we wasn't collecting the payment.
What is to be
That's why
protected
we were
though?
protecting them.
What is to be protected? Trade.
Whatever activity they got going on, just like Great Britain, right, and France, they was robbing Africa. When America pulled their protection off of the UK, Africa stood up and said, "Man, fuck y'all. Y'all big brother ain't over there no more. He done walked off. We gonna do y'all now. Y'all gonna buck. Let's go."
Right, right,
But
right.
as long as they had that big brother, that little big brother America, they gonna fall in line. Just on the word. Hey man, you know we down with America. America ain't even showed up, said nothing to these motherfuckers, ain't threatened them or nothing. They just say, hey man, we with these people over here. Come on
All
up
right.
off of it.
Let me. I'm gonna quote your cousin Truth. So I asked him the question about the company. Right. He said what happened, why these American companies started going bankrupt. He said because when we were sending out our product to these other people, they started selling it to other places, and it wasn't coming back home where it was supposed to be. That's what Truth said. I'm paraphrasing.
But he said that because I asked him a question. I knew he was going to give me some good information, but he said that. That's what I'm saying. We sent our product out and it didn't come. The residuals wouldn't come back home. It's like an investment. That's why I was asking you the question. Why would Roosevelt tariff our own product that is homegrown? Why would he do that? He charging and making people go other places. That's why a lot of these companies, like Trump was saying, a lot of these
They weren't
companies started going
collecting.
somewhere else. They started going
They
somewhere else
they
and setting up
wasn't
shop other
collecting.
places so that way they wouldn't manufacture shit right back here. But before that
No,
time,
man, we
they
wasn't collecting the payment, and we send bushels of fucking cotton over there, right?
Mhm.
We weren't collecting the payment. We weren't making these. They were getting it on the arm, and then they selling the dope out the back door, and they not paying the supplier.
right,
Right. So nigga, they
right.
they
But
wasn't paying a
during that
bill,
time,
and we wasn't forcing them to.
wait, no. See, this is where the United States government comes in because this is where this tariff action starts happening.
Yeah, man, it's GDP.
Right.
You
So
you dealing
the,
from country to country as a cotton producer. I can't go over to a foreign country and make a deal by myself.
right.
That's
So
country to country, bro. You got to go through, you know,
right,
because if
but
I start selling, if me just a farmer, I start selling cotton to, say France, just me in France. I'm going over there. My little cotton farming ass going over there with another motherfucker who make fabric. It's just me and him doing business, right? How in the fuck do the country count the GDP?
right. But see what Truth was saying was that in the beginning, once we set up these companies out there, these colonies out there, and then they started moving along, that was something totally different than what you have because we really don't know about the date. See, the date is everything. This is what Abilene is questioning the date and times. But in that time when you're dealing with tariffs, right? Because Lincoln did it, and everybody did it. Where going forward, where they started putting these tariffs in place on commodities that we actually produced, and we was actually sending them over to them things, and we was giving them the seeds to plant and set up these companies, just like the rubber shit in Liberia and in the Congo. We had all these little uh, companies being set up, but we supplying everything. But when it's coming back through to the United States, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you still you just
I'm
want
just saying, you
you
actually
want all the
tariffing.
goddamn money, man. You don't want nobody else to eat, nigga. That ain't how economics work,
No, no,
bro.
no, no. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is about tariffs. You're tariffing
Tariffs is a
product
tax,
that
right?
originates from America. You're tariffing product that comes that is originates from America that we have a agreement with, and we're protecting you.
What?
We're protecting them people. We're protecting. We're funding them, and we're paying them. This is what Trump is saying. We're paying them. We're protecting them, and we're providing them resources. What the hell? And you gonna allow them to come back and then charge us like umpteen% when they selling to their own people for like the super low? We supposed to be getting the super low, not anywhere else. We supposed to be getting the low on that money. That's all I'm saying.
I don't understand what you're saying. I don't understand what your argument is.
No, it's not an argument. Is
I don't
basically
understand what point you're making. I don't
okay.
understand
My
what
point.
what,
My
what you're
point
actually saying.
is. My point is during the time. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to go too far off into all the other stuff. But what I'm saying is that Roosevelt, who was pretty much stapled in there 4 terms, create that New Deal, what he put up here, and then you have this FWP thing that he just brought up that I ain't know nothing about. And at that time, he was putting them tariffs on all these foreign countries on our product. You talking about
Right.
the teens, the 20s, and the 30s. We was the American people was still running shit. The American people still had shit. They still had they shit. You know that because your family had that shit. Why is he tariffing product that we are outsourcing to the people? Why are we paying for our own product with interest? Don't make no sense to me. Maybe you
It's
can make
not
it
our
make sense.
product, brother.
How is it not our product when it's our resources that makes the product?
Because they added value by putting their artistry on it. They made it into something that's no longer ours.
Do you think your ancestors was that dumb that they would be paying retail price for something that they supply? I don't think so, nigga. If
That's
I'm
what's
giving
the
you seed,
difference
if I'm
between
giving you
wholesale
product,
and
my nigga,
retail, brother.
man, if I'm giving you product to get off, nigga, you getting it for the low, and I better be getting it back with interest, my nigga.
Yeah,
I need
that
to be
don't make
getting that
sense.
back with interest.
No,
What?
nobody's gonna do that. Nobody's gonna take that deal. Would you take that deal?
I give you some dope, nigga. I give
Wait,
you
wait,
some
wait,
dope,
wait.
nigga,
Would
and
you
you can
take that deal?
okay, look, I give you a P, nigga. I give you a P and
Uh-huh.
something, nigga, for
Right,
$800, nigga. You know you
right.
can get that shit off for like two grand.
Uh-huh.
Nigga, I know I'm gonna get my 800, nigga. And you gonna tell me
Right.
you gonna charge me for something, nigga? And I produce
Fucking
and I
right.
produce that shit.
Yeah, you goddamn
Nigga,
right.
everything is
Listen,
free,
bro.
nigga.
Hold
It's
on, hold on,
free.
hold on, hold on, bro.
It's
Hold on,
free.
hold on, hold on.
You gonna
Calm
come
down.
back and charge me?
Hold on, man. You just
Come
keep
on, bro.
repeating yourself. If you give me
I
a
want I
P,
want to make that clear
wait,
though.
wait, wait. Come on, let's do this. If you give me a P for 800,
Mm-hmm.
nigga, you think you for to come get a sack for free?
No, nigga, I'm not talking about.
Okay, then, nigga, what
No,
you
nigga.
talking about? Ain't nobody for
No,
to
I'm
take
not
that
talking about
deal,
that.
bro.
I'm not talking about that, nigga. But
That's the
guarantee you, nigga,
same
if I
shit
give
you
you a P,
saying.
nigga, if I give you a P for 800, nigga, everything I get for free, nigga. What the hell you talking about?
Nah, that don't make sense, bro. Ain't nobody gonna
Shit,
take
nigga.
that deal.
Shit, nigga, you crazy, nigga. What
Okay, well
the
then
yeah.
let's flip it around. I give you a P for
You're not gonna
800.
make
I
no money
come
off that shit.
I'm
exactly.
not
That
even
means you
coming
gonna
back and
just keep
asking
coming.
for
No, you
nothing.
gonna keep coming all the time. Like, hey, bro, let me get some of that.
I'm not even
Hey,
coming
bro,
back
let
and
me get some
asking
of
Right.
for
that.
nothing. But what I'm
Nigga, I ain't
saying
gonna
is,
have
Come
no more.
on.
My
I
P,
don't,
my
you
P,
see
my
what
P.
I'm
Come
saying?
on,
That
yo.
don't even make sense, bro.
Oh, hell no.
Wait.
You
Who
Hold
might
on,
gonna
get
I'm
it
the
take
for the
that
supplier,
low.
deal?
bro.
You might get it
I'm
for
I
the
the
ain't gonna take
low.
fucking
that
Nigga,
deal.
come
supplier.
on, bruh.
I'm the supplier of the
You gonna get it
commodity.
for free, nigga? That don't
Nigga,
even
I'm
make
the
no sense.
supplier of the product, bro. I'm the supplier of the
Right.
product.
Okay, cool.
Nigga, I'm not coming back to
But
buy
when you
nothing from
come
you.
to the trap, nigga, you
What I'm
gotta
saying is
pay.
when I supply you that, nigga, basically it's like,
You come, nigga, you get that's the difference between wholesale and retail. You a wholesaler. I'm a
Yeah.
retailer. So when
Then
you
you
come
just
in my
already sold
retail
shit.
shop, nigga, you gonna pay the markup.
Hey, but super, what
really?
I don't understand is how you gonna sell this shit, and then now you over here trying to dictate how they gonna sell it, bro. That's not how it works. You can't dictate
Right. You
how much
can't
they gonna
tell me
sell it for.
I tell you
Nigga,
to fuck
you
off,
didn't
nigga.
set
You
up shop
sell me a P,
everything.
I'll tell you
You
the
just
next
can't.
few minutes. I ain't got it
Well,
no more.
okay,
I'm trying to tell you,
I'm
it's
gonna let
gone.
y'all
That
have
shit
that.
gone. I knocked
Yeah,
that
Right?
shit
gone,
off.
nigga. Like it's
I'm gonna
gone.
let y'all have that. Right? I'm gonna let y'all have that. Right? Okay,
That's
let's
why
get
Trump
past that.
wanted back in America. This is why he wants it back in
Okay, so
America. If we
yeah,
don't
let's
deal
get
with them
past that.
motherfuckers, look, if we don't deal with them, then we ain't
Let me
got to
give you
try to
another
sit up and
example.
dictate how they gonna sell to us. So we just say fuck them and cut
Okay,
them out.
let me give you an example. Right? Let me give you another example. All right, so I supply you the product. Right? You set up everything. You borrow money, you get the product and everything, you set up shop, boom, boom, boom. You know what I'm saying? I come in and I say, okay, yeah, make sure in my agreement, I get a couple of them, a couple of them. You know what I'm saying? You set those to the side, or I get them for a wholesale price that you bring back over here. But you got to make sure that you selling it at
Bro,
a different
somebody
price that
gotta
you selling
accept
it in your
that
old neighborhood.
deal. You can't force me to accept that deal. If it ain't good for me, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna accept that.
Wait a minute.
Fuck your peas, nigga. Go
No,
sit on them.
you missing the fact of they're being protected. The
I
military
don't need no
protects them.
protection if I ain't got no peas. Who gonna come take something I ain't got?
Nigga, you getting peas, nigga, you getting money, and you getting protection.
Bro, I
Excuse
gotta
me.
accept the deal. If I don't accept the deal, niggas, fuck you. Go
These
fuck
people
off.
already accepted the deal. That's
That's
why
what
they
I'm
get
saying.
protection.
Since they accepted the deal, they gotta keep their end of the bargain. You can't change the game, bro.
Okay,
That's like
so
you telling me a P and I'm stepping on it, and you saying, well, hey man, you fucking up the game. Remember Frank Lucas, Blue Magic?
exactly, nigga. Yeah, I ain't call it
Yeah, nigga,
dog.
you
Yeah,
fucking up my shit, nigga.
yeah, yeah. I get you, right? So this is what's going on right now. They stepped on the dope. They did all that weird shit, and Trump is trying to reel it back. This is where the terrorists work in reverse. I'm gonna tariff these motherfuckers. Now they out of our control. We have no more control over them. But what I can do is
No,
I'm gonna
bro.
take back my
Remember,
money.
he's saying it
We're
gotta
not
be
gonna.
reciprocal. It gotta be
Okay, but
reciprocal,
what
bro.
he's gonna do is I'm gonna take back my money. We're not. I'm gonna take back my military. We're not protecting you, and you're gonna pay your equal share, and so on and so forth. It's gonna be equal, because the first agreement was you get our protection, you get our funding, and you get our product. But now you coming back and you charging us up the yin yang on some shit when you ain't even supposed to be doing that shit. You charging us the supplier. Hell no. It don't work like that, man. What world y'all living in right now? You talk about they didn't have to take the deal. Well, if they didn't have to take the deal, why they take the deal?
What?
This is what I'm saying. These companies that were set up was our companies. They didn't got out of our hands though.
Bro, those are foreign people, brother. Those companies don't belong to us.
Yo,
Toshiba is that's a Japanese company, bro.
yo, but that's the thing that I think we're missing. We getting back to the point where what we was talking about earlier was that these people aren't foreign to us. These was companies that we set up. This is my hypothesis.
Okay, look at Apple, right?
Mhm.
Um, Trump was for to put a tariff on China, but it was gonna hurt Apple in the process. 'Cause Apple then went over there and set up these motherfucking manufacturing companies, and he got this cheap labor, and they pumping these motherfucking iPhones and iPads and shit out, right? So now Trump come in and say, I'm for the tariff these motherfuckers. And nigga like, whoa, 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 wait a minute. These motherfuckers work for me, man. You for to kill my company, right? Okay, cool. All right, I see you. We can't let that happen. That's a great American company. So we gonna chill on the tariff until you repatriate all your shit back into America. Get the fuck out of there, cause we for the tariff these motherfuckers. Now, all them laborers that were working for iPhone, what the fuck are they about to do? Yeah, we gonna pay a little bit more for an iPhone, but it made in America, and we killing China at the same time. Cause they all them manufacturing companies, all them buildings we paying rent on, all them laborers we was paying um a wage to, they have nothing to do. The people ain't collecting rent on the buildings. The people ain't working. They not buying clothes. They not buying food. They not buying cars to get back and forth to work. We putting a whole fucking chokehold on their economy by pulling out our labor. But we got to give them time. So, okay, Bill Gates, bring your ass back home, set up shop over here, and we're gonna get these robots to do it, and we're gonna fuck off China. It's I don't understand. Like,
Nah, I get you. All I'm trying to do is, well, like I said, Evely triggered some thoughts in my mind that I've been thinking about, right? Because everybody talks about Black Wall Streets and all these things that was going on at that time, and even what y'all people was doing in the 20s and the 30s. So if that's the
yeah, but
case,
we from an agricultural That's why I
Right.
keep saying
But
we
this
wasn't
is what's
going through
going
the
on.
same trials and tribulation.
No,
We
but
got the
it
raw
still
materials.
it's
Whoever
still
got the
dealt with
raw materials gonna
it's still
always
dealt with
eat.
commodity though. It's still dealt with commodity and trade, right? Still dealt with commodity, trade, banking, insurance, and
Yeah, but
navigation,
we
maritime,
dealing
and all
with
that
raw
shit, right?
material. Nobody have to do nothing to it. We just get it out of the ground and sell it. We don't have to
Right.
deal with a manufacturing facility. We ain't got to deal with putting it on the boat. We ain't got to do shit but get it to the dock. Somebody gonna give us some money. We're gonna get them some bundles, and we back at home. We going
Okay.
back to do what we fucking do.
Okay. So you're telling me that if that's the case, and they create all these things based on the commodities that we give them wholesale, because usually when you do that, you're giving it to them wholesale because they got to make some money. You telling me if they trying to sell us the product, they could set their own price on how they sell us back our product that we want to utilize in here, or we gonna set up some type of deal where you make sure that you selling it to us at this discount versus anybody else based on the product. Because if you don't get our product no more because you can't get it anywhere else. We
But
don't need
listen,
you.
brother,
We don't
I
need you.
know it. We don't because
Right.
we had Ford and GM, right? We got our own cars and shit over here. Do you know you can't buy a fucking Chevy in the UK, but you can buy a Benz over here?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That's unequal, brother. They can sell us their product, but we can't sell them our finished product. You're not
That's
for to go to China and buy no fucking Suburban. You're not for to go get no Hellcat in China.
exactly.
That's what I'm
Exactly.
saying. It's uneven, brother. Since we had the capability of being self-sustained, we can make our own cars, we can make our own cell phones, we can grow our own food, we got our own oil and gas, we got our own fishing, we got our own ranching, we got all the fucking food that we can make. We don't need the rest of the world. And that's
And
what
that's
Trump
what
is putting
Trump
in
is
their
trying to make
face.
the point of. Yeah. He's trying to
Right.
make that point.
We can
Now
pull our military back just to protect our shores. We don't need to be over here protecting Darfur or whoever the fuck. We can pull everything back and watch what happens to the rest of the world. Then the rest of the world woke up and say, hey, whoa, wait a minute. If these
all
Americans leave us alone, we going back to third world country.
right.
We
So
ain't gonna die off, but we going back to third world.
I would say this, and I land on that and give it back uh, to absolutely. But what I would say is this, because I want to focus on Roosevelt, right? We talking about the 30s, and he was in before the 30s. You know what I'm saying? He got in at the end of the 20s. He got the roaring 20s at that time. Shit was booming. So for him to make tariffs on oil that we was exporting, commodities that we was exporting, money that we was exporting, so on and so forth, all the different minerals and things like that that we was exporting, nothing was coming in, it was going out. Why would he tariff things that was created here? You know what I'm saying? Why would he be tariffing things that come from here that is being brought back here on the low? That's just my question. Why would he be setting them tariffs based on what was actually going on here in America at that time? Why would he be setting them tariffs?
Brother,
Because
I just
obviously everybody was
explained it.
doing good.
Man, the rest of the world wasn't. I just explained it. I don't know if you can understand what I explained, but that's the
No, I
answer
know
to your
exactly
question.
I know exactly what you're talking about. That's the point I'm trying to make. Nothing would be jumping off if we wasn't accepting their products that they was manufacturing for us. Sweatshops, whatever you want to call them. Everything we send out, go make that shit, bring it back here. We're gonna put it on the market to be sold. Why is this niggas tariffing our products to be brought back here to America? That's the cold thing about it.
It's business. because look, if you got the supply and the demand, you're in a very unique position. These other motherfuckers don't have either. They don't have the supply or demand.
Right. So why would you even fathom that they was actually charging us head over foot over a product that they can't make without us? What sense does that make?
Nigga, because they was stealing. Nigga, it was corruption. That's what happened in the 1920s.
Oh, you talking
That's
about
what I
In
them
the
was saying. Cause
self-made white
they
1920s,
were
boys?
doing underhanded shit.
right, in the 1920s,
They
nigga, the
wasn't
shit
doing
that the
business right.
Democrats was doing is unsustainable. It could not last. It's gonna collapse the whole economy just like in the 1920s. It was roaring. Then in 1929, shit, nigga, the stock market took a shit and shit the bed. But the niggas in the South that was doing the farming and shit, that shit didn't affect us.
Facts.
We
We
were
was still
pumping
good.
oil and doing all the because you gotta eat, bro. You gotta shit. We
They were
got the
going through the Great
basic
Depression. We
raw
was good.
goods that everybody needs, the commodities. The commodities market. Those are the staple goods to keep motherfuckers alive, right? The milk, the cheese, the eggs, the sugar, the wheat, the bread. You know what I'm saying? All this is just basic food and shelter,
Yeah,
right?
I know
Wood.
goddamn well motherfucker come back and charge me 10 100 cent on a dollar and shit like that for my product that they can't make without me. I'll be goddamn, nigga. I'm tearing that motherfucker up. You
No,
was
because you're gonna
goddamn
shoot
lie, nigga.
yourself in the foot.
You was
Okay,
goddamn
hey, go
lie,
back
nigga.
to the scenario. You producing all the peas in the world, right? But nobody want to buy them. What good is it?
Nah, that's a variable that you bringing in. That variable don't exist.
No, you saying that these people are buying some shit and then they taxing me as if they bring it back to me. Nigga, they were like, fuck it, you taxing me too much. I don't want your shit. Keep it.
We
Now
talking
you
about
sitting there
tariffs.
with a whole field of cotton that just rotting it.
We talking about tariffs. Tariffs is supposed to be for
No,
that
nigga,
reason.
you trying to explain how can I sell a product and y'all not sell it back to me at the rate that I want it. Nigga, that's not business. That ain't how it works. You can't sell me some shit. That's like we said earlier. You can't keep coming around me and talking about let me get that, let me get that, let me get one. Nigga, I ain't gonna make no money.
Nah, man, you misunderstanding what I'm saying. I ain't talking about making money. I'm talking about if if I give you a product to sell, right? It's raw. Let's go with the raw. It's raw. You manufacturing everything.
Right, but I took my time to
You
break
getting
it
your
down
raw
and bag it
materials
up
from
and
me.
take the little stems and seeds out of it.
You
Nigga,
getting
you
you
gotta
getting
pay
all
me
your
for that.
scraps and everything from me. You getting all your raw materials from me to create whatever you need to create. But really, you're not even doing that because I'm giving you the whole worksheet in the book of how to create what you need to create, and this is how it needs to be done. We sending people out
Yeah,
there
but I
to
don't give
show
a
you how to
damn if you
farm,
give me the
show you how to
book,
plant,
take me to
show you how to
school.
manufacture and everything, and then you do all
Right.
this shit, and then you want to come back to me and tell me, nigga, since I sold it to you for 10 dimes, nigga, you gonna sell it to me for 50 dimes? Get the fuck out of here, nigga. You crazy.
Yeah, if I stop making them, where you gonna get it at?
It's already being made. All I'm doing is
Well,
expanding.
then what the fuck you need me for?
Because we're expanding. That's why I was saying in the beginning
Oh,
that
what you
these
said?
colonies that was set up was
No, what
colonies
did you
that we
say?
set
You
up
was
in
what?
areas.
What was
I'm
that
coming
E
back.
word you
I'm
used?
coming back to what my
You
normal
said you
argument
was
was.
expanding.
My original argument, not my normal, my original argument was these companies that was being set up was set up by us in these areas, and that's how it was getting done. As it got
Yeah,
along,
but
it got away from us. It got away from us.
but bro, it just like
Niggas was
Steve
taking sides
Jobs
with us.
set up Apple in China. But those are Chinese people working, brother. You
Where
saying
where
that they get to work for nothing?
where Jordan get his Nikes from?
China.
Who sends them the product and who gives them the money? Not China.
America.
No, it's not China. It's Indonesia.
Well, whoever, nigga. You can't work these people for nothing.
Nigga, they already exposed that shit. Them
Just
motherfuckers
like
getting paid.
Nike went to
Them niggas was getting
Indonesia
paid
and set up the
dollar and 50 cents a
manufacturing
day,
plant,
bro.
those
Them niggas
Indonesians
was
got to
getting
get paid somehow,
them niggas was
bro.
getting paid $1.50, man. And this nigga over here
So
selling
what
these
are you
Jordans for
saying, brother?
$120 in the 90s. What? Huh?
I don't understand what your
What I'm
argument is. I don't
saying
even
is,
understand what the
I'm
point you're
giving you the
making.
simple thing. They was being made somewhere else for the low, and
But
they
when
was
Jordan
selling them
first
back
started
over
off,
here
they
in
was only
America
65 though.
for
They was
$100
65 a pop. But they was
Right,
65 though in 1985 though.
right,
1985, 1986, 1987, they was like $65.
Nigga, that was a
right.
lot back then. That was a lot for some shoes. That was a
And
lot.
what happened? And what happened to the demand? Did it go up or down?
It went
It
up.
went up. That's why the
Okay,
price went up.
so that economic 101. You got
Yeah, that's
more
why.
demand than supply, nigga. You can
Yep.
jack your price.
Yep.
That's
And
where
they had to
tariffs come
produce
in.
more. They had to produce more of them shoes too.
That's where tariffs come in. That's what I'm talking about. You might not be
Bro,
able to
you
stretch your
still
mind on what I'm
producing the
saying.
same
Hold on.
amount.
Hear me real quick. Yeah, it's
All
low
right, bro.
over
You
there.
got it, man. You want some free
Check it
shit. You
out. It's
got it.
low. This is where the tariffs come in on what Roosevelt was doing in the
Man, I
30s.
can't explain it no other way, Otto. I don't know
Man,
what
no, you
maybe you
making
can
Yeah.
try,
look,
bro.
I
y'all making
tried
your
to. I
points
tried to
though.
explain it too.
Y'all making your points though. I'm not arguing your points. I'm talking about at the time while they getting it for the low over there, right? They coming over here, they tearing it, they putting tariffs on it to come back across the waters, import it into America, and we getting the tax. We paying the tax on that money. What they doing? I mean, it's a intricate type of game. I'm just trying to say
But
Yeah,
it.
it's
you
Y'all
scam shit.
having
American
brain rot.
companies, brother. Just like you said, those are Nike, iPhone. Those are all American companies.
Right, but we should be still paying $65 for them same Jordans if they was being manufactured here. See, because Nike
Brother,
is located in Oregon. Nike is the headquarters in Oregon.
but it's an American company. It's not a foreign
Exactly.
company.
Okay, so why ain't they being manufactured here?
Cause labor is cheaper overseas.
How?
Cause
How? When
they
these motherfucking Mexicans is over here farming over here in California for like maybe
China
$5
and
a
the
day.
Asian countries don't pay their people.
These niggas getting
They
$5
pay
a
them
day to pick
motherfuckers
that
nothing.
shit.
they don't have shit to do.
They're over there in
Yeah,
the
they ain't
Central
got shit.
Valley in California
They
picking
need
that
that
shit for
little
like
bit of money.
$5, homie. They
Man, I don't know what
sharecropping
you
right
talk
now over
about,
there for
man. I
$5 a
don't know,
ton.
man. You just don't understand
See?
economics.
Look. Like my nigga in the background, Zachary said, niggas in Vietnam making 3 cents a Jordan. We don't pay that here.
Right.
Exactly. Niggas 3 cent, nigga. You gonna take that? Hell nah. But they
Or
gonna take
nothing. Or
that.
go back to being third world, bro. That's what I'm
Come on.
saying. You got a whole bunch of these motherfuckers in China. They don't got shit to do. They don't have nothing to do. Do
Nothing.
you know that they don't even use tractors for constructing roads because it will put more people out of work? It's a lot of them motherfuckers over there with nothing to do. Okay, cool. All right, we can.
They sit around
Oh,
smoking
wait a
cigarettes
minute.
all day.
I need these cell phones made. How much y'all make them for? Over here, they making them for $2. Y'all saying y'all can make them for a quarter? Okay, look, I'm for the show up, set up shop, and we gonna get y'all to make these motherfuckers for a quarter, right? What else they got to do, nigga? They ain't got shit to do. We giving them something to do, and we
Okay,
paying them
so
to do it.
how much that cell phone costs in that country? Do you know?
They can't buy it. They can't afford it.
Man, you
The
crazy.
motherfuckers who making them can't afford to buy them.
People that's making it don't even care nothing about it.
They
No,
can't
nigga,
afford it
do you
like you said.
understand what I'm saying? Even if they wanted one, they couldn't get one.
Man.
It's a
Do
fact,
you
bro.
think that these motherfuckers in China are walking around with Jordans
Hell
from
no.
Foot Locker? They might got on some Jordan, but they done stole them out the back
Hand me
door.
downs. Or somebody sent it
Right.
from America, them hand me downs.
Or they done
Like the Africans
snuck
be
a couple
rocking.
of pairs out of the manufacturing center. Okay,
Yeah.
we got some hot ones we can sell you. But going to Foot Locker and buying them motherfuckers, no, they can't afford that. And every iPhone got a chip and a number. These motherfuckers won't turn on. If you steal one, it won't turn on.
Oh shit. My nigga in the background said they pay them little Japanese niggas with flip flops and half a ring of string.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, Tom, you tripping.
Bro,
Now
what the
everybody got a big screen, right? Everybody got a flat screen in their house. If that shit was made in America, it would only a certain amount of people with a certain income can afford it.
bro, look in the back chat, bro. What the fuck? He said they're not going to Foot Locker, they going to I don't know what the fuck that Chinese shit is. They don't even got no Foot Locker in some of them parts, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
Bro, that shit crazy. Yeah, it ain't the same. We not the same, bro. Like you gotta think, like, bro, if you like he said, you pay them up, you paid somebody 3 cents. I ain't gonna call them motherfuckers. You paying them kids 3 cents, 2 cents, nigga. Some of them taking, yeah, they taking like 2 cents, whatever they can get. Who ain't gonna, who not gonna take advantage of that? Then, like he said,
That's
some
what
of
I'm
them ain't
saying,
even
man. Y'all
paid.
need to go visit some of these third world countries, and y'all think China is like just taking advantage of America
Hey,
and they
that's
living
a
good,
fact. Hey,
bro.
wait,
Go over there and look around.
like Zach said, that's a fact. Some of them little kids don't even be paid, bro. They don't even be paid. They just need something to do. So they go in there and they'll tell them they're gonna get paid and they end up not getting paid.
They
Like they
might
got whole
feed them for
documentaries
the
of it.
day. You know what I'm saying? They
Yeah,
might
they
give
got
them some
documentaries of that shit.
food, or
Yep. This shit sick, bro. It ain't the same, bro. So
yeah. You
I'm
think they tariffing us, and they over there living high on the hog, and we man, no. And those different countries, the elite, they live good in a motherfucker.
mhm.
But nigga, right outside they little compound, nigga, it's poverty and pain.
Just struggle, bro. Just struggle.
Man, the
All you see
struggle
is
is
struggle.
real, nigga. That's what I'm saying, bro. I went to South Africa. The average annual income was 3,000 US. That was
God damn.
average.
Bruh, niggas go, bruh, they spend that at Louis Vuitton. Niggas is
Bro,
spend
my
that
per
at Louis
diem
Vuitton.
was more than some of these motherfuckers make a week. I was just that was my day per diem. What I got to eat
That's
every
what I'm
day.
saying.
That was more than
That's what
some
I'm
of these
saying.
people make a
Bro,
week.
bro, I done went shopping, bro, and spent 6,000 before. So I'm like, God damn, how the hell 3,000, bro? I feel bad. That make me feel bad. That,
Shit, not
that,
me.
that's
Nigga, I'm
shit.
proud to be in America.
Shit, no, I'm definitely proud to be in America, but goddamn, you making 3,000 a year, bro. Bro, the most
Man,
impoverished
that was
people
the
in America,
average. That's what I'm
bro. The most
saying. Like my
impoverished people in America not doing that, bro. They making way more than that. They balling on them niggas, bro. So y'all
bro
niggas in America, bro, better know y'all not struggling. Y'all not struggling,
at
cause 3,000,
all.
y'all wiping your ass with that. Even if you living in the projects, wiping your ass with 3,000. Come on now, come on now. America, we
But
different. We built different.
and it's gonna straighten out their economy too, because it's gonna stop them from taking advantage of the cheap labor, like the government fucking over they people, right? Eh, Bro, we had a driver in Africa, and we go to McDonald's every morning. He did not make enough to afford McDonald's. We were buying McDonald's every day. And he was like, keep it. I was like, man, why you don't eat? He was like, man, I'm gonna take this home to my son because he's never had it. I can't afford to buy my family McDonald's. So the people who's working there can't afford to eat it.
That shit crazy, bro. That shit crazy.
How many motherfuckers in Africa do you see walking around with diamonds and gold on? They
Zero.
can't afford the shit that they dig
Zero.
out of the ground, bro.
Like KwaZulu, South Africa. Now that's about where you will see people wearing Jordans. You'll see them wearing that type of shit because they
Yeah,
got
you have
jobs.
like the major cities and shit. You'll
Yeah,
see the government.
that's the
Yeah,
only place. But the
but
rest of them places are
the
like
motherfuckers
Durban.
that's digging it out of the ground, man, they can't
Fuck no.
afford that shit.
Fuck no. Hell no. The little hunter gatherer motherfuckers that be living all no, they're not living like that. They want to
That's
live
what
like
I'm
that. That's
saying,
what people
Aton.
understand. People
You
understand
think
that. They be
these
like,
Asians
they
or
want to
everybody
live like that.
popping out cell phone, got iPhone 13s, nigga? No, bro.
No, hell no. They still got the iPhone 7.
Nigga,
If that.
iPhone 6, you can still sell an iPhone 6 in a foreign country and still get top dollar.
Oh,
I hear
that's
you.
poverty, a time.
I ain't arguing
All of the
y'all point.
places. Bro, you could even we could even speak of places like Germany, bro. Those people ain't even making money like that. Like they don't tell you that them European countries, Lithuania, a lot of them places don't got no money, bro. You only got a few places where people making a little bit of money in Europe. A little bit of
Yeah,
Aton
money.
need to leave
yeah,
the
they all
US
over
and
here.
go see. He need
Yeah.
to go see because
It,
he think
yeah,
these
you gotta see.
motherfuckers sitting on. He
Yeah,
think they
Italy,
sitting
even
on
even
nigga.
Italian motherfuckers. Hey, bro, them Italian motherfuckers is poor as shit. Go to Italian, like Italian cities and shit, bro. They're fucking poor. They're poor, bro. Most of them people are poor. I
Yeah,
can't
no.
Yeah,
name too many
laborers
places in
and
Europe.
artisans and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, and they getting paid. They be getting paid a little bit of money, bro. Like them Italian, where they be like the Italian designers and shit. Them motherfuckers ain't getting paid that
Right.
much. And they, like he said, artisans, some of the best of the best in Italy, and they're not even getting
Like
paid.
Swiss. Like the Swiss, they make the
Yep,
best fucking watches on the planet. They ain't got
but they're
no
not getting
gold
paid.
mines in Switzerland, nigga.
Yep. It's America, bro, where you really gonna make your money at. That's why everybody say, I'm trying to get to America, the land of the free, bro. Like, come on. See, Italian poverty is a similar reflection to an NYC slum. Exactly. They're bad. It's bad out there. Europe, bro, they don't even talk like talk to a European and ask them.
Yeah. Yeah.
They'll tell you, bro,
They'll show
everything
you
is slums,
London and
bro.
all that shit. As soon as you
No,
leave the
no,
city,
no.
nigga.
Shit, my friends will tell you, bro. I got friends that live in Ireland. I got friends that live in Ireland, like my friend James Mooney. I got a friend named Scott Brazil. A few, Anthony Brogan. They're all in Dublin, Ireland, and they've been all around Europe. And I've been in Europe, bro. They don't have shit. They'll tell you that most of Europe is the slums. Like Amsterdam is where motherfuckers like to go, but they'll tell you most of Amsterdam, if you're going outside of like the district area, that shit fucked up. Europe is pretty fucked up.
Yeah,
Europe
Europe
pretty fucked
ain't
up.
like it's
Europe is
not.
not. It's not popping like that.
It's like a dirty. It's
Like you
like a
can
dirty
have
country.
fun. You can have fun, but it's dirty. Yeah, it's dirty as shit.
Yeah,
It's dirty.
it's like New York.
Yep. Rats and
It's
shit. They
like
got
dirty.
rats,
It's
bro.
like
Yeah, they got rats. They got rats and shit like a motherfucker, bro. Hella rats.
Amsterdam old than a motherfucker. Like so you can see like the
That shit
old
look
build. You
old.
can see them leaning. Like if you look down the street, you can see how old this city is. I mean, the motherfucker been over there a long ass time. But far as like innovation and growing and nah, man, no, hell no. These old, man. I just say go look, Aton, and just peep. I mean, I'm not just saying look at big picture. Look at the details. Look at the roads, how the buildings are constructed. You know, the infrastructure, they plumbing and like, man, like if you go to Europe, when I was in Amsterdam, all the fucking bathrooms are like on the second or the third floor because they still using gravity to flush that shit. I'm nigga that fell off. I don't know what the hell. They must have hit the wrong button. Kelly Green. Nothing in life is free. None of the best things in life are free, Kelly. Get out of here. I really enjoyed talking to you earlier, Kelly Green. Sweet shop, human slavery. Some manufacturer that main chip shit. The expensive one. They slap a logo. Of course. I don't know why you got kicked out. I don't know who kicked you out. A-Time might have got kicked out too. What the fuck they over there talking about? Yeah, we still gotta go get our crab cake. I didn't know that you had, I didn't know that's why you was asking for a ride, like a car to come pick you up. You brought something to the channel today, Kelly. I think we need more than that. Cause these niggas are unruly. You see how you was the special guest and we was trying to, you know, interact directly with you because we never see you hit the panel. These thirsty ass niggas wanted all the attention. I was like, man, let's talk to Kelly Green. You are bougie. There's nothing wrong with being bougie. I enjoyed it. I had fun talking to you. We was kicking it, cracking jokes and shit. No, I'm a Gemini. Do your homework. What about Gemini women, Kelly Green? I don't know about the astrology and shit. Some of the shit line up, but I don't know. I don't know how you know. I'm not saying I believe in it or disbelieve it. I read horoscopes and all of that. They have some truth to them. But I don't know. I haven't really delved into the whole science behind it. I've read that quote before. Yeah, but I don't know, Kelly Green. How many how many billionaires were at the time when this quote was coined? Check it out. Yeah, I think that's some BS because I don't know how many billionaires were actually on the planet at the time this quote was coined. We haven't had an explosion of billionaires until recently. Like it wasn't that many billionaires on the planet. But I think as more people into astrology and shit than it is, I'll put the question like this, Kelly Green. Why ain't most people that's into astrology billionaires or millionaires? But throughout history, they always make comparison of what a bank with modern age. But throughout history, they always make comparisons of what a bankroll would mean in the market. Yeah, that was I don't know. I don't know if I understand what you read, but I mean what you wrote, but I would just I don't know. I don't know what you saying. For example, $10 in the 1800s is not the same today. Right, that's because of inflation. Inflation goes back to supply and demand and the labor market, right? 10 10 bucks ain't the same as it was in the 1800 because you know you had less people, less workers, and with less skills. Inflation mm, is a direct reflection of supply and demand of skilled labor, if that makes sense. I try to put it in layman term for you mere mortals, but if you by yourself again, who? Oh yeah. Everybody else got kicked out on the panel. I wish you can come up and we could chop it up without all the interruptions and people actually, you know, get to hear your complete thoughts and how you see things. I think we can have a good conversation one on one without the interruptions of people jumping in and shit. Copper Draco, what the hell you doing up, man? I'm finna get up. I gotta go to the bank and shit today. Bullies on the microphone. And they not bullies. Most bullies are insecure until you hit them in the mouth. Then, I kept trying to give you the floor so we can talk to Kelly, but hey, the thirst is real. What kind of link you gonna get, Kelly, about your astrology signs? Them motherfuckers was screaming and yelling, and they got Dosey out of her shit. Man, I just put my phone down and went to the other room. I don't know what the fuck I was doing. Well, you had to go get the link from the garage, Kelly Green. What the hell? What the hell they doing over there at Rue Warehouse, Copper Draco? Guess I'll get up and make me some coffee. Get my life together. It's Monday. YouTube link is a short. Let me see. I hope they don't kick me out when I go try to look at this link. Kelly Green, I'm listening to it right now. Kelly Green. I just listened to that bullshit. I see why you got divorced. If that's how who could be in a relationship with a person like that? That's a crazy person. Oh yeah, you crazy. Copper Draco. You still want that hurricane? Hurricane. You call it slurricane. Copper Draco, you still want that wet wet? You want that that category 7 Kelly Green touchdown? I think your Draco would be nothing but a pile of parts. Kelly Green, are you actually like that in real life? Once you get the flash of that muzzle, Gemini, the twin, I run hot and cold. Sometimes, yeah. That's called bipolar. Or what do they call that? At first it was what, manic depressive. Then they changed it to bipolar. Yeah. You go from one extreme to the next. You gotta find your center. I'm the scale, I'm a Libra. I'm always balanced or unbalanced. The air sign. What is Gemini? Uh a water sign? Gotta be. I got deep into the shit for a little while. Call it what you want. I gotta be. You can't be anybody else but you, Kelly. I'm not asking you to change or even considering to change. Like me, I don't give a fuck. I just be me. Either like it or love it, or leave it alone. I'm, I'm, you know, I'm like that. I don't want to fit in. I don't give a fuck about being accepted. I just be me. So I suggest you just be, can only be you. But if you crazy, or you bipolar, you just gotta find somebody who can deal with it. I dealt with a couple of chicks like that. I just ignore their antics. I just let them do what the fuck they gonna do. Mm. Yeah, but when you deal with somebody like that on a day-to-day basis, it becomes personified, I guess you could say. Like if I just met you or I had to deal with you for one day or whatever, a lot of that shit could be ignored or even looked past. No, yeah, I don't think it's a which one. It's just you. It's all still part of you. But like on a day-to-day basis, you dealing with a manic depressive person. You gotta have some um, you gotta have a strong mind to deal with that. I mean, cause you could check it. Yeah. I don't know. Well, split personalities means you are. They have a clinical term for that. What is it? Multiple personality disorder. It's a disorder. We all are works in progress. But I don't know. I don't know nothing about no. You know, I don't look at it that way. I don't look at it that way. Being a work in progress. What the hell are we working toward to become what? So I don't. I get the concept, but I don't. I can't take wholeheartedly. I can't swallow the whole concept. But did you check out the wig? Yes, it was crazy. What's on the inside is gonna manifest on the outside. So if your wig is raggedy, we know where your head at that day. I'm subscribed to that guy's channel. He's hilarious. Yeah, I can't be subscribing to two different many. I think you're a cool person, Kelly. We had a good time today. We had fun. Everybody was, engaged. You can have, oh, fuck, excuse me. You can have multiple personalities or whatever. That's cool. But I don't see any malicious or malice in it. You know, like you might have your own little idiosyncrasies, but I didn't detect any malicious. I don't think you have a malicious nature. It was cool. Yeah, I don't think you should come to the smoke panel because these niggas over here is vicious. These niggas is crazy. I mean, root word panel is crazy as fuck too, but you know, this is a violent environment. We gotta fight over here. I am currently looking for someone to match my age. Oh, yeah, good luck with that. It's very lonely being intellectual. That's why you find all the scientists and the engineers, I mean, at a higher level. It's just like you know, it's just like a clique of them to really get into your intellect. You gotta get over all your psychodrama. A lot of people can't get over their mental or emotional issues because the intellect is almost pure thought, a free thought. But if it's tainted by emotions or emotional baggage, it's hard to get. Someone told me today I wouldn't be able to find tall, dark, and handsome. I don't know. Who were you talking to? Whoever's telling you this shit, you need to question them. Like, how did they come to that conclusion? Yeah, when I ask for stimulating conversation over coffee, I think they think I mean sex. Yeah. I mean, to the primitive mind, sex is the end all be all. That's why I don't like young girls. Because after I look at their pretty body and we have sex or whatever, you know, at most, it will be an hour, hour and a half, maybe 2 hours of sex. Then what? What we going to talk about? So sex is not like a real big deal to me. I have never had a problem finding people that were willing to have sex with me, women that were willing to have sex with me. So, yeah. I spent a lot of time alone because women have to be entertained constantly. And I'm not, I'm not too much of a performer. It's a different world now. Sometimes I feel like I don't belong. Mm. I hope that's a fleeting feeling. I don't understand that. What do you mean you don't belong? No, I don't think it's a different world. The world has always been the world. Maybe we have, maybe we can have that conversation. Yeah, we still gotta go get our lemon drop and your crab cake. Or coffee, it's cool. You only in Lake Charles. What is Lake Charles. I'm afraid of these motherfuckers on the internet. I don't really want to meet none of them in person. That shit is crazy. I apologize to the chat. I didn't mean to make this session. Man, fuck the chat. It's okay to make it about you. Ain't nobody else in the chat but you. Ain't nobody else commenting. I'm the only one on the panel. Let me see. Yeah, I'm the only one on the panel. And you the only one in the chat. Who in the hell needs to be considered? I'm glad Bap changed that background for smoke. Man, that shit was making me dizzy. When I look at that hurricane shit, Jamal Greason let a brother in. I don't even know who the fuck you is, Jamal. Beat it, cocksucker. Maybe making a brother cry. Man, fuck, go dry your eyes, nigga. The more you cry, the less you pee. Nobody give a fuck about you crying, nigga. I was hollering at my sister girl, Kelly Green. Smoke had a hurricane backdrop. Yeah, he had switched it from like the smoke to like a storm or some shit. It was when I looked at it, made me kind of queasy or some shit. It's some punk ass nigga trying to get in the back. Jamal Gregson, flip flop and a half a ring of string. I don't know who the fuck that is. Yeah, he had like a hurricane or some kind of storm. Shit. It was all gray and it was kind of depressing. Shit, I guess I need to get my ass up. Can't stop me yawning. So Biden didn't advocate for a hurricane, Laura or Delta. Thoughts about shit. About to restart the live. I ain't coming over there, Zay. I don't like the way I've been treated. I don't appreciate. Rude word need to clean his fucking place up. It got roaches, fleas. The furniture is raggedy. The drinks are hot. Y'all got plastic cups, not glasses. Say, I'm a classy dude. First class only. You have to describe it to me first. She Zay, make her into the Storm character with the white eyes, but she can see everything. Go to bed, cuz I did, man. I woke up. I got me some rest. But shit, it's Monday now, nigga. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. I got some shit to do. Cuz what the hell you doing up this morning? Truth. Say this you and root word. You will have to send it to me too. Maybe I can post it. Kelly, what else social media your ass be into? Facebook, Twitter? Man, I'm finna set a trap for these motherfuckers. I'm gonna drive them down into this big canyon where they can't get out. And then I'm gonna flood it with diesel and strike a match. I'm over these slaves, truth. I'm replacing these motherfuckers with um robots. Man, we got robots to do the job. These sorry son of a bitches don't want to do. I can't wait till the robots take over. Fuck a slave. They worthless these days, true. And you got a robot that can do the same shit. Ain't gonna get sick, ain't gonna get pregnant, ain't gonna have no marital issues. They ain't gotta go to the kids' games. These motherfuckers just go. Change the oil and keep that motherfucker plugged in. It's just gonna go. Fuck a slave. They useless these days. True. They outdated. It's like a horse. You know, back in the day when niggas had horses and buggies, replace the horse with a motorized vehicle. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do with these slaves. We're gonna replace these motherfuckers with robots. I thought I could get some value out of these slaves, true, but shit, they useless, outdated. We got AI now, cuzzo. We could get a robot and AI. We could do the man. We can replace 5 of these bullshit ass slave ass niggas. These motherfuckers are useless and outdated. We gonna keep them around for pets. You know how motherfuckers still ride horses and shit. We gonna keep them around for pets. Make them buck dance, do the jig. Kinda sorta Kelly. Still a punk motherfucker. Who over there, Zay? I fuck with Zay. You know why I fuck with Zay? Because Zay is genuine. I can fuck with a genuine person. I don't give a fuck what they are. If they genuine, you know what I'm saying? They could be crazy as fuck. They could be all fucked up. But if they genuine people, I could deal with them. Or they could be, whatever. That's why I'm saying the highest thinking these cocksuckers could do, Kelly, is, sex. That's gross, Tom. Nah. A secret is something that you ain't supposed to tell. Something that just everybody don't know. That's not really a secret. Everybody just don't know it. Fo fo fo. It's fo fo fo. OJ, you're still a nigga. You gotta get up. Guess I'll shave up a little bit today. Super, I'll see you over there. Fuck you, Zay. You ain't the boss of me, nigga. I ain't going nowhere. I'm staying on the smoke show. I'm tired of being used and abused. That's cool. Did you hit truth? Did you hit Cuzzo? I need a loan. Kelly, I don't even think Truth give a damn if he win or lose. He just like to gamble. For the girl make me some coffee. Where did I find my Facebook link? Where do I find my Facebook link? What do you mean? Are you trying to share your link with Truth? I don't know. I don't have Facebook. Let me go look at this bullshit they got going on. This motherfucker always got some shit going. God damn. Zay, I don't see the link. You funky inch. Itch. What the fuck is that? Where do I find itch? Oh, you funky rainbow bitch. Okay. Yeah. Here you go, super. You put a run Kelly shit over there? Oh yeah. No, I don't like the hair. No, Zay, the hair is all fucking wrong. Kelly. Kelly Green. She got you with blonde hair looking like uh 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 a Karen. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Zay, the hair is all wrong. She got hair like she got the curly hair like from her description, her shit look like my baby mama. Um make her uh Zay, make her hair look like um Jasmine Guy on Harlem Nights. And give her some fly clothes. She got you looking like a Karen that's mad at somebody moving their trash cans. That's fucked up, Kelly. She got you looking bad. Yeah, she got you with blonde hair. I don't remember no turquoise wig. Right. I don't know why y'all cut y'all hair off at 40, 45. What's that about, Kelly? Man, my baby mama, oh my God, that was one of the things that attracted. She had that long black curly shit. Oh yeah, nah. Don't do that dumb shit either, Kelly. I mean, say, make it classy, like you know. She got you looking like a Karen with a t-shirt. Kelly, he got you looking like a single mom who's tired of her kids being bad and she just fed up and for the kick ass. I know that's what my baby mama, one of my baby mamas said. That's why I call her bald headed. She ain't really bald headed. She just got the short dude. Yeah. He got you looking like a single mom that's just fed the fuck up. You just so stressed out that your hair ain't combed and you shooting lasers out your ass. I mean, not your eyes. Zay, that's fucked up, man. Why you do that bullshit? Got you fighting off dogs and robbers and shit. Zay, you know that's a goddamn fucking Karen. Zay, redo my thumbnail and make me the same character, but instead of punching out motherfuckers in masks and you know bad guys, I want to beat up, you know, like regular stupid motherfucker, make like a Philly OG, a old bald head nigga with a mask. I'll just slap the shit out of him. A fat motherfucker. Let me check it out. Let's see what you got, Kelly. I'm gonna look out for you, Kelly, cause she trying to fuck over you. Put the link up. Let's see. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I seen that was that one look a little better. That one look a little better. Yeah, that's way better. But she got you a white lady. She made you a white lady, Kelly. Sexy, Zay, sexy superhero. Voluptuous breast, a red lip, curvy hips, kicking ass. I'm saying to an outsider, that would look like a white lady. Zay, the only way that you can make that a light skinned black lady is give her uh, a black hairdo. Please please color my skin copper. I have large breasts in real life. That's what I'm saying, Kelly. I pump them titties up, give her a red lip and a black hairdo. I've seen Kelly before. That skin color is correct. Zay, you can't fucking see. You blind in one eye and can't see out the other. When you cammed up that time, they one of them eyes was wondering. A motherfucker couldn't stay focused. It was just doing its own thing. I believe it. Copper Draco gonna try to get around them curves. You might have seen that in the wintertime. Them Geechee niggas, them yellows, in the wintertime, they get real light skin. But in the summertime, it's like a weird, a well battered fish fillet fried to golden crispiness. Okay, Kelly, I'm gonna make that. Yeah, give her a nigga hairdo. She got short hair. Zay, I'm gonna see if I can find a hairdo like my baby mama used to get her shit. Zay, wait, I'm for to put a hairstyle in the chat for you, Zay. Make her shit like this. Zay, you see that shit? Ah, hell no. She said she is short. Go look. Let me see. I can't see the chat no more. I can't see the chat no more on YouTube. Let me see. I'm trying to see. Oh, that's the wrong fucking shit. That's Black Wild Indian. Okay. Let me see. I'm trying to see. Oh, that's the wrong fucking shit. That's Black Wild Indian. Yeah, it's still giving me the lady with the green hair. It's still showing me the lady with the green hair. I put it in. Hold on. I put it in the wrong fucking chat. Put it in. Hold on. I put it in the wrong fucking chat. Put it in. Hold on. I put it in the wrong fucking chat. All right, Zay. use that. Use that as a hairdo. You see it? Kid, I made it a long turquoise wig with big titties, small waist. No, say, fuck that turquoise wig. That shit look like a white woman. Kill it. Trust me on this. Yeah, but her hair short and that still make it look like a white woman. You gotta make her look like a nigga lady. Kelly, take my word for it. I got you, sister. It's gonna be it's gonna be straight. Man, stop sending us to Facebook. I don't have a face. I ain't gonna get no Facebook just to be fucking with you, Kelly Green. But make the thumbnail first, motherfucker. Kelly, you gonna hit the panel? I ain't going over there unless you hit the panel, Kelly Green. Kelly, trust me, she got you looking like a wild ass white woman from the mountains or some shit. I'm gonna go look at it. Let me see. On the shit show, I'll hit the panel. Did you drop the link, Zay? I ain't gonna be fucking with y'all all day. I gotta get up. I gotta go to the bank. I gotta call the survey company. I gotta get some replats done. I gotta get some plans done. I gotta go pay my architect. I ain't gonna be fucking with you motherfuckers all fucking day. What y'all think? I'm like big dog, big chili dog OG. Drop the link, Zay. Punk motherfucker. Oh, he already did it. We the only ones left over here, Kelly. I guess we might well go and go somewhere. It ain't started yet. He said 6:45. Zay say the show ain't gonna start till 6:45. You said 6:45. It's 5. This motherfucker crazy. This motherfucker crazy. Man, who is this on your profile pic? That's you know. I ain't hating. I was just asking who the fuck that was. Kelly. They think I'm finna listen to that off the wall ass. Off the wall ass bullshit. Church music. I don't think you put your thumbnail up, Kelly.
Let me drop this link in the chat for anybody want to come on real quick this morning. Let me drop this motherfucking link. Y'all can hit on. Y'all better hit the link now while I'm up and active. Once I get started today, you niggas out of luck. So if you motherfuckers want to hit the link, hit the motherfucking link, niggas. Hit that motherfucking link, niggas. Grand rising to the real ones in the building. Y'all should already know the vibes. Y'all should already know the vibe. Y'all just being here asleep listening to YouTube. Y'all motherfuckers crazy as hell. Fuck. And Superman was up here. Superman must have just jumped off. Superman said, fuck this shit. Oh, shit.
Hey, that, you know what? That's that. I mean, that is so. People ask me that all the time, and it's true. I have